multiple bodies as well. The other two actually fall back. They're going to go for market. Shuhei still sees a chance for himself to go alone. Oh!
What?
Triple from Shuhei! And Art Frost tagged down to 18 health.
Come on.
What a quad kill here for Shuhei in the pistol. Ultimate here outside, trying to buy time, but Nerds gets up through the vent, kills the main player, and unfortunately the cover there for Nerds kind of fails him. Art Frost, whoa! Still two backs turn, nobody's considering it. Oh, he's gonna find both as well. Freebies here for Lux. And he stops that bomb now, knows about Lux, who's still smoked off. Jabby gets the third duel, but Lux will pick up his kill. To that new box position, Magisk trying to sniff this out. Oh, Lux finds timing with a quad kill. Ooh, Flash to try to fight their way out, but majority coffin push bound. Look at that.
What's happened?
Jabby with two wallbang frags, how? All of a sudden, he's got another couple to go for. Lux sitting on top of the bomb. Jabby's gonna have to swing it! And Lux is...
No!
4 kills for Jabby out of what? And a chance again at majority alive, because of course, Doomau, you give him a chance to push the hut, he's damn well gonna do it, but he doesn't finish off Device. Otto opens the door, gonna try to charge him, but you've given a chance for Device.
Oh,
so
nice
okay. And he's just playing with absolute tempo. Oh, 1v3 Device!
Wow. Youngster for an X-Love, both gone, but Alcarin could pick it up immediately, and he will. The AWP up from CT, punch in their tickets! Because of this one man on the balcony, it's Jordan again, looking to deal with this threat, but they just haven't figured out an answer for him. Waiting on contact to go in towards his crosser. Again, he's got a molly. He's got to throw it out, but his teammate's down. And now low HP on Zatara's back turn, but Alcarin, can he turn in time? Yes, he can! It's going to be MPL waiting in jump. Oh my goodness, a denial. The bomb plant second kill as well.
You lost track of him. A chance! Oh, they lined up.
Can Big Uzera finally take a chance for Pain? He's taking an aggressive stance, and Hetrick walks right into him.
Down the vent again, only the Glock.
Oh, yeah, baby! You tourist! That's like a trick shot. Put that in a montage. Tanks up the scout. Despite the scope discrepancy, look at this stylish AK. Really brings the best out of those end stickers. As Rez is just nice story, and then no scope Mutiris. He's just styling on him.
And then pressuring B again.
Wow. It's a sneaky play to be making. Now Mac is trying to backstab you.
Oh!
Kill you too! NT!
3 for Vexite, what a beast.
Well, nice shot back. Gravity denied. Vexite just killing everyone.
Stick round. Maybe misused, but now back in some better spots. And delivering for an ace. Vexite, all 5!
Dabby G stopping them all up, and now it's real easy for Alex down here in the pit. He just goes on a tear, and this is around the nipples for Kesh.
Kills coming in thick and fast, anything but for Dabby G. Martinez fighting back, Sourceful as well. They're stepping up, we're trading blows here, there's skills in them. Need to start defusing right here, right now. They don't have a kid in play, it looks like the round's over, and it's Kaspersky. Be a very common approach these days. Molotov down towards Pop Dog. And it's just a straight up lower rush. Sourceful will open things up. Snappy though continues to dominate these last few rounds. Gets himself a double headshot. Finds in the man advantage. And my God, the captain's going nuts. He's on for the ace, Harry.
The last hope. Oh! And in the nail biter of a second run down. But he's done his part in the round. Crims is going to live up to his moniker as the man that gets things done. Oh my God, there's the lineup. Crims, an old dog with new tricks as Crims looks to put on a masterpiece to close Inferno.
Two teams have already secured their spot in playoffs, and we'll find out who will be joining them here at PGL Masters Bucharest today. My name is Sam. I'm your host. We've had a little shuffle on the morning show. We've got Dust with us, but Striker is now joining us as well. I got to get straight into this because I've been waiting for days to have the opportunity to talk about this. We do the talent announcement for PGL Bucharest. Everyone's very excited, but obviously the big comments were Striker and Richard Lewis on a panel.
I know, right?
Together. What is this? Spill the tea. What was all this drama that everyone was alluding to?
I mean, let's not mince words. I mean, there was a little bit of history there, but you know, we've worked things out. I think it's been all right. It was actually kind of funny because I think there was that concern, I think internally as well, that me and Richard are talking, and he's like, yeah. So I was telling the guys here that yeah, we're totally okay, and then he's like, we are okay, right? And I was like, yeah, we're fine, bro. We're good.
Okay, so it's not as interesting as we thought. It's not dramatic as we thought. They're friends now. They were drinking at the bar last night. I was with them. So sorry for those of you that were looking for a little bit of
this is like the Zen Richard phase of his career.
Yeah, he's
very Zen right now. You know, he's very much like rebuilding bridges. Always had a full head of hair as well. Just incredible stuff.
Yeah.
He's bringing us all together now.
Don't look at his stuff from the last 3 years. It's fine.
Exactly.
Wow, okay. There we go. So sorry, friends. I was expecting some drama as well. I was very excited day one, seeing you on a panel together. Before the panel even started, you were chatting in the green room. Everyone was friendly. I was disappointed, but it's okay.
What can you do?
Now we're just
no drama here, unfortunately.
One big happy family. There's been some drama in the server, though. We've watched some interesting matchups happen, and there's been some happy moments, some disappointments. Surprised with the two teams that have made it through so far. We've got the Young Guns, Heroic, and then Pain, which for me, Dust was... I didn't expect that, I'm going to be honest. So it wasn't a team I would have pegged as one to make the 3-0.
This is the turnaround this team needed, though, if we're honest, right? I mean, this season has not been very kind to them. And even last season, they were a kind of revolving door roster there for a bit, having to use stand-ins for some tournaments, not really finding results. I think the blast-offs and major top 4 finish kind of gave them a little bit of fuel. But this, you know, second season, again, hasn't really been kind to them. So the season finally turned the corner and guaranteed themselves a playoff appearances quickly and looked in a little bit better form. It's nice because, again, I think they're a team that's easy to get behind. And it's just we want to see them perform. It hasn't happened, but so far here, good stuff.
Yeah, and we've seen some changes from them, you know, to try to finally fix their T-sides. I brought up this whole stat with their T-sides being kind of terrible, the worst out of top 20 teams, and of course they come up with great T-sides on both maps against Bait. So my point was completely destroyed, but you know, happy for them at least.
Welcome to the analyst.
Yes,
that's
thank you.
how this goes. You'll make a prediction and it'll be wrong every time, 100% of the time.
I will say they had a pretty simple run in terms of the teams that they met. They didn't meet any of the top dogs. Obviously, some of the surprises like Bait beating 3D Max, that kind of they dodged the bullet there a little bit. So far haven't been tested by the top dogs yet.
I would say decent win against GamerLegion at least. I mean, I know GamerLegion's kind of in their own free fall right now, if we're being 100% honest, in the second half of the season where they're getting it done. But I'm also really impressed with Heroic. I mean, you talk about a team dealing with a bunch of moving parts. I mean, they've had so much of their talent stripped away from them, their coach stripped away from them. They're bringing people off the bench, like all these different things they've had to deal with over the last several months. And yet they were also able to go 3-0 through the groups. And we're continuing to see, you know, bringing xFlow back, really having an impact for the team, giving them a true aggressive entry rifler who can play the Star CT spots really well. You know, Nilo continues to prove that he was definitely kind of worth the wait, I guess you could say, after being signed and kind of sitting around for a few months before finally coming into the full roster. And, you know, All Karen's even had impact, you know, as this Opera on loan. You know, they obviously didn't get to use him last event. They had to use Hades as a stand-in. So to see him come back just goes to prove, look, if you need an Opera, go to Kazakhstan.
That's where I'm actually the only place where I'm on the fence, because I actually rate Heroic quite highly, and I was surprised by how many struggles they've had throughout the season so far. Of course, I mean, if you can't hold down a roster for more than 2 events at a time, you know, you sign Griggs, that just goes completely haywire. It doesn't really work out. You have to change operas and all of that. So yeah, Alcaran is the only piece that I'm still looking at and seeing whether he can hang at the tier 1. The rest I liked. I was surprised when they benched xFlow. I felt like he was always an impactful player. And then the Nilo return, I think, has always worked for them.
There's a lot to talk about with that young team and how they've moved around. And I think this was a conversation at the start of the day, the start of the tournament, we were talking about like the benching and coming back. And I think my understanding was Tania was never meant to be a permanent part of this team. But then because he was playing so well, other players stayed on the bench. So the change as much as we're talking about what a big deal it is, for the team it actually wasn't, because this was the original lineup that they were looking at. I don't know, though, if this team is capable of sort of heavy hitting with the big dogs yet. Is this always going to be a team that kind of sits in, it's just on the cusp of making it big? What do you think, Striker?
I think it's always going to come down to Alcaran, because I think that's kind of the third piece that's like the potential third star that we haven't necessarily seen so far, because I think the top two Riflers are pretty strong. I think Youngstar is a pretty good X factor, but he doesn't necessarily have the consistent impact. He will have games where he pops off, but I think Alcaran is where that difference will come from, whether they're going to be able to stay around the top 10 and hang there. Obviously, punching above that, that's a completely different story usually. But Alcaran, I think he just needs to find his place, find his spot on some of the maps. I think he's still finding out whether he is more passive AWPer, more aggressive AWPer. We see him kind of flip-flop between the two, so that's where I'm looking.
You're talking about young stars and players that have stood out. Let's take a look at some of our players so far that have made an impact here at PGL Masters Bucharest. We've got a nice little list here. Dust. I like the giggle.
Someone say blame F, please. Like, can we just fund some type of airlift operation to get this guy out of the black hole that is...
Where would you put him?
Anywhere. This guy's good. Like, I think that the narrative around this guy for so long.
Back on Astralis?
What a great idea. Let's put him on the dead team. Fantastic.
Yeah, exactly.
I mean, look, like, this guy had such a narrative around him for so long that, he's just a baiter. That's all he does. He just baits people. Like, he's playing, like, some of the more active positions now on Fnatic and still having high levels of impact, high levels of frag. He's been doing it for ages. And look, like, I had some hope, like, they brought Jumbo in. Like, Jumbo's actually a pretty good AWPer, hybrid rifler, like, definitely talented. Maybe they are actually going to be able to build around him. But then they lose Mattis, and it's just like, all right, man, like, you're really killing me at this point. So, yeah, I would love to see him just kind of move on at some point. But also, good to see Big Uzera, stepping up in form. I think he was such a big fragging IGL for a lot of people, but has had a tough year. Cool to see him up there. Cool to see Sadson up there. I think he was definitely a guy that was under fire at CAC that was struggling with the AWP. So cool to see that. But other than that, I think a lot of these other names are names you kind of expect will be up towards the top of the list.
Boomich, I don't know about expected,
I did not expect that one. Like, I'm going to call it Boomich. Like, what the hell?
Yeah. Well, I mean... he's had to do something because the rest of his team has not been kicking it. So it has been nice to see, sure.
There's another one I wanted to point out, Towson. I think I've been really impressed with him lately. Obviously, it's usually been, on the rifle side, has been PR that's really been stepping up for them. Rez is always the kind of the X factor, high impact sort of a guy. But Towson doing it from the more passive positions, from the more lurky anchor positions. I think that's been the big revelation for a very struggling GamerLegion at the moment, to be honest.
So basically, what we've got there is a shopping list for Astralis.
Yes.
You can either take Carson to try and fix whatever's going on, because whatever is going on there is messy. And this is something we've had a chance to see the last few days.
Bro, if I'm tossing, I'm like,
no, thank you. I don't know, man.
Where I'm at, actually.
I don't know, man. Between that and GamerLegion, I think at the moment they're both in a very similar spot, to be honest.
Yeah.
It's rough. It's rough out there. It's rough for two teams. They're done. Their PGL Masters journey has come to an end.
Mm-hmm.
I'm going to start with the Brazilians first, because this was, I don't want to say it was expected, but they're playing with a stand-in, right? MIBR goes home. They're going to do a boot camp now, I believe, for the next month. That this was something that they said on HLTV, but you kind of expected it. That they weren't playing with their full roster here.
I'm going to do it again. I'm going to do it again. I need something. I need a camera on me real quick. World, I need you to hear me right now. Listen, Insani, one of the best entry fraggers in the world, speaks very good English. Very good player.
You can't just keep take it away. Out of teams. That's not how this works, Dad.
I can.
You can, but just put them on another Brazilian roster. I can see where this is headed.
No,
go ahead.
An international lineup. I'm talking.
That's what I mean.
Insani from the scene, right? Like, we've seen some of these Brazilian teams go international, like what Furia obviously has done. What made Brazil try to do? A little bit unfortunate they couldn't use Clem at this event. Had to use one of their academy players. But I just really feel like this guy has been like hard stuck in this roster for so long. And, even though I respect what's the right word here? I expect the, willingness to gamble and try to bring international players to, revise this team, since obviously, fishing for Brazilian talent hasn't really quite worked out for them. But I'm still not seeing it, even with Clem.
I hate the fact that we would take more Brazilian players out of Brazilian teams. I think that's been happening enough the last couple of months, though. I mean, Furia had to go for Yakindar because Insani wasn't available, I mean, that would have been an obvious upgrade. So I think that's, like, nobody has the money for these guys, apparently.
Is it fair to even break down what's just happened with MIBR because it was a stand-in playing? I don't want to be too tough on them. This isn't the lineup that we're meant to see.
You're absolutely right. within the ideas of like this event itself and CAC. Like, I agree, it's a very tight window. You know, you didn't get to play with your full 5 at this event. I give them a pass on this one. You're 100% right. I'm more talking about the long term of Made in Brazil over the last entirety of this year and even into last year.
Yes, but Dutch, you can't just take play. You can't take Blame F and Insani and then just have them hanging out in the ether. Like, there needs to be a team. Use your day rates, set up an organization. There you go. Solution.
All right.
Yeah, he's not going to get very far with that, to be honest.
Like, not really sure I'm hitting those.
That's a lot of, I don't know, have you heard the rumors around the Brazilian scene the last couple of years? It's kind of like the money is pretty high that you have to pay for these guys.
Take a low now. There we go. All right. On the other side, NIP.
Sell the house, whatever you have to do.
Just get rid of everything. I hate this conversation because we've done it every single morning since the show has started, but we're going to dumpster fire all over NIP again. What is going on with this lineup, Striker? It's just...
I will be nice here a little bit because...
How? They're out of the competition.
Well, that's the point. I think the past couple of weeks couldn't have been easy when you have 2 babies coming into the team at the same time. Seriously, I would have thought.
They didn't carry the babies. They didn't have to give labor. They just had to stand there and hold a hand. Come on.
From what I was watching, it was just very clear that they were a bit rusty. They probably haven't practiced heavily with both Exist and a Snappy. I mean, they weren't even supposed to come in with Snappy until the last minute when the baby was finally born and he could come in. I would imagine the last couple of weeks haven't been particularly heavy on prep for those guys, and you could kind of tell from the games.
Okay, so we're blaming the small children.
Fair enough, if you want to put it that way.
Save Kaspersky. You know, I'm just going to keep the same thing.
We're doing this
again. Okay, so now we have Blame F, we have Insani, and we have Excursion. That's kind of, I don't know, there's a lot of overlap there, Dust. I don't think that's the same team you're talking about.
It was a joke. Seriously, getting into it, though, it's like, look, NIP's so hard to put your finger on because at times I see them doing the right things. Like, let's be honest, it was impressive that they were one of the few organizations who didn't go for the whole idea of picking up a core from somewhere else and just getting themselves in the VRS right away. They kind of picked a free team. They grinded their way to a point where they actually made it to an event at Astana. They played very well at Astana. And then off the back of that, we saw them, you know, play second at Star Ladder, you know, doing a couple of good things. But then I'm also watching them lose to Eyeballers and Ints at Draculand, go 0-3 at this event, and then they also lost to Ecstatic at Glitch Masters. It's like, I don't know what's going on, to be honest with you. Like, they are so incredibly hit or miss. And, you know, you have Wrinkles in a slump right now, which is very damning. You know, EU Jerks kind of had a revitalized second half of the year, but overall has kind of struggled, in my opinion. Like, there's a lot of problems over there.
This is a good example of the VRS conversation, though. So Yanko said this on day one, where he was like, NIP is why you pick up a core. Like, they are the showcase. They were meant to be the showcase of what happens when a bunch of good players get together and grind the system, but it hasn't panned out that way for the organization. And now they're sitting in, it's cool they're going to be at the major, but for the most part, like, it's not looking good for them next year, Striker.
Yeah, it's kind of rough. They will have to be they will have to put in a pretty good result over at the Star Ladder major. Otherwise, it's going to be a rough first, you know, half of the season again for them. I think that's where they will have to really punch up with their weight because, yeah, as Dust was saying, the last couple of months haven't been very kind. I wouldn't put this one to the system as much as I think some of the moves that they made didn't necessarily work out in the end. I mean, that was the big one that, I mean, I was pretty high on, to be honest. I thought he was going to put up the numbers, but then they realized very quickly U-Jerks wasn't necessarily the star guy that they were looking for. They had to move him around. That's why they brought in Kaspersky as well. And as much as he has, I think, thrived in that role, it's the rest of around him that have kind of fallen apart. And Wrinkle, I think you're really, you know, it was good to point out he is in a bit of a slump, and he has always been the guy that needed to be there for this NIP to be a top 10 contender.
Okay, let's have a little bit of fun before we get into today's game. So we know MIBR and NIP are going home. Who joins them today?
Can we see the matchups? I have to check, actually.
I'm curious. I mean, here we go. We'll have a chance to see what those matchups look like on the stream. But I mean, who do you think could potentially be
Astralis is going home.
Yep.
I'm going to go with that one.
No more belief in Hooksy? Is that where we're at?
The only way that goes the other way is if 3D Max just didn't sleep throughout the night. They've been on a busy schedule, whatever. I don't think they're winning that game.
Then BetBoom GamerLegion, that's a coin flip. I have actually no idea, to be honest with you. You'd like to favor GamerLegion maybe a little bit just from like their landform being a bit better than BetBoom and having more reps at it, but it's not like a confident one on that one. Then for GamerLegion Fnatic, again, who the hell knows? Like they're both in weird spots right now, in my opinion. So it could go either way.
It's kind of sad that the top performing player could potentially be going home today, right? Who thought that was a world we'd live in?
I think Fnatic have that game, to be honest. I haven't been really particularly impressed with GamerLegion lately. I'm still looking at Hypex and whether he's even going to be better than Kersey. I think there was a lot of talk about that. So, and I actually, I'm not a hater. I'm not a hater of Fnatic as much as Dust is and the new setup. I know that Jacosmo hasn't had the best time so far, but he has had to do a lot of swaps. I think he does have a little bit more in him. And if you have Blameless performing to this level, and then the rest of the guys actually are doing pretty well, I think Jambo's always been exciting to watch, and he's actually been doing well this tournament for the most part as well. So I think they've got this.
Dust, which team don't you hate?
Liquid. For some reason.
Oh my
it's very weird.
I think you do. I think you do, though. You do have that relationship with them as well, though.
It's the loop. It's the loop of lunacy. So back, not back.
It's like a toxic relationship. He just keeps going back for more. When
I don't hate all these teams. Look, I want them to do better. That's the only thing. It's more. It's not hate. It's disappointment. It's the worst kind. The silent treatment kind of thing. You know what I mean?
Well, maybe we can curb that disappointment today and hype you up. Take a look at these games. Let's see. Maybe there's a result here that'll excite you. Bait versus Legacy.
That's a fun game.
Liquid versus FlyQuest. I think that's pretty fun.
Come on,
I think there's room for a little bit of an upset. And then, of course, starting with Aurora versus Sword. Did you just straight up say no to the Liquid FlyQuest upset?
FlyQuest is not upsetting Liquid, all right? It's just not happening.
He's just
it's not a reality I'm willing to accept.
They already beat a better team, to be fair, than Liquid. Yeah. You can't say Liquid are a better team right now. You can't say that. You don't get to say that.
Like a team play and like tactical level, yes, but like talent-wise, I think Liquid will eventually surpass them.
But haven't we been saying that about Liquid for the past 3 years or whatever?
Now.
Okay, this is the time.
Elige was the key.
This is the time. To be honest, I actually agree with this. I actually think this is where Liquid do start turning it around, because I think there's a lot of pieces that actually make sense.
I'm projecting forward. But
do they have enough time to turn it around though? Because I worry that this lineup may need more time than's available to them.
I mean, they still have about a month before the major, before the run up to the major, so I think they can get up to speed. And I saw even Elige was super hype about the prospects for the major. I think he said that he's looking for a top 4 result at the major. That's how high he was on his team. And he said this at Birch Cup. This was literally his second game that he played with this team, and he's like, yeah, we're making top 4 at the major.
Also, let's be real, like Elige can't continue to perform as low as he has the last couple. Like, that's gonna turn around, I feel like.
I think that Elige is always better than the parts he's with, and it doesn't always show in the server.
Yeah, but when's the last time you've seen a tournament like this from him? Like, that just doesn't happen. Like, he's going to turn the corner at some point.
It's a weird one for me, because I do think that he is probably one of the best players in the world, but he just hasn't found that lineup that clicks.
You can make the argument he's the second best entry fragger in the world after Donk. You could make that argument.
I don't think you can make that argument at this moment.
Pure T-side entering, you can make that argument.
Yeah, I don't know. I think he's a bit too unstable or inconsistent in that way, because we saw him. I mean, we covered him on the second shift when they were playing against Aurora. He was having a really rough time, and you could tell that when he doesn't get off to a good start, you can see he's overcompensating. He's going for too many plays. He's a bit, awkward in the duels he's taking. Some of these moments that he has, for a guy that's whatever he is now, 27, 28, and then he's obviously had the experience he's had. It feels like he should have gotten over this hump by now.
Yeah, I mean, maybe here's the only reason why I'm making the argument that I said on that is, like, if you look at the totality of 2025 and you look at the fact that he was on a FaZe team that clearly was struggling, they clearly were on the same page. The guy had the second best entry stats in the world on T side after Donk. Yeah. So the fact that he was able to do that in that environment I think is still pretty impressive. Like, CT side struggled on FaZe, sure. Overall didn't go well, sure. Overall, this tournament hasn't gone well for him, sure. But I expect that corner to turn.
I'm just going to rain on your parade. Doesn't matter what your individual.
Bring your energy vampire stuff on, whatever it is.
I was just going to say, it doesn't matter what your individual stats are. You need to be winning as a team. That's all that we remember. And at the moment,
they've won 2 games.
Wow, Dust. Stop with the liquid Kool-Aid now. Enough. We're going to move on to the game that you're actually here for. You're not here to listen to North American propaganda. You're here to watch Aurora up against Soul. One of these teams is going into the playoffs. And let's get right into the nitty-gritty of this. There is no world where Soul should be beating Aurora for a playoff position, as far as I'm concerned. If you're an Aurora fan, you feel that way. If you are Aurora, you should be feeling that way.
100%. Also, if you look at the paths that these two teams have had, Yesterday, yeah, of course, Aurora had a bit of an off game against Heroic, but it's also a team that I think has very high individual skill that they lost to, and I think Saw is not necessarily that. I think they have to search, for like big over performances to be able to take some of these games, and for Saw, it's been kind of the exact opposite. They've struggled through, I think, 4 overtimes over their 2 games, deciders that went to overtimes against NIP and BetBoom, so you're not necessarily comfortable, clearly. They're losing their map pick, the whole map that they've had this entire time, so it's a bit of a struggle bus.
Like, there's 2 different stories you have to kind of look at with Aurora. If you want to talk about Aurora, just where they were at the beginning of the year when they came second at Bounty and they did well at Katowice and they were on a roll kind of the first part of the first season of the year. You compare this to what they're at now, yeah, they have dipped. They are struggling. But then the second part of the story is, okay, but that was against like some of the best teams in the world. Like, they're losing the top 10 teams, in some of those situations. Like, yeah, it's damning because they were fighting for a long time with Mongols, in my opinion, for like a top 5 spot. Yep. Like you knew Vitality was up there, Spirit was up there, Mouse was up there, but like they were in the conversation for a lot of the year, and then they really fell out of that conversation. But now they're up against a team like Saw. They're up against a field that's much lighter than some of these tournaments where they've struggled, and that's where it's like you kind of have to put all the stuff I just said to the side and realize that they're still a quality team and they should be taking care of business in a matchup like this.
Let's focus on PGL Masters Bucharest only. I don't think Aurora's looked convincing. I don't think they look like a team that only loses to sort of top 10 teams. I think they look shaky.
Yesterday, yes. I think before that, it wasn't too bad. Yeah, they had a bit of a rough mirage against Fnatic where they had to come back through several clutches. Kind of the same thing actually happened against Liquid. Same thing on Mirage where, they relied on clutches to even make it close. But other than that, I actually have been pretty impressed with what they've shown so far. It just felt like yesterday they just, I don't know, ran out of steam. Woxic's having a bit of an off tournament, it feels like, but the rest of the cast is pretty much showing around him. So I think that was just an off day for Aurora.
They're a favorite to win, Dust. Do you think that they can do that?
They can, absolutely. I mean, I think some of the things that they have going for them, despite some of the struggles that we've kind of mentioned, is the fact that Xantares is still looking pretty sharp in his entry role, still is one of the best entry fraggers in the world, in my opinion. I have really liked Wacadia's development as a player this year. I think if you compare Wacadia now to the Wacadia that he was when he was kind of still a rookie in Tier 1 last year, the dude's developed very nicely. Yeah. He's become, a little bit more assertive, like he still sometimes plays passive positions, but he is able to be playmakers in those positions as well as being a good, CT rotator role player. And you kind of compare it to someone like Agile on the other side, where they play kind of differently on the CT sides and their teams play very dramatically different styles, but I feel like they almost kind of serve a similar role on their team, where like they're not the main entry guy, but they're a great trade fragging guy, and they're also pretty stable. You can see they take a similar number of opening attempts on the T side, for example, and they're both developing, I think, at a pretty solid trajectory. Like Agile is kind of a year behind Wacadia, because this is kind of his rookie year, but he's trending in the right direction for Saul, in my opinion. So it's kind of cool to see those 2 players kind of showing you that, hey, like there's still some guys coming up.
I really like Agile, actually, because I was a year ago when they added him, I didn't see what the guys in saw in him. It just felt like maybe they were just hoping for some of that potential to show. First half of the season still doesn't really show much, and then the second half of the season, he's actually become one of their stars from positions that you don't necessarily expect. He's kind of a hard anchor for a lot of the spots. Yep. He's more of an active lurk, and he makes that work, but that's just how he's kind of find his place in this team. So, and he's very sharp, honestly. Mechanically, you can tell that he's very sharp.
He's the future of this team, in my opinion.
Yeah, 100%.
I think it's going to be because of him.
Yeah, I agree with that. I do think that the one place where Aurora can struggle sometimes, and we could see that in Malta, we could see that at this tournament when they did have some of those off maps, is when Xantares doesn't get those openings, when he doesn't get them rolling. You can tell that because he's so far ahead of the team, they don't really trade him, and they start a lot of the rounds in 4v5s, and they get lost in that a little bit, and then they just die around the map. They don't really get to turn around from that. So like that's one thing I've noticed with Aurora. That's kind of been a theme for a while now.
If you've noticed it, there's a good chance Sour's noticed it as well. I mean, let's talk about this particular lineup and how they match up when they're facing off against Aurora. What do you think about them?
Here's the thing, like Saul to me kind of reminds me a little bit of 3D Max in the sense that I like the way they play Counter-Strike. Like I think they're a pretty balanced team. Like they understand how to play defaults appropriately. They have well-defined roles. They can bring pacing changes. I think Muterus sometimes even overperforms for an IGL and fragging and impact and openings and things that...
He's in all the right spots for that, to be fair.
Yeah, exactly. And so like I think for me it's just like sometimes there's a firepower discrepancy between them and the opponents that they're up against that sometimes holds them back. And Aragorn... I mean, I know this has been a focus for you because this was a crazy aberration performance for him compared to anything else I had seen up until this point.
Yeah, just like in the second Lord of the Rings movie, just when you think Aragorn is dead,
He rises again.
exactly. He's alive. He actually had a great performance. Even in the other games, he's been pretty good for this team. Effectively, it's made me kind of throw everything I knew about Saw out of the window, because this guy was like 0.85 in Tier 2, you know, playing some of these LAN tournaments in Portugal and in Philadelphia or wherever they've been, and he's just been struggling at that level, and then suddenly he comes and plays some of these top 15 teams, and he actually makes it work. That was a big surprise to me.
Yeah, because he was kind of meant to be their EU Jerks replacement, I feel like.
Yeah.
Kind of be their big entry fragging guy. And he had really struggled. So to see him play well yesterday, hopefully that's like a turning of the corner. Pick ban coming up. Ancient Mirage, we knew those two maps were gone, right? Perma bans for both teams, no surprises there. I'm interested in what Aurora does, because I think that they could pick Inferno, or they could force this team to play Overpass for the first time.
I honestly think it's not going to be Dust 2 or Train. It's actually really going to be Nuke. Honestly, it was not necessarily. It's more like they don't really have another option, to be honest, to go anywhere else. And it's clearly a comfort map. They just lost it all three maps that they've played it here. There's the Inferno. You were actually absolutely right. I didn't see that coming, to be honest.
I was wondering if they would maybe force Saul to finally play Overpass.
Yeah, I thought after yesterday, Aurora might be a little bit hazy on Inferno, but I guess it's fine.
Train's going to be the third map for sure.
I think
we're on the train hype.
Yeah, it's going to be the third map for sure.
Yeah, Saw just doesn't like Overpass. They barely played it in the last 3 months. That's basically their second ban every time. So Train makes a lot of sense here.
So let's focus in on Nuke now. Like you mentioned, their Saw hasn't exactly had a great run on it here at PGL Masters, yet the pick has come out. I'm presuming, like Striker said, Dust, they're trying to play into their strengths. This is obviously the map that they feel they can put the best performance up, and it doesn't really matter what the opposition's bringing. This is the one that they want to perform on.
Yeah, I mean, we've seen them beat NIP, we've seen them beat GamerLegion, so clearly they have confidence in this map, and, you know, it's been a map online for them that's been pretty good. On land, it's been a little bit dodgy, but again, like every map's been a little bit dodgy for Saw, for being honest. But I think in this sense, it's a solid pick, although I will say Aurora has actually been in a little bit better nuke form recently.
I was going to say about Inferno, I feel like Aurora's thinking might just be that they've just seen Saw play it so much. I think it was couple of overtime games that they've played on it. It was yesterday as well. So maybe they just feel like they know well enough, know what Saw well enough, because I felt like they were just going to get into a map pool where they get both Dust 2 and Train, which is both strengths for Aurora. And that's where they would go, but I guess they were thinking differently.
There's a good chance that their analysts have seen something that they think that they can maybe abuse. That could be a potential thing. How does Aurora play Nuke, though? Because, Dust, you mentioned that they've had a good run so far. I mean, what does it look like?
I mean, on the CT side, I mean, it really is all about, you know, Xantares being that main yard player and Wakadia being kind of that floating, you know, kind of guy who can kind of help outside, help on the A-bomb site. And I feel like that's kind of like where their strengths really lie. I think Joda as a ramp anchor is a potential weak point. I think this is a guy who started out very strong on this team at the beginning of the year, and he was, in my opinion, one of the guys I thought was one of the best signings of the offseason. He's kind of cooled off, if we're honest. I'm a little bit worried about that. Then, you know, get to the T side, just like every other map, they just gather and go. They're a deathball-y team. You know, I think they actually struggle to play defaults in mid-round situations, in my opinion, so they kind of rely more on going for faster pace executes, trying to catch timings, trying to throw pacing changes at you, just vary the timings and utility just enough to make you kind of second guess, but they're very reliant on just kind of running it down, and that's what they're going to try to do on this one as well.
Win condition for Saw, Striker?
We've been talking a lot about the Gilles. I really like how he plays inner. He, you know, picks his timing very well. He likes to peek out a door, you know, use that smoke a little bit to work around it. He likes to pick ramp. That could be the potential weak point that Dust was talking about, where maybe he finds Joda in a couple of those situations. I really like him because I felt like Saw in the games that they've played so far, they haven't made any of the other opening moves work a lot. Story was trying to work outside. He was getting picked off by Hypex. Just didn't really have a lot of agency on the map, and they were struggling to make that work. And it was on the other side. It was actually inner, you know, where it tends to be harder, but at least you can have some individual agency if you're a jail and try to pick some of those sides.
Isn't it interesting that we're sitting here talking about Saw again, getting ready to go into playoffs? I mean, it isn't the big stage of last year, but I did think that was like a one-hit wonder, and that this was going to be a lineup during VRS that we probably were never going to bring up again.
Yeah, I mean, I think what killed me was when they got that top 4 finish at Fissure. That was one that kind of struck me when they actually were able to beat Fury at that event. And I was like, whoa, that kind of came out of nowhere. And then they did well at some Iberian lands, but not much outside of that. So this is their next big chance, like you said, to maybe show that that wasn't a one-off.
This is the theme with Saw. Every time you think that they're done, they just come up big. It was in Cluj with that top 4, I think, or top 8, I think. It was at Fisher. I think they had one EPL also where they overperformed. Just when you think they don't really have anything going for them, you know, they just come up with some of these bigger results.
It's always a surprise. What's not a surprise is that our casters are ready to go. Scrawny and Launders are with us. Good morning.
Congratulations.
Thank you. Hello, Striker. Nice of you to join us in the morning shift, my friend.
Hello.
He slept in every other day. That's why he wasn't here.
Yeah, it's been a transition. I'm not gonna lie.
Yeah, he really at breakfast.
He's like, what are call
morning.
times?
Yeah, he looks uncomfortable about getting up early in the morning. I always feel bad for Launders because he doesn't get to play golf early in the morning now, being on the show.
Now he will have a chance.
It's okay. We have one best of 3 today, the two of us. So guess where we're going?
Rock climbing.
Who knows?
Ooh, that's a great guess.
Yes,
That's a great guess.
It's
yes.
possible.
I don't know where you're going later. I know where you're going right now into game.
Oh, smooth, Sam. Yes, we are. We've got Aurora versus Saw to kick it off today, everybody. So buckle up, because I remember, like Striker had just alluded to, back at Cluj, where we thought 3D Max was going to make playoffs. It was all a big deal, and then they threw it to a dying Saw at the moment, and we knew that Saw was going to make changes. This Saw is, well, a little more sharpened as of late, and not supposed to be going anywhere at all. Big swing versus a team like Aurora that a lot of teams had as the favorite to win this event coming into it, or, you know, at least a team that was going to do a deep run with damage. To kick it off on Nuke is the test for Saw. And Agil's got the first as he gets the entry outwards. Second kill back sight. A little bit awkward, but it's all good if Wicadia can pick it all up. Unfortunately, here for Aurora, he can't. Only gets himself 1. So we've got 3 up for Saw in the post plant. And Madger.
They faked it because they're terrified. They're like, how'd we just take over this whole site? There was guys everywhere.
Gotten scarily quiet.
Look how scared he is. He hasn't even reloaded. He's got 2 teammates with him.
God forbid you throw this one. Madger doesn't have a kit, so I'll go ahead and make the brave call.
Staying up in heaven's interesting. He is... Surely he's going to test it.
Yeah, take a little look. Take a little look.
He can't even dive at no plant. I mean, you gotta test it at least.
Well, we're at 11 seconds on the bomb. And that's that. So, yeah, Launders, you're looking at me with a furrowed brow.
What is that? What is that?
What is it? I don't know.
Come on, Madger.
You know. Just hanging around, man. Hanging out. Having a powwow.
Retaking 1v3 from heaven it's not easy. No kid, it's definitely hard, but...
It's even harder when you don't even try.
Way harder, yeah.
Met by the 1-tap, though. So, nice multi-kill on the entry, and Saw go up in the pistol. This is what they're looking for. Knock Aurora's confidence down a peg.
It's down low. It's been a bad couple of months. Been a bad few months.
There have been high highs in 2025 for Aurora. It's just low lows more recently. But again, I think the Des did a good job of painting the story of how they usually just come through versus opposition like this and get a chance to beat them up a bit. This is where they're supposed to thrive. Individually be that much better, but a flying Aragorn gets himself 2 kills. Insta headshot on Santeras. This force buy's got nothing to stand on. If anything, you just want to try to save as you still can. Majority for Aurora to try the exact same thing in the next one. A flying MAC-10 double entry.
Tell me that was a spray transfer as well.
Dirty, dirty stuff. It's not the kind of awe-inspiring start that Aurora were hoping for. In the sense that when you go name to name down these 2 rosters, you'd think Aurora should just be able to bully. But, we've seen...
Saw have been, kind of interesting in that they arguably they made the worst roster moves of any team in, the top 100. It's it didn't really make sense at all. And then they didn't actually do too badly with their new players. But if you compare the matches they're winning and losing, Saw are not beating anybody that's much better than them. Aurora are not losing to anybody that's not that's much worse than them. Like, Aurora can't punch up right now, but neither can Saw. So if this is going to be the upset, this will be the low point for sure for Aurora. And a major high point for Saw, because now they've officially made some kind of a run here if they take out Aurora.
Met by a Walk 6 scout. Uterus not going to be able to get that ball rolling outer. And it did feel like it was going to be another one of those tales where we hype up Aristos and Ujerks for all that they were able to do at the PGL Copenhagen Major, kind of turned heads again for Saw. And when they departed the team, it was like, ooh, never coming back.
We didn't really get public reasons either, right?
Greener pastures. Perhaps. Thinking they could exceed what Saw's accomplishments have achieved. But here they are, Saw. Match away, excuse me, from the playoffs. They get down onto the B floor. Scout can't get any further damage in. It was just that one shot on Uterus. That's it. That's all. And it's not going to stop him from getting the kill to Xantares either. So comfortable bomb plant. Again, what was saved last round comes into this one just as unsuccessful at stopping Saw out of spawn. You slowed down Muteris outside, but for what? B-site still crumbles under the pressure, and Saw kick this T-side off with the 3-0 start.
We're running out of P2K users. There weren't many to begin with, but I think it's down to Legion and Woxic.
I think some species should go extinct. Maybe P2000.
They get the extra bullet in the mag.
You know, maybe they're on that list. Alongside of Wasps.
Wasps and P2K users.
Wasps can go themselves. Not Vitality, though. They're bees. So here we go. Make a difference, Aurora. You got the full gun rounds, but it's just not been very inspiring. They're kind of limping around, meandering in these little three-player situations. Not even really challenging Saw on bomb
They look
sites.
a little bit gluey and low energy.
Yeah, a little tired, man.
Yeah,
out of
they
the
look
gate.
tired.
You got to be drinking as much coffee as Dustin.
Yeah. They're not. They don't have the energy that Saw have right now.
You know, Dustin came in fired up today.
And yeah.
Need that Dust Bowl energy if you are Aurora, but it's man down out of the gate again. We are talking about an Aurora that has 3 kills currently in 3.5 rounds of play.
Yeah, Woxic's on pace for a stinker right now.
As is Xantares. The Des did a good job of talking about how when Xantares, kind of, especially on T-sides, isn't having those good games, that the rest of Aurora just find themselves so consistently in 4 versus 5s because he plays ahead of the pack, right? That's what you want to do with Xantares. You want him to be the tip of the spear, to create that space for you, but when it goes south, who recovers it? And luckily, you know, with Joda's inclusion, that was the formula, that without Xantares, you would still have firepower potential on the other 4 that could recover so many of those X-Factor moments. But that's not, even though it's the same formula roster-wise, it's not the same identity that we're getting anymore. And I think that's an element of their struggles. You know, but again, nobody's really taking a poke, nobody's making a move, nobody's looking to win this round in terms of individual moments so far for Aurora. We hit 30 seconds, so maybe Saw will ultimately fumble it versus the clock. Joda would have a chance to slow things down if not for that fire. They're going to take a swing down to the B site, joining up with Muterus from Secret. Madger's going to get stuck in the vent, so solo decon player now dead. Makes this all the easier for Saw to put bomb down with 10 seconds on the clock. And again, stories here to prevent that further rotate. So Aurora don't make moves, lose ramp room, and Saw's going to find the first gun round as well with potentially still 5 players alive. Again, 3 kills.
Oh my God.
3 kills for Aurora in 4 rounds so far.
Aurora look completely lost. Like, they look completely lost. They look literally tired. Even from Woxic on the pistol in the back of the site, missing all those shots. Getting opt on an angle that's the duel he can pick. He can stand anywhere he wants, and he fights Story outside. Story gets on top of the box and finds a better angle than Woxic. How do you have that gap mentally as an opper? That's this is a really I mean, like, Saw look fantastic. They've got the energy right now. They're nice and explosive. They're getting the entries. They're playing together. This is like a real scary scene, it feels like, for Aurora. It doesn't feel like just a slow start. Like, they feel like they're totally off the same page.
Maybe a little timeout can help them kickstart it. You know,
Yeah.
we're not trying to throw Aurora under the bus for the sake of taking it away from Saw either. I just think, you know, in this case,
It's a big upset, yeah.
I want to see two Tango partners. But Aurora stumbling over their own feet at the moment. And Saw stomping on them instead.
Yeah, we didn't get to see the other Aurora games, so couldn't say if this is exactly how it looked last time, but like, look at the moments right here. Every single player is just getting sort of caught sitting on an angle. They have no idea what's happening. They've got 3 kills this game so far.
They feel kind of
They
frozen.
have 3 kills so far.
Yep. That's what I'm saying, man. Just not online yet. But off the timeout. Let's see if that fire has been sparked.
You're going up against Crazy with a K right now, man.
Why'd you pick the one guy with 0 kills on Saw?
One of 2 guys who's even died. I just had the best name.
Okay. Molly beyond Joda is going to flush him upwards. There we go. Kill number 4 for the Aurora squad.
Oh my goodness. Did he really just throw that op away?
Yeah, he did. He just threw the op out of the map to play AK.
4v4. Threw the op away.
Damn, Story.
I wish I was rich like that.
Yeah, right? Wicadia here versus 3. MP9's going to get traded. So again, Aurora at least getting some kills this round. However, trade frags are good for Saw. It's going to create uncertainty. And in these slowed down mid-round moments that we've seen already so far in this first 5 rounds of competition, this is where Aurora start getting blindsided, and it's going to happen again.
Wow.
Crazy comes through main, finds timing. There's no scramble because Madger's down in control, and so it's a 5-7 even on this plane for Aurora to try to stop it. Gets caught out in the lobby by Agil, who just holds off on the flank. Boom. 5-0 Saw. Call it. Throw in the towel. I'm done here.
Yeah, we'll go by kill. They got 5 kills so far in 5 rounds.
Wow, what's happening?
It's
like that poke. It's like that poke it with a stick meme, you know?
Yeah, it is.
Do something.
Yeah, the White Ninja comic.
Do something. I mean, again, you're making opening moves. Both players at least get kills, and Joda and Wicadia outside this round.
They just look laggy. Like, they look like they're not really thinking. And to me, that kind of makes it feel like they're tired, you know? Now, that's been the story for them, but I haven't really seen it like this in terms of the way they play. Like, I need the crazy Xantares tweet that says I feel like a zombie and like I can't move and
yeah, I'm going to the hospital now.
Like, otherwise, I wouldn't actually have noticed in the server. You know what I mean?
Right.
Madger has 1 ADR.
Excuse me? 1.2 ADR?
1, sometimes 2. Xantares has 3 ADR.
Okay. Well,
Madger and Xantares combined have 4 ADR.
4.2 ADR?
Or sometimes 5.
Woxic's dead already again because we got that vent drop, so hyper aggressive down into B site. That's crazy. Story's throwing ops away.
Yeah.
Agil's picking them up off dead bodies.
They know what they want, right? I mean, even to make a decision like throwing that op away, they do seem very sure-footed. And in a game like this, I would absolutely be trying to focus on CT rotations if I'm Saw as much as possible, because that's what takes the most communication. If a team is looking a little sloppy, that's where they're going to make the biggest mistakes.
There we go. Moment here for Joda. But again, nobody can get more than 1 kill at a time here for Aurora. There's 0 multi-kills coming out of this team.
We need to just keep the ADR on screen until it changes, because here he comes, crazy with a K. No attempt. Saw 6-0.
Damning numbers going down, dude. That ADR graph we brought up, the fact there are no multi-kills for Aurora in 6 rounds of play. No way this is the round.
Oh, it's backside.
Backside.
No, you can't even
No,
make
he
it.
missed it. Gets on with 4.5 seconds. And they're close enough to stop it, but it does kill Agile. So that's the reward you get. Technically, a multi-kill for Madger because the bomb kill goes to his credit, in my opinion. So that's the ramp hold and a second.
No way you just dropped an "in my opinion" on that.
In my opinion, that is his kill. Call it a multi-frag. Call it a comeback. 6-0 start.
Does he get the ADR for it?
No. But he gets the credit. 3 MP9s, Bombus. Here we go, fighting for it. There we go.
Oh, getting it.
Wow, look, a little ferociousness coming out of Aurora, and it looks good on them. Real good with the aggressive ramp play. The most active move they have made so far in this map, and it's going to be the reason they win this, barring a 1v3 clutch. Now, no bomb possession just yet for Agile, and he backs up into Xanteras. They've done it. Aurora have opened their eyes and opened the possibility of getting still 6 rounds on this CT side.
So I think emotionally, you kind of want to call it like that. You know, just something faster.
There we go. Game's gone. Game's on.
Doesn't even matter.
We're gaming. Now we're gaming.
Guys, it's over. No, sometimes it's not even about CS sometimes, man. Sometimes it's about we need to start feeling the game more. Like, let's do something quickly. They were looking so turned off. Like, they just mentally looked like they weren't going to make any decisions. No one was going to take initiative, and that can rev the engine. Trying to do a lobby crunch, and yeah, it's a round where they don't have much to lose. But there's always something that shows you about yourself that day when you start winning your half buys instead of your full rifle rounds.
I like that Saw goes for the instant tack pause, just kind of slows it down a second.
Yeah, I think it's a great idea.
Just maybe try to raise the red flag as to like, well, what other kind of aggressive opening gambits could Aurora possibly throw our way if that's how they're going to shift into play right now?
That, and you say, well, now's a half buy. They got lucky.
Three free AK-47s for Aurora. Xanteras and Woxic versus Muteris outside. But Muteris gone. Back into the lobby where Saw are very much grouped up at the moment. But it smokes down at a tempered pace in the 8th.
I think this is kind of where Saw want them. Slow pace, no pushes. It's the map that they got in all their most successful positions. At least Xanteras has info outside. Oh my gosh. Wow, okay. That's great for Xanteras. Wide enough to find that.
Gonna head towards ramp. Joda lies in wait. Flash for the fallback, hits the roof. Not ideal, but he still has B, and we see this scramble downstairs. And they're holding off Hell as well. Wicadia bolsters Joda's B hold. Flashes find Woxic. Xanteras is now dead, and Woxic is going to have to let them go in the off chance they're still towards that corner. Again, 2 players down on B for Aurora already. Saw it 35 seconds, make their move. Bomb drops down into dark, and the trades come out. Aurora trying to tip this back into their favor. A kill apiece from the 2B defenders. Madger still removed from the situation, and Woxic still at the bottom of the scoreboard for Aurora. But he will find Muteris in the corner, and we go Aragorn 1v2.
Interesting spot he's found himself in backside, but he's not going to be ready for this.
He'll be exposed, and when that door swings, he should be done for.
Oh, what?
It. Nice reaction. Woxic can try to lock in and push down. 20 seconds. Oh, and Woxic finishes with 44 health to spare. wins the last kill, and Aurora will find a second on the CT side, but that economy's still kind of scary, so they are not out of the thick of it just yet.
Yeah, they get a defuse. They have money to get their op in play. The saved gun helps out a lot. They will spend a lot, and they know that Saw have done well to get here. They'll have another buy. Close call, but still, such a better fight from Aurora than we've seen. All the way down to the trades. And it's not like Saw slowed down. They did a good job there too. Taking ramp the way they did, pushing the Hell players back and then going lower to make sure that that guy can't get any help. There's no vent rotator in that spot because they killed Zentaris.
Who's now walked in bottom silo against Aragorn and falls. So Aurora 4 versus 5, recovery needed, but at least they've got the trophy room control going. They're getting active. Ooh, Joda made a loud step.
Yeah.
Made a step.
Give those steps away.
That's why you shouldn't wear clogs to the party. Katie is going to have to reload, so he can't even fight this.
Oh, this is crazy.
Gets the info, but kind of mistimed as the gun went dry. Crazy, and Aragorn doing it all this round. Aragorn will get dropped, but it is still a comfortable looking position here for Saw. If they can all join up, it is quite stringy at the moment. But Madger only has 6 bullets to win this duel.
I think that Muterus slowly wants to get up into heaven. Oh, just missed. That would have been such a nice find for Madger. And unless he still goes and finishes this kill, yeah, Agile just turns around. It's like...
6 bullets on Madger.
He's got the lock off now. I don't know if Muter's trying to get into heaven. I thought that's what they were waiting for. But it looks like he's just waiting for them to rotate to hell.
Right. You know, he'll cut them off with the ladder if they try to get back into that A site. And there's a
they're fine
misread
right
from Aurora going down to the B site. So much outer control and no secret info at any point makes sense for Aurora to assume. You've got to gamble it's one of these sites. And the fact that Madger went into lobby, didn't find anybody.
They're calling quite well, man.
Very nicely done here, Saw, to circumvent Aurora as they're starting to piece together individual rounds, but still nothing consecutive and nothing all too convincing. You know, MP9 rush into the trophy room wins it once, but let's talk about the mid rounds and let's talk about how Saw is winning essentially all of them.
Yeah, they're winning all of them. They're moving well. It's not like they're rushing everything either. They know when to pause. Right there, they waited so long that Aurora made the exact decision that was going to win Saw the round. There will be no chance of coming back to this. Muterus was the one getting the information, given the calls. That was really nicely done. They show up today well prepped.
And we said at the start of the week that there was going to be names this week that seize the moment here at Bucharest Masters to really kind of springboard themselves, setting themselves up for a good 2026 start. Prize pool here is massive and has huge VRS implications for a team like Saw. We just didn't know which of the names would pop off the page. And if Saw are going to add themselves to the 8 teams that move forward into playoffs, that's huge for them, showing that this organization's still going to remain relevant.
Yeah, it's going to be like they're going to be their biggest win with their new lineup. And you can't catch Aurora playing their best to make that happen, but even catching them on a downtrend is really impressive for Saw. It's also going to be the quality of the play, you know, that we look back on and go, okay, that was actually just solid CS overall. They were on the same page. They were good variety.
I think that's the best part of what we're seeing so far this morning is let's, you know, cover up Aurora and the opponent and just look at what Saw are providing. Really good Counter-Strike. And okay, they had to squeeze out their series wins so far, but a 2-win over Ninjas and Pyjamas, a 2-1 over GamerLegion. Knocking down Aurora a peg is maybe off the back of their confidence. 2 players inside a garage stuck up on one another. And between Xantares and Woxic, you'd think you'd be having far more success outside. Backing up into the op, but a missed chance from Story. 2 missed chances, and then he pops up into Woxic, who's going to punish. Yeah, you could see Story's frustration.
Yeah, that was
he
a
knows
bad
he
mistake.
should have. Yeah. In hindsight, I may have messed that one up. But that's okay. He's got teammates that are thriving, namely Aragorn, 13 kills to him, and a minute to the clock as they start to make it down secret. Will they clear the vent? Because Wicadia is letting them go towards Decon. He thought about it.
Yeah, Crazy can't go in there. He's got the bomb.
Wicadia starts to make his move.
Crazy, you got the bomb, my friend. Oh, you got the bomb, my friend.
Getting saucy.
Oh.
Wicadia doubles back. They're still looking at bomb. Ooh, they didn't consider that he was able to cross back over. So well done with Wicadia. That's a good moment for him. In a half where his team is struggling, he's trying to keep it kick-started. It sends him to the top of the list. Joda backside. Aragorn, nothing to lose in this one. Aurora, 3 rounds at the very least on this CT side. And it's because Wicadia finds good timing on Crazy, who drops the first duel, and then the other 2 players who double back uncomfortably.
Yeah, I mean, Crazy, you know, you got the bomb, find a buddy, right? You should be going with the pack there, not leaving your nades for someone else if they've got to go clear out control. But they kind of gave Wicadia that timing. And luckily, you know, Aurora were there to capitalize on it. 2 rounds to go this half.
All right, Saw will crank the dial then. Try to get it out squeaky, not successful. Hut push gets a bit of footing, and Crazy's got the trade frag, but the A defenders stand up to the test. Wicadia trying to be the difference yet again. We'll have another mid-round. Saw's opening move doesn't pay off as they'd hope. We've seen strong recoveries as rounds have slowed down. Why not do it 3v4?
Haven't had them in too many disadvantaged situations, period. That would be a good test, but I don't know. Even like 10 minutes ago, it doesn't feel like Aurora would have stopped a rush like this. They're definitely looking a bit crisper. Molly's coming. Oh, not for the vent, actually. Just to assist with the mini wrap. That's a nice pairing of the grenades there.
Yeah, Muteris clearly blinding Xantares on the approach. Bomb inside of lobby. Here's that CT running away. He knows that Joda's on the rotation back.
Oh, he made a fast step.
Yeah, Crazy's giving him info as well. They're trying to split it. Trying to find that timing. They want to hit this B site while there's still time to spare, but you jump right down into Joda. Saw maybe making a bit too aggressive of a move.
So good.
Joda getting chased down towards that B site ends up with a 3K, the biggest multi-frag moment that Aurora have brought to the table so far on this half.
And we talk about this game 5 rounds in, and Major and Xantares had 4 ADR combined. It's totally different lineup now. Look at the upper hold. As you can see, denying the entries is obviously the most important first step. And I'm not surprised Saw decided to try to break into upper like that. They've already embarrassed Aurora in that position. But now they're slowly letting Aurora back into the game. Seems they've had enough.
They're just talking more. They're moving faster. They're stepping up to the plate, going for a bit more of a swing. You know, this is Aurora just looking a little more.
Every team's a little different, but like I've always related to the experience of if your communication's not there, everything looks slow. And if you, that's what you saw. Oftentimes you will hear coaches just say, "Can we please talk more?" That's it. It doesn't even matter exactly what. It's as long as you're talking to each other, then good things will happen. You'll make better decisions. You'll make faster ones.
Sir.
You'll have better reads.
What is it that Saw said during Blast London? Guys, you want to play some Counter-Strike now or what? You know, that's really all it takes sometimes. Just a boot in the ass. Snap them out of it. Get the energy going. And it feels like it is starting to come alive. There is certainly a pulse on Aurora. They have made a tough go of it for themselves here on Nuke by only securing at most 5 CT rounds. But this one's not for free. Saw does get a player downstairs, and it's been found by Wicadia. You can see clearly he knows something's up.
Smell it, man. My goodness.
Yeah,
Wait, he's going the wrong way. Okay, now he's coming back.
It's coming. He's just 2 nostrils. You know, you got it left, right. Give it a second.
Agile's like, what the heck?
ends up finding him, and now all of a sudden Saw gonna try to slam it against the ramp, and Woxic is here with the op, not just Joda.
Oh,
However, great shots coming out of Crazy's Galil, although 2 CTs down here, and because they've got 1 low health, they're gonna try to really strong arm that frag, and that's when suddenly, oops, Joda appears out from the corner, supporting Wicadia on that fallback down towards B. So good on Aurora to put different pieces over here on ramp. Looks like they may have solved their issue for the defense with a 5-round CT side. As the utility keeps Saw at bay, Crazy continues to get these kills off that Galil.
and Woxic's low, so it's kind of dangerous for him to go for this fight. Crazy's thinking about swinging that.
And as he does, the op will find him. So, Uteris 1 versus 3. Tech9's not going to do it for him. Aurora are here to play. A little late to the party, but at least they showed up for the work.
Yeah, definitely. And they can do that, but like, yeah, they took a long time to get into the game.
We got some smirks going. We got, right?
Yeah.
You know you've still done something bad.
I can't wait for the Madger interview. I love them, to be honest.
Yeah.
I think he's
one of the best.
Great interviews, yeah.
It happens. Always wears his heart on his sleeve. I find him to be very honest as well. Like, in a self-critical way.
Yeah.
No bullshit in that regard.
No bullshit, yeah. I mean, is there any other way to be?
No. That's I mean, but that's my opinion.
Oh. It's like that.
So good on Saw to come out swinging at the start of this game. Good on Aragorn for the 14-8 half. You set yourself up very well to have Aurora struggle. Second pistol round will determine whether Aurora's momentum continues on from the first half. Wicadia already with vision on A, but nobody's signing up for this duel. Main player smoked. And Aragorn sits top hut with Berettas, but he's got both sides to hold off as long as that smoke is up.
This is the guy that can stop him.
Burning. They're gonna know
wrong
exactly
mollies.
where he is. Good utility here from Aurora to unravel the defense. Joda and Xantares with quick headshots on the Glocks, and A-Site falls to Aurora. Story fast lobby flank, losing teammates on the other side, and the squeaky swings got him dead to rights. Crazy from the heavens tries to get something going versus Madger, but now everybody's starting to pick away that health of his. And he is popped. Aurora cut this down to a 1-round lead, and a T-side recovery begins swiftly.
They caught Aragorn off bad. He thought it was the other molly landing on the hut, and he had a spot to stand. And this is obviously their best fragger right now, so with him off the board, the site take was a whole lot easier. Good utility here from Aurora. Much better than the first pistol. That lead has quickly vanished now for Saw.
Fast moves from Aurora. Good pace with those smokes down.
Wonder if we can get an ADR update after this round.
Yeah, we can put it in the order.
Oh man. I'm loving the molly coverage right now.
Yep. Just fast moving and well supported by utility this round. Aurora making sure that they don't fall victim to this force buy. Saw kind of shelled up at the moment, moving the second player down beneath into hell. Story to try to hold back Heaven, but look at this corner commitment. He's got Xantares through the door.
Oh, he shouldered it. Story committing maybe would have been good for him.
And while we get into kind of one of these stringy solo walk-around moments, everybody on Aurora has an advantage over anybody that they find, so they're happy to do it this time. Once you've got the numbers, you can start to take those risks. So a tied game with 5 players alive for Aurora. This is excellent stuff, considering it's going to be Saw on a save in the next one. We should be looking at an 8-7 lead Aurora, and still even better chances to create that economy moving forward. Yeah, that's what we're talking about. That is Xanterez in the server. 180, baby.
I think he just gets nervous when we spectate him because we haven't seen him hit a shot like that until now. The beast is awakened. Going to be surprised to see Aurora get a lead in this game after their start.
Yes,
they had to
100%.
climb the mountain just to get back here, so...
I literally said throw in the towel.
Yeah. Oh, that was only 4 rounds in, too.
Yep, that's how...
And it was right for like 4 more.
Yep. That's how unconvincing the start of this game was for Aurora, but, you know... Oh! Yeah. What? Here we go. Okay, game on. Now, it is versus USPs, but...
Yeah, but if they...
Mechanically...
Mostly headshots, so...
You'd love to see it.
Oh my god.
Let him ace. It's right there for the take.
He's
Xanterez. Yes, sir!
Wow, he's back.
And
totally back.
We spectated it, so maybe no longer nervous.
Look, he's smiling. Hey, you're back, buddy.
Nice to get the ace.
Just for that shot alone, it was like a solid ace.
Potential for good things to come. We'll see whether this was a sign that Aurora are not even going to look in the rear view mirror on this T side. Because you can be slow off the line if your top speed looks like that. And you've got enough runway to pass Saw and leave him in the dust.
On the chicane. Just love that word. I don't even know what it means.
The chicane. Box, box. Box, box. Good angle from Story, though. Xanterez
right when he was feeling good.
Right? From a high to a low. Oh! Low.
No, bad Molly.
Means Crazy can still play out.
Oh, he missed.
Missed chance from Story, down to 13 health. This is getting awkward for Saw, losing control of ramp despite having real efforts.
They're not really rotating yet to help this out.
Crazy just locked into this corner.
Oh, there, they've got him downstairs. Now in the vent, though, Crazy's going to be alone for a second. Let's see if the clear comes out. Wakadia.
Double door could draw some attention. Wakadia's going to walk through, back exposed. Easy one for Crazy. Then Aragorn double kill from inside control. Nicely tethered back and forth, because for a second, that looked like it was going to be scary with Aurora taking over B with the missed op shot from Story. Now, what's still scary for Saw is that health, exactly. But the bomb possession's downstairs at 30 seconds. Aragorn is sitting on top of it, protecting it like a hobbit.
It's in such a crazy spot. I mean, you can't win now, but to be honest, if it, just the bomb being there is not that bad. You can jump down, get on it at the same time, kill the guy in there, be protected. Right after Xanterez's ace, man. They took him out first kill. Even though there's a couple of small mistakes after that, they already got the 5v4. Aurora managed to make a lot of money off those last couple rounds, actually. It's kind of like, how do you get Xanterez to feel good this round? How do you get him to build momentum into this game if you're Major?
Maybe let him loose on the upper hit.
Where's that op? It's only Agile up there with Heaven with a rifle.
Story's moving it over towards ramp.
Not going to be a ramp hit, doesn't look like. No one's cross secret. my god,
burns.
Crazy is just burning.
Yeah, some rough damage as Xantares gets the kill into Aragorn. So A-Site looking prime for the taking. Crazy though, drops it inside lobby, tries to go back. Agile just slides down into the site and Story's got an op kill. Okay.
What on earth?
Agile throws himself at that fight inside A. Felt like because of the trophy room attack, Aurora kind of got pushed into it, but they were ready to go. It's just a straight up rock solid hold from the back of A.
I think what Crazy did was as close to objectively wrong as you could have done. He ran into a molly that was just meant to push him back, took damage in it, and stayed out in front of it, and then pushed as well.
Yep.
But it was so crazy with the K, they couldn't believe that he would try to do it. Like, they were just like, there's no way this guy just told us where he is and then still tried to go for it and push. While the molly's still up and his teammate couldn't be behind him to help him.
With no flash, no nothing.
Yeah, like...
Counter-terrorists win. It's just so crazy it might work. Aurora can't believe it. They're like, that's crazy. He says crazy with a K. All right. Not too bad. Meanwhile, Astralis just smoked them.
3D Max, what's going on?
Thou have been smoked. Huge win for Astralis. And you know what?
That's the thing about...
Astralis need a win.
That's the thing about these burgeoning Tier 2 teams, man. No ceiling, no floor. They can do so much potential, but you never know when they're just going to get blown out.
Hello. Nice slide down by Xantares and the headshot to Aragorn. So it's another A-Site under threat. But with bomb crossing behind those smokes, Madger's going to lead the charge downstairs instead. Two kills inside A means you can't really move if you're Saw. You'd think for sure the follow-through is coming. This game is going back and forth now, 4 rounds in a row.
They're starting to actually rotate downstairs. Crazy. He likes to take a risk. He's out here.
And he's dead. Story in his place. Moves forth. Kills Madger, but won't be able to stop that bomb plant. You'd think valuable op save. There's very low money on a couple of these players for Saw.
Oh, thinking about the hunt already. Story's watching.
2 saves could keep the buys going for Saw. But the game is going to get tied. It was tied at 8. It's tied at 9.
Xantares has had a Titanic comeback here. 16 and 12, 2 entries on this round, both in mini. I think he's getting used really well now. He's got the Cheeto dust out of his eyes.
Terrorists win.
He's looking for blood.
I am really good at this game. You are very good at this game, Xantares. When he's at his best, it's frightening.
Turkey's finest.
When it's at its best. And it wasn't at its best at the start of the game. 380R, 6 rounds into this map. Don't know if I've ever seen it start that slow, but the recovery is in full effect. There's an ace in there versus the anti-eco, and you can just see the pace of play he's bringing to the table now. He slides through main last round, already over towards Secret, but down a player.
Wall bang.
Story shooting through the fence posts.
Oh,
there
nice
we
shot.
go. Opper online here for Story. Sure, Xantares can take that push downstairs and bomb in tow. But Aragorn's shown us good things. Nice find, J-Raz.
Ooh, Xantares, though. He's in rare form. Suddenly. You've got to be careful. They have control side. They're not ready for this at all.
Yeah, Mutaris, good push down control. Just saw the back of Xantares. He's going to blindside him. Ooh, got a little scary. You don't give Xantares that extra half second. Sometimes it can cost you. Reload and the fall away from Madger. Just trying to escape here. Great headshot from Aurora's in-game leader.
Round is still live. 1 on 2 now.
Story's at a quarter health. 2 kills into the round, though.
A play like this, and I guarantee you they start shouting.
Shadow advantage, though, for Story. You can't climb out without showing the shadow, and so he is way too prepared for that walkout, and Saw will find double digits first.
It's pretty impressive, especially out of Story. His op outside has been fierce. First one, he crouches into this post. And that was just an excellent bit of awareness out of him.
Great round, Story. Great round. The openers and the closer.
Now we finally just have a close game with both teams showing us a lot of strength, playing well. I actually appreciate, I mean, this is Saw's pick. I appreciate the rotations downstairs. A lot of times you lose your outside guys or three players are sneaking by, Story's watching it, but doesn't get visuals on the players who cross. It's hard to say it's time to rotate, but they've made the read each and every time. They've never just given up the site entirely.
Uh-oh. Just when we thought Aurora were back in this game, they're going to have to face another man disadvantage with all the buys on this one. It's tough, but slide down from Agile. It's going to let him get away from Hut. Aurora don't buy everything they could have this round.
Antares in the back.
Crazy ends up walking away with one, and Wicadia toppled down to 20 health.
Whoa,
slides it
what
backwards
in the world?
Into the double peek from the CT side. Good on Saw to really sense blood in the water this round. I think that they didn't let Aurora kind of get into the shadows.
Oh, he missed that.
But
That's a big mistake.
He's left this door wide open down towards B, and Woxic has come to join up with Joda. So good on Joda to try to get it in.
If they tap and Jota's here.
Single door peek doesn't happen.
Careful.
Oh, he's got himself another one. Joda, 3 kills here. Already going.
One more small risk from the T side. This is where it all falls apart. Agile has to get this kill. Flash is good.
Nope.
No.
He turns.
Oh.
And Woxic's going to find one. You know that the other CT's on the other side to support it. Story tries to walk it back. Aurora find the recovery. No way.
Wow. Wow, that's so impressive. And that's that mid-round that this is what you expect from a team that makes playoffs consistently. To make moves like this.
Sick recovery. Needed something like that. Needed to be reminded of the individual levels across the board for Aurora. Remember that Joda was the key to unlocking their potential in the first half of this year.
That's a big mistake on the lower side there for Saw. That's, oh no, a knife in the back?
Uh-oh.
It really to be your friend sometimes. Agile. Ooh, 61 damage. A nice fat right click in the back.
Right in the meaty bits.
Yeah, right in the spine from your homie. That's like M9 damage too, not just like a Talon.
Yeah. Hey, Talon's still pretty big.
You have to use the right angle.
Depends how cold it is outside. Not a flip knife, bro. It's not a stiletto. Here we go to the ramp again. Crazy. Gets a bit of damage, but it's not enough right now. Not with Aurora so happy to just charge forward down ramp into B again.
Yeah.
They are sensing an opening, and they're using Joda to crack it wide open. An Aragorn solo hold is what's set up at the moment.
Ooh, it's a little awkward here. So, oh, they open the door.
Nicely
That's nice.
done.
Yeah.
Posted on the angle.
This push as well. Agile. Is he going to get cleared out? They might watch it, but...
Woxic doesn't. Wicadia was aware of it, but Woxic just gets blindsided. We go back 3v3. It's a scramble up into heaven.
They're going to wait for contact maybe and swing at the same time. No, actually, their teammate's downstairs. Oh.
Challenge around the side of Silo. Hands busy with the plant. Bucharest tries to go wide. Story missing op shots now, and Aragorn comes out with just the one. Aurora take 11 first.
Unreal.
And that is after meeting resistance. Well done, Aragorn, down on single door. Preparing for that angle, swinging it wide and catching the perfect time on Joda is great. But that just flushes them back up to that upper site, and Aurora busts through, back with a lead.
Starting to abuse ramp in a big way. Yeah, that's just such a sucky way to start, to be honest.
Crazy with a capital K. Just a straight up right click. Jesus. And look what it leaves them in. Saw They came into the server this morning with the type of tempo and confidence that looked like they could truly knock Aurora down a peg, and we'll see what they can do on their map pick. SAW have yet to win a series here in Bucharest that wasn't 3 maps long. They squeezed out some overtime victories over top of their opposition. And so Aurora have to stay on their toes all day long. But it's an Aurora that have clearly powered up after those honestly embarrassing first 6 rounds of CS. SAW caught them asleep at the wheel, but Aurora have regained control. And there is nothing for SAW to work with to deny this 12th round, so it's just not going to happen. USP found out that was their best chance. Everybody else is going to swarm. A singular kill on Joda, and Aurora will have 2 rounds to close out Nuke.
Suddenly it begun to get scary. It's still a 2-round game, but obviously we have eyes. This is a very different Aurora than the team that let this lead, or let this game get out of hand in the first place. Just got that one Xantaurus USP ace, and suddenly his mind was clear.
Yep. It is what it takes sometimes. We still have a gun round to try to bring it back, but yeah, look at this round history. Look at that 6-0 start. We're a long ways from that. But if you weren't here for the first 6 rounds of the map, let me tell you,
it wasn't even close.
It was pretty scary. Felt like Aurora were just going to... Honestly, it felt like Aurora could have get 13-0'd at one point.
Yeah.
3 kills, 4 rounds into that. 3 kills for everyone combined. But they got it going. Even that MP9 rush from their CT side, right on the half-buy into the trophy room, that was kind of the first time that Aurora made an opening move, kind of took a bit of control from it out of SAW's hands, and they haven't let go since. Now Xantera is sitting down beneath Agile, and Aragorn's eating flashbangs. Molotov's going to be right on the money, and Xanteras goes flying through it to no avail. Luckily traded by Wicadia, who catches Aragorn off as well. Each defender a single kill, but Wicadia with the double headshot is starting to push this one over the line. Crazy is going to have to be huge on the recovery here, looking to make it up to his teammates. Not going to happen. Joda closes in a 1v1, and a huge mental recovery for Aurora. That is what we were hoping to see from this squad.
Well, there you go. Aurora able to take away their opposition's map pick. I think that we have to go right to the beginning and just talk about how they did it, though, because at one point it was 6-0, and Striker, to be honest, it looked like SAW was going to run away with it. How was Aurora able to bring it back?
It looked so much like yesterday. I saw them do exactly the same thing when they were playing Heroic on Inferno. They go down something like 0-7, and then they finally start packing up. They finally start finding some of these opening plays, and they pull it back. Honestly, there could have been a moment where it could have run away to the point where it was unrecoverable. There was a Woxic 1v1 against Aragorn on the lower bomb site, where it just could have run away from them in the first place. So, I mean, props to Aurora, but maybe it didn't have to be this difficult.
They made it tough for themselves.
Indeed they did. Like you said, going down 0-6 and only 6 total kills across those 6 rounds. And, their star players looking very cold. There was lots of chatter, between Scrawny Launders about, the ADR that was very much lacking. Just couldn't really get anything going, but something just clicked for them in the second half. And I think it was kind of a 1-2 punch. It was initially Xanteras just going absolutely bonkers and just showing you the value that he has to have an impact on this team, to help them claw back and create those openings and get that space and give them the confidence on their T side. And then, I'm going to be honest, Joda had some impactful rounds kind of down the stretch, in my opinion, where he was multi-fragging out, in the lower bomb slot and giving the opportunities as well, and then helps them finish off the game in that final round when they come out hut. So, very good performance to just be able to claw that one back.
For me, it was also Wicadia in the first half, because we saw early on that Agile was getting a lot of space and they was getting a lot of respect from Aurora, or they didn't even know he was down there, and then suddenly they started sending Wicadia down the vent and search for Agile effectively, and he picked him off a couple of times on the lower, and then SAW have to struggle from there to try to recover from that, and it was just never really possible because Aurora just had the setups right. They never really let SAW get back into it. So that was a big adjustment, I think, from Aurora that allowed them to recover the first first half in the first place. And then I think, you know, the CT side or the T side was just pretty strong overall.
On the second half, though, I mean, Source still put up quite a good fight. The scoreline was pretty close. Was there a way that they could have maybe turned this around and gone home with the victory?
That's a tough one to say. I mean, I think whenever you're playing against Aurora, sometimes even though they play like kind of a simple death ball style of CS, it can still be overwhelming when their shooters are hitting, right? And I think when Xantares is hitting clean headshots and just, you know, not giving you a lot of time to react, it's very hard to deal with. And just the pacey changes too also catch you off guard. Like even that final round, like you may not be expecting like just that fast of an upper hit, you know, with that utility, you know, it just kind of catches you off guard with timing a little bit. So yes, there's always ways back, but I think that there was just kind of this like weird confidence and swagger about Aurora on that comeback effort in the second half.
I think there was one point where it definitely could have turned back. That was the moment where I think Saw had a 5v3 on the lower bomb side, and Aurora adjusted to go on the lower bomb side. Matrius has a kill from behind that could have made it a 5v2. He misses it, and Jota gets another 1v1 kill from there, and that breaks Saw's economy, you know, that goes into 12-10, and then it's just about getting that final round. So I think there was definitely that one point where Saw still had a chance.
Fair enough. Obviously, they put up a good fight, but they've now lost their map pick. That's going to put them on the back foot. I kind of want to pull away from gameplay for a moment here and make excuses for teams, but it is rough when you think about both of these teams have been playing sort of later in the day, and now today they're the first game of the day. Let's not take away the outside elements that affect you, because, I mean, Striker, you know, you've been doing the afternoon shift, moving to the morning, changing your sleep patterns. It's quite difficult once you've got into a routine.
Look, I would agree with that on a general basis, but then again, I just saw Aurora do exactly the same thing, and that was the night game. That was the last game of the day, or the second to last game, not even the last game of the day. So you can't even make the fatigue argument. No. It's like it's too late. No excuses for Aurora. I mean, of course, it could have played a factor. I mean, you have to wake up 7 a.m. versus wherever you want, whenever you want, effectively. So of course, it can play a factor in, you know, a slow start or anything like that. But again, yeah. That wouldn't be the case if it was the same yesterday, you know?
Drink more Red Bull. That's
Indeed.
Not in the morning. Not in the morning. That's too much.
I cracked open a can before we even started the day. So caffeine addiction.
I can't do that.
Man.
I can't do that.
Okay, I know that you have a specific round, Striker, that you kind of wanted to break down for us, which I think showcases a lot of what you've been saying here in this post-match analysis.
Yeah, exactly. It was to do with Agil, who I was talking about in the pregame, how he likes to be very aggressive on these lurks out of lobby, right? And it was the classic vent dive moment where, you know, they smoke off door, he goes down the vent, and for some reason, Woxic was just not ready for that. I don't know if we can play it, but that's something that even I was just looking at the last game, and it was very clear that what Agil likes to do. He likes to work around door. They like to put him down vent. It was something that was very obvious from them. I don't know if we're gonna actually see the moment because we didn't see. Yeah, there we go. Woxic's rotating down. He wants to make a play out of secret, right? But he just gets caught in that transition where he even doesn't get to go on the aggressive because he doesn't even expect that Agil could be down there, even though it's something that from any sort of a prep. Perhaps they didn't have the time to look into Saw, or maybe just nobody called it in that moment. It could have been a communication thing when nobody told him, okay, there's a smoke in front of the door, and Agil could be downstairs. So it's hard to tell like who to blame in that aspect. But later on, they realized that, and that's what I was talking about, where they sent Wycadia to just basically hunt Agil downstairs, and that's how they finally recovered that first half.
Final thoughts on Nuke. I mean, what were your key takeaways for both of these teams?
Cool to see Aragorn still having good performances. I mean, these were, you know, not things I expected, you know, kind of coming into the tournament as one of the newer guys on the team. I wasn't that impressed with how he had been performing for them, but then yesterday he had a huge series to keep them, you know, in progress towards the playoffs, and he was able to follow up again with another pretty good performance in this map. And it's like, is this the moment where the guy turns the corner and proves his value and proves what this team saw in him to want to give him a chance on the squad? You know, or is this kind of just a blip? You know, I think that's something we'll have to keep an eye on. But for now, it's kept things interesting, in my opinion.
Yeah, I also saw some improvement in terms of Saw from the perspective of some of their opening moves I was talking about. I think Story was finding a little bit more impact, at least at the beginning. Then he kind of disappeared for the rest of the map, you know, and just only started finding some kills outside on the other in the second half. But yeah, compared to the previous games, this was probably the one nuke that they actually had a chance to win. And yeah, just a couple of moments that went the other way that made it go Aurora's way.
I think they'll be frustrated, definitely. Now they move on to Aurora's map pick, Inferno. We've seen both of these teams here. We've also seen them at PGL Masters. So in terms of competition ready, the eye test. I mean, how does this particular map play out?
It'll be interesting. I mean, I feel like Aurora's been kind of a 50-50 team on Inferno, but they've had a lot of value wins at times, and then other times they have issues, so they're very hard to pin down. Saul, not normally a good map for them, but they've actually won against Fury and GamerLegion pretty recently, so they've kind of been able to implement it into their map pool. And, you know, kind of looking at it with, you know, Aurora starting on the T side, I think this game's really going to come down to, can Aragorn actually keep this up against Xantares on the banana battles? Like, they're going to be fighting each other, both sides. You know, they're the main B player and main B defender for their respective teams. And, you know, we know how important banana control can be in setting the tone, particularly in early and mid-round situations. And that's going to be a key matchup that you're going to have to keep an eye on.
Yeah, I was talking a little bit about Inferno from yesterday when we were watching Aurora against Heroic, and it was actually kind of the same story as we saw today, where Xantares wasn't getting the opening moves right. He was getting picked off in Banana. Effectively, they went down, I think it was also something like 0-6 or 1-6 or something like that. And what's Aurora's solution? They started packing up, you know, going for some of these apps pops, and finally recovered the first half. It was a little bit too late, unlike in this game where they actually have managed to recover it. But it's something that yeah, I'm going to be keeping an eye on if Xantares can turn up from the beginning, because we didn't even see it on Nuke until kind of halfway through it.
I think that's, so is that for you the win condition for them? They need Xantares to be optimal from the start.
I don't even think it's a win condition, just because yeah, it's not particularly high up in the order for Saw, so I don't think they have a lot of play time. Even the game against the GamerLegion yesterday, that went to overtime. It was a crazy game where there was a lot of force buy wins back and forth, kind of the economy battle that just helps you out a little bit in certain moments, and Saw just won the right ones at the right time. Aragorn had an amazing game and had a lot of impact kills there, but generally I do think that Aurora just has way more experience on this map. It's just more like, because of how they've been on this search for a whole map, it's never really been a comfortable one for them. But then again, what has, you know, it's just been a bit of a struggle.
It's been a bit uncomfortable for Aurora, full stop. But there is an opportunity now for them to close this out 2-0, to make their way through to the playoffs here at PGL Masters Bucharest. All they need to do is win their map pick. Can they do it? We'll find out after this.
She said she loves you, but she can't love me.
But I love you.
I gotta break on myself, I amaze me. Like I'm back in the 80s.
I won't play window anymore.
What's going on?
Play your role, 1xBet.
On to the next one.
The human body was built to move. Not trapped at a desk in one singular posture for 12 hours a day. It's time your chair evolved. This is Secret Lab Titan Evo. Ergonomically engineered for you, gamers, hybrid workers, artists, backing your every move.
Hello everyone, Jackie Powers here, back live at PGL Masters Bucharest. This time around joined by the legend himself, Mizviris, of course, from Saw. Bro, really nice to have you here. You've been around the block for quite some time now and still absolutely killing it. How you doing?
I'm very good, and thank you for the words. So yeah, I'm pretty good and happy to be here.
Awesome. I wanted to ask you initially, when it comes to looking for a player, someone you might be scoping out for a team or just hypothetically, what is it that you look for? Is it kind of raw talent, maybe the way they approach the game, or even just sort of the energy they have?
It's always different what we are looking for, but most of the times we just look at the talent and we try to teach them the rest of the things. But yeah, most of the times it's talent, because when you want to play in a decent level, you need to have very good players individually.
And do you think as well, with your experience, that's something you can help with even just life experience as well? Or if it's a younger player, if they have that talent, you can correct some of the issues and sort of guide them to be able to have a longer or better career.
Sometimes I try to teach some things. I try not to. I don't like to try hard a lot, because I don't want to put that pressure on people, because what I always say is that if you are here, it's because you did something good before. So I try to give some tips, and most of the times it depends a lot on the players if they develop on the right way.
Mm-hmm.
And of course, some things it's a lot of individual, like if you really want to become a great player, you need to sacrifice a lot. And I think right now that's the hard part to find players, it's that they need to sacrifice basically their life to become great players.
In terms of your opinion, obviously being in the team around everyone every day, how would you describe Soar's form coming into this event?
What we are lacking right now, it's consistency. It's really hard to be, I'm gonna say, good in 6 maps right now. So that's the only part that it feels bad to come to the tournaments and you know that you don't have 6 maps and you can't go to a game and just say, okay, let's pick this, and to another game, I'm gonna pick this map because it's the worst map from the other team. So we are kind of limited on that, but I mean, we worked a lot. We're gonna try our best, but I mean, it's not the best feeling in the world, but we are pretty confident.
Let's talk a little bit then about some of the other teams that are here in terms of the other squads. Is there anyone you'd love to play against in the Swiss, or perhaps a team you'd rather play when we get to playoffs?
We are just here to play. We want to show a good CS, because what I learned with experience is that if you are playing good, you have the chance to win against anyone. But if you are playing bad, it doesn't matter who is on the other side, you're gonna suffer. So,
say hypothetically, if something was to go wrong mid-round or mid-event, how do you approach that in terms of kind of unpacking the bag and fixing these issues so it doesn't bleed over?
It depends a lot, but when things are going wrong, what I try to understand is that if we, for example, if we have a plan and nothing is working, I kind of, okay, I don't want this plan, and I'm gonna call my feeling. And sometimes what happens is that, for example, as this side, you play 1 or 2 gun rounds and people are just dying. What you try to do is, okay, let's do this and play together, and we trade each other. So it's kind of, instead of everyone it's doing a default, we're gonna be more in pack. So, I mean, it's just little things that as IGL, you kind of feel it on the game.
I do appreciate you taking the time to talk to me, bro. Good luck at the run of the event. Excited to see what Soar are going to do.
Yeah, thank you.
Saw where the wake-up call Aurora needed, but unfortunately for Saw, you've awoken the beast. And now it's time for Aurora to try to set it up on the T side of Inferno to close out 2-0, to move forward and to prove to us that this is an organization and a roster that is going to be able to tap back into their potential from the first half of the year going into the last few events of 2025.
I can tell you Saw have definitely put in some work here to come into Bucharest Masters. I think they saw an opportunity here. Before this, they were on like a 5-loss streak on Inferno, and they pulled out 1 win. So certainly they could expect this map to be here. It was an overtime win, so it's not like it was easy. It will also be hard if Aurora are awake now to take advantage of them on a map that's so utility-based, but I could see it, them making it interesting, that's for sure. Game plan looks so solid on Nuke.
Aragorn gets first blood. Try to have Xantares have another slow start, perhaps. Another 6-0 start would be great for Saw. Just feels elusive. Story is going to find 2 kills. And Crazy catches Joda in the middle of all that, so there is nothing here for Aurora. Not 1 kill, only a little bit of damage on Story. Barring that, Saw as clean as can be.
That was amazing with the dualies at a story. And if he didn't get that kill on Woxic, it's a whole different round. So perfect time to push. Now, one of the major differences we're seeing between Saw and Aurora is as soon as Saw get into a slightly losing position, they tend to make it worse. They won't peel back and try to reset a situation. They'll just commit. And then that's where Aurora can catch them off guard, because any of the better teams they play against, you have to reset in some spots. And if you don't have the discipline to do that, it's only going to hurt worse. Also, in the mid to late rounds, I saw Aurora just pick up some of those crazy 2vx situations. That makes a difference versus Saw. But opening strategy, opening tactics, I think that's where Saw are at their best. I think that's where they showed a lot of strength in the pistols.
What was that, Launders? What'd you just drop?
My nuts.
Dropped your little golf ball, didn't you, buddy? Don't break a toe now. Crazy's MP9 versus the backs of Aurora. Ooh, the fact he didn't get away with the second one there is kind of mind-boggling. Wacadia surviving on 6 health means there's still something to stand on. If Agile drops the ball. He won't, though. 3 kills as he sets up Story to try to close out, and he'll just do it all on his own. So, all too easy versus the Aurora attempt to get into A.
Yeah, they were like, oh, well, we did lose our Arch player right there. Yeah, we have 2 in sight. We don't have anybody in the pit. Maybe we should be a little bit worried about it. But to be honest, I think Aurora's exec was made to punish somebody for playing pit. So it's good spots for Saw, not leave anyone isolated.
Back on Xantares. You've got him off to the 0-3 start. Now, back on Nuke, it was 4 rounds with 3 kills total. Right now, we're approaching 3 rounds with 1 kill total.
And I think it went up to 6 rounds with 5 kills total.
Wonders, this is quite literally a worse start for Aurora. Thing is, though, even when we try to fudge the numbers and sell you snake oil, it's just still more inspired. Like, they're at least moving faster.
Yeah.
they looked...
Once you get warmed up, you are just warmed up.
They looked half frozen back on Nuke in the first 6 rounds.
Yeah.
Kind of like, you know, that thawed piece of meat you leave on the counter. It's like not quite ready to cook yet.
You had to put it in the microwave.
But you know you shouldn't. You could just wait a little longer.
Get the frozen core.
The longer you wait, the hungrier you are.
And then you cook it. It still doesn't taste good.
Yeah.
It's all uneven.
That's what Aurora were at the start of the day. Half thawed.
They were microwave steak.
A little TV dinner.
HP sauce.
Shout out HP sauce one time. Tech9's going to try to sell a B fake so that the bomb can slip the net on A.
Kind of crazy.
But Agile's still sitting in the pit. Doesn't look like he's going to go anywhere at 15 seconds. I mean, you've got the Arch player to go support B, but why would Agile leave? You know this has got to be a chance. Don't leave. Don't do it, buddy. He starts to depart in the one chance that somebody comes flying out the balcony. Good on him to keep eyes on it. You got to consider all options. We go 3 rounds in, 2 kills total for Aurora.
It would have just been a clear mistake if he left earlier than that, but in a round like that, you are going to have your guard down. It's not often that 3 players will use 2 to fake, so nice try for Aurora, but nice and vigilant here for Agile. Solid start for Saw. And because they only got 2 kills in 3 rounds, the real story is that it's Saw who can make money now.
Joda ahead of all this util, looking to pounce on B, his own smoke in front of him.
He's like ready to go.
He was ready yesterday by the looks of it, but he'll have to temper his expectations in the pace.
They've kind of cleared space to allow for these nades to come in and still have control of Banana. They can fight here. CT's, they make an early lean, which is smart. They can feel a hit coming. Question is, are they going to go through this?
Big execute over the top.
Open, yeah.
Smoke at the halfway point. Aragorn leaning back, gets a free first kill as Major emerges with nobody else getting through that smoke. Ooh, man, that took a bit of an effort from everybody else to get out. And so the timing gets a bit disjointed. 4 deaths for Aurora on that smoke exit.
Good luck with this one, Woxic. Last spotted, pushing through CT.
29 health to do this. Aragorn will have fire at his feet, but he still has a health advantage. He could have won that duel straight up, but 7 health for Woxic. 30 seconds to the clock. Story's op inbound from Spawn. He baits out that peak, but Agile's going to win it. I mean, a single bullet gets the job done from any gun, and that is a 4-0 start for Saw again.
Yeah. Already still looks a little bit more competitive, but like, look at the exact. It's pretty much through entire smoke. I think they blew the end of it open, didn't run out at the right time.
Yeah.
Could have waited it out if they want to. It's still sub-minute, but like 50 seconds left.
You know, it felt like they were so prepared to make that move, but then just the last step of emerging from the smoke together didn't go the way they wanted.
Yeah.
They end up coming out a bit too 1-by-1.
That's why execution's more important than ideas.
Ideas are all talk. Execution is action. And actions speak louder than words.
Any more? Talk is cheap.
If the shoe fits. Saw not taking a look at middle. Saw not leaning into the front of brackets. Saw just sitting on that A site.
They have bought a beat control.
Why move? You know, you get any closer and Aurora's Tech 9 suddenly have a better chance at pushing through you. Xantera's Mac 10 versus Agile on Balk. Nade comes out a little bit early. Careful, Agile. Stay well aware.
Unconfident.
Yeah, he looks uncomfortable. Crazy's going to peel one off short. Agile tucks in. That's going to allow for Xanteras to throw himself forward. Mac 10s find one each.
Uh-oh.
But
One's close by.
Have Muteris on the fast flank, trying to emerge from smoke. He gets a good angle to keep them stuck inside the site. This is really going to help Aragorn move over to try to help, but it is still a man advantage, and it's rifles picked up.
Good spots. They're not going to move from these, so comes down to this next shot, probably Major.
Major's holding it. Smoke on a pit. Lets Muteris get across. Woxic been found out. Second player back sight's dead. Falls to Xanteras. He's low health on 16 points. And there's Muteris in with another. So a good little 2v3 recovery where nobody else foresaw dies. It's scary when they do get through, but the original A defenders did enough versus the Tech 9s. Even with Aurora finding 2 Mac 10 entries, they're not able to hold on to that site.
Well, it's excellent utility because we saw that smoke come down big pit that blocks off Xanteras. Then we see Major gets flashed in the site when he was there holding the cross to clear out cold. So kind of beautiful for the 2 players that were there.
Some good thinking music.
Dwarf Core on YouTube, right?
Yeah, it's back.
And we have Aragorn in the server, too.
Yes, sir. We're getting real fantastic around here.
Wait, what does that mean?
Fantasy.
Oh, okay.
High fantasy. Fantastic.
Is that what the root of fantasy is? Oh.
No, I don't think so. But
okay.
Maybe it is, and I just figured that out. You got me thinking, man.
I guess because it's like fantastical.
Yeah. Fantastico.
Yeah, it's an Italian word. First said by Mario, 1500.
Ooh. He really is crazy. And it's good to be self-aware. But he falls back out of the apartments, just dealing a ton of damage to Acadia. Saw looking for the back-to-back 6-0 starts. And honestly, this one's actually more impressive because it's versus an Aurora that's actually fighting. You know, the first 6 on Nuke just kind of felt free for the taking. Like free samples, you know, you don't really know when you're supposed to stop, so Saw didn't. They filled their
that's
pockets.
more of a moral thing that you put on yourself.
You know, they felt like no one was watching, so yeah, 6, yeah.
My goodness, this is so passive. Okay, last couple rounds, sure, but this one's more like, we don't believe you guys have a good exec type of setup, which is, it's a little insulting unless it works here. And right now, Saw are going to be flying blind.
It's the exec with Tech 9s and Mac 10s that still gave them a real run for their money. This time, guns in hand for Aurora. Getting real close to this bomb site. Different position for Agile.
Oh, they've all been spotted.
Balcony player still stuck behind the smoke. He's going to emerge late. It's good damage from Agile. A little bit labored to get the kills. And there's that breakthrough moment. Muteris, gets shredded by Woxic, who comes out with that instant headshot. Making the difference are him and Wakadia. 4 kills between the two of them. Even with all that damage done, you could see Agile trying to rack it up. But unless you kill Xanteras and Wakadia, they will find a way through. And in this case, round 6, they do. It is Aurora's first round win.
This is a round where you can kind of, again, see the difference. And you can see that it's just one extra 5% advantage that Saw can find on the map in a spot like this, and they have a chance of pulling off the retake with Wakadia solo and Xanteras solo. But from what we saw, 3 players in all their very standard spots, pretty passive. You're going to have late rotations. There's going to be a lot of emphasis on first kill. And you're not going to have what you normally want, which is 4 guys to guard the A site, 3 fighting, maybe a site player, pit player, moto player, and 1 in CT to put on pressure to make sure no wrap takes place. But they can't expect to have that setup and beat Aurora if they're going to play well. There's always a temptation to peel back and hold good angles. It'll work in some of your games, but it won't work in this one. And sometimes if you're going to play 2-3, that can also just mean having your B guys work a little harder to tell you that you need to be ready. Or we can, start the relay rotation to make sure that our B guys can flank early. Something. You need a little edge somewhere else. That one was a bit too standard.
Much better ADR in the first 6 rounds of play this time around.
Also, I'd like to see Saw try something into alt, something down mid, something in halls.
Sure, yeah.
In the beginning of the round 2.
Yeah, well, I mean, we had that one time just a couple of rounds ago, Crazy gets into the balcony room, but I felt like he was so quick to leave as well.
Yeah.
It's like, feels like he knows he has to do something, but
he was told not to die.
Yeah, exactly. So kind of kept on a leash. Didn't go all in. Did damage, sure. But wasn't able to walk away with more than that. Met by Util, still able to pounce through. Agile hears them hit the ground. But it's a position secured here inside of Pit. Still 3 defenders to go, but Joda insta headshot. Looking very sharp at the moment. Crazy up in the corner is going to hold this back for a little bit. Opens the door for the smoke push on Muteris. However, Woxic takes up spot in sight. Now, bomb dropped in front of the pit. Muteris didn't get fully exposed.
Kind of insane that he's still here.
About him. He comes out and it does still get held by Major.
It's too individualistic.
Felt a bit desperate at that point. Aragorn, something similar. Trade frag's good from Aurora, and they're going to go consecutive round wins here on this pretty consistent A approach.
Saw how dead it was for a second, too, when they got out into pit control.
Yes.
Site guy's not taking anything. Big pit guy's just sitting there waiting for someone to swing on him. You don't have an advantage in that big pit fight. You're just hoping they forget about you. It's, again, not how you're going to be able to beat Aurora. So, yeah, they have a lead, but if they continue with these tendencies, and they play way too standard. Like, the execs are happening out of the end of halls, at the top by big pit. People are getting into your big pit before the first kill comes down. That's not a sustainable way to run the CT side, so they're leaving the door open a little bit. Oh.
Trying to find boost over the smoke here. It's an act of desperation with the solo op. Something's got to get going for Saw. Aurora had less focus on this B site, but it's a good time to take it here, keep things fresh. Little resistance in terms of util for Banana. We got to trade back and forth over on A. That's going to free Story's op up to move over quickly. With the smoke down in front of it, it's good timing on the rotate.
Definitely. We're a little bit confused about whether or not they should go B now. I think their better half of their mind is saying, maybe this is actually a little more scary.
Terrace, 5-7, ready to swing. On a moment's notice, loses the player's sight. 5-7 rattles off. Story's got another from the coffin, but it is still enough here for Aurora. Man advantage, gone. Health advantage, held. Crazy fast up from Banana, and it feels like Xanterra's just heard that. Not sure if he made audio. We didn't see his POV. Oh, but he crouches down beneath the crosshair, gets the headshot, and the 1v1 clutch for Crazy over Xanterra's.
That's not easy to do. Very nicely done for Crazy and for Saw.
So good on them. Solo op in that round for Saw. They get the trade with that bit of pressure applied on the A site.
Yeah, it's a 4v5 as well.
Fast to move it all over. And just enough from the front of the CT hold. Story getting into this fight from Coffin. There it is. 2 kills. Perfect distraction served up by the pistols. Critical shots from Story to essentially win that round. 3 kills to his name. The only op in play. Good repositioning. And keeping Aurora's time here on Inferno a little more difficult than they'd hoped.
Stay in there. Oh, and it works. No flash.
Aragorn here to help him. Gonna take a second from the rifle, but not the case. And as the fire burns, Woxic tries to establish on the line.
Muterus doesn't have any mollies to push him back. The smoke actually lands, so this buys some time, but there's also a lurk taking place. Wicadia, however, peeling back.
Haven't had a lot of action in the halls for Saw. This time, Agile will make a move.
It's a long con play from Agile. He doesn't realize it now, but it's actually going to be the right one. Wicadia is waiting for him patiently to come out of ult, to walk out of that balcony, and that's not going to happen. I think the timing has been created now. Now, this comes down to if Aurora exec fast enough, this flank, the novelty of it wears out.
The smoke. That'll slow things down, surely.
I don't know if they can respect it, to be honest, at this time.
30 seconds. They've got 2 smokes of their own. Wicadia going to put one on the CT cross, but Madger's trying to take the chance. Like you said, no respect needed in this case. Denies the line of the CT player.
Wow, they actually got in clean, man.
Muterus yet to challenge, and Wicadia shoots back. Crazy welcomes that spray, but still a kill apiece from both the flank and this church push.
Nice.
Agile ends up striking while it's hot, and a double kill from Muterus. Good timing, because he sat behind the fire, opting not to challenge while bomb is being planted.
Yeah.
Definitely could have, right? Could have tried to stop it from going down, retake not needed. Instead, he catches them as soon as it does get planted in that transition to the back of the site. So good timing by him, and a good CT side coming out of Saw now, comfortably up 8-2.
Oh, absolutely. Just love how the pacing was on the flank. With 30 seconds up, maybe you go for something a bit faster, but taking that longer route at a minute, it just kind of made it impossible to find and maximize the effectiveness of it. So, yeah, there are some things that show us that Saw, maybe they can't keep up on the full rifles, but they've won enough of them already, and now they're also pulling off ecos.
And changing up the setups. Push down through Banana, furthest we've ever seen Saw set a player up out of the gate. Also, last round, that push through the apartments. They're starting to get off-site a little bit as this game has gone on.
Yeah,
and it's not in response to really losing too many rounds. It just feels like they're keeping it fresh so that Aurora can't really get their finger on the pulse. But now we have a faster pulse coming through from Aurora with a challenge out through brackets already. Utility's going to hold back the apartments player. Story's going to take this into his own hands. And a great aggressive stance. Look at this, sitting ducks. But the Boiler player still thrives, and Joda's got one in spawn. Wicadia picks it up. 3 individual kills from 3 separate positions and players. And a heroic moment queued up for Agile, much needed.
They know he's here, right? Oh, yeah.
They do now, and he drops the ball. Unable to get one going. Aurora just piece it together, player by player, frag by frag.
Very good on the entries, so they made that confusing. I love the push from Story, but there was no Molly to assist the push or anything. They just wanted him to come in low profile, just get an op kill and get out. But as soon as he crossed behind that pillar, got a kill, there was also another player inside of the boiler that caught him. So yeah, Saw got to be still pretty happy with themselves. More rounds up for grabs.
Terrorists win.
And it's not like they're the team losing to half buys.
Utility is not enough to deter Aurora here. Aragorn's locked in, and it's not to his avail. Oof, Joda's got a dodge.
Say word, he lived. 7 HP. Did he even do damage there?
Yeah, from 9 to 7. A single tick of fire.
Wow.
Man, it's fast. Agile trying to make a move. Could have just caught a player for free. Would have gotten out of here as well.
I mean, they're maybe not going to think he's here now that they've just walked by. No one's peeked it. We'll see.
Cadia thinking more so about Boiler. Agile, it's all about timing. Perfectly done. Blindsides with Cadia.
Well, Cadia's been a thorn in their side, too, from the halls. Interesting they are taking it up lane. Even with the other halls player. Oh, Agile's not done.
Joda was so close to death that it's an easy collateral lineup. Story's just keeping his head tucked in the little pit, so Agile taking all the attention. As the bomb gets onto the site, Agile's going to drop Madger before he's gone for, but be careful.
Yeah.
Be careful. The last man alive, Xantares, in a 1v3, and he gets that first headshot clean. He's got some utility to drop and some time to play before that second defender's in position. Muterus comes up through brackets, and he looks to join forces on Arch.
Ooh, if he goes Arch, man, Xantares put himself in the best spot to fight here. You can fight off both sides of default. Over the barrels, you have a big advantage to get one kill. Scaling becomes kind of hard.
Oh, walks it up. Muterus starting to stomp. Xantares knows what you're up to, and he's just trying to stay in cover long enough to take the fights on his terms. 1v3 clutch from their star.
Yeah, that's the perfect move out of Xantares, and finally a clutch for him. That's a tough one for Saw. Agile did so much here. MP9 kill in the halls, double kill off the balcony. I think the brave move from Aurora is the fact that they still walked up lane, even though they lost the halls guy. Wow, that second kill, didn't even see him. Wait, did Agile get 4 then? Well, he got 4 kills.
Yes, sir.
Oh my gosh. That's brutal.
Still not enough. Because you can get 4 kills on Aurora. Problem is, Xantares can still be alive. You need the right 4 kills. Cadia doing his own thing here in Boiler. Final round of play for Saw's CT side. And they've done enough. They will continue to do some more.
Probably going to speed up here. They go through smokes anyways.
Yeah, they usually disrespect it. It would just be 2 pistols at the moment. MP9 inbound. Util to try to make it uncomfortable, but good defensive utility as well. You've got lower health bars for Aurora. They will still chew through your setup. Ooh, Muterus finishes off Joda, but he's lost all of his rotators. And unfortunately for him, only that Desert Eagle to make it all happen. I don't think so. Agile's been having a fantastic map, much like what we got from Aragorn in the first half of Nuke. Another mid-teens performance from at least one player on Saw. But 5 T rounds for Aurora looking queued up. Another back-to-back 1v3 clutch attempts. If Xanteres can do it, then why can't Agile? Finally, somebody faces him. He'll find a little kill and still fall because he wasn't able to finish off Xanteres. So the 5th one secured. That is back-to-back 3Ks for Xanteres, and I foresaw that he, much like Nuke, is starting to power up.
Yeah, it's a hard game to tell the story of by the numbers, just because, you know, Nuke was at the disappointing start. But in this game, it was more Saw just started strong, even with Aurora getting warmed up. And even though they dropped a lead here, it was just great rounds that brought it back for Aurora. Not huge mistakes out of Saw. A clutch in the right moment and the money exactly where they want it to be. This has allowed Aurora to make it a 5-round game. This could have been much worse for them. I'd love to hear from Saw after this match as well and just see how much effort and work they put into preparing, because they're definitely looking better than their recent results.
Yes, sir. I mean, this is the event to do it.
Yeah, for them, they should be shooting for a semifinals, if not a finals. You know, in a field like this, I think that's just a lot of teams here. It's only Aurora, maybe 3D Max, maybe Legacy, just see themselves in finals.
Yep.
Everybody else, they just know that this could be their time to break in.
You know, Saw come into this event as the 2nd lowest rated team, ranked team in the world. Only FlyQuest beneath them. 2 teams showing good face. Xanteres, don't you dare!
Oh, come on.
Beretta's just absolutely slammed the players' top brackets.
Oh, Agile might get a round back, actually.
Another ace. I just said he was powering up.
Oh, yeah, he's got that.
He doesn't finish it, though.
Damn.
Agile comes through, his 3rd kill, so the only player that can compete with Xanteres.
Oh!
A quad kill back the other way.
Come on now.
Agile.
What?
He can bend, but he doesn't break.
Crazy map, man. 19 and 7 off of that. No 3K into a loss this time. And after a 4K from Xanteres to 1v4 for Agile.
Major missed the shot. Tap him out of the round. Get that lead growing again and roll with the momentum. Saw have just raised everybody's interest. It felt like Xanteres was just going to take that momentum he had built and run with it. Agile with other ideas. Whoa.
That wasn't a 1v5, right?
The kills happened so fast, but I don't think so, because he would have had to get a kill to get out onto brackets.
Saw for sure that was a 1-on-4, but he was the guy coming out of halls.
No, Aragorn killed Woxic at the start of the round first.
Changed from his Glock to his to the USP as well.
1v4 pistol. All headshots. Damn.
Here's the test, though. Saw, you got to convert. There's an M4 waiting for you on this Halls play. It's an interesting split the difference setup here for Aurora. I mean, they've invested 3 players over on B. Uh-oh.
Good push from Acadia. Gets himself into the apps. Double.
No.
Ooh!
You're joking.
Clean as need be. Goes back at it. No quad kill for him. Agile's always a little late to these parties. Nobody else setting him up for success, but at half health, he'll find the first. And that 1 kill is what puts Bomb down. Now, this wasn't the best of buys for Aurora, which means it still feels as though they could close out.
They could. Let's see if Acadia made a mistake. He got really hungry right there, even though he had won the round.
It was a 1v4 a round ago, a 2v5 being pieced together. Muterus comes out with a couple of his own. And as he falls on top of Graveyard, he got himself that third, sets up Agile to close, but Xanteres comes out. 10 seconds, no kit. He doesn't have it.
He's got to run.
11 seconds on the bomb when he gets the frag. Not enough time to get into the site.
It's a big mistake out of Wicadia then. After the 3 kills, all he does is just peek out to try to finish the round before the bomb plant goes down. They didn't need to win that badly. They just needed to win. So at the minimum, they get a lot of kills, but it's still a 9th for Saw.
And a huge 3K here from Muterus. Under pressure, dodging scout shots, the 1-bullet Glock headshot. You got Aurora frazzled. They're leaving spawn. Not sure what the hell's going down. Picking up a couple tools for the job in the utility, but brink of double digits here are Saw. You are not going to want to waste this carry. 20-8. And still plenty of Counter-Strike to play.
Gonna be some pressure here on Saw. Lots of rotations coming in. They got to make the right call, but they're not scouting A. The Terrace has a Galil. They're going to delay the boost, it looks like. Oh, they're coming in. Full swing.
Badger holds off first. Crazy's got the answer back. This Galil, though. Ooh, this Galil, though. Remaining boosted. He's going to find a back of story turn. Slows this down. Smoke also fades. And not to mention the crossfire still set up with Badger. He gets one while blind. Galil hits the ground. It's P250s in hand. Woxic picks back up that gun. We go 2v2 at 30 seconds.
He's lost him a bit.
They know that he's in here somewhere. Woxic finds it blind. Doesn't even need to see him. Just senses it through the smoke, and Muterus back into the cover as Woxic goes for the reposition here. Bomb still needs to be picked back up.
Oh man, Muterus has no idea what's happened. He's worried Woxic's pushed over to Banana. Is he going to think about this?
5 seconds too slow as Muterus has still yet to consider coffins, but now he's found it out. And he's found it out by falling victim to it.
Oh.
Aurora pull it off with one Galil. Saw lose the chance at winning the freebie.
Just a touch too. I mean, it's a great stack from Aurora to come over to B, but they had time to sniff it out. I don't know if they sensed anything, but I'm pretty sure they heard 2 more players running into CT in the first place as they went for a real hasty rotation, and they still just wanted to commit. It's always easier, obviously, to just call the exec right there on the spot, but it can cost you. Now they'll have to try to save face on this half buy. Half buy, I should say, a force down. They've got the Tech 9s and some utility.
Man, that round is such a pendulum swing. This really has the same writings on the wall as Nuke did.
Yeah, except it's a much worse map for Saw.
Yeah.
In theory. This
is why it's impressive that they're still able to push Aurora to this limit.
Yeah.
You can beat him up, you can't break him, not yet. It's a welcoming spray from Xanteres as he doesn't get enough. Madger's gonna have to lock this down because you've got Tech 9s coming at him.
Oh, come on.
Oh, Lady Luck.
He's gonna wake up in 10 seconds and hear about that.
She shows her ugly face. Saw pissed about that one. They line up for the headshots. Oh, Madger, what a robbery.
Gotta trust that crosshair placement.
He had to do it as well because Xanteres is caught on the reload. You can hear Saw stomping up with those Tech 9s, but they were Tech 9s without helmets.
Yeah, true.
It's the 2 of the 3 players without helmets here. Unbelievable.
That's actually a good point, though. They sacked the helmets because they're... I don't know, actually.
Poor.
I mean, they just wanted... Yeah, because they're poor. They wanted some utility.
Always wear your helmets, kids.
Yeah. Especially versus CTs. The only thing you're scared of with a helmet versus CTs with is 5.7s.
Stop, man. You're going to get that gun nerfed.
Yeah, hopefully.
No. My identity. That nade's a little ahead of the timing. Saw going to try to just bust down the A site, but with 3 defenders on this side of it, and then another over on Arch.
They're just ready to go.
Hate to break it to you, Saw. This was not the right route through. Got to play the guessing game, of course, but losing that game sets Aurora up to tie this at 9 rounds each. That is a bloodbath versus the Pistols. A buyback here for Saw to try to maintain this 1-round gap.
I'm not going to lie, I don't have a ton of faith right now. It's, even when it was 2-7, I could see the difference in the, you know, in their Inferno. But Saw have shown us some good prep, some good rounds.
And some good Axe Factor on Agile. Can he tap back into it? It's a hell of a game. But they may need more across the board because his counterpart in Xantares matches him and the difference exists in the others. Ooh, Xantares zones Bucharest. Continues that spray as smoke fades, so Aragorn happy that he stuck around for that one. Xantares gives back the man advantage. And there's no frag grenades to pelt the player here on logs. You've already got bracket control as well for Saw, so to be honest, as the B fight goes their way, all things considered, they've also taken control elsewhere. And this doesn't look like the most rock-solid A defense. It's getting better as MIBR inches his way over through the library.
For sure. It's
Arch
like a little...
fades.
It's tricky. It's tricky, but it's definitely breakable. But now, the thing is, they've been clean on the reads. MIBR just goes to Moto.
Yeah, he got deeper.
That's more of a commitment than it really looks like on its face. However, it looks like Saw will make the right decision and fall back.
But falling back
huge.
while Wicadia is still close enough to catch them. Just missed the timing. He's going to hear that fallback. Oh, and he doesn't get around the corner. Star of the show for Saw goes down. Putting a smoke front sight. This is pressure on Woxic. 4 bullets in that magazine. 3 players inbound. The climb up is a snapshot from Woxic. And with bomb on the front of the site now, Story's going to try to push in. It's a 1-and-done from Crazy on Banana. Woxic's buying time. And up close goes the no-scope. Sat on his ass is Story. He eats the barrel of the op, and Woxic looks rock solid.
I've never seen a no-scope brewing that I knew was going to get hit. The way that he drew him in, he was 100% positive exactly when that swing would be, how he would swing back into it. Oof. And that was a crazy first shot.
Felt like Woxic had plot armor. The way he sat there exposed to the potential climb up, waiting on the side of the smoke, scoped in. He could have gotten dropped by that climb, but he snaps it up the moment he's actually under threat. Not a moment sooner, not a moment later.
I mean, that was them working for each other. Wicadia really saving the day, I think.
Xantares isn't going to go down empty-handed.
Because not only does he get a pick-off coming up from the bottom of mid, he knows now the guy who would hold the flank is dead. They have to go. That was a great chance, and to be honest, a nice call. I'm glad to see Saw willing to change their mind.
But man, how they would have loved to have Agile in the mix of it. That's the one piece that gets clipped on the fallback, trying to run away. So good on Aurora as well, right? That push on short side was so perfectly timed. If it's a second later, they don't find that kill bottom mid. But now the A defenders are going to just have to hold. No push needed. T's coming to them. Bomb is still on short side, cut off from the others. How do you get that gun back? Smoke will help. Agile wraps it through the spawn, finds Woxic, takes an op shot, and survives it. Ooh, gets dinked, Woxic, but still holds back Agile. 2 rounds where he's going to find no impact, really. And pressure now on Joda as he also takes damage. Dude, these pistols nearly breaking through. It's a 1v3 clutch attempt from Crazy. 5 bullets in that magazine, no bomb possession, and he is just stuck trying to get this kill towards Pit, but Joda's not going to move a muscle.
Yeah, how's he going to get this mistake out of him? Reload comes through, and he has to get the bomb now. It's almost impossible.
Huge wrap around. He hears that mid-push. This is indeed crazy. Still nobody fights him until finally it's time. It felt like he was trying to die running into a short like that, but crosses over to the Pit. Doesn't get it going, and Aurora take a lead with a streak of rounds here. 5 consecutive CT victories with not even a bomb plant, despite some really close efforts here by Saw.
Whoa,
Astralis go for the 2-0 at the same time. Can Aurora take that and inspire themselves, do it here as well on Inferno?
It's possible. I think Aurora, 3D Max getting 2-0'd by Astralis is even more a bit surprising, especially after the second map from Astralis yesterday, but wow, what a result. They're going to turn back and look at this.
For the record as well, that's 3D Max eliminated from the tournament, from grand finals to a flop.
Wow.
It's a 3D Max way.
The aggressive positions here for Aurora. They've opened up a lot. M4 should be sticking out of the window, though.
See?
Oh, wow. Flapped. It's a 4-on-3. Rotations going over towards B, and we've seen Saw change their mind late, mostly because they did scout, I should say. Here, they've broken into the A site. Agile's out in the open a little bit. He's got to be careful. If he dies, this round changes a lot.
Yeah, they're coming to fight him before everybody's actually here. It's all good, though. This is finally a chance for him to get a fight. We go 2 consecutive rounds where he either dies with his back turn running towards B or just gets blasted on the approach to the bomb site. Agile survives, and look what happens. He holds off on the bomb site, opens the door for Saw, and is the reason that this game gets tied up at 10.
They picked a weird time to fight the stairs after they got their first kill, because as soon as that op shot came in, Story turns around to look at top mid, and there's a guy swinging on him. But before that moment, there was no one actually guarding the push because Aurora had not pushed down mid for this entire half. So they really found a way to give that advantage back. And let Saw know they still have a chance.
Terrorists win.
Just feels like if Agile's in the round, then Saw are in the game.
Just like MIBR found a way to use Xantares as a, Weapon X back on Nuke. It's time for the same here with Agile, with his performance in his form. Remember, he also 1v4'd this pistol, which has basically just kept this entire game alive, as we can see.
He's the only guy to try to outshine Xantares. Xantares 4K pistol met by the 1v4 of Agile. That's how narrow the margins have been to keep it going. And this time they're going to try to take a look early at Banana. Met by Flames. Aragorn's able to hold position, so...
2 HEs here, man. This is scary for the T's.
Yep, here come the util. Oh, is it on the money? Bit of damage on Muterus. Still, Aragorn's ahead of all this fire, though. Oh, man, him versus Xantares front sight, and he wins the duel.
Wow.
Down to 23 health. There's no help coming here for MIBR. Nobody is close enough to save you. And he still just tries to find utility damage. It's a huge amount of damage, and he's able to figure it out. Spams Aragorn on the crossover. But do they still want to take a look at it? There's a more utility to be found. That cache of grenades picked up from spawn. He just keeps the pressure on. But the frag grenade's a bit late, and it doesn't find all that he had hoped for. And by the fact that he's thrown out the frag and the incendiary before the retake is in position, there's nothing now to deal with Orange to get Story from out of dark.
Oh, a late smoke here on Khan.
Tough to deal with. Player right on the other side. If he pushes through on the flash, then maybe. With the crossfire set, Woxic's flashbang finds its target. Story out from the corner. Low health on both. They know where the last player's at. Story's just got to lock this in versus 3. He's out to the sidearm. It's desperate. And
they didn't get on it.
Aurora, no way they don't
didn't
have
get
time.
on it?
No way they don't have time.
You have 3 players. 3 players, they all had kits.
3 players.
And you're all jiggling? Like, we're looking at Madger's POV. You can't blame him. As long as he makes sure that the guy Why did Joda get off the bomb?
Joda's the one without a kit.
Oh, I thought they all had
Joda's the one without a kit.
Oh. Oh, yeah. Okay.
Joda's the one without a kit. Madger's the one up close flustering. And then the other kit player is the one who's locking in the angle for the wide swing.
I mean, that's the guy who needs to get on the bomb.
Yep. Oh, God. Devil in the details there.
Ooh.
And the Devil's dance. On Aurora's dead bodies of that last round, Muter is coming at it. Now they can sense blood in the water. 5v4 again. Gonna try to just keep that tempo up, but Terra's blind. Wins his. Op shot from Woxic's good.
Getting a little excited, man. They just dropped the bomb in their view.
Yeah, way too rambunctious.
Look at these players. They're pushing through nades. They've just got this bomb back now.
Saw could not cool their jets from that round win into a man disadvantage.
It's such a key moment to be this aggressive without a real plan. They're hoping to get the double entry on B, just run into the site. Now they've got to hope for one more grave error. It's a 4v3 for Aurora. They don't even have to rotate that quickly. A lot of utility's been expelled, but there's still a good amount left here for Saw.
Joda awaits, loses his teammate. Oh, only brings down 1. And so we've got a live wire. Kits on both players. Aurora, retake inbound. A smoke is all they've got for this retake. Could damn well block off the pit anchor. But this is it. Agile's still alive. Xantera is still alive. The 2 stars of the show for both these teams. It's a 12th for Saw or a tied game at 11 all. Player sight dropped. Agile still yet to make his move, but now they'll know both CTs in from short side. Both CTs with kits. Pit player yet to activate. Xanteras is into the corner. Agile kills Woxic first. Xanteras forced to run. This bomb's ticking fast, and Xanteras gets the headshot, but it's a deep sprint and no time
again. Oh my goodness.
The 11th and 12th for Saw by way of bomb explosion.
Oh, they throw that smoke down, and instead of having it covered, they have the guy defusing fight, and it takes too long to get the trade. Well done from Pit. Basically not peeking that entire time is all he had to do. It is that second mistake on the site. Wacadia going down, no kill.
If Agile is alive, then so are Saw. Back-breaking round losses in nature for Aurora to try and stomach. You've got to have a tough gut to deal with these ones. Luckily, their economy is enough to stay alive with buys, 2 MP9s, low utility already. Prime opportunity here for Saw. They have surprised us with back-to-back best-of-3 wins, but both of them have been 3-map affairs. And so they show us their resilience again. Trying to rob away Aurora's map pick. A map where the stats would have had you believe Aurora had this 2-0 in the bag once they brought it back. Slow starts could come back to haunt them again.
They can't make up their mind, or if it is going to be A.
But look how stacked this A site is for Aurora.
Time's actually ticked down quite a bit. Let's see if Aurora make the push. If they think it's B, they're going to get scared.
Oh, into the util usage. Crazy's got the trade. Woxic trying to serve up the distraction. Xanteras is thriving! 4 kills again from Brackets on his own. That's the 30th frag found.
Wow. 30 and 13. Somehow, someone who stands out more than Agile in this match
Xantera's locked into the corner. Aragorn walks away, and it is Joda to close this. Agile may be shining, but never as bright as Xantera's.
Xantera started off this series 0-6, 3 ADR, to now 30-13 on map 2.
$122 ADR, 23 rounds into this game.
And they saw require another tragedy to stave off Aurora to deny overtime, only to leave the potential for a map 3. They've got to do it with Tech 9s.
They've had a couple of sudden pops on this banana hold. Madger's able to walk in. Here it comes, though. The flood forward on the chase. Player from the boxes.
He missed.
Xantera is low. Only able to get one in the middle of that, which means AK's picked up for this one. But man advantage Aurora on the retake. There is a single kit here for Wicadia. But there's 3 frag grenades still to be thrown. And if any of them find Crazy, he's done for. He brought one with him. Even though he was so low, he hits Wicadia's head. And as Story gets off of this site, peeks into his demise. We go beyond regulation.
Oh man, this is a nervous moment for Saw. They allow it to happen. Obviously, getting their map point in the first place, they could thank Agile for that. But even on an individual level, they have Xanteris on the other side.
Between Xanteras and Woxic, 52 kills.
Wow.
And a lot of the time they've
Shaq and Kobe
tethered over towards that B site. You can push over one, but you can't slay both. So I've got plenty of overtime wins yesterday.
I don't think they're going to be excited to play this T side out more, though.
I don't think so either.
Oh, maybe not.
They will come flying through that bracket smoke. Crazy again, starting to give us something to talk about as this map's gone on, but Woxic finds his. And you're sitting with the Xanteras on 48 health, so leave it to Woxic to try to save the round as Apartments will get taken over by Saw. They don't follow through just yet. Still plenty of time to play out.
Search for one extra kill. Again, they're at their strongest at the beginning of the round. They have to sacrifice Agile to get this kill. And this op will be a free frag, actually. Jota goes down. There's only Woxic alive. And I say only Woxic, but it feels like he is in multi-frag form. Saw what he did from the back of B by himself.
They're gonna run
now the game
back.
Comes towards Xanteris as Madger leaves him alone.
Got an incendiary, but fire in front of him as well.
Oh, that's a huge molly. If they respect it.
They can afford some damage. They'll skate through the side of it. That CT smoke gives them sanctuary. Xanteris trying to just hold his ground as he gets taken even lower. And Woxic on the scene. It's a bit too late here. Nades come forward. Good rock by Saw back towards B. A solo Xanteris, half health, not enough to hold that back. And yes, his incendiary is well timed, but because of the CT smoke coming out and just extinguishing that little bit of it, just giving them that small path, they were confident to offer up the pathing. Woxic's going to take a couple for the road, 3 kills to his name, a reminder of what he's capable of, but with Saw having bombed down and around to the board, overtime starts well for the challengers.
Yeah, that was pretty great, actually, out of Saw. I mean, Woxic should be trying to hold this off, right?
I
thought they saved, actually, because it's overtime, they want to make sure they have an op if they lose 2 in a row, but all right.
You know what's more important than an op, though, is Xanteras on an AK.
Yeah, fair enough.
And that immediately changes hands.
They're playing to win. Well, that was actually pretty impressive from Saw. I mean, again, that's without Agile, and they at least get that first kill.
I'll say previously when they've seen that pullback, right? Saw when they've left the A start that they go for to get to B. Remember the round where Agile gets killed because Aurora are able to push forward themselves. This time they do enough damage on A with that sudden bracket pop. Nobody chases them on the B rotate, and they're able to hit site in full force. Just kind of tying Aurora's hands behind their back and leaving it on 2 anchors. You had Woxic Colonel up on site, and he is a threat, a real threat. But a stationary threat can be avoided, and they do so. Keeping this train on the tracks. Saw back to the lead they'll go. Wobbly economy as well for Aurora. Can't afford a blowout of the CT side OT.
Usually Aurora win banana. This time, it's 5v5, slow pace take here from Saw, and it's looking fairly successful. All the retake nades come through. No one's here. Didn't get to leave anyone up there. This is a round that could really come down to the clock. They don't have the map control that they've had previously. They don't have that first kill or first engagement really fast. What they may have is a CT team that is low on grenades. We got left. Ooh. Oh, square between 3 players. That's a good chunk. A late molly tag is going to really mess things up as well.
Fire on the bomb site.
Oh, he ate the flash.
Full blind. Madger's got damage in, but not enough as the cross gets through Wicadia. Still, they're going to try to set that site ablaze. They're charging through this. Wicadia gives his back over to Story. Muter is planting bomb behind the pillar of that fountain. Barely any cover, but he gets the job done. Joda and Woxic tasked for the retake now. And remember that the economy's on the line here for Aurora, so the save could be valuable. Deep position through the church. It is Crazy who goes deep, and in doing so, sets up Saw for a 14th round in overtime. Woxic's nade lands right upon him. Huge close here for Crazy, and a huge moment for Saw to go up 3 rounds on this T side.
Wow, 2 full-buy rifles back-to-back in overtime. Not what I expected to see. Really impressive here for Saw. They mess a tactic up here. Unfortunately, a flash tags Xanteris as he's standing in the molly too. The only way that works is essentially, you know, they're committing so much health to this play as well. Maybe it wasn't the CT flash, but I know that Madger had one queued up.
Yeah, look how sketchy this ends up being. Rebuying that op in the second round of overtime has cost them utility and guns. Aurora's half about to fall flat. Get into brackets, no contest. Aurora kind of feeling very silent, and sure enough, Crazy's just going to come up from Boiler with the kill to Joda, so man advantage.
Yeah,
1 incendiary, 1 smoke. That's all Aurora holds with still a minute on this round. And while they did just have a bit of vision on Banana, can they scramble the CT defense over in time? Can they get here in time? The Shadow's got Woxic focused. He sees that timing to a T, hits the off shot. Everybody trying to push through. Wicadia gets his. It's Madger to go down empty-handed. And Madger's actually from beyond the grave, able to kill Agile. A wraparound through apartments is going to give time for the plant, though. Muter is up here on balcony. He's going to try to deal with it. Wicadia gets the headshot, and it's going to fall onto Aragorn. He had a phenomenal first map in this series. A 1v2 inbounds, Xanteris included, and he's going to falter. Aurora with less. Pull off, at the very least, the 1-round CT side.
Oh man, Joda getting caught off guard inside of the halls. M4 walking around. That's the second time in this overtime. He's been the first death, walking into a death as well. He's had a lot of trouble finding impact, but right now he's got a team.
You know, we've talked about Woxic saving the day when Xanteris doesn't get his pop-off rounds. Wicadia triple this time. Welcome to the kill feed. That flank out through Arch side. And the damage, now it's not even damage from anybody else. That is just fully Madger burning him to death.
Yeah.
I thought surely it was because Wikady had got through with some FAMAS damage, but no sir, just burned. Aurora give themselves a chance at something more than a second overtime with that round. Utility pressure immediately here for Saw. Saw looking for some fights down mid. Nades go deep, huge amounts of early damage.
It's good zoning. Got him stuck at the steps, this aggressive smoke. And there is damage both ways, quietly. Crazy's down half. Muterus and Story a quarter. The thing is, one pattern we saw on T-side's Aurora, they can lose the first death on T-side and still answer back with 3 entries. Again, especially looking at Zentaris on this T-side, that's what they have to be concerned about. And in the past, Saw created this problem by not getting information, not creating connection between their Speedway player Arch and their B players, not leaning in any situation. They're relying heavily on multi-frags.
First one's good. Gets away unscathed as well. Story coming back at this. Joda's going to be up in his grill, but that's fine by him. 2 clean kills coming forward from Story. And there's an additional 3 defenders already on this position. Saw in a great spot to get that 15th round they need, but Madger's got other ideas. Wicadia toppled off of the balcony. Here comes Crazy with the swing.
Okay.
Another multi-frag for Crazy as this game goes on, finding his groove in OT.
Ooh, that's a little messy, man. And a great round out of Story, who found his first pick off, decided he could re-aggress a little bit. It wasn't going to be an Arch play. It was wide open, though. He wasn't mollied back. There was no smoke and CT spawn to threaten that they might be pushing him, so it made sense for him to abuse that space. Ultimately, it came down to Aurora walking into eventually what became a stack. Even though Saw didn't have the information early, Story got it for him.
Bomb down towards spawn, so all this positioning is just early. Getting close, but no commitment, even in the off chance that they find the openings they need. Zentaris trying to keep that util pressure on Arch. You've got 2 players in Crazy and Story to hold it back. There's going to be an uncertainty here unless they boost over that smoke.
And this is the
fumble the boost. Come on. Twice.
This is the smoke they were missing last time, too.
They'll expose it instead. All's good, but you give Zentaris a chance when you do that. It costs Crazy his life. Boost would have been safer. Story trying to get back into the site so that he can add himself to the numbers. Bomb was scooped up and brought over. Story still tearing it apart. 2 kills to his name. It's a fallback as Muterus gets onto the angle. A 3rd one through the smoke. And as he swaps over to the AK, Story is looking to end this on his own. There's a chance for the Moto climb up. Caught by Spam as well. And Saw have put this on Zentaris to clutch out. 20 seconds swarmed around him. They'll do it. They will extend this series to a 3rd. And in a week where Saw are taking Bucharest by storm, Aurora could be their next victims.
Okay, so Saw has equalized out the series. They've been able to take Aurora down on their map pick, and I don't want to take away from them in any way. We'll obviously celebrate them a little bit later, but right now, what I want to focus in on is how Aurora fumbled Inferno, because they did fumble Inferno.
They pissed away what was a great comeback story. Like, I thought the way that they were grinding their way back into the game in the second half was actually pretty cool resilience from them. And then all of a sudden you get to the final rounds of regulation. They botched 2 retakes completely. Just no communication, no speed, no forethought, and then in overtime, just a pitiful T-side.
They just make things so hard for themselves. It's just so painful to watch sometimes, to see some of the things that went wrong for them. It was I mean, even from early in the second half, Wycadia just puts them in a 4v2 situation in the force buy, then they throw it away. Xantares, you know, gets the 4K. This is what I was talking about, 4K and the pistol round. And then GL comes back with the 1v4, whereas Xantares is a little overconfident going for the ace, you know, and then just breaks apart the crossbar that he had with Major when they had the bomb down in middle, you know, and they could have just played the bomb easily and tried to crossfire for it, just being very overzealous. The 2 rounds, whatever, 4 rounds later, it's just a retake. Exactly, like it's kind of crazy how many rounds they just simply threw away in that comeback, and that's even after they made it hard for themselves from the beginning, where it was just 0-6 down again.
Do you think that this is the problem with Aurora, though? Because there's a bigger picture to be discussed here, and it's looking at the whole year, which is that I just feel like when the chips are down, they don't rise to the occasion.
It's very true. I mean, this team just seems to struggle in tense mid-round moments and late-round moments. I mean, that's why they rely so much out of plays out of spawn on T-side, because they don't manage the mid and late rounds very well, in my opinion. And then, you know, these retakes, those are unforgivable situations. Like, you have such huge advantages. You're doing all the right things to put your pieces in place to be able to, you know, turn this game around. These retakes are right for the taking. You're getting all the kills, you're getting all the right movement, and then you're just unable to communicate out those last, you know, 10, 15 seconds correctly to be able to execute and get the job done. You know, it's very damning.
I do want to give flowers to Saw, and especially Azul at the beginning. He was just running around, destroying Aurora pretty much left and right. So that was great. Same thing with when they had the overtime, right? I mean, it just actually looked like they had a good plan going into it. Very like conservative, you know, going for a banana play and then going into an execute, just getting all the right kills, all the right trades. So yeah, pretty comprehensively good Inferno from them, better than I expected, especially considering that they don't really play it so much, and they did rely on some of these kind of crazy rounds to go in their favor, but I think they set themselves up to have the cushion, you know, to withstand some of the craziness.
For sure. I mean, if we go back to the first half, though, the craziness maybe wasn't as insane then. They did have a good showing on the CC side. I mean, Striker, to me, they looked far superior to Aurora.
Yeah, for sure, and especially early on, and it was something that Dust was talking about. Just the ideas that Aurora had towards the beginning were just very simply readable. I don't know if we can look into some of the stuff that I'm talking about, but you know, the first gun round that Aurora go with is just a walkout on banana control. Wycadia is not even trying to pressure mid. There's no flashes, there's no smokes. Story literally has a line down mid, and he sees that there's nobody there, and so they can rotate to B. They have 3 guys on B. We're ready for the execute to come in, and of course it comes in 5 seconds later. It just looked like they had a really good idea of what was going on all over the map. They were able to even disrupt Wycadia when he was trying to get something going over in apartments. So really good. It felt like a really good game planning from Saul early on.
Yeah, I mean, Saul did a fantastic job defensively the entire game, and I think a lot of it is kind of what you're talking to. Is like every single round, without fail, either Story always had information top middle with the op, or maybe he would even get more aggressive than that, or they had someone inside apartments who was getting information in a window room or stairs and things of that nature, or both. And it's like, at that point, you just tip the scales heavily in your favor, and now all of a sudden Aurora having to rely on essentially brute forcing their way into victory by just sheer trade fragging because, you know, Saul has a complete read of every situation.
Yeah, this is exactly the round I was talking about. You know, Aurora go for the early banana control and basically have no pressure in mid, right? And then that allows Saw to have crazy rotate back, and they're basically in 3 people ready for this well, not even for the retake, for the B defense, and they just slam it easy. Nothing really to say from that point on, and it just felt like Aurora didn't really give themselves enough to work with early on. I mean, going down 0-5, 0-6, same thing as the first map, and it just felt like very flat from early on. I don't think
they ever gave themselves a man advantage situation on their final execute. Like, it felt like every single time it was either like equal numbers or maybe they were even a man down in those situations, just like not really taking advantage of what you can do on Inferno with the pushing and pull of rotations. Like, by having split pressure, top brackets, and banana to some degree, at least you're denying information and space, and they didn't do any of that.
Let's go into the second half and talk about what happened there. You fumble the defuse, you do it again, 2 rounds back to back, just mistakes from Aurora that I would say cost them the series.
This is the egregious one, to be honest, because I don't know if you can see, there's a defuse kit just right next to Jota, just before he gets onto the defuse. It's a 3v1 situation. He just doesn't realize he doesn't have the defuse kit. He gets on the defuse, realizes he doesn't have it, and he goes for, instead of trying to look for a defuse kit, he goes to try to trade for Story, right, or for Major, who was trying to kill Story, instead of, you know, getting somebody on the defuse, you know, and that's just such an unnecessary round to lose. Second one, the same thing, you know, they try to go for the retake a little bit too late. Xantares actually does win the 1v1, but it's just at that point there's no time left in the round. It was just...
I mean, they have a 2-on-1 with the guy in pit. The bomb is planted in a great spot for the pit player. You have a smoke available to put on top of the bomb to try to block the diffuser. They wait until there's only a few seconds left to even try to do that. It's like either one, there's two things has to happen. Either that smoke has to come out faster on the bomb to cover the diffuser, or 2v1 the guy in pit and then run back to the bomb. One or the other. They're stuck in this you know, lack of decisiveness is what really killed them in that situation.
Decisiveness and maybe some comms issues as
100%.
well with Aurora overall. It doesn't look like everyone is on the same page.
Yeah, for sure. That's generally what happens in these situations where just nobody, even from the two guys who are dead, right, in that 3v1 situation I was talking about on B, somebody should be in that position where he's like, you have the kit, you go defuse, and then the other two can play up to that, right? So it is definitely a communication issue there.
Is this team getting worse? Because so at the start of the series, I mean, Dust painted this picture about how there was a time where we were comparing Aurora to Mongols. They were fighting for that 4th spot. They were the team that could upset the big names. I don't think they're in that conversation at this event anymore, or even moving into the major.
Yeah, I don't think they aren't getting worse. They have gotten worse already. I think all throughout the season, even though they've changed their strategy a lot in terms of how many events they want to attend, towards the beginning of the season, they didn't say yes to all the events, as we saw in the first part of the season, where they were just saying yes to everything after everything, because at the time they weren't in the position where they are as comfortable as now, where they are a part of the elite, maybe not so much anymore, but the elite teams. And so they just played everything event after event. Now they've been a little bit more strategizing, but then, you know, even that's not working for them. It looks like the playbook's not even getting any deeper than it was at the beginning of the season.
They chose this event over traveling, with the idea being that the level of opposition, I'm speaking for a team that I've not spoken to, so but what we looked from the outside was that they chose this because it was an opportunity for them to lift a trophy. It was great for them. It was a perfect position to be in. And now it looks like, I mean, Source could easily take train from them, and they've been struggling throughout PGL Masters.
You're 100% right. I mean, the only thing that Aurora can be proud of this season is a finals appearance at EWC. That's really the only takeaway so far. Yeah, some of the losses they've had, you could argue, were against teams that were ranked at their level or above them, and so maybe you're like, it's not that too bad of a loss. But they've had some losses like this one where it's just like, that is a little bit damning. But like you said, going in the train, if we take a look at it, I mean, both of these teams are, in recent memory, kind of similar records on train. Like, they've both been able to put out some pretty good results on train. Both teams do like playing it. So with it being common ground, you're absolutely right. Saul could take this one. I mean, in my opinion, I think they're a more balanced team on this map.
Moving away from Saw, though, we've been pretty tough on Aurora, so let's try swing the pendulum in the other way. If they want to now win the series and secure themselves in a playoff, how do they have to perform on train?
I'm curious how it's going to go, because a lot of what we saw in Inferno, where they just like to start from pack plays and all that stuff, we actually saw that the same thing when they were playing, I think, Fnatic on the second day or on the first day, I can't remember now, where they were playing a lot of early round stuff. You know, they were trying to get Boxic out of A main to try to get a pick on towards E box, and then 3 guys just packed up in middle and were in B halls, and were waiting for the right opportunity to just pop into B, waiting for the one guy. You know, problem is, I was watching Agile yesterday, and he was destroying B anchoring. You know, on when he was playing against GamerLegion, or that was the day before that against an IP actually. In that game, they were literally 1 shot away from losing and from going down to 0-2, I'm pretty sure at that point it was. So it's not like they were convincing on Inferno in any way, so I think it's still going to be a tough day in the office for Saul.
It is. I mean, I think, you know, one of the things is like Aurora were kind of a trendsetter on train early on, in my opinion. Like, they were kind of the ones that made it famous to like have your main entry guy come out of pop instead of team main, with Xantares being like a guy who's very comfortable playing in that pop hallway. And I think that's going to be kind of a key matchup to look out on, because, you know, he's going to be very aggressive defensively, try to disrupt, you know, so I think it's going to have to be a big target for them. And when they get on the T side, it's about, you know, unleashing, you know, Xantares in that pop alley to kind of keep open options, both outer and inner, whenever you're able to do that.
3 maps. That's what we're going to go down to, because it's all to play for here at PGL Masters Bucharest. Aurora, they had a chance to close it out 2-0, and now they've given a nice little gift to Saul. Will Saul unwrap it and make their way to the playoffs? We'll find out after the break.
She said she loves you, but she can't love me.
But I love you.
crazy. I gotta break on myself, I amaze me. Like I'm back in the 80s.
I won't play window anymore.
What's going on?
Play your role, 1xBet. The human body was built to move. Not trapped at a desk in one singular posture for 12 hours a day. It's time your chair evolved. This is Secret Lab Titan Evo. Ergonomically engineered for you. Gamers, hybrid workers, artists. Backing your every move.
Astana, are you ready?
Hello everyone, Jackie Powers here, back live from the building here at PGL Bucharest. This time around joined by the legend himself, Ashley Battier, of course, from GamerLegion, Alex from Gentlemates, the wonderful Jacasmo from Fnatic, Hypex from GamerLegion, LNZ from Heroic, Martinez from Gentlemates. You can only buy one piece of utility. What would you choose?
Oh, smoke. Smoke. Probably, I'd probably choose the flashes, because you can have two.
Okay, yeah, that's a good point.
And like the other would be the smoke, but that one you can only have one of. And if you can have two flashes, that can be more valuable sometimes.
Okay.
I'd have to choose that one.
Smoke.
Yeah?
Yeah.
100%?
100%.
All right.
I think it's most important grenade in the game.
For the value, just the plays that you can make with it, the space.
Exactly. Like in the, I think at top tier level, if you don't use the utility properly, then you're gonna get destroyed also. Like you have to be good at every point, basically, if you wanna be there in the top or just to compete against them, you know?
Yeah, it would have to be the smoke.
Yeah?
Yeah, support the teammates a bit, but if it's just for myself, I think I would pick a molly.
Ooh,
I think, because then you can take an angle, you can quickly molly and focus on another one, but smoke is not a wall, so. But just to help my teammates a bit, I'll pick a smoke.
Selfless.
Yeah.
I think to win the most rounds, it's better to take smoke as a nade because it's giving you more room to work. But for me, especially, I would take nade.
Oh, like HE itself?
Yes,
okay.
yes, like nade itself.
I think everyone will choose a smoke. Yeah, it's the most important in the game because if not, you cannot do anything without the smokes. Yeah.
There's been a couple HEs which would counter the smoke, but only in some situations.
Well, I didn't think about it, but anyways, I think smoke is the key on the game.
Smoke.
Yeah.
Easily. Yeah, I'm sure everyone's probably said that as well.
Honestly, there's been a couple flashes, one Molotov.
Really?
Yeah.
Oh, but there's not enough flashbang. Unless if you get like 10 flashbangs or something instead of a smoke, then sure.
The equivalent exchange.
Yeah, I mean, the smoke just gives you so much versatility. Like on T-side, obviously, it blocks off areas you can go in without the sphere. On C-side, like you throw a smoke down, you can rotate somewhere else for 15 seconds, come back, drop smokes and all. And you're just funneling people wherever you want to do it all the time. That's kind of the beauty about CT side is you're manipulating where the T side want to go. The smoke does that. Molotov doesn't last long enough, and flashes, you know, half the rounds flashes just they're not going to get you kills or anything. They'll slow the team down. So
if we have matchup with smoke versus nade, I think it would be interesting.
Yeah. Okay.
If I'll have ban by math in my matchup, we would for sure take nade.
All aboard the upset train. Saw have come to Bucharest to impress, and honestly, now halfway there, because we've had 2 maps in a row whereby they've had strong starts. 6-0 nuke on an Aurora that looked very kind of asleep at the wheel, we'll call it.
Yeah.
And then a 5-1 versus an Aurora that were fired up, but they just kind of get kept at bay. Can they do it again? It'll be the most difficult place to do it. It's a T-side train to try to get that momentum out of the gate again. And when these games have come so close, when their wins have been majority in overtime so far this week, are they able to pull it off?
Yeah, I mean, 3 slow starts, that might be a bridge too far, but will that even happen is the question. Oh, taking over Z here, actually. It's a big kill. MIBR's so late to it.
Still sitting up top right now. Wicadia looking for the fight on site.
They're in so many...
It's crazy. I mean, I don't envy our observer. There's so many fights going down in CT spawn, up in the brown halls, down on the B site. There are duels no matter which way you go. And the problem is bombs at 12 seconds.
They don't have a kit?
Nope. They're out right now, trying to move that distance in. We've already seen them lose to time, and they're going to find more kills, but again, just no time. By the time you even get close to that bomb site, there was already less than 10 seconds, so never playing for the win on this one. Crazy will go down to the explosion. Saw win the pistol for another strong start.
Yeah, that's not very smart, is it, Aurora? If you're playing the retake setup and you're taking that long to get into it, unless the kit was in Z on MIBR, maybe that's where it was, if there was one, but otherwise, you gotta play for kills, you gotta play faster.
Never within the realm of possibility.
This is Aurora's best map right now, but it's not their best form right now.
It's a good way to put it.
Saw have 3 good games on it recently. Ouch.
See ya.
That actually shoots the odds way up into the CT favor. Let's see if they can steal it back. Ooh, little damage, but that's it. Ah, it gets really scary here for Saw. Boxing someone who was definitely heating up last map, and in history, it's been Train where Woxic has shown us the most crazy stuff.
Pop on MIBR, but it also gets the CTs to overstack this A site, so still enough fight left in them. Low health Xantera is on E-Box.
They can't find him, and there's one inside of ladder.
It'll be Joda to try to make a difference here, but he's burned off the play. There's no kit on this round for Aurora either. So good on Muterus, just goes ahead and tears apart 2 of the 3 players in that A site. Joda gonna get caught off by the fact that Crazy wasn't down with his teammate, but still lingering in the halls. Woxic's got 20 seconds to spare without a kit, and he gets found out by stomping all around. So good on them and good on Muterus to not only serve up that A distraction with the kill on MIBR, get everybody kind of dogpiled on the wrong bomb site, but then also just chewing through 2 more players makes that so much easier to close.
Yeah, fortunately, so many Aurora players just getting caught walking around, and like, if they're not sharp right now, like, even losing Inferno is already a really impressive victory for Saw, considering their Inferno, considering the stature of their opponent, and also they're getting into overtime, making it 3-map series, but not versus any team that's like Aurora quality. So this just shows us that they've been playing well, period, not just they got good wins versus bad teams. Train and Inferno versus Aurora, and they'll have some explaining to do.
Trying to get back out into that outer yard. Everybody's all in for Aurora. 5-7 to press against AKs. There's a world where Xanteres pulls that off, but instead he goes down with no damage. Will Story think about this close spot from Joda? Where there's one pistol, there's usually more. Nice reaction out of Story. Good snap up close. Wicadia's deep, though, finds a victim. But nobody else on this outer yard's making it happen just yet. Woxic comes together with Major, but it's all while everybody else foresaw gets into position, and they were so ready to just slice through whatever it is they found from all the different directions that this one turns into the 3-0 start. A 6-0 start, a 5-1 start.
Oh.
Yeah, 5-0 would make more sense. And now a 3-0 start at least. Yeah, why did I include the 1? 5-0 sounds so much better.
Yeah. It does. Objectively.
Although I suppose with 5-0, 5-1 is implied.
Even worse.
Why use big word when little word do trick? What kind of tricks do Saw have up their sleeves? We got an Op and an Og out on the field for Aurora, and Wicadia kind of overwhelmed by that timing, but he'll pick it up. Wins the duel with 30 health left over. Timing almost got him. Look at this fast flood from Aurora. They're very fluid in the sense that, like, whenever anything starts to happen, they dogpile, go all in. Woxic, deep op reposition. Wicadia finds a huge multi-kill. Triple for Wicadia. Barely any help needed. It assists, of course, but he still had more in the tank. There was good damage done there for Saw, but the first gun round for Aurora will cut Saw down to size. A 3-0 start, all they get.
Yeah, which is actually already impressive for Aurora to not let it go to 5 or more. Another 3-kill round here for Wicadia. He's had a few multis, actually, this series.
He definitely got his game going on Inferno. Couple good A-holds as Xantares and Woxic were really the stars of the show. That third piece to come through wasn't enough. Trying to sing his praise on a map they lost. But individually, it was there. And now it's him and Woxic to get started today. It's crazy that Xantares hasn't had any kind of like lightning fast starts to any of the 3 maps. But you just know by the end of the game, he'll be at the top of the charts. That's how it's gone on both Nuke and Inferno.
I think it'll be Woxic this time.
Opera's Paradise.
Yeah.
Yeah, he's a bit of a monster on train. So forcing down with whatever they had left over, but Uterus meets his maker in Xantares outside. Crazy has slipped the net.
Wow,
Look at this.
This guy, he got into Z on the first round. Now he's...
Okay, into the op. Doesn't want to milk it beyond. If that smoke wasn't there, I think he'll try to go find another. Over towards B, though, Wicadia steps up to the plate. He'll cut down the other half of what Saw had going, and so Crazy's 1 kill could all be in vain. Him and Story still trying to pinch out onto the A site. Xantares has been found. He lets him know where he's at. Oof, good job by Major to bring that back with no vision. Knows where Story's standing, takes his chance, drops the bomb, forces Crazy to come back at this. 60 health, 1v3, 50 seconds on this clock.
Like a long save, honestly, without getting that bomb back. Don't know where they are, but don't even know if that's guaranteed. This is a long flank coming into play. The Crazy gonna come check it, but oh, wasn't made to op. That'll go down. Op recovered. No save here. As Aurora take another round. There is also something gimmicky about, you know, Saw going through a lot of utility. As soon as things get desperate, they'll start walking out. I mean, this is something that's not going to work in the long run if Wicadia is like, oh, he's ready in B for anything like that. He throws a molly and they take damage, but they never fall back. They always just go through it. Makes it difficult for Uterus to call real rounds around that if everyone takes too many risks.
Joda doesn't get caught in the reposition. And even if he did get caught on timing, we are talking about 5 Glocks. So good on Saw to take their time here, but... Nice try, J-Raz. I love that he jiggles the moment you try to show off your cameras. Wicadia is going to farm on what he has been all map long so far, which is just any of these walkouts. Totally dominated. Not going to get him off his post. So strongest start so far for Aurora. And that is even with the pistol and full conversion to Saw's side. But Guns are going to have to find some kind of a solution. Because right now, B-site looks absolutely held by Wicadia. Feels like he can do no wrong.
Yeah, be careful because you keep giving him more and more practice, too. You keep making him better. There's actually an element of the game where maybe you don't want to feed him the ecos because he's already got a lot of confidence.
10-2 start.
Yeah. Especially if you're going to try to wait till he gets a little loose, then walk out on him in the future. You've already got him on high alert. How's this HE gonna do? Not too bad.
Two smokes left here for Saw. First one goes out. Story throws his. Gonna try to blanket the outer yard. In between the trains. Looking to cut off positioning, but that's going to elicit the reaction out of Aurora as well. Fire over towards the Pop Dog exit. Xantares sees this as a chance to walk in. I mean, here's that stomping. Oh, he cuts them down to size!
What?
What a huge move from Xantares. His teammates will clean up on the site itself, but he hears them stomping around, running around. He sees that as nothing but a golden ticket.
Oh boy, and Story was just setting up nades so they could exit T-Con.
Yikes.
That's tough.
Utility comes over top. He pushes through their smoke. And just knowing that he's cut off the two players inside of T-Con. Third one's just the cherry on top for Xantares, but you have your hands full now if you're Saw. Wicadia's strong on B. Xantares powering up on A, and that's all while Woxic can roam and do as he pleases.
Crazy with a K, meet Xantares with an X.
Woxic happy to hold off on Ivy here. This is going to be upgraded pistols, couple flashbangs just looking to storm through. Woxic will set it ablaze. Their only other player dead already. Xantares quick to the call. You need help, Woxic, I've got you. Again, these two have just been shoulder to shoulder all series long. They were a problem for Saw on the B side of Inferno, and they will continue to be an issue on outer yard of Train.
What?
All right, why not? Frag grenade.
First 2 kills.
Agile's name on it. Still majority alive despite that Desert Eagle's best efforts. 5-round streak here for Aurora.
They really don't care about your mollies. The molly is an invitation as far as Saw are concerned. They're always going to run through them, and you can just see now Aurora getting more comfortable with that, separating themselves from it. They know when there's that first flash comes through, there will be someone on the other side of it. So I don't like to use utility for no reason.
Speaking of invitations, Wicadia hears any kind of a presence up in the halls. He'll just beckon them in. A couple rounds where he's had less to shoot at. Probably hungry to keep those stats going, but it's going to be sought to cool off.
What's Wicadia looking for?
God. Can't find a mirror.
A little bit of noise. It's actually pulled at least an extra rotate in Woxic, but it looks like it's going to be an outside hit. Oh, that's a really late deep smoke. Calls out that there's no one there right now. And Xantares, he does see one. Tries to turn that into a spray transfer before even seeing the first guy.
Ooh, Story finding one as well, and Aragorn headshot instant on Joda. So torn through are the A defenders.
Oh, he got it.
No plan.
That is the bomb down. What a lineup.
20 on the clock. Wicadia nowhere nearby to help out. Bomb will go for the safe plant on the other end. Not going to stop it this time. Excellent effort there for Woxic. If only somebody else from that A defense was able to offer him some help.
You've got to appreciate when players know their lineups like that. Oh.
Still, though, Op hits the ground, and Woxic's efforts all in vain. That is Saw breaking back through the defense. 9 rounds into this half. They will find their 4th.
It's a great flash on Xantares as they're exiting. It's a great flash on Xantares as they're exiting out into the upper side. And I think that early, audible that they gave Wicadia at the beginning of the round is the reason that Woxic was still there late. They still had to kill 3 players to get back outside, but they did it.
A bit awkward for Aurora that Joda can't get anything out her once Xantares dies for once. Joda will take point outside, moves forward towards the walls. Saw gonna slow it down. Crazy's been very happy to just try to find these rush timings when it comes to playing into Ivy. Him and Woxic have been trading blows. Xantares loves to play up inside of the T-Con, so he'll do it again. He knows where to find safety on these smokes. Big question here is, will Saw consider it? They've been kind of caught off guard by these types of aggressive openings. They're holding for the push through, but what about the hold in the corner? And eventually they have to make their move. Xantares actually gives up the spot. Oh, gets away perfectly.
Just never even had to shoot.
2 players coming at him. He'll fall back. They want to try to just anchor sights at 30 seconds. Wicadia gets clipped, going for the B push.
They saw the bomb in T-Con. Now it's got to change back.
Agile's running it as Crazy gets active into Ivy. He'll have Xantares too preoccupied to really get over to that B site. It's going to fall on Joda, and MIBR flanking. It's a good trade. MIBR's trying to arrive in time, and they don't plant immediately. Now Aragorn's hand busy, and Story's, he's scoped it on the op. Good flank for MIBR. The back of the A defense gets held back by Crazy, but it's the frontline push through Pop Dog. Excellent decision from MIBR.
So wild that Xantares doesn't shoot in that first teammate interaction. Brings Wicadia forward, and they try to punish that rotate. That was really smart by Saw, but as soon as they got back in her, like everything was in place. And Xantares, he did a good job of not getting stun locked by Crazy, who was playing there, an Icon, walking by him, getting to Z. He kind of kept it moving to the site that he knew in the back of his head they were going to try to get to.
Saw really trying to think their way out of this one. But Aurora just keep catching them off. Missed one from Woxic, predicting the lower peak, not on top of dumpsters. Bad Molotov, clipping the smoke.
That's quite smart, throwing the flash from below the dumpster first.
Katie is going to put the fire down in front of the pack. It's pretty solid damage, but Agile's got the kill, and for once, Wicadia doesn't get the multi-kill hold inside B. Recovery already well underway. Aragorn and Agile are not going to feel safe here. Joda gets found out and wins his duel. It's not his best map this series, but he does enough. And Aurora starting to put a real gap between them and Saw now.
The only reason that Wicadia dies is because they still haven't learned yet that Saw don't believe in Molotovs. They don't think that they're real, and they're right. You can actually run through them. Molotovs are not walls.
Just like smokes. They're only as dangerous as you think they are. So this is starting to become
burned alive is only a mindset.
Yeah. It's like people who can walk on hot coals.
Yeah.
You know?
I probably have some family members who can do that.
Mind over matter. Starting to be a bleak picture when you consider Saw had that 3-0 start. Only one round since. We are playing Train after all. Sometimes that's the way she goes.
The nicest $5 glove combo.
Womp womp. Final attempt for Saw to break down the front door. Gonna have to do it with Galil's.
Chill.
Acadia says, you're not gonna come to me, then I'll just come to you. Right up the ramp into the double kill. Poor Saw too, because there's been a lot of these more recent rounds where they've been afforded some positioning. You know, working the map a little bit, taking it on their terms, but Aurora have powered up with confidence here in the 12th, and they are dominating.
What's happening
now.
right now? Oh my goodness.
Woo! Xanterra's with the closer. Aurora can do no wrong once the pistol and conversions come to an end. So be it that one more round gets added to the tally. This is a fully powered up Aurora now.
Yeah, that's quite a stellar 1.5 out of Wicadia as the beat player, especially considering how much they were kind of running face first into him. And that last round, they showed that they could beat him out, but only by, again, running through his incendiary. And any round that they don't do that, he got multi-kills. This time, up the ramp into their face, leaving Aurora with 8 rounds in that first half. But you're right, Xanterra still at the top of the board.
Not going anywhere anytime soon. It's funny, right? Another slow start. It just doesn't hit the ground running in any of these maps, but luckily for him, Counter-Strike, 24 rounds of regulation.
Mood could make a big difference in the second half, though. I mean, Saw are playing better than they expected. They're going into OTs and beating teams that they shouldn't be beaten. Like, they already have Inferno up. This is just one more map versus one more team, I think, to them.
It is, though, the first time that they don't have such a strong first half. Right?
Yeah.
It's the first time they're not swapping over with a lead. It's the first time they didn't get anything more than the pistol and conversions. It's been an impressive run so far in Bucharest, and it doesn't end here. 2-1 game where Saw have already surprised us, but they could still have a chance tomorrow in the 2-2 matchups to make it to playoffs. In a week where a bunch of underdogs are trying to separate themselves from the pack. Neither of their roads ends today, but Aurora to make it where everyone expects them into the playoffs, while teams like 3D Max have already fumbled the ball and been eliminated early. We need to see these favorites show us why they're considered so. But 4v5 in the pistol are Aurora already. Smoke over the top to block off Icon. Molly back sight's not going to disturb anybody. We do get this Ivy push coming through as well from Story in a second. Ooh, that one actually gets caught. That's a way back in for Aurora if Crazy doesn't get anything going for himself. But luckily for him, teammates already continue to pull Aurora apart. Woxic and Wicadia versus 4. And we've had a lot of X-Factor moments in these pistols already. So you've got to be cautious if you're Saw, because you could still let this slip. Now, Bomb is still down in the gap, but Agile comes out with the Wicadia frag. Woxic to the clutch, denied. Back sight held on too well. You know, we were talking about Agile all Inferno long. Nice to see him with a multi-kill. Goes from 5-11 to 8-11 with that triple kill. and gives Saw a chance to win and convert at least both pistols on map 3.
If you have a bad first half but you win both pistols, it actually doesn't really matter. All that does is converting versus those force-ups that are coming. But there was not even a plant there for Aurora. Oh, this flash might be a little late. Oh, yeah, it is. It hits
Blind
Woxic,
double.
but as he was peeking, how the heck did he get that kill?
Blind double Glock.
Was it burst?
Blind double Glock. I don't even think it was burst.
But it's don't you need 3 headshots?
Maybe he was close enough.
Yeah, I guess he was face to face.
Fast. Well, sucks to be crazy. They can still make their moves. Aragorn wants to try to carve a path to control. Sees the bomb up in the hall.
Oh, wait, whoa, that's awkward.
What is going down now?
It's kind of crazy that Agile's even watching this, but it's the right move. Why is he even watching that, to be honest? If his teammates had double pushed through it.
Story's going to shave off the play towards Ivy. You know why, Launders? Because you can't trust your friends.
That's a fact. Trust but
only
verify.
yourself.
What the heck?
I don't understand how he does it. Xanterez scares the hell out of me. You know, I don't know if gods walk amongst men, but if they do, Xanterez may be one of them. Still 3 alive for Sasso. Good majority here on the hold. Couple of Glock kills that shouldn't be had, but it's all Aurora are allowed on their way to the first gun round. Is it 2? Oh, it is a
burst, yeah.
Okay.
Holy smokes. That's wild.
That was not. One was not. We get the best of both worlds. Not going to waste any time here. 2 smokes over. Ivy, though, is going to be a point of contention. Aurora met by Flames. Xanterez confirms that he's up close on it. He could still challenge through. Story's going to go for the T-Con control. And Madger got caught trading positions in T-Con, which means Story is going to go unnoticed. Story has got himself a perfect push here, but Wicadia keeps his head up just in case. Madger switching positions, not enough to get Wicadia to write off the threat. And so back to the even 4v4 at a minute.
They were pretty suspicious that a push took place after that kill went down, so good of them to go and check on it. Does take some time off the clock.
Oof. All right. Crazy somehow makes that look easy. Wicadia doesn't even get a chance to shoot back just yet. He'll slowly approach with bomb. But as he hears Crazy run away, Muterus waits and sees the bomb and the gun barrel and gets it all confirmed. So Saw moving forward, not just with the pistol and conversion, first gun round with it. And we have yet to see why Aurora will break through this defense just yet.
Yeah, it's official. They're playing good enough to win. Huge that they pull off these pistols. Catching all these fast starts, all these pistols in this game, that's how you make an upset of this magnitude happen. Saw might be onto something special in a run here at Bucharest. Aurora will come in broke, trying to defend their lead.
Map 3 just didn't have the same formula as the first 2 as to why Saw had had a competitive series. It's not a 5 or 6 round start. It's not a majority in the first half, but that second pistol and then winning the first gun round, you just can't fall victim to any X-Factor moments like a Tech 9 outer rush. See if they can catch that Ivy player slipping. It's Flames on arrival. And they wait just in case the CT wants to push. Crazy would be insane to do that.
Where is the line?
Still, they'll push their way through. Trying to go for the spam, and he gets there on Jota. He's got teammates to help out on the reload, but it is still taking over the eye halls. Woxic can't manage the player top train. Woof. Muter's trying to get the hell out of here. Good coverage here for the rest of Saw. Aurora tried to crank a dial this round, but utility protocol from Crazy and the smoke spam really just sucked the life out of the room for Aurora. We are tied up at 8, folks.
There goes the lead.
Saw have not given over bomb sites. Saw have not given over bomb plants. Saw have locked in the rounds since this defensive half started.
Yeah. No bomb plants might be something to pay attention to if Aurora revert back to their sort of the energy they had at the start of Nuke. Like, Saw knew all these games are going to be hard. Aurora probably came into this event thinking the games in playoffs might be hard.
Right.
Here they are with the Rude Awakening. And they're probably pissed off about it.
Aurora also a victory over Liquid, a team that, you know, some had kind of painted as somebody who could maybe punch upwards with recent form, but Saw's catching everybody off guard.
Yeah.
Including Aurora at the moment. 5v4 established. Agile's under pressure, but Muterus here to help out. And Saw's players are just so nicely tethered as this CT side goes on.
What were they even planning to do here?
Don't know.
The bomb was out in spawn after Madger died, looking to sell the fake. They had 3 committing downstairs, and like, if you have that many players pushing out into the site, no one's in brown halls, no one's watching your flank, no one's assisting the bomb to come through, then you have to hold a site with no utility until the bomb gets there. There's no guarantees it'll make it there safely, and it's not safe to be out in a bomb site when they know you're there. So, quizzical. It'll be a lonely save here for Woxic. They gotta face the music now. The lead is gone.
In the 13 CT round wins that have happened across this map, not one bomb has even been planted.
What?
There was never a bomb plant in any of the CT rounds that Aurora won. That's how much they had kept Saw off the bomb sites. That's how dominant it was.
Oh, wow. Let's hope that doesn't happen in this time to them.
It is. And they didn't win pistol. That's the difference. Ultimately, that's what it's boiling down to. Saw Brock down once. Look at this. Not one bomb plant in any of the CT round wins.
That's kind of crazy.
Terrorists not just losing, but losing badly. You know, we said like this wasn't that strong start from Saw, that 5-0, 6-0 beginning in the first half, but they're doing it now. Pulling it out of the hat beyond the first half. And if you're an Aurora fan cheering, they haven't really given you a reason to believe just yet on this attack.
It Saw have money fall. It Saw have money falling out of their pockets. Everybody's rich.
You know, the desk was alluding to the performances Aurora have brought to the table throughout this year, but it was Sam who said, let's speak about Aurora at this event specifically. And she wasn't convinced that they were good enough to beat everybody as dominantly as they have. And here we are where they just can't manage to get that breakthrough moment going. So it's another instance where Aurora are looking like just another team in the pack. And this is with Zenterez, Woxic, Wicadia up there. They're just not dominant yet. But not dormant either. So keep your eyes peeled. Because at a moment's notice, you could get that Aurora flood out onto the site, whether that's through Pop Dog or down this ramp. Options open.
So important that Major finds a way to make this close.
There it is, that sudden attack. Aragorn's been rock solid back here, will continue to do so. Oof, there's the rebuttal. 2 Tech-9 headshots come out. Zenterez Desert Eagle down with nothing. It is crazy to make the difference, and he is finding his groove over here towards Ivy since switching over.
Madger might die after time if he's not careful. Man. They're coming up on him fast.
Oof, luckily for him, he'll die before time, but Saw take to double digits, and a flawless CT run still without a plant keeps going.
For a moment, everybody's over 10K. After their full buys, 3 players still are.
This is 6 CT round wins in a row.
Oh my goodness.
From 8-4 to 8-10.
They came in well prepped. Again, I'd love to hear whether or not they, you know, made some improvements specifically on Inferno. Maybe even here to train there. Winning recently. I mean, Story's not getting caught off guard at all. Wow, they jump into that. No chance.
Santeras, I mean, confidence is a good thing, but...
You didn't sound very confident when you said that.
In what world was that going to pull anything off? In what world? I suppose not expecting Story to have help, but Story didn't even need it. 2 clean op shots, and all it's going to be is an Aurora trying to run down into the B site. Feels...
This is the best setup they could have, though.
It's not telegraphed, but it is predictable. Molotov comes down to get Story off his position, but you've got still 2 forward-facing CTs. No bomb plants still. They will charge down with nothing as Muterus gets himself a triple kill and Saw a mere 2 rounds away where Aurora haven't won a single terrorist round win. Tell me why Saw don't have this in the bag already.
Yeah, I mean, right now Aurora are getting totally embarrassed here after this comeback, after all of their slow starts.
It's attack pause timing here for Aurora to try to collect themselves, to try to find a solution to what has been an impenetrable CT side.
I've got no notes for any of their setups. Where Story starting with his op, it's always beautiful. He's never had the flick even to get any of these kills. The second guy in Ivy, sure, but he didn't even need to hit that shot with his teammate right beside him. I was sure that the second half could come down to mood, and again, Saw have just consistently had games that go the distance, games that go to overtime, games versus teams, again, that are all more highly ranked than they are. Nip losing to Saw left Kaspersky speechless because, well, he wasn't supposed to lose that game. Saw were supposed to be the team you look at on this list, and they're just one stepping stone on the way to some of the harder matches. Well, it turns out the field is a little bit thicker than you thought.
Underdogs punch upwards today. Aurora are yet to run out of runway, but it is coming to a quick close, whether they like it or not. Gonna try to just bombard this B site again, and nobody front-facing, so it's an awkward reposition here for Muterus. Agile gets blinded, Mac-10 gets through him, and there we go. That is what Aurora have been looking for. This is what Aurora have needed. The one-off round so far on this T side. They've had to wait for it, but it comes through with conviction.
Okay. Thought that was never going to happen, I won't lie. But they pull it off. 5 players up on their B-pop, and they get in smooth. Again, Saw just have infinite money. This actually doesn't matter apart from Aurora slowly climbing up to tying. And even then, they still got to be careful with the exits, but looks like they'll get out with 4.
Solution is an untelegraphed all-in B hit. One where Saw didn't have anybody forward-facing. Agile just tucked in behind the bomb site. It's the only first line of defense. You know, contrast that to where they get the outer kills first, and you have guys like Muterus pressed up against the ramp entry. The first time you catch Saw a little less prepared. Aurora didn't make that space. They just found it for free.
Let's see if they want to run another set play. This first layer, just to try to bait out some of that CT utility, it weakens the retake later on in the round.
Agile sitting here on B alone for the moment. Bomb still just making sure nobody pushes out Ivy, and you can start to see that coming this way. Story's looking to take a peek with this. And what if Story peeks into the bomb carrier, drops that, and then suddenly has control of the T-spawn? That's exactly what's about to happen.
Oh, you're watching the flank, but with the bomb, he actually drops it forward.
And on top of that, you've got Crazy to push in front of him. This is Aurora with a minute on a recovery mission that they don't really have all of the time to do. You can get a scoop and a good flash. Crazy's position, gonna catch Santeras off. Now that bomb is delivered to him.
Oh, why did he
goes
swing?
into a peak.
Why would
he
you swing?
offers that back over at 50 seconds.
His
That
teammate is coming down Ivy to help him out, and he goes wide.
is a little too crazy.
Well, they successfully got the time down, but to be honest, for Aurora, it's not that bad. Some space is getting taken back here, and
blindside.
That flank is good.
Agile's activity from that B bomb site.
How do you even go in or now? They've either got to run him down, and hope he rotated through pop, but that's
exactly
not the case.
What Katie is going to do. He's going to go charging into the halls. 25 seconds to this clock. This is a saw that has just hit Aurora, but Agile just gives up the B site. He lets that bomb cross over. This round is the messiest yet in this second half. It is a retake demanded here of Saw if they are going to truly secure that 12th round. And with Wicadia dropping the nades that they had left over, we are looking at CTs playing with 2 kits. Already trying to force the issue. Wicadia gets blindsided. Madger's gonna have to peek from up above. He will find one on the ladder. Peek from backside. Denied. It is Aragorn to give cover, and it is Saw to give themselves 3 map and match points.
Wow, I think Madger actually wins the round. If he gets a second kill right there, he can tuck and really play time a lot more easily. But no multi, just a good retake. Saw with another solid round. Apart from this one small mistake from Crazy, who didn't really pay attention to what his teammates were doing when they were coming to try to help. They still had numbers. They still scared Aurora, and to be honest, it's an unforced error. They're watching the flank with the bomb. Why would you even want the guy who could potentially push to see the bomb in that spot, let alone put that bomb in jeopardy?
Fast push outside. Santeras already ahead of this, challenging on E-Box. He sees the trajectory. He knows Muteris is stuck in this corner. And good on Woxic to get the kill on Story. There is still life left here for Aurora, fighting for this outer yard. Agile's response is a 2K, and Aragorn's defense has been rock solid from this spot.
I think he got seen right there.
Bombs out, and Woxic is here to just keep him preoccupied. He doesn't keep him locked in on A.
Wait, if he goes to plant, Madger's got to be careful.
Oh, he stops the bomb. Aragorn gets off of that site. Woxic doesn't keep him locked in, and now a recovery needed here for Woxic.
Woxic got to figure out what he wants to do.
Stomping around. This is well heard. It's a Glock in hand, and they have done it.
Wow.
Ninjas in pajamas, GamerLegion, and now Aurora. Saw move forward to another PGL playoffs. We said the door was open for the underdogs. We didn't think it would happen from the bottom of the rankings to the top.
Aragon pulled together the Fellowship of Saw's Ring, and they continued to march on to the playoffs in Mordor. There you go. Congratulations. That was so cringe, but so much fun to do.
Hey, listen, a day may come when the courage of men fails, but it is not this day for Aragorn. What a clutch to put Saw into the playoffs. I think it's great that we both came in here with the same idea of some type of corny Lord of the Rings line, but it's so fitting the way that the game fits.
Let's give credit to Striker. He's been making the Lord of the Rings jokes all the time. You kind of fed this one.
Yeah, I was gonna go with the, in the first movie, how the riders converge on the hill and all the hobbits are there, just they don't know what to do, and then Aragorn comes at the last moment with a torch and just he fights them off. Right, Frodo does get stabbed in that moment, and he almost dies, but we can forget that part.
We'll just ignore that. No one really cared about Frodo at that point, so we're all good. Okay. Let's focus in on what we just saw here. Obviously, Saw being able to close it out on Train. And how did they do that comeback, though? Because at halftime, Aurora was 8 rounds to 4. It looked like they had neatly tied this one up and were ready to go. And then Aurora things happened.
Yeah, I mean, it's one of those things where, first off, winning that pistol, getting that 3-0 start was a massive difference maker, considering both teams were really unable to find their footing on gun rounds. So I think that brief amount of cushion is kind of what allowed Saw to have that breathing room to make this comeback. But it's just about them being proactive. I mean, whether it was Agile getting aggressive at inner halls, whether it was, Aragorn's defenses on the outside, whether it was Story moving his op around and keeping them guessing on where it was coming from and finding multi-frags, they were just very disruptive. And you never really saw Aurora get going. Like, I'm so used to them coming to train and having, like, these really fast-paced executions, letting Xantares loose and pop hall and doing these fast outer splits or doing these, like, really decisive, orchestrated intercept pieces. I didn't see any of that. They look scared.
What is happening with Aurora? We have I don't like doing this because obviously we want to celebrate the fact that Soar's now made it to the playoffs. That's a big thing. But the conversation has to be what is going on with this team. We said it before this map. We said it during the pre-show. They're looking worse and worse, and they are struggling. And you saw it very clearly on train.
I really don't want to keep harping on their T-sides, but it just feels so flat every time. I mean, that round 21, the last round where Argon gets the clutch, that was the first round that I was actually excited about from Aurora because they do the Quake pop out of A main, they get the first trade, they make Saw uncomfortable. Of course, they end up converging and they end up actually making it an interesting round, and of course, Argon closes it. But from the onset, it was clear that they were the favorites in that round from the moment that they did that whole pop. It really took Saw off guard. Why does it take an entire half to do something like that, where you are disruptive to the setup of the CTs and try to throw things in disarray, right? So I just don't understand that part.
It's a great question. I mean, again, I was anticipating the same sort of thing when you're coming into the second half and, you've done your job on the CT side, you're coming into a map on train that you have been capable on in the past. Again, there was a point in time earlier in the year where Aurora were kind of trendsetters. Like, they were kind of some of the first teams experimenting with some of these different pop plays that I was kind of referring to. And it's just like, we just didn't see any of that confidence or swagger or ability that we know that they're capable of. But I think that's kind of just the general storyline of really the second season of the year, is that we're not seeing the same team that we saw at the beginning.
Put a pin in that. We want to talk to Saw because they're obviously the victors. Matthias is with us now. Congratulations. You are making it through to the playoffs. Great news for you. I'm curious what your initial thoughts are about that whole series and how your team performed.
Well, being totally honest, I think that, for example, Nuke, I think that in terms of calls, I think it was one of the best games that I had. But we knew everything and we lost the round. And our city side, it's kind of bad right now. So I was so frustrated that we lost that Nuke. But after that, I think that on Inferno, what can I say, is that they didn't make so many pressure, and we could control some aspects of the game or over rotations. So that was, I think that Inferno was kind of easy. But I was hearing you guys, and here on train, what happened to them is that, for example, the first 2 buy rounds we were very active, and we kind of destroyed their default or their opening round, the opening that they want to do. So what I felt is that we destroyed that. After we destroyed that, they just tried to execute. And it was, of course, from the outside, it seems a bit expected. But I think it's pretty natural that they did that because default, it's not worth it, or it didn't work out. And they just went back to execute B, for example. And yeah, this last round, they kind of surprised us.
Does it feel like you had a good idea of what their T-sides were going to be like? I mean, you just alluded to it there on Inferno, right? I mean, we were talking about exactly what you implied, where there was not necessarily a lot of pressure around the map, and so you had a pretty good idea when they were going to come B or where they were going to do their typical Hulse pop. Was it just very readable for you?
Some rounds, yeah, but I think that most of the teams have that problem, and maybe my team have that problem, because when we... most of the teams, when they want to fight Banana, they put a lot of utility, and you kind of know, okay, you can hear flashes, nades, so you already know that the people is there. But basically, we did some aggressive nades, and they were remodeling only. So we kind of knew, okay, they are not inside Banana, and we felt very comfortable there. So on A, when they execute, it's pretty hard, but I think that that's when the individual part needs to come, and people were sharp.
Can you tell us a little bit about your run? It has been pretty hard. I think you had to play 5 overtimes in the last 3 series, right? Yeah, all the way at the end or at the beginning, you had that 1v2 clutch to take you to overtime against NIP on train. At that moment, I guess you didn't expect to go 3-0 after that.
I think that on that clutch, if I was watching, I will just give up. So I think it was, I mean, sometimes you want to play so safe that you mess up, and that's what happened to them. So of course, in a normal day, I think that they would won that map, but somehow we won that round, and all these overtimes is just crazy because against GamerLegion, we lost 3 rounds, and we bounced back on the overtime. So I mean, it's just about resilience, and I think that on LAN, people on those moments, that's when some experience or you need to take some risks too. So it's not always to play safe.
I got just 2 questions for you, and it's going to be more bigger picture if you don't mind. So obviously this team's been through a couple of different roster changes throughout the course of this year, but one guy who has been around for a bit is Agile. And we've really seen this player develop. You know, kind of tell me a little bit about him as a player and kind of, you know, what you see him as going forward.
Well, I mean, Agile has an incredible talent. I'm going to be like a dad now. I think he needs to... He really needs to want. He needs to watch more demos. He needs to be more demanding on his position sometimes. So what I'm expecting as IGL is that sometimes you need to get that experience of the tournaments. And but I think that he's with us for a year now. And what I expect now it's I just want something different from him now. He needs to play good. He needs to do his reads. He needs to do a lot of things. So I think that those last games he is playing really good. And yeah, when you have your anchor like that, your lurker, it's pretty easy because you play as a block and everyone it's together, and he's doing his job alone. So yeah, I'm pretty happy with him.
Can you tell me a little bit about, you know, how you came across, you know, Aragorn and Crazy and what you saw in them and what you feel they can do for this team going forward?
I mean, it was... in Portugal, we don't have so many options. So it was... when we look at the players, of course, it's good that the people want to hear you or they want to work. So that's really important for us. And in terms of roles, it was, I mean, Crazy was he was playing with Op, but he didn't want to play. So he played with Rifler before. Of course, at the beginning, it was a bit difficult for him because he needed to get used to it again and again. But yeah, one thing that I really like from them is that they are always hearing me. At home, I'm a bit a piece in the. I don't wanna say a piece of shit, but I can be a bad guy for them. But it's because I don't know. I don't have so many years of Counter-Strike, and I don't want them to be. I mean, I could be a bit lazy, but I'm working so hard that. I just demand that from them. They need to work, and if they want to come here and come to playoffs, they need to eat CS. They just need to live for that. So that's what I want from them.
Thank you so much for chatting to us. Congratulations
Thank you so much,
again. We're going to let you head off now, and we'll see you in the playoffs.
Bye-bye, and
Congrats, man.
Thank you.
We can all relate. I've been a POS every so often as well. I get it.
You have to be, especially if you're in Mutiris' position.
Fair enough. Oh, we're not even going to address that anymore. I thought it was a fun one to keep talking about. But overall, I kind of like the insight we got from him as well. Like, he did showcase a lot of what's been going on in that Soul camp.
Yeah, I mean, I think, you know, what you kind of saw there kind of towards the end of that interview was the idea that, hey, you know, maybe this is kind of the last round I'm really going to get, you know, at the top level of CS. You've brought in all these kind of younger and lesser experienced players. Agile, we've already seen a lot of good development out of him, I feel like, across the last year. Crazy and Aragorn represent another opportunity for some young guys to perhaps develop and try to make a run. And look, they had a top 4 finish at Fissure. Now they're in another playoffs here in Bucharest. All of a sudden, they're starting to connect the pieces a little bit more regularly after having to deal with a lot of struggles throughout the course of the year with different roster changes. So it's kind of cool to see. It's like a feel-good story to see Saul finally be able to come together. Because I remember when they were at Cologne last year, and they had that run back when, Jerks and Aradose were on the squad, and they were looking like 2-star players. When they left, I was like, oh man, like the win is really now out of this Saul team sails. But they somehow found a way to recover things and get back here.
Yeah, and I don't want to be the VR's boring guy or anything like that.
We
but
love
it's more,
the VRs. We all understand exactly how it works, and it makes complete sense to us.
But this is effectively Saw's last chance to actually make something of this season for themselves, because obviously they missed out on the major in kind of a heartbreaking fashion, where it was effectively one game back at Philadelphia that made them miss out on it, right? And so this being such a good run for them already, and potentially even more, that sets them up for potentially being somewhere on the edge where they will get some of the more of those tier 1 invites at the beginning of the next year, where in January there's going to be loads of tournament invites, and by that time I think they're still going to be very relevant thanks to this result already, that they could still be somewhere on that edge.
For sure, and obviously now in the playoffs, there's an opportunity to go even further here at PGL Masters. That's a big one for them. For Aurora, they need to keep battling to see if they can get themselves a spot. Saw is going to be celebrating. We have 2 more matches. We will find 2 more playoff teams coming up. So make sure you get your snacks and get ready. Richard Lewis will be in the seat very soon to take you through those.
She said she loves you, but she can't love me.
But I love you.
I gotta brag on myself, I amaze me. Joke like I'm back in the 80s.
I won't play window anymore.
What's going on?
Play your role, 1xBet. The human body was built to move. Not trapped at a desk in one singular posture for 12 hours a day. It's time your chair evolved. This is Secret Lab Titan Evo. Ergonomically engineered for you, gamers, hybrid workers, artists, backing your every move.
Hello everyone, Jackie Powers here, live from PGL Bucharest 2025. Joined this time around by Youngster from Heroic, Crims from Fnatic, Hooksy from Astralis, Ashley Battier, of course, from GamerLegion, the wonderful Jacasmo from Fnatic, Hypex from GamerLegion, Martinez from Gentlemates. Which 2 maps would you get rid of, and which 2 maps would you bring in?
Good question. I already know the answer because I didn't even think about it, but my 2 favorite maps of all time, it was Anubis and Vertigo. I would remove Dust 2.
Okay.
Dust 2 for sure. I don't like this map. Ancient I like, Mirage I like. Train, I think Train is not bad, but I think it has to be changed in some way.
Okay.
I don't know in what, but in some way it should
need some tweaks.
Yes, need some tweaks. Yes.
I hate overpass on Train. Like it's super boring. I would take back Anubis.
Okay.
I actually loved Anubis, and I haven't played it, but Cobble, like I've seen some old clips since I'm a new person. I started 2021. Yeah. So I don't know, but Cobble, it seems so fun. Like when I watch old clips, it seems super fun.
All right, old school Cobble backing.
Yeah,
could be hell of a highlight.
I definitely removed those 2. I think the whole thing of like, having to spend some util on crossing to a bomb site is stupid. I know it's like nostalgic and a lot of people love the map, but I never really liked it. Another one I would remove, I'm not sure. I don't necessarily want to remove anything. I think just train needs a bit of work, so maybe take it out a bit, look at it again, and then
tweak it a little, bring it back.
Yeah.
Okay, so what would you bring in for Dust 2 then?
I would love to see Tuscan.
Okay.
Yes, that was my favorite map in CS Source, so yeah, I would love to see that back.
I'd probably get rid of some of the puggier maps. We've gone a bit too puggy in the last few years, to be honest. So I don't know, Mirage is a little bit boring, but I think Ancient probably is. There's so little, I feel like, in the meta that's changing. It's very similar a lot already. I liked Vertigo personally, and my team's full of Vertiglobals, so it'd be nice to bring that back. I love Cash. Cash is well my favourite map, but it's not ready, I think. I'm not really sure, honestly. I wouldn't like to see Anubis come back. I'd bring Vertigo back and bin Ancient, probably.
Yeah. Okay, first of all, remove Mirage, please. It's like 10 years.
Yeah.
Any change, only one bench under a window that, is not different. And bring back Vertigo, no, of course. Cobblestone, I didn't play, but Cobblestone will be good, I think. Mirage for Cobblestone. And the other is my best map, in my opinion, but is our Instaban now on Gentlemate, and I have to say remove Dust 2 and bring back, for example, Catch.
I'm gonna hate myself for saying this, but I think actually remove Mirage and Dust 2.
Oh.
And bring in, this is crazy, Vertigo and Anubis again. It's crazy. I would not say this answer for like 2 years ago, but from playing these maps, it's just so boring. Nothing changes.
Bro, I completely agree with you. I actually think it makes sense. I think a lot of people sort of didn't know what they had until it was gone. Things are sort of, in a bit of a staler state now. So I think it could be a good choice. They were fun maps. They were unique.
Yeah, exactly. Unique. That's the Mirage, and that's just.
It's a classic.
Yeah, classic, but yeah, I'm classic.
Let's start with what I would bring in Cash. I want to see how it is on the new one. I mean, the old Cash I used to love anyway, so I would just want to play it for a little bit more. If I could bring the old Cobblestone, the OG Cobblestone, I think that's one of my favorite maps ever. So if I could bring it back to that one, I'll put Cobble and Cash. And if I had to get rid of a map, get rid of Dust 2. And let's go Ancient.
Oh.
I'll get rid of Ancient.
Yeah.
To be fair, Anubis was nice. Okay. If it was old Cobble, it would be Cobble, but if it's the new Cobble, I would pick Anubis.
That's fair. I don't think anyone's picking new Cobble.
No, I don't.
It doesn't exist.
Yeah, exactly.
Yes, welcome back to the PGL Masters, and the Counter-Strike keeps coming. I'm your host, Richard Lewis. We've changed up the desk, I'm sure you've noticed. Joining me, Yanko, a former coach, a legend in the game. We're super happy to have him here, even though, he's not doing some other events I've heard about on the calendar. And we got Blair as well, who is also a legend. We love Blair. So, we're going to talk about Team Liquid versus FlyQuest. There is a very clear and obvious narrative here, Blair. I'm going to start with you. It is the return of JKS.
It is the return of JKS, and here's the thing with this matchup, Rich. Like, a few months ago, this matchup would be like watching a Marvel movie. Boring, expected result. You just kind of know what you're getting. You really don't want to watch it. But right now, with what FlyQuest are doing with Azure returning back to the fold, it's looking exciting. It's looking like a Mighty Ducks sequel. The critics might hate it, but it's a fun thing to watch.
No, I'm going to say this, right? Because obviously I'm on record as having said in the past that JKS is overrated. Now, that only means in the context of top-tier Counter-Strike. Yes. I think also as well, being an anchor, I think there's like levels to that particular game. But for FlyQuest, I think he's really transformed their fortunes. And I think with Regali and now JKS there, I think they do have these kind of like high-impact players that are going to help them in more competitive series.
And also, it's one of the most misunderstood terms, I feel like, in our scene. When you call someone overrated, you're not calling them bad.
No.
You're just saying that they're maybe not as good as people
that smile,
think
that
they are. And how people make it out to be. right? But JKS, I think what he brings, obviously outside of just that firepower in the anchor/closer department, the clutch ability, it's just a wealth of experience, you know, playing tier 1 Counter-Strike, like from his time on the likes of Team Liquid, G2. I mean, this guy won Katowice, Cologne, the biggest of events, was a clutch player in those tournaments too. And that's exactly what FlyQuest was missing. You know, they were missing someone who's done it. Not people who talk about it, but people who actually have done it to tell them how they could get to that level.
Yeah, and obviously I think Australian Counter-Strike, you know, just in general, you know, it's a big country, but it's a country that has some unique qualities to it when it comes into developing talent and finding talent. Doesn't always have the best infrastructure or sponsorships. It's really, you know, JKS he is the greatest from that region. There's probably Sponge up there on that Mount Rushmore as well.
Yeah, for sure. Look, it's a
player though.
That's a talent, absolutely. It's a massive country, tiny little population, obviously, right? But I know 100%. But for me, the exciting thing is Azure coming back in. I won't lie. I was actually like, I don't know about this guys. I don't know, you know, him coming back to the fold. But they've done a couple of cool new changes, positions being moved around, and you can see it in the result coming in here at the event as well.
Yeah, it was a transition that had to happen. And I think for FlyQuest, as we're going to get into the map V2 here, they picked 4 different maps in their last 4 matches. Right, I think in this one, we'll see them go for Train, Mirage for Liquid. No surprises there. They pick it every time it's available. They've established themselves as a very good Mirage team early on and probably a product.
Do you think it's a game plan that they're picking that way, or is it actually because they don't really know what the best map is?
I was going to say a product of that being Flashy coming in as the coach, right? Being the assistant to Blade, and Navi has been the world's best team on Mirage last year, without a doubt. And FlyQuest, we saw them do this yesterday against 3D Max, and today as well against Liquid. They go for the punish pick. They pick Train, right? Which is what I like. It's the one obvious weakness right now in Liquid's map pool.
It's an obvious weakness, and also for FlyQuest, you got to remember this used to be the permaban, right? Very recently have they been like, guys, we've lost like 9 out of the past nukes we played, so screw it, let's try something new. So they put in Train. They looked good at it yesterday. Nothing really surprising here. I think the major surprise would have been if Liquid picked Ancient, but that doesn't make sense. They are the favorites. It's a map they're comfortable on.
And I think also Ince on your screens, he's the IGL now of the team, and he's the one who Azure moved a bit around the map, right? Put him in some more star roles, which were his position while Dexter was on as the IGL, and he's their highest rated player for the tournament, right? Like, it was done mostly so Fnatic can be in roles and positions where he can just focus on shooting, right? Which is a great approach for sort of a young player while he gets that experience and is able to be more vocal.
I agree. I feel like Fnatic overall, since he got picked up, he's one of the, you know, up and coming, one of the few rare stars we saw on the domestic scene in Australia. So the fact that he comes in, he got put in the connector, like, you know, the star position in Mirage, he was struggling, man. He was really struggling with the numbers. And now be anchor, like Anchor pointed out, just jump spot and get the kills.
I think it's because in those positions, you need to move your teammates as well, right? It's not like, oh, I want this, I want that. It's like, no, I need you to come here and watch this. I need you to come there and do that. I need you to block apartments now, right? Like, you're controlling almost the entire team from those positions because you're in the thick of it. And I think for FlyQuest, you look at the amount of the level of opponents they've had to face at this tournament. Like, this is one of their more impressive runs. You know, they're only 2-1, but they had to play GamerLegion, Fnatic, 3D Max, now Liquid, right? I think this is really important for them. Obviously, they'll be at the major, but to get those reps against good teams here, and obviously, if you can get the wins, it's going to be great.
And just quickly, Yanko, because it's a Team Liquid game, we are contractually obliged to bring in Jason. Dinko's there as well.
I'm here. Hello.
He's chilling. Hi.
He's benefiting. This has taken decades of work to get this kind of a clause in my contract. It's great. Now Dinko just gets to ride in.
Alicia's returned as well.
Alicia's back, and now it's all beautiful. It's all working out really well.
Just quickly, before we get into the action, I do want to ask you, Jason, this is a serious question, because obviously you did coach Alicia. And I think some of these other players as well. Naf was there, right?
Yes, he was.
Yeah. So just give me some thoughts about, you know, who they are as players on the server and what you expect in a series like this.
I mean, as players, I mean, like, you know what you're going to get out of Naf. Naf is an easy one. Naf was always the guy, like, you don't need to put, like, Naf is going to come in prepared and do his job. He doesn't have, like, a huge amount of, like, team-wide responsibility placed on his shoulders, so he gets to do his thing and contribute where he's able to contribute, but a lot of it is freedom. I'll finish this thought.
Yeah, definitely do, brother. I'm looking forward to listening to it.
Alicia as a player, obviously, we've spoken at length about him, obviously very incredible. It's the way he thinks about the game, the way he approaches the game. My feeling on Alicia is I think actually he gets better at an individual if you give him more responsibility to have the team organized the way he wants it to be, and I think he's got some of that here on Liquid.
Well, it's going to be an organized hit in towards the A bomb site here from Team Liquid. Smoke up towards stairs, jungle cross as well. 3 players coming through Palace, and there's JKS to open things up. Ultimate going down straight away. Ins to follow up here for FlyQuest, and a 5v3 just keeps getting better for the Aussies as a pistol round, no problem for the CT side of FlyQuest.
All right, JKS, that's one hell of a start with the dualies and a little bit of a statement. That's FlyQuest getting aggressive. A pop flash peek down A ramp to disrupt the hit before it even begins, and Liquid get knocked flat on their ass in the pistol.
Yeah, and their coach Azza as well coming into the squad now, Jason. It's quite an obvious move now that you see it.
Yeah, and I mean, the question is always like, did he have the motivation to coach? He'd been kind of in the wind for a while. I know he's been kind of hanging out, just playing FPL over with Justin and with Chad when they get a chance. I talked to Chad about it when this was a kind of an idea that was being floated about, as this idea of Azur as the coach of FlyQuest, and I was like, he doesn't necessarily strike me as a kind of coaching type. Like, I know his game. He's going to be intelligent about how he thinks and works about the game. He's got experience as an IGL with Justin as well on the team, so he knows how to structure these things. But as a coach, does he really have that kind of attitude? Does he really kind of have that kind of authority that he can switch into to be able to get things done within the team? And Chad just told me, like, yeah, he's got it. Like, we don't see it that often, but it's there. And obviously, as a coach, you're going to have to develop that and bring that out more often. But I think there's a lot of reasons to be positive and excited about it, while also, saying, let's wait and see what we're going to get.
They did have a good period of leading the Australian team for a while, right? Under 100 Thieves, and obviously will have shown some level of leadership ability, considering the fact that they did very well under
their 2 deepest runs in the majors, right? The quarterfinals, I think, in Katowice, and then the semifinals out at Starladder Berlin Major in 2019, right before COVID hit. So yeah, he's got a pedigree, and obviously he has the same. When you come from a region as a player, when you come from a region like Australia that is so isolated and doesn't have a lot of success to speak of, I think there is like an extra level of kind of that regional pride. So I think you have that drive too, because I notice it in Chad. Obviously, Justin's got it, still competing and still busting his ass and working hard as a player. I think Azur's got it as well. That kind of feeling that like you have a certain responsibility to Australian Counter-Strike to do a good job so that you can keep this team on the map and you can keep performing, keep progressing up the standings. So I think it's gonna be a really fun project for Azur to be involved in, and fun to see how it develops. Same for this game, how it's going to develop. 2-0 at the moment for FlyQuest. We're into the first gun round. Utility a little bit light on the Team Liquid side, so they've called really shallow into the playbook, right? Standard A set piece. 2 Palace, 3 going to be coming ramp. Shuhei's lining up utility as we speak.
Execution has arrived. There'll be a Molotov down for Sandwich as well. Regali's going to play in behind triple. JKS blinded, still holding down and getting one on the Liege. Ultimate to trade that kill out. Regali not so clean with the first couple of bullets, but at least stabilizes for a frag on Nerds. Now have to respond. And look how quick this flank is through T-spawn. We've got Fnatic and Vexite now arriving.
When the smokes fade, if they don't sense pressure, is anyone going to turn? It'll be, Ultimate's out in the open, planting the bomb. It is going to go down, but Naf hasn't turned towards ramp just yet. Ultimate, you need to get into some kind of safety. Here's the flank.
Shuhei slips into the connector smoke. Ultimate has dropped Fnatic, but will he expect the second player? No. But Vexite has now revealed his position. And so now you can be a lot more cognizant of the fact the ramp is an issue. In's now coming through jungle. Vexite still waiting for his time to move, but his teammate's now gone, so it's all on Vexite. And Naf just keeps it clean out from the lower wood.
That's another positive point about Naf we can touch on. I mentioned kind of his attributes as a player and as a teammate, but this return to form that we've seen from Naf after that down period has been excellent. Been a huge reason why a lot of people are feeling way, way more positive about this Team Liquid lineup, is seeing Naf return to that level where he's putting up big numbers and he's reliably delivering those numbers. It's a really nice pair of kills right at the end of the day, and Liquid have their first gun round on the board. Op is out for Regali on the FlyQuest defense. It's them who are struggling with utility and nades now. No kits across the team, and out of money if they're to lose this round.
Liege has been having a tough individual tournament. This map in particular, remember, against Aurora, was a big issue for him. He's gone down again early here to Vexite. 0-4 start for Liege. The push out a ramp here from Team Liquid. Nerds and Naf going to be moving up to bottom of stairs already. And this is going to be an element of surprise that JKS just is not ready for. So JKS gone, the trade is in, and the space taken by Nerds is massive. If he can get a follow-up kill here.
He's taken a lot of attention. Liquid either needs to have success and Liquid need to join up, or they need to have this success. Shuhei cutting them off in the middle of the map. 3-on-3, didn't spot Ins. One more player to be worried about.
Looking for the flick up here. Regali knows he's got one pinned here on top Tetris. keeps his life intact, but Shuhei won't do the same. He goes down on short. Shuhei's out of that, leaving Nertz in a 1v3, and he's been prowling around this A side all along, but Regali finally spots him out.
Yeah, that round got away from Team Liquid, I think, a little bit. There's some cool ideas with the mid and short pressure to take attention away, to make the defense focus on middle, to allow that contact walk-up ranch, which had success, but Nertz has got 3 players occupied at the A bomb site. Just everyone else on Liquid at that point, especially in the 3-on-3, lose some individual battles because of the chaos, because of the quick nature of it. Not able to really double up on any sort of objective.
Yeah, well, this is the last purchase available for Team Liquid before they go to the full eco. They've got an AK out for Shuhei. You've got a NAF, Galil in play, and 3 Tech 9s. Not exactly the prettiest purchase here.
You touched on the Elige struggles, especially on Mirage, which we've seen a number of times throughout this tournament, but that's one of the things that's kind of flying under the radar right now, especially with kind of the headline of Nertz saying Elige and I are on the same page. Big question is, for me, is going to be Elige and Shuhei, how they decide to work together, who's going to be the playmaker between those pairings, who's going to be calling the shots and saying when to make the play, because I think that's where you'll have the most kind of friction. Shuhei as an IGL is someone who likes to get stuck in, likes to make plays. It's the exact style that Elige has been using for years, and if there's friction there of those 2 players kind of bumping into each other and taking that role away from each other, that's where I think there could be some stickiness with this Team Liquid roster.
Surely that's easily fixable. You just say, Elige is a far better player than Shuhei, you do it. Shuhei must adapt.
Oh, it's so cute how naive you are. If only it were that easy. Yeah. Nice flash, nice peek.
You know, Elige is the bottom-rated Liquid player this whole tournament. And Nertz is quite the opposite. He's 1.2 rating across the tournament so far. It's great to see Nertz return to form, and I think a lot of people are excited about the possibility if you could somehow figure out how to get Elige and Nertz both comfortable in the team at the same time. And Elige and Nertz could be a very scary duo inside of this Liquid team.
Well, that's how I mentioned the Elige and Shuhei angle of it, because obviously Elige coming in just by default makes the roles a little bit better for Nertz and puts him automatically in a position of comfort. So he's always going to start feeling more individually comfortable. It's about, you know, where an Elige and Shuhei, how are they going to mix together in these strategies? That for me is the bigger question. It's a little bit trickier. It's not just like, oh, Elige's coming to the team. He takes away these things I was doing. If I'm Nertz, it means I get to go back to the things I like doing. Great start for FlyQuest, though, 4-1. A nice lead. They withstood 2 of the bye rounds from Team Liquid, forced them back onto an awkward financial situation. Hero AK-47 picked up by Nertz, but should be pistols around that.
And a great start from FlyQuest. I think a lot of people are very worried about FlyQuest this year, and in terms of how they were going to be able to perform. It didn't look great for most of the year, but this event's not been too bad for them whatsoever. They started with a close loss against GamerLegion, picked up a win versus Fnatic, and now 3D Max.
Yeah, that's the point Yanko made that I liked a lot on the desk too, is just like the run that they've been on is one of their more impressive recently. So yeah, I think FlyQuest was getting to that point where VRS was no longer going to be bailing them out if they continued to have like a lack of results and a lack of deep runs. And I feel like it's been a while since we saw the Australian team make an interesting tournament run. So yeah, a lot of reasons that this tournament is massively important for them and the performance that they bring out here. But I think most of it just falls down to within this team that has talent with JKS in the roster, with Fnatic showing up to be a lot of potential, Regali being picked up as an opera. They've got some skill. It's Alzer's job as he comes in as the coach to kind of pull it all together and make it actually work.
I think FlyQuest, one of the teams that benefits from that Senzu move out of the Mongols.
Yeah. Definitely from the context of the VRS and the regional VRS.
Well, trying to set up the Nertz AK. This boost to the top of teammate's head and looking into the connector over the top of that smoke. Doesn't see anybody. He's going to have to bide his time as Nertz now gets into con. You've got JKS towards the bottom of the stairway. Ins just to the other side. A crossfire held with contact being taken by the Alberts. Ins on the first and JKS knocking over Ultimate and Elige.
FlyQuest playing a very sharp game at the moment. FlyQuest is not making a whole lot of mistakes that Liquid can capitalize. This has just been solid fundamental Counter-Strike. Nobody over-peaking. Everybody waiting for their teammate to make the contact so they can swing and spring the trap. It's really well done so far. Let's see if they can maintain this lead. 4 rounds ahead. And you got tons of money building up on the FlyQuest side. Liquid need to snap into action and start having some impact.
He just walks his way up towards top middle. On the start of the smoke, Shue and ultimate. Now a Liege. I'll wait for an aggressive mid play, and you can't stop it on the first time of asking. So a trade is essential, and ultimate picks it up.
Window smoked, but a huge gap in that as it's blocked by Vexite, who wants the challenge. They got to be careful. Liquid now just going to set up the firing squad. Re-smoked. But that's nice defensive play to force out the extra piece of utility. A smoke they will not have for the finish.
Yeah, Nerds all the way towards top con. Good position to have already for Nerds. And it can have a bit of a look. Clears this connector smoke. I'm absolutely not aware of how close Nerds was, but a very effective trade from Vexite.
Yeah, lures him in with that smoke from a distance towards Khan. You say, okay, well, they're smoking Khan. They're going to be trying to go up short, but you don't expect one to already be in there. He walked through his own. And now Regali's got to manage timings. Which way do you look at which point? Because they're coming up short. As soon as you... Oh, free kill. Freebie for Elige. And a free bomb site for Liquid.
There's Vexite running back to the market. Elige just out to the right of the window. And Nav is the man to punish Vexite. So JKS a long way off getting involved in this round. Looking like a second for Team Liquid just around the corner.
No slouch with the AWP is Naf. Would love to hold on to that for ultimate in the next round, looking for his flank at the moment. JKS just setting up for the exit. Second round for Team Liquid and taking a lot of cash and funds away. Very, very nice round with the trade. And then Nerds makes the play that really opens the map up for Team Liquid. That little swing out of Khan when he hears the footsteps running off. That tricky play.
Oh, it's JKS. Hunkering down. Here we go. Ultimate up first. JKS a second. And a lot of damage done by JKS. A 12-2 start. Can even pick up the AWP. And devastates the buy on the next rounds here for Team Liquid because they don't have a whole lot of money left.
Yeah, they couldn't sustain those losses. That's actually a huge triple kill for JKS. Really well done, and he's put his former team and his former teammates in a really tough place. Gotta feel good. It's a good angle as well in this game. That extra layer of a grudge match for JKS, who probably felt a little bit hard done by with his removal.
Just remind everybody over at Team Liquid what he's capable of. He's off to an absolute flyer. 12-2. JKS confident, pushing into Palace early on. They know they've got Team Liquid at a brittle point. A MAC-10, Galil's out, 2 AK-47s. And Elige on the prowl through the underpass. The setup at the B-bomb site. Currently Fnatic and Regali. There's gonna be a lot of presence from Team Liquid being thrown over there with some utility. No commitment yet.
No, but FlyQuest have a good read of the situation. Okay,
that definitely helps, doesn't it?
Yeah, that helps in a big way. If he comes back for more and gets a Liege, that would just make Liquid cry. But
look at JKS.
Liquid's
as well.
Liquid's kind of screwed here. Like the FlyQuest know everything.
Well, JKS has to be aware of this possibility. Gets spotted by Naf early on. He'll throw the grenade down. Naf has to run at an M4 with a MAC-10, and JKS clean on that headshot. Couldn't quite transfer over towards ultimate. So at least Team Liquid's still in the fight. And with 45 seconds left, it is FlyQuest in a better position with manpower.
One smoke on ultimate. That's it. So they leave Elige in middle. He's lurking underneath the window.
30 seconds on the clock. Bomb going to be coming back towards the apartments. Still got Fnatic over here with the rifle. Regali can quickly deal with it. Oh my god, the timing. Elige just got a free kill as Regali looks away. And now there's more pressure on Fnatic's shoulders, and he's only got 42 health with an AUG. 10 seconds though. That's the big problem here for Team Liquid. You better get that bomb planted. And Fnatic, he could deny it. He's so close, but couldn't find ultimate inside of the smoke. So that bomb goes down. Elige firing on, but it must be Elige to clutch and not with the AWP. It'll be 6 rounds for FlyQuest, a successful retake on this B-bomb site. And Liquid just can't find consistent success.
Yeah, really well done. FlyQuest is just a step ahead. Even with a free kill on the AWPer, the second player just realizes his teammate's gone down, and with the time on the clock, plays for the bomb, able to patiently wait for a kill that presents itself, and Liquid just start running out of players. This is really, really cool from FlyQuest. Very good game they're playing here today. And Liquid just didn't have the time or the resources to clear out the entire B-bomb site. 4 rounds back. Instant window smoke coming in. This time the bomb is leaning towards the A site. Looked like Elige might want to challenge a little bit. It's just weaker pistols, so they're willing to take a few more risks.
Oh, good nade on ultimate. Nice shot as well from the Deagle. Bruising to the head of Fnatic.
Damn.
The response is immediate, though, elsewhere from JKS.
Yeah, you have all your Deagles kind of aggressively looking for some cheeky kills, some peeks and some jiggles. One of them's going to go down. Doesn't make the shot any less beautiful, though.
Sure, just less impactful.
That's how you envision it every single time you crouch into that shot.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Remember Donk had a shot like that and he actually got excited on his stream. It's like, oh.
Even the goats still get excited once in a while.
Ultimate and Shuei getting ready to walk out of the ramp.
They have the perfect call. One player. It's JKS playing way back, playing safe for the retake. One stray Deagle shot, however, can put him down, and then his teammates are far off any kind of support, but they have to find this kill. And if JKS takes more than one, there's not enough Team Liquid players to hold back the retake.
Mr. Savage with the silencer. Good headshot ultimate. Second is good as well. Keeping it clean is JKS. One bullet left and goes to the USP instead. Elige is pinned, trapped, caged animal at this point. And JKS is just firing everything he's got in him until he receives a Deagle shot to the face, and Vexa has to come in and deal with Elige.
You know what? 9 times out of 10, I'm going to tell you that's really stupid of JKS to sit up there and kind of play with Elige in that fashion with the USP. And it is. There's no reason to lose that
he's
weapon.
Looking for the ace.
But I really like that he was doing it. I don't even care about the ace. Just the fact that you like puff your chest up in that fashion. You're 17-4 against your former team and teammates, and you're just like, you know what? Screw it. I'm just going to stand here and go for this and let him know that we're so far ahead and I'm dominating so much that I don't even care if he ends up getting this kill.
There's an update from the B stream in the top right of your screen. BetBoom versus the Gentlemates. 12-11 on the second map of that series. Gentlemates won the first. And looks like BetBoom either closing this out or going to overtime. On map 2, we've got ultimate. And it's Vexite to go down first. A good opening kill here from the Polish Alper. Naf trying to extend upon it as he challenges Regali towards CT spawn.
I really like how much Liquid's been challenging up A ramp, like dry and contact when action's happening elsewhere on the map. That's mostly been Naf and Nerds. It hasn't given them a whole lot of benefit. This is a nice push in the underpass. This has never been cleared out.
Elige ain't gonna like this, is he?
No, he's not.
Not getting the best angle here, JKS, but he is just creeping ever closer. He'll
now,
take a better angle for himself.
Do you knife him?
Dude, no, God! Barely getting the kill there. Comes back to it to finish it off. AK collected. The day doesn't get much better for Elige, does it?
Liquid are just running it like the timings are just off. Like FlyQuest, they're calling plays for these pop flash peaks right when Liquid's moving. It's actually perfect for FlyQuest on Mirage so far. 4-on-3, preserving the man advantage, and they've got everyone here at the 8 bomb site to deal with this. 2 more coming from Ticket, and there's no chance. This defense is suffocating. A 6-round lead now.
Well, no bomb plant again for Team Liquid. A tactical timeout being used, the second of the half so far. It's another scenario where they don't actually have enough to get a buyout here. So it's a very likely 9th round coming up here for FlyQuest. That's JKS just finishing off Elige eventually there. Man, it's great to see FlyQuest playing like this.
Yeah, this is awesome to see. Oh, but this is the first time we're casting them at the event so far. Now it starts to put the picture together of how they've made this run, the most impressive run they've had in quite some time.
And obviously, you'd imagine, you'd envision the ideal world in which you play against your former team and organization, and you absolutely stomp them like this if you're JKS individually as well.
Yeah, and just even from a team perspective, right? The team play, the cohesion, the flash plays, the assertiveness, like CT's not letting Liquid have anything for free. Everything's great. And look at the way they've shut down literally all 5 players on Team Liquid. 1 kill on Shuhei, 3 on Nerds, 4 on Elige, 5 on Naf, 6 on Ultimate. Like, nobody is popping off. Nobody's finding impact for Liquid.
JKS forced forward by the Molotov. Actually goes under the wood as well, takes more damage. Good flashes, everybody's blind. Absolutely everybody is blind inside of the site. JKS, a frustrating round finally for him to have to suffer. Vexite is going to take Elige down after that initial kill. And right through the smoke, another one from Vexite. Nerds is so low just on the other side trying to jump up. Vexite's getting away with daylight robbery at this point. A 3rd kill picked up from him. An ultimate pinned at Firebox with absolutely no shot at this. A 9th round for FlyQuest is confirmed. And we go into the last round of the first half with the best case scenario available for Team Liquid being 3 rounds on the T side.
That's actually pretty mental. This is a dominant half of Counter-Strike from FlyQuest. It's actually beautiful to watch. Even in that round, it's like great. Liquid gets in. They finally get that opening kill for relatively cheap on JKS. But it took time. It took utility, and in a half buy, they didn't have enough. And then you see the retake come in, and all the Molotovs, the nades, the spamming through the smoke. Liquid cannot catch a break, cannot gain an advantage in this map.
Backside on the sprint out through short. He's going to unleash 1 kill on towards the Liege. As Fnatic now going out for the fight. Not taking anything this time, and Team Liquid do get themselves into a 3v2 within the first 20 seconds of the round. But it's pulled back, and it's even numbers once more.
Yeah, Inz has seen those lurky plays towards the A-bomb site a number of times, so he was very well aware and very well prepared. Talking about JKS at 20-6 is out in the half. Inz is 13-2. He's been playing very, very well. Vexside as well at 13 kills with 7 deaths, but now you have Regali's op, and he's cut off the reposition.
Regali walking right in. An easy collection. And now Shuei inside of the kitchen doing everything he can to try and fight his way out of this, but he just won't. It's 10-2. FlyQuest with double figures out of the first half of play.
Yeah, I mean, like, it's almost so dominant that there's no reason to get excited. I'm just impressed at this point, right?
Yeah.
Like, that's an incredible half of Counter-Strike from FlyQuest, just destroying Team Liquid.
Well, Pistol Round will put this one to bed.
This is a 2-1 game, so winner moves on, advances to the PGL Masters Bucharest playoffs. The loser is going to have another chance at it tomorrow in the 2-2 game, which will be advancement or elimination.
I think this is a good time to reassess who is going to win this tournament, Jason, because
FlyQuest.
We've just watched 3D Max get eliminated.
Yeah.
Aurora just lost to Saw in a 2-1 game.
And those have probably been, I know, like, you know, it's easy to have the hindsight, but those are the two that you'd kind of pin to have your kind of favorites to be in the final, I think, coming into this event.
And now Liquid were the sort of the dark horse of the competition as well, because you know their potential. If they click, they're now losing very badly to FlyQuest. So who do we now look at as a potential champion? I mean, we've got Heroic and Pain going through 3-0. I mean, Aurora's still in the competition at least. 3D Max aren't.
That's the fun of this competition, though, right? There was a certain element of the best of the rest, right? Beyond 3D Max and Aurora, but with them going down, now it's just like, all right, who's ready
do we
to
even
take
say
the mantle?
Heroic might have a chance? Like, they went 3-0.
Yeah, they didn't look too bad. Pain looked pretty good yesterday as well.
All right, I think we're going to get a champion of this tournament no one predicted coming into the event. And FlyQuest, who knows? Why not? Why not them?
Why not? Go all the way. Well, there's 4 defenders here. Liquid have the right call on the pistol round if they want to try and make a comeback happen. They need, it's just an incredible performance in the second half, but it starts here against these Glocks. Shuhei going to be the first man at contact. Nert's buddied up with him. They've got Ultimate at the top of the A ramp just looking down. They've got Elige close by to help out. And let's see if this fake pulls any of them away. Does Liquid hold their positions?
Shuei. Good clean shot. Oh, gets away with a second as well. Finally taken out by Fnatic, and you know where the heart of this attack is. It was all through Palace. Shuei, not only does he do fantastic work in taking those 2 headshots, but he immediately ends the round.
Ultimate has all this information at the footsteps, spots him, knows exactly what's coming, just going to back off. Play with the team. Backing off slowly, and FlyQuest not really moving up, and Nertz just realizes, yeah, you might have the advantage in this fight, but again, nurse that lead. They can't win if they don't kill you in this position. Fall back, play the bomb site, play with your team, and there shouldn't be any issues. 35 seconds on the clock.
$25 seconds. And, Team Liquid discipline, not giving up any more opportunities.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, Fnatic is trying to do what he can to get an engagement and bait the follow-up peak. 15 seconds now, and these guys need to die, so it's just kind of rush out to your death now. See if you can challenge for the kills. What is there from Fnatic? Okay, Regali's got one, another one, and this is on, but shut down by Nertz.
Yeah, would have taken something special there as well. 7 seconds as Regali comes out of Palace. Well, I mean, that's the first step. You know, you lose the pistol there, Liquid, the map is over. At least can have an opportunity to go on a bit of a run. Get a few rounds going, get a couple of these players warmed up going into the second map of the series. Which is Train, FlyQuest's map pick. That's the other sad part about this, is Team Liquid's selection. they wanted to go here.
Yeah, that's the other scary thing is it was their selection, and I mean it has been throughout this as well. But FlyQuest obviously on the other side of that coin, kind of predictive probably that Mirage is going to be the pick from Team Liquid, and then all of a sudden you got plenty of things to look at. Be exact, be rush.
Yeah, Nert's first kill is no problem for him. He'll hold down for a second as well. FlyQuest just trying to flood into the B bomb site and create so much pressure, and Nert's handles it. A 3v2 though, still doable for FlyQuest. I think get their hands on a better weapon here, but Elise is blocking access to that M4. They're going to use utility and try and put the pressure on Elise, but he handles it well.
Ooh, damn.
Eventually, Inns will swing with a Tech 9. So really making this expensive because Team Liquid did invest into quite a number of premium rifles. And if Inns can get another one here, it would be absolutely massive, but at least Liquid able to secure that other rifle, pick it up off the ground. 2 players survive.
Guys, let's go.
Yeah, not going to be happy with how many losses they took, but obviously happy to get out of the round with a victory. So bring their scoreline up to 4, knowing it's a force buy as well. You prevented the plant. You know, this round should be a little bit of a reprieve. So Liquid's just looking forward to having a easier time against unarmored opponents. You can see your Flashy hyping him up as well, especially after a 10-2 half. Even winning the pistol in the second round and a little bit of a grind in the second rounds, trying to get the boys hyped up. Liquid as players probably don't feel like they've worked themselves back into this game yet, so still tentative within the comms. A few more wins and maybe that loosens up.
It's now. For a frag here on towards Vex side. He's going to collect that with no problem. Going back out again. Naf on the cleanup. And he should have no problem in dealing with Inns as well.
Confidence kills, you know?
Yeah, exactly.
You don't need to
get a feel for it. Warm up a little bit. 10-5 already looks better than, well, it was potentially a 13-2.
Yeah, you are correct.
Yeah.
You are right there.
Yeah.
Bang on.
Finding positives, Jason.
Yeah. Nice blue keyboard for old Naf.
Was that a positive as well?
Yeah.
The Liquid Blues.
Got it everywhere. I do like that new 20-year anniversary logo. I think that's sweet. Here we go, 10-5. No ops out yet for either team. Liquid not yet with the funds. 3 players towards top mid for FlyQuest, but aggression behind this Molotov and the nade. It's 1 player to go down, a messy spray from Elige, and this is all coming up FlyQuest. Ooh, you don't like to see that. They've kind of just thrown a perfect smoke for the T side.
Yeah. Well, they're not coming out towards the A-bomb side, luckily. Does make you a little bit uncomfortable if you're Team Liquid. That B-bomb side is completely open though, Jason.
Yeah, they're taking the gamble in a round like this, and maybe you can... It looks like they want to execute the push for information, and then I would just imagine that Elige and Shuhei are going to keep wrapping around through T-spawn, but if the timing is off, if the plant goes down before they're anywhere close, which would surely happen just looking at the mini-map, I think you just save this round. You can drop rifles over. Ultimate can buy himself. Nerds can buy himself. Naf can even drop an AWP if you want to go that route. And you look towards the next round. If Naf can get there in time and maybe grab you 1 or 2 kills, maybe it opens up the idea that you can go for the flank.
Well, Zin's up and fighting. Shuhei to drop him. 40 seconds left, and so the numbers once again evened out as Regali goes to the bomb plant.
That was a great chance to get a kill from Naf. I don't think he expected just the dry cross from Regali.
No. Himself in harm's way for a moment, Regali, but now with the bomb planted, FlyQuest have a great opportunity to close an 11 here, especially with that smoke going down and blocking short. Forces Shuhei to be the man to make the play.
Elige has a nade. He can break it open and cause a distraction.
Regali looks up to the window. Shuhei stepping around, stomping in the apartments. Regali hits a little bit of a scroll wheel jump, puts himself in an awkward spot.
What?
Doesn't recover. Elige got a sec. What? All right, Elige, that is just something ridiculous out of Elige's rifle. 2 through the smoke, comes back in for the retake all on his own.
Yo, give me that second kill through smoke. That was at, that's at range. He just took blind shots and drills a headshot. What a way to win a round if you're Elige, and he's been quiet throughout most of this map, but that's a very loud statement win. That's a very difficult clutch to actually come out on top of, in a retake to come out on top of, I should say. Without a shot through the smoke, it never happens. Okay,
that's how he did it. Okay,
that's
that
pretty
makes a lot
nasty.
more sense. Yeah, but it's still really, really nasty stuff from Elige. Another step in the right direction here for Team Liquid. This 10-2 scoreline is looking a lot better already. As once again, it's a round that Team Liquid should be favored to win. We're looking at 10-7. That gap is closing rapidly. And who's to say, if we see a lead shot for the first time in this competition, that Team Liquid can't go on a big run of their own on the CT side?
Well, you hope a round like that is going to ignite something in him, right? Get that confidence back that he'd been missing. Very, very passive from both teams. FlyQuest has taken mid-control. Just maintaining things under window is Regali looking for any kind of a peaks. They'll resmoke window eventually. Actually, no, they won't. They have no smokes remaining after this one from Khan.
Nerds blinded. They get by. Tech9 has a chance. Vexite really needed to grab that opportunity when it was in front of him.
I mean, the fact that Nerds is smoke, yeah, there's still a gap there, but he crosses and it's just not a clean fight at any point. So unlucky for Vexite. Creeping up Khan, though, quietly and silently. That's Shuhei to find the kill. Now Elish sprays one down in middle, and it's all good. It's all easy. FlyQuest eventually fall into their death. Not any kind of crazy investment in this round. The buy is coming next with the AK-47s, and they'll have a chance to get back on the winning horse.
Yeah, but the thing is, for Team Liquid, at least they are starting to build money. So all the check marks, you want to see them tick off.
Yeah, for a comeback, they're all here.
Yeah, it's happening right now for Team Liquid.
A pistol round victory. Second round conversion, a big round out of Elish. Now you have some cash flow behind you. I'd say the one thing that, you know, they tried that aggressive stance in one of the early gun rounds that FlyQuest actually came out on top of in that previous round they won. So I don't know if they'll go back to it immediately. Might be something they save in the back pocket for later in the half if they feel it's necessary. But this is also the stage in the game where the ops start coming out, right? Ultimate has his. That's been finally picked up. AK-47s, no op for FlyQuest offense. But now we can see if Ultimate can get rolling, because there's another piece of the puzzle if you want to make this comeback happen, is get your op having an impact and dictating where FlyQuest can feel comfortable on Mirage. Haven't had to deal with that issue yet, so new defense being shown to him in this round.
Well, an underpass set up here for Liege.
Very passive B defense also. This is actually perfect for FlyQuest if they decide to apply some pressure, if they decide to go probing for information at the B bomb site. Naf, the only defender, playing far, far back in market.
Liege continuing to walk up through the underpass, one step at a time. Does Regali get caught by Liege? He's going to hear those steps retreating. Liege knows he's got some time here to flank him behind him. Gonna see these emptied. Here's the drop. Knows he's no longer an issue. Does Elish follow him instead of going B? He does. That's the bomb though, Jason. That could be the bigger play here for Elish.
It's not even the bomb, it's the footsteps.
Oh, he got spotted. He got spotted, and Elish gets nothing!
Oh, that's so frustrating.
Oh,
that's so sad the whole way. Inns just decides to turn around and sprint back for no good reason. But now for FlyQuest, they have the read of like, okay, well, if you're pushing B, it's probably clear. No one from Liquid has turned back to make up this gap. This round, I think, is done.
Oh my god, he had the round in the palm of his hand.
If you can find Vexite in middle, which he doesn't need to be aggressive in any way because his teammates are in the B bomb site, maybe you can make a case for it. But I think Liquid has got to be feeling locked out at the moment. Yeah, definitely now it's a save. There's no other decision you can make. Ultimate bails out with the op, and FlyQuest, by sheer good fortune and luck, find the Elish flank and just win an easy one off the back of it.
Oh, the comeback was on. They really well off of that.
Think of it this way, too. Like, Alicia's hearing all these footsteps, and he's hearing the footsteps go towards T-spawn, running towards the A bomb site. So he's telling his team, okay, they're falling back from, one's falling back from B. There's, three. I've spotted 3 in middle. They're going to the A bomb site. So all of Liquid, you start shifting and start, getting entrenched, more entrenched at the A bomb site where the finishing play is going to come. And then Elish goes down, and it's like, oh, well, now we're just stuck on the other side of the map with nowhere to go. Crazy turn of events.
It's almost unbelievable for Elish there. You can see he just kind of flies back in his chair. Infuriating moment that might just be enough to allow FlyQuest to get victory here. Although we did mention in the last round that Team Liquid have built up a lot of money. That 3-man save as well is going to help out. They've got plenty of cash for another really solid buy here. And they're going to take their final timeout. Flashy sees this as the defining moment of the map. That Team Liquid can get back on the horse. And who knows, they could be all the way back in Mirage here. Concede this. FlyQuest up to map point.
All right, 4 rounds back. Still cash. And let's see what Team Liquid can do with this. I mean, that's one heartbreaking kind of turn of events, but it can just be a speed bump if they're able to get over it quickly, right? If you come out of this round and win this one, especially if you win it emphatically, you forget all about that heartbreak. So FlyQuest, a tough round ahead. Thankfully, with such an easy victory, they too have some money built up. So both of these squads, no risk of economic issues in the next round, regardless of what happens. And Ultimate wants a piece of the action. With the AWP, it feels like he hasn't had a chance to have impact in this map. Now that finally he's able to use it, he wants to reach out, and he's got the opening kill.
Nert's going to be held back by the Flames. Couldn't stay committed to the mid spot, so instead they're going to go for a boost, but then they hear the steps and they cancel that idea. They try to get back in position in time, but Fnatic with such an important shot out short. Now Naf getting involved. Keeping it easy for Naf as the bomb spills out of the window, drops down into the site, and Vexite can't win this on his own.
I think FlyQuest just called the same exact round they were trying to in the previous. That was a very similar opening setup, and this time they just went for it off the presence. Nice shot from Vexite. That's just one of the 4 necessary. Naf low HP over towards short, joined up by Elige, who surely you'd imagine going to be boosting up on those boxes at some point. But Vexite's looking for Shuhei still. Plenty of time, just not an obvious right move to make.
Yeah, things need to fall in place for Vexite here to win this one. Stepping into the market. Should be impossible to get away with both as Elige is waiting for Shuei's contact, and he will peek out and confirm the kill. Naf with a great hold of that B-bomb side. Looked like the 2 short players might be caught off guard, might be caught out of position, a little bit flustered.
Because of all the nades in middle and all the action and Ultimate getting the kill and calling things out and some pressure coming up short, they thought most of the play was coming from middle, right? So Naf kind of leaves the B-bomb site to join up with Nerds to double up at the point of attack, and then they realize it's not the case, that's all a ruse. So they're actually very fortunate to get away with that one. Naf has to hit some absolute bangers up in those halls to save them, but FlyQuest really had the advantage as they turned that corner. Finally, now we get the AWP out on the T side. Regali's got his. Utility's a little bit light for FlyQuest, still nursing this 3-round lead. It was 10-2 at half, and Liquid have come back at a huge run to bring themselves within striking distance.
Three A players await. FlyQuest going for the commitment, the direct hit in towards the A bomb site with utility. Molly out the stairs, smoke following up. Actually pulls some utility out of Team Liquid and holds them back for the time being.
Here's the execute. Molotov and another smoke coming in. Over towards jungle, Shuhei underneath. Nert's inside the bomb site.
Shuhei out from under the wood. It's a quick kill here on Fnatic. Elige also following up for Liquid's defense, and FlyQuest are stalling out here. They are stalling out on this T side. And Team Liquid's starting to get going. It's going to be Shuhei blasted away, but look at the player waiting inside of the bomb site here, Jason. It's got to be Nert's to step up here. And oh, not so clean. Gets away with it in the end. Needs to be careful he doesn't get taken down by Regali, who's going for wall bangs at this point, trying to get rid of him. He's had his chances, and eventually he will take one. A 2v2, Ultimate and Naf. 9 seconds to stop this plan from going down. And Regali now arriving at triple. JKS, his bodyguard, needed to nail that headshot and does so. This is from map point, and JKS goes out and grabs it at 3K. As JKS is truly styling on his former team.
Yeah, should put a smile on a lot of faces. JKS, a fan favorite, a huge performance. He's gone back home to the boys, and he's delivering quite a performance in this match to get him through to the playoffs. They needed it, all that experience, the championship pedigree. He's got them a triple and an all-important round. This is a 3 versus 5 conversion. Liquid lets it slip. Yet another heartbreak on the resume of this organization.
Coming back into the map, but you know, at least Liquid have shown this fight, and it's not over yet because of all that money we were talking about. NAF and Ultimate, they've got a double up set up out. They can still do this. They can still get this into overtime. It's just 4 rounds in a row. Easier said than done.
Easier said than done. No more mistakes from individuals, no more flat performances, no more kills that take a little bit too long. Everything's got to be precise for Team Liquid now. Mid control is theirs. There's no presence whatsoever from FlyQuest, so still maintaining 2 players in Con. Naf with the double op over towards the B bomb site. That actually might come into play here. Going to jump up on the van. Nerds will have to turn from short to help and support, but Naf might just get blinded right out of the gate, and he's got no smoke, no Molotov to drop down beneath him to delay their progression and their scaling.
Nice shot from Naf. That's Fnatic. Ripped apart. Good start here for Team Liquid. 45 seconds left. They are the first team to draw blood. As Nerds out from short, adds another one to Team Liquid's tally, but Naf is forcibly removed by Inns, who commits to the window and dives down through short. Nerds in and out of the smoke, though, with success. It is still a 2v3. It is still recoverable, and once again, it's Regali and JKS, the duo that won the last round. JKS, well, he spotted Liege. He's playing perfectly around this smoke. Here's the steps of that bomb crossing into the site. Regali, close quarter combat with the AWP. The scope is heard. And the shot is baited out. JKS to go down, and Regali getting caught towards Market.
So tense for Elige playing around that smoke. I thought he was going to get caught from dark a number of times, but ends up working it perfectly. Listening to the footsteps, hiding back in, and finding JKS for free. Easy closeout at the end of the day, but that round did get sketchy considering how it began. The opening kill from Naf, the follow-up from Nerds. They get the first 2 players coming out of the B halls, but still FlyQuest again in a 3v5, almost able to bring it back. Nerds gets away with 1 on low HP. 3 rounds away. With that plant, it's going to help FlyQuest muster together a decent amount of investment in this round. I don't think they'll be going for the full buy. 2 AK-47s picked up, so here to do some damage to the economy of Liquid and try and keep it low. And also bringing in a couple elements that, if all goes well, it can turn this round into a victory. So the AK-47 is going to be very, very deadly. Liquid's got to be careful. Shuhei's going to slide into this, and he's not looking to the right.
No, he will. He will. He'll check ins out, so that's going to be Team Liquid. The man advantage in round 22. A reminder, this was a 10-2 scoreline at the half. FlyQuest have just lost JKS, going for a Palace excursion. And Fnatic is suddenly the only player left. This would be a ridiculous collapse and choke for FlyQuest if this goes into overtime.
We saw Liquid on this map have to battle back in a game against Aurora to force overtime, to force double overtime, to eventually win there. So we've seen them have the fortitude and the determination to hunker down and bring the rounds back. They're going to be within 2, but a much stronger buy is coming out in the next round, and a lot is going to be decided there, obviously. Final kill for Elige as Fnatic goes down. 12-10. There he is. Elige calling it out. 2 AKs and 3 Tech 9s. Low buy, so look for the buy. So Liquid trying to put together the economy situation. Shuhei trying to get an idea of what he's going to be facing in this round, an idea of what kind of round they might call. If it's going to be a save round, if it's going to be another low buy round, they would probably expect something a little bit cheesy, maybe fast-paced, maybe bursty. Now with the AK-47s, and obviously Elige telling him it was a half buy, this next round will be a full buy. It's going to be something more akin to a default, what they've normally been facing in the gun rounds. So changes up the defense quite a bit.
Well, that's why it's good to have him on the team.
Because he can count the AKs and Tech 9s on the ground.
Exactly.
Not every player can do it.
Clearly not.
It's a unique skill set.
And he had to inform his teammates. Are you sure it wasn't like a half buy?
All right, here we go, round 23. Off in Ultimate's hands, still 4 AK-47s recovered for Team Liquid.
All right, it'd be so impressive if Liquid do this. 2 rounds back, and they have got overtime. This is the hardest round that faces them in the next 2. Galil's on Regali and Inns. 3 AK-47s. And it's going to be Palace for 3 plays. Look at this. Straight towards Shuhei. Clean on the first headshot, then gets peppered down. Nerds inside of Khan. No issue for those rifles. And then Vexite gets FlyQuest back into this fight again.
Lovely kills from Vexite. I don't even mind the swings off the fact, even though it looks individual, trying to trade that kill quickly, but Vexite's hunkered down at the back of the bomb site. Only one Molotov remaining for the FlyQuest attack, and Naf just has to be patient.
Yeah, if he's oh yeah, there's an HE grenade down. That would have been massive as well. Would have got rid of Vexite, but it doesn't matter if you catch the low HP player second. Regali goes down. Naf sweeps him under the rug. And that's the last real solid buy left in FlyQuest in regulation. Team Liquid are favored to drag this one into overtime.
It's the Liquid veterans, the long-standing Liquid players who have been around for years. As sure, Elige came back, but Elige and Naf have both had some critical performances in this game. This double kill from Naf, his hold at the B bomb site with the triple kill up in Halls. Elige obviously had the early triple kill on the retake, but those two guys have had some moments in this game to keep Liquid going. And that's a lovely sequence to find in a 2v2. Third final timeout taken from FlyQuest. Their last chance to bring this forward, and the buy's still hurting.
From 10-2 up to now 12-11. FlyQuest have just struggled so much on this T side.
If there's any team that knows what they're going through, Dinko,
it's Team Liquid.
It's Team Liquid. And probably G2 as well, but Team Liquid.
Famously, yeah. Team Liquid. Or rather, infamously.
Oh, what a comeback. All right, FlyQuest, what do you call in this final thrust, this final chance at it? 23 kills on JKS. Not enough, perhaps, for a win in regulation.
They barely did anything on this T side. Such a great first half.
Come back to this play towards the B bomb side. This is like the third or fourth time we've seen them run it, so obviously something they built into the game plan for this match against Team Liquid.
Elige set up for a little information play at the bottom of connector. Flash in. We'll go back into the connector again.
Elige just threw a flash down A ramp. He wants to give the sound cue that they're clearing A ramp, and it's going to start getting them to move. Okay, head spotted. Not a clean shot. Nerds, there it is. Connects, and that's Vexite gone down. Thankfully, he got his smoke off up in the window.
Now Regali moving out short with Fnatic in behind him. 40 seconds left. Here's Nerds waiting. One of the short arches. Can Nerds... Oh, no, he won't. Not this time. Naf takes a dink. Half his health gone. Molotov going to heat things up, force him into the open. Regali with a central headshot. And have FlyQuest just done it in the last round of regulation.
Hold on, hold the phone for ultimate. He's got the cross. Oh, that smoke way misses. That's so far off. Are you going to test it? Are you going to challenge it?
Oh, Ultimate doesn't even want to hold it. He goes out to the doorway instead. Out into the fight and out into the site. It's Fnatic gone, and Ultimate and Shuei try to get over the line. Nice, boy! Team Liquid get it into overtime from 10-2 down going into the second half. A huge comeback done in stellar fashion.
You know, I don't think Team Liquid ever thought another play towards the B bomb site was going to come out. They started shifting that extra player, that mid player shifted to the A bomb site. I think they felt they'd shut them down enough that FlyQuest wouldn't try the finish to that point. But man, does Ultimate deliver you a good moment with the AWP when called upon. Not afraid to take any kind of a risky angle. 12-12, money issues disappear. We've got overtime. Double up setup for Team Liquid right out of the gate. Obviously can be costly if they lose one of these AWPs. But it's going to give a lot as a rifler to move around and play by feel of what's happening.
It didn't seem like this was going to be possible whatsoever. We were talking about getting into the second map very quickly. We were saying that in the first half. Is going to take the life out of FlyQuest, who have to play the T side immediately in overtime. Watch them go and get a flawless T half here, Jason.
It's very, very possible, isn't it?
Less likely now that Naf has got the opening kill on JKS. I don't know what JKS finished that first half on, because it was close to, it was like 19 or 20 kills, right?
His second half was quiet relatively to his first half for sure. But I mean, I think a lot of that is, I mean, both of these teams' offenses have just been weak today. Both teams' defense able to shut things down. So I don't think anyone from either team on the T side even have a chance to really grind out a huge volume of frags. It's been a very defensive game. Shuei's going to tuck himself into the corner. Ultimate with a deep angle. There's going to be a flash over that likely takes away his vision, but he'd like to get one shot before Shuei makes contact.
Flash does come up, and he still gets a kill. Shuey will knock down a second, and finally Vexite fighting out of the ramp. It's a 2v3 here for FlyQuest with 25 seconds left. Nurts is watching Palace, gets his crosshair down in time for the ramp push, and puts it all on ins. He can't get a step closer thanks to Elige off the top of the stairway. Team Liquid continue the run.
Yeah, a nice easy end of the round in a 5v4, right? You get that opening pick onto JKS, peeking out towards Naf, up at the B bomb site, not expecting the AWP, although Naf did have it towards the end of the half. Go away from the double up now that they've shown it. An ultimate with a blind shot, Shohei up close, very effective defense, 13-12, 16 being the magic number for a victory.
FlyQuest sending 2 players out top middle, 3 over towards B. No precedence today whatsoever. Trying to force the issue through here. FlyQuest keep the pressure up. Throwing a Molotov onto Naf. His feet burning, so he jumps up on the van, takes a fight, wins it, and then Nurts also finding success at short. This combo of Nurts and Naf is just so strong on the B-bomb site.
Yeah, they've been very, very good here. Triple kill for Naf, 1 for Nurts, but it's done perfectly and no access for FlyQuest. And some of that magic seems to have left the team on this T side. It seems much more deflated now for FlyQuest, and that's going to be hard when you go back to the CT side. Can you recreate that dominance you had in regulation? Especially after you've just lost to this comeback, especially after they've come all the way back.
2 rounds since the start of the second half. There's a heavy direct hit towards the A-bomb site being called. Through the mollies they go. Trying to catch this defense on the A-bomb site off guard. Looked like they had that window of opportunity, but I think it looks like Shuei's just shut it on them. He's going to go through the side of this smoke as well. Broken and eventually taken down by JKS. But ultimate landing shots. Nurts getting involved, the least with nothing off the top of the stairs this time. So the best chance for a T-side round in overtime for FlyQuest is here and now.
Look at all the nades stockpiled for Nurts though. Although if he tries to get too cute, they might just push into him. Another flashbang over. Not yet planting the bomb, not yet feeling comfortable. They want to take out Nurts first, and he gives them exactly what they wanted.
So it's on Naf to clutch it up then. They could go B, assuming that Naf has moved off his position. They would be correct in assuming so, and that grenade will confirm it. Well, let's see how Naf decides to relocate. Oh, he gets up to the murder hole very quickly. This is not going to work out for Naf. Surely it won't work out. He hits the headshot, then the dink, and he was damn close to taking both away. But FlyQuest will pick up at least 1 round on the T side of overtime.
Yeah, so close on that transfer. All right, FlyQuest, you gave yourself that 1 round breathing room. Let's see if we can get back to the defensive stand you were having in regulation in the first half. Liquid could not do anything on their T side. They couldn't break into bomb sites. They couldn't really take control of middle, all that effect. Actually, they got some control of middle, but weren't able to do anything with it. FlyQuest did a good job. 2 players playing top con, constantly stopping any progression.
The early exchanges of utility inside of middle. Smoke up to the window. Nurts up to the window now.
This is where things tended to fall apart, though.
Oh.
Just like this. I mean, FlyQuest defense in regulation was really proactive. Smoke breaks like this with peaks. You had flash peaks down A ramp as well. JKS was effective in those positions. So a 5-on-4 for FlyQuest. 1 minute remaining in the round.
There's a Nurts peek. Oh, Aidens wants that fight back. There's the proactive peek in towards ramp. JKS to come out on top of it. Regali shutting them down as they come out through connector. And we've got a tight game again here. Nurts in the murder hole. A low HP, 25 to his name, and eventually finished off by the USP. So Regali with a great round here.
That's sick work from Regali. And I like the fact that they're waiting for that timing, obviously, right? They're waiting for the feeling that Liquid's actually executing their tactic before pulling that flash off for JKS to peek down ramp, because you know that ramp lurker that's coming in to help alleviate the defense from the flank is going to start moving as soon as the main thrust comes in. So it's perfect timing that they're finding to take out the extremity of the attack and turn their attention elsewhere after the fact.
Yeah, Regali playing in his home country at the moment here, Romania. An Australian team.
Who would have thunk?
Yeah, what a journey he's had so far. Team Liquid, with 4 players about to go through top mid. One lurk of Naf over towards A. He'll be throwing out multiple nades. Trying to show a little bit more presence inside of the A bomb site. Yeah, he's done a good job there. 3 pieces of utility. 3 players of FlyQuest locked into the site. They're clearing out the ramp with this Regali AWP as Team Liquid start to populate mid.
Ooh, I think FlyQuest feel like this is going to be a finish at A. I thought maybe Liquid would be moving up short behind Ultimate, but still Bomb is on the ground beneath Khan, so haven't made their decision just yet, but they do have Nertz in a pivot position inside Khan. You've got Ultimate, who's infested the ladder room, which is quite nice, and now you see the Bomb relocating through the underpass towards those B halls along with Elige. And Naf going to be joining up as well. So Liquid have 2 lurkers in place to harass and kill the rotation, but they need Shuhei, Elige, and Naf to make it feel like that B bomb site is on the verge of being lost.
"30 seconds. That's all that's left here right now for Team Liquid to try and get out towards this B bomb site. That side not so clean in that first shot. Fnatic burning as well, down to 32 health, very low HP on the 2 B bomb site defenders, and then Liquid comes running through, but Fnatic unchecked, delivers, denies the bomb plant from going down. And now 3v1 as JKS is all of a sudden the only remaining FlyQuest player, and he's up towards the apartments.
And you know he's the A player as well, so Naf is going to be immediately checking the flank, and he's going to have eyes on it the whole time with these little timely jumps. Now he's been spotted.
Oh, it's almost impossible now for JKS to get out of this spot. Blinded, held back. There was a window of opportunity for FlyQuest, and a moment there from Fnatic's AUG behind the bench.
I just want to keep the AK for the last round of overtime.
Oh, it's hard to get away now, isn't it? All these windows, the bullets coming through the walls. There's a kill from JKS. Giving it a good go still. Jumping down to the side, the time ticking on, and JKS eventually finished off by Ultimate. Map point secured by Team Liquid.
Yeah, FlyQuest had the 1 in regulation. Liquid get the 1 to match it here in overtime.
10-2 in the first half. FlyQuest were up, and Team Liquid had to come back. Really had to be almost flawless. Got it into overtime. Concede 1 round of the first half of OT, and are now looking with 1 opportunity to close out Mirage in their favor.
You talked about how good Nertz and Naf have been playing. Well, the 2 of them, just kind of a crazy little like duo of players over towards that B bomb site on Liquid's defense. They're both 4-0 in opening duels, finding opening kills for their team. Together they have 11 multi-kill rounds. Like these 2, 88 ADR clean on both of them. Like these guys are delivering huge level of performance for Team Liquid.
This is going to suck the life out of FlyQuest if they concede this map. It is Team Liquid's map pick of Mirage. Up next is Train. That's FlyQuest's selection. But it's the way in which you lose this one that will be just so devastating.
I think established teams have gotten very good at resetting after like crushing, devastating losses, but a team like FlyQuest who's still trying to make this work, who's still like trying to put the pieces together, a loss like this would be devastating going into Train.
Elige and Shuhei moving together as a pack through short. Vexile, you can see how spread thin he is right now, having to fight short and the apartments. He just can't do it. So he's gone, and Ultimate succeeds in putting Team Liquid ahead on the player count. Molotov towards Market. Bomb now coming out of the apartments. And FlyQuest, to get this into another overtime, it's going to require a 3v4 retake of the B site.
Oh, they're retaken before the bomb goes down. Regali wanted to get in and see if he could create some chaos. And boy, does he get shut down. And yeah, now it seems so far away.
Yeah, this fight, Elige, low HP. JKS going to be shut down by a headshot. It's Ins left alone. What a comeback from Team Liquid. FlyQuest from 10-2 up. They concede Mirage 16-14 to Team Liquid. They take the first map of this series.
Yeah, Team Liquid, 5 chefs because they won, but they made a meal of it. It was really hard fought, but a great comeback, and obviously that's going to hurt FlyQuest, that one.
Oh yeah, absolutely. They had them against the ropes right there. But you know, credit where it's due for Liquid. It really did feel like they're just going to get completely stomped out in the map, but they didn't, you know, kind of let go of the match right there. And again, you look at the players on this lineup, you look at how much they have achieved in the past or had the potential to achieve. So not too surprising at the end of the day. But yeah, kudos to Legion Gang for pulling it off.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, it shows you why Liquid picks Mirage every single chance they get, right?
Yeah.
Because they just have so much confidence on the map that being 10-2 down, but as soon as they win that pistol, they're like, all right, game on. You know, like they have absolute faith that they will be able to mount that comeback. And honestly, if it weren't for a couple, to some extent, unfortunate rounds for the likes of Liquid, you know, there was that Elige flank and whatnot, they might have even been able to close it out in regulation.
Yeah, I've got to say as well, in talking about Elige, he definitely seems to be a lot lighter and more upbeat since he's rejoined Liquid. I think FaZe was kind of a real tough gig, and it definitely didn't work out for him, but like he's come back to Liquid and he's energized.
I mean, he said it as well, right? The interview just after coming back to Liquid, how a lot of his ideas weren't necessarily clicking with the FaZe guys, but as we've alluded to in the past, you know, coming back with Flashy and his team, someone who's spoken with about Counter-Strike in the past as well, looking very comfortable. Coming to this game, though, you know, FlyQuest, I want to give credit on the CD side, man. It looked incredible. Ins to the connector position, just looking like the star there always was for this team. JKS towards the A-bomb side, just everywhere on that map. But I feel like in a T side, when it came to some of those 3v3, 4v4 scenarios, they were overcooking it a little too bit. If they just simplified it down, just run on in, it's like a pack, gotten those trades, it could have been them just getting the win here.
And I'm going to talk about this, Janko, because for some reason, NAF has gone from being the most obvious cuttable player on any roster in Tier 1 to being like a star again. He's been reborn.
Wonder where those people who were asking for his head, you know, during the offseason are now, right? I mean,
I think I might have been one of them, honestly.
To me, honestly, it was always crazy because it's been one season,
yeah,
right?
Sure.
Maybe a little bit longer than that, but you have to take into account all the roster changes as well, leadership changes, coaching changes, like everything that was going on in Team Liquid. And look at Nav's career outside of last 6 months.
Yeah.
I mean, his track record is impeccable, I feel like, and those players, he's a blue chip player, you know, those don't grow out on trees.
No.
So I'm always down to give him some extra time, giving an opportunity to turn it around, especially when you know that it's not due to lack of hard work, you know, that NAF was experiencing that slump. I mean, he was trying just about anything and everything, right, to regain his form, and it's just so cool to see him, you know, to find some consistency with good performance.
It's also,
I think as well, Bled, just to jump in, it's kind of ironic that probably the best decision Joker Steve has made, you know, as a GM, it's not the player he didn't sign, it's the player he kept, you know.
And funnily enough, because Naf himself was like, I don't even know why they kept me, right? So I think he was his worst critic as well. Exactly. So I feel like this resurgence, absolutely, it's great for Naf, right? For him as well to have faith, because the moment you lose confidence in yourself, man, that's GG. Like, you're done, no matter what team you join. So it's really good to see him coming back to form. And also for Liquid, you know, we've seen a couple of these big names in this tournament, you know, Aurora, 3D Max to a certain degree, completely flub a few maps here and there. But for Liquid to looking like it was going to be, you know, like a complete storm to bring it back, I think is a very good sign for a team who's looking to make a deep run at them.
Yeah, and look, Jason and Dinko both said it on the cast. You know, I mean, it's usually Liquid that choke games like this, particularly on Mirage. They'll have some flashbacks about that, no doubt, historically. But they actually were able to dig deep and come back. So very, very good signs. We're going to take a look at some rounds. I think we got round 16.
Yeah, I think it's, you know, look at the start. First gun round, right, for Liquid. If they lose it right at the beginning, really diminishes the chances of that comeback happening. So you can see their confidence. First gun round down 10-5. We don't care. We're going to push mid, try to disrupt you, right? Doesn't work their way. They're in a 3v4, but this flank comes in. B bomb site is open. But I feel like in this round, this is like some great shooting now from Elige. He's gonna get all 3 kills here. But you know, once they got into B, FlyQuest, Regali has the bomb, and he's swinging all the way deep to that corner to check a player hiding behind the site with the C4. It's like, that shouldn't be up to you, you know? Like, with the bomb, just get the bomb down, like, make the clock your ally. So a small lapse of judgment there, and unfortunately, it was also him in the final round of regulation who did throw that smoke into market that missed. So they had to freeze, knowing Ultimate was alive and probably holding the angle. If he hits that smoke, they just get into the bomb site, plant the bomb, and have a 3v2 to win the game in regulation. So just a couple of details that cost FlyQuest the game. Much similar to their Dust 2 map against GamerLegion at the start.
It's also kind of like we saw a particular round. We don't have the reel for that, but it was NAF on that B bomb side. They get the first kill. NAF was alone. 3 of them on that inside of apartments. You just swing out, you trade him. Even if NAF gets the kill instead, they kind of caught in 2 mines, taking a nade out. All 3 players get farmed by NAF, you know, just upping those stats up. So learning experience, I guess. The small little moments, it was a little rough.
Yeah, and look, I don't want to take anything away from FlyQuest. I think they played a very impressive game, commensurate to their level.
Dude, they were gaming in the first half. Like, they were absolutely owning. Like, they have a good plan in terms of if Liquid goes for their fast mid takes, how they're going to combat that. Regali jumping out window mid, boosting Vexite into ladder room. Right, they were so proactive. Even in man disadvantage situations, they kept being aggressive, found ways to win those rounds too. JKS, sure, his stats were inflated a bit by some anti-eco kills and exit kills, but definitely had a ton of impact too.
Also, if you just look at the round timeline, I think apart from the 2 rounds they won, they got the bomb down just the 1 time for Liquid, right? So it's very, very solid performance. And also Inns, man. Sure, JKS at the end, he kind of like ascended, you know, exponentially with a few of those anti-eco rounds. But Inns was just finding crazy impact towards mid. Just not afraid to take fights at mid, man. Why the hell was he playing B all this while?
And here's the thing, I would have said to you after the veto, you know, there's clear advantages on the team's respective map picks, right? But then FlyQuest goes on and has a 10-2. You know, I was expecting them to lose Mirage. But now the fact that they've lost it after being 10-2 up and in such a close game, I think it actually hurts them more than if they just got stomped going into train.
Tell me about that. Think of a time, Janko, in your illustrious career where you've been a coach behind a team and you've had a half like that and then you end up losing the game. I don't know if it's ever happened to you.
Probably at some point. There's a lot of losses in there, Richard, so I'm sure that was one of them. But listen, just the difference between close game and a stomp. Right, in a close game, you're obviously dissecting every little detail. I mean, I'm here talking about a smoke Regali missed, or maybe he pushed too long to clear the bomb site, right? Like, because in a overtime loss, 1 round makes all the difference. When you get stomped, and there was a fair few of those as well, shout out Prime Astralis one time, you know, like, you just go out and say in between maps, like, hey, guys, we just didn't show up at all, right? Like, we just obviously got owned, whether it's 13-0, 13-2, 3, it doesn't matter, right? So you don't spend too much time talking about it and lingering. And sure, it's not great because you're not going with a ton of confidence into the second map because you did get stomped, but there's also not much to talk about, and it's easier to reset after that sort of a loss.
It's kind of surprising, like, you see a lot of S-tier teams as well, right? After the first map, they lose it, and you're like, these guys are like top 5, top 6 team in the world. They shouldn't be doing a post-mortem of the previous map just like 5 minutes away from the second map. But it happens all the time, honestly.
Also, MR12, right? You have to understand, in MR12, things spiral really fast. Right? Like, you know, if FlyQuest won the second pistol, the game is probably over 13-2 for FlyQuest, right? But that's why it matters, all these small details, reset rounds, pistols and early gun rounds, right? Like, it's much easier to mount the comeback with MR12.
Well, look, speaking of comeback, FlyQuest need to come back into this series. I think they have a great opportunity to do it, frankly, because we're going on to train. It's their map pick. We've seen Liquid lose on this already.
No, not just lose on it. I think that the last 5 times Liquid have played on train, they've won the most amount of rounds they've won on the CT side is 5 or maybe 6, right? That is, I mean, that's pretty much a losing formula for them. And yesterday, what I really liked from FlyQuest on the T side is just, it was so varied. I was loving how Vexite was just popping off. They were setting up Vexite wonderfully, especially towards the mid area. They had so many variations as well against 3D Max, right? It was a bit of a surprise pick coming in from the side of FlyQuest. They were going for these super slow defaults, and then the moment 3D Max started reacting to that, boom, fast plays coming out from Pop, and they was looking so good. And so far from what we've seen from Liquid on the CD side on train, it's just non-existent. I see this going to map number 3, honestly.
Yeah, you'd hope so. With the way FlyQuest played at the start of Mirage, you feel the series to an extent deserves it. And I also like some of the small things that they do in terms of the protocols, the details, right? Like just when a duo of players can go and try to make a play. Bigger question is, right, like, will this Mirage linger? It shouldn't. And I think they do a good job of actually resetting mentally. They had a couple of close wins after losing close on day one to GamerLegion. So I'm really hoping we get to see the third map too.
Yeah, especially like watching JKS and Train was just like classic prime JKS, right? It was looking so comfortable, just roaming towards the top area. He was catching incredibly good timings, just sneaking in towards B as well in the previous map. So I'm looking forward to Nerds and JKS kind of duking it out.
This is the key for me. I think, look, I think FlyQuest are still heavy favorites, but Nerds has been so good at this tournament. And what happened last time we watched Liquid play on Train? They were just going to that B bomb site. Nerds was getting his kills. I mean, he was like so far ahead.
But he's all alone. It's so hard to hold that position where you're all alone. You have to give it up, or you get a kill, you get traded 4v4. The utility protocol from FlyQuest is so very good. It was almost nigh impossible for Liquid to go for that retake. So I don't really blame Nerds. But what Liquid need to do on the CT side is try and be aggro early on, not mid-round, right? Early on, and try to kind of like curtail whatever plans they have.
Nerds is not a B player. Like just
Don't feel that way,
when you think about Nerds as a player, he's not a B anchor player. It's more for NAF. I'm not sure why those two don't swap positions, but honestly, Ivy isn't much better in that sense, right? So if anything, I echo what Blaise said. Maybe a way to do it when you don't have a natural B player for a map like Train is just play with some more aggression, play with some more pace, you know, try to make it more situational rather than him having to be there and fight off all this utility and play against full execute.
All right, great talking to you guys. We're going to take a quick break. After that break, Train will roll into the station. Make sure you join us.
She said she loves you.
But she can't love me.
But I love you.
Crazy. I gotta break on myself, I amaze me. Like I'm back in the 80s.
I won't play window anymore.
What's going on?
Play your role. 1xBet. On to the next one. The human body was built to move. Not trapped at a desk in one singular posture for 12 hours a day. It's time your chair evolved. This is Secret Lab Titan Evo. Ergonomically engineered for you, gamers, hybrid workers, artists, backing your every move.
Astana, are you ready?
Hello everyone, Jackie Powers here, live from PGL Bucharest 2025. Joined this time around by Youngster from Heroic, Crims from Fnatic, Nerds from Team Liquid, Hooksy from Astralis, Naf, of course, from Team Liquid. You can only buy one piece of utility. What would you choose?
The thing is, if I'm in a 1v1, do I even want to pull out a nade?
Ooh, that was hard.
It depends on, like, flash.
A flash?
Sure. Yeah, definitely a flash. I think you can do so much with it.
Smoke, of course.
I think smoke.
There's no real counter to a flash, like you can't break a flash.
What if I turn around really quick?
Well, then you just then I need to find a better flash for you.
All right, fair enough, actually.
Yeah, that's
true.
on me, that's on me.
100% smart.
Yeah, of course. Like you can be too creative with it, and it's like the most common piece of util that you miss, you know? Like, for example, on T side, you're throwing the smokes, you know, and it's more common that you like you lack a smoke, you know, because you threw it somewhere else, you know. So of course a smoke.
You can come so far with it. It's just boring answer, but yeah, smoke.
Just the classic.
Yeah.
Map control, zoning angles, making plays.
Smoke, I think, is the best thing you'd probably play around to create opportunities for yourselves and create bridges to go to other places to get different opportunities. So I mean, it'd probably be a smoke. Yeah.
Always worth it for the value.
Oh yeah, of course, yes.
It depends on the situation, but I would go with nade.
The HE?
The AG. I will tell you why. If you're ending up in scenario when you plant the bomb, okay, and the teams, like sometimes Molly will not help you or smoke will not help you. When you're nading, you can see everything, so sometimes this is something that can win you the round.
Yeah, you get the tagging as well,
Exactly.
slows them down, there's a lot to it. Okay, it's interesting. Yeah, most people have been saying smoke.
You need to choose.
I know,
like
it's
from
limiting.
the start of the round,
I
I would say, from the start of the round, of course, I would choose a smoke, but if you say like winner grenade, I would choose the grenade.
A roller coaster of emotions here at PGL Masters Bucharest, and that is exactly what that first map of Counter-Strike was, Jason. FlyQuest 10-2 up in the first half. Mirage conceded in overtime to Team Liquid. We're all over the place.
Yeah, woof. They had such a good first half. They looked so strong, but Liquid came roaring back. All the individuals came alive. First half, everyone was shut down. Second half, you started seeing those plays come out of Elige, him building up into things. Naf and Nerds had an excellent game for Team Liquid on Mirage to get him that victory. Yeah. So the question that we left the game with was, can FlyQuest bounce back? New team coming together, new coach behind them. Excuse me, I shouldn't say new team. They've been around for a bit, but new coach coming in behind them, and still this team hasn't established any great foundation of success to sustain themselves on. So is the mentality going to be there to compete on train?
Well, Elige, we're going to get started. Gets run over. The train has arrived at the station here at the A bomb site. The Glock train, that is, from FlyQuest. And we've got Naf. Oh, low HP actually still dishes out one headshot. Oh, ultimate! That is what Liquid needed. That puts them in a better position all of a sudden. As Ultimate tries to backtrack for his third kill of the round. It's Vexite to hunt him down. Now Shue is arriving. Backside looking to protect that kit. It's a tap on the defuse. Knows that it won't be the 5-second stick with a kit lying down in front of him. Vexite's going to position himself perfectly and win out the round here for FlyQuest. It looked like Ultimate had done enough there to flip it back in Liquid's favor, but Vexite stands tall.
Yeah, I feel Ultimate knew that play was going to come in through the smoke, and just the footsteps kind of sold his position and actually gave the advantage over to his opposition, Vexite, who's able to kind of swing into the fight. And we all know there's a Peeker's advantage of the Glock can be a little bit brutal. Nice pistol round altogether. Really, the strength of that from FlyQuest was the trade kills on the entry. The opening kill, and then trading off the second frag that Elige was able to get. 1-0 for FlyQuest T-side train. Now, this was the map, if you want to go back to yesterday, we talked about, the Mirage against Aurora for Team Liquid. Well, the train against Aurora for Team Liquid was not very good. A map they had only played once at the time. This will be their third map with this lineup of train.
Nerds around the back here, and he's able to get one more in the 5-7. Regali respond quite quickly, but he takes a dink on board.
Flank.
And yeah, the flank, this could be cleaned up still. They're very low. The USP to finish them off. Regali,
what a turn.
Clocks it at the last second and turns back to stop Ultimate.
Good read. That internal timing is well looped up. It knows exactly what it's doing. Good job from Regali to spin and grab the flank. 2-0 for FlyQuest. Nothing crazy to talk about there. Liquid just almost turning it without a whole lot of investment, but now you're going to get the guns out. Now you're going to get the real defense coming in for Team Liquid with the M4. Shouldn't have an op quite yet on Ultimate. Or they do. Just enough kills to squeak it out. Just enough kills.
Yeah. All right, Ultimate. Those 2 kills in the pistol round, doing wonders. Well, FlyQuest. It was the T side that was the problem over on Mirage. Off to a good start here with 2-0. There's the information that the AWP's in play. Fnatic going to lose 80% of his health. Suppose getting information about the AWP on the server without losing a player is exactly what FlyQuest would want.
Yeah, it's nice, but obviously the leg shot is going to make Fnatic a little bit more, or much more passive, I should say. This is just FlyQuest going through the early motions of the default, clearing out box halls, making sure there's no presence pushed up, clearing out the underpass as well to make sure they have free reign to control that part of the map. Now, the B bomb site, the defense between Nertz and Naf as the rotator into the B bomb site was really, really weak against Aurora. The hits coming up and pushing sidewalk confused them so much. It didn't look like they knew exactly where to be comfortable inside the site quite yet. This is a map they're not super familiar with. So they'll get tested early. And if they pass this test, it's great. If they fail it, FlyQuest in their brains is a switch is going to flick, and they're going to be like, oh, okay, their B bomb site is still a little bit rough.
They're just charging in. 20 seconds on the clock here. That's the bomb coming down the ramp. Naf could make a big issue here for FlyQuest. That's the bomb gone. And Nertz defending the rest. It doesn't even matter about the bomb because all the kills have come in, and Fnatic will get detected by ultimate and finished off at the end.
Yeah, that's all about delay and counter utility from the Team Liquid side of things. 2 Molotovs on that lower ramp while that execute was being thrown out, while the utility was coming in. Nertz was playing it passively, so nobody could get caught from the upper ramp, and then all of a sudden, Elige is there on the rotation, and FlyQuest utility, like the effect of it, everyone's not blind anymore, the Molotovs have all burnt out, smokes might still be up, but you just have no advantage from the utility you threw out earlier. Nicely done from Naf and Nertz there, delaying the hit as long as possible. 2-1. Down to Tech9s in the sole AK-47 in the hands of JKS. Be taking that on a solo mission towards box halls while 3 of his teammates contend with the AWP of Ultimate over an Ivy.
Ultimate waiting. Ready to strike true with the AWP. We'll do so straight away. Vexite remove with no issue. They're into the back lines. They're actually going to use their own smoke to try and get across, and Ultimate will handle that pressure, go back out again, cleaning that bomb down on the floor now, and FlyQuest. It was a 2-0 lead that is immediately answered back by Team Liquid, as we're now 2-2 within a few minutes.
Inz is hoping that Elige gets a little bit thirsty for that kill and pushes forward because he's got JKS. That's a good dink. Okay, this round's not done yet. JKS and Inz can do some work here. The bomb is dropped. Actually, the round is kind of over. Bomb is dropped very far away, but you can still get a few kills.
Yeah, for Team Liquid, you don't want to offer up anyone.
A lot less exciting than what it felt like initially.
Yeah.
So, I mean, look, Inz is going to try and make this happen. He's got 1 HP, likely not going to get anything done. The AWP of Ultimate is here. Easy shot. Quad kill for Ultimate in the round so far. Elige is going to clean up the ace. That's JKS to fall last, and we're tied at 2. Should be a save round, an eco round for FlyQuest. So Liquid a chance to build up some money, sustain themselves for the future.
Yeah, I'm intrigued to see how these gun rounds go for this half because, as I was mentioning, the T side was woeful over on Mirage for both teams. FlyQuest, you know, when you have a big choke, when you let go of the game in the way that you did over on Mirage, you don't want to have to start on the T side coming into the second map.
It's actually a good point too. You're right. If this is just a dominant half from Team Liquid, you're going to feel like you've been far away from winning for quite some time.
Yeah, you're just going to be in a pit of despair.
Yeah, the mental breaks down.
Well, they're not around where you can really expect much here from FlyQuest. Actually, hands off the keyboard and mouse, just chilling at the moment.
Reading some notes, having a little conversation. I like that.
You know, coming into this competition, as I mentioned, Team Liquid are one of the dark horses. Could potentially win this tournament. There would be a great win early on in this Liquid roster, especially the fact that Elige was in FaZe for so long and Team Liquid were trying to win events for so long with that Twist roster. Imagine a world in which Elige returns to Liquid and a couple events later they have a trophy.
Yeah, it's not the craziest eventuality, I think. We'll hold the phone. They're going to go for this rush. We'll see if they're able to take down one. Nertz is very committed. Okay. Yeah, it's a weird place for Team Liquid where I feel like in some ways, I don't think we as a community are quite ready to hear the fact that Liquid can come in and steal away a tournament like this, because it feels like it's just kind of been a meme for so long with all these various lineups and the amount of time that they've been so far below expectations. It's almost like we're having too much fun kind of teasing them a little bit for it to actually look at this and say, this roster is dangerous, and if they get things going and they get the right things, this could potentially be a trophy. This could be at least a deep run. Bomb is going to be planted. But Ultimate's playing John Wick.
He really is having a good map here. Ultimate 10-2 at the moment. I think it's exciting that there's more room to grow in the tournament here for Team Liquid. I think the best thing about the Team Liquid we've seen as of late, even that last tournament with Twist, is Nerds is actually playing well again.
Yes.
And there's an update on the B stream. Gentlemates taking down a BetBoom. It was Nuke.
The Gentlemates.
The Gentlemates, the surprise of EPL.
That was a 1-2 game. So BetBoom is gone.
Goodbye, BetBoom.
Team BB, out of here.
BB, bye-bye. Oh, this shot from Ultimate. Hasn't had many of those.
Oh, that hurts.
Open up things, and yep, down to 7 HP here for Vexite.
That's a team nade, the second one that fell on him. Leech might push this. He hears these footsteps. He might just take the risk. Does he want to go forward?
No way.
Ballsy.
Please gets away with the headshot. Some overkill on it. Does a lot of damage onto the second player. Just couldn't net the kill.
Yeah, but again, information, the name of the game. He spots 2 more still, so it's like, who cares? He's gone down. He did great damage to 1. You know the information. You know where everyone is. Alicia's given you a man advantage and given you the information you need. So Ultimate's not going to be aggressive whatsoever because he knows the likelihood is 2 players coming back and walking directly into his crosshair.
Ooh. Ultimate not going to miss that one. Goes back out again. Netic this time is going to take the headshot on Ultimate.
That one's not necessary.
Nerds getting caught, and all of a sudden the round's back on here for FlyQuest. But it has to be JKS, the man to win everything. Now Shuey gets his first kill of the map. Bomb is over towards ramp, and then Shuey will double up.
Those are the rounds. Those are the plays. I'm not saying the Nerds move wasn't. I'm saying the ultimate repeak. And that's remember, that's what, I tweeted out on the first day. You don't need to go for this kind of control in like a 5-on-3 when they lost around a Mirage, and Elige kind of responded, yeah, silly mistake, first game of the day, head wasn't full, whatever, lost focus for a second and made a, those are the plays where you are just kind of like, yeah, it is such a silly mistake that you almost this was a hard thing with coaching, was that is a silly mistake, and I know you know better, and I know you know it's right, but on some level, you're I still kind of have to be really harsh on this because that silly mistake just cost us a chance at overtime.
Yeah, you got to stop making them.
And that one is glaring because it happens at 12-11 when it occurred to Elige. This one at, 2-2 or 3-2, it's not going to have the biggest feeling like it's going to have a great impact, but those things adds up. Losing that AWP as well, now you have to reinvest, now you have to rebuy, can't recover it, so those are the mistakes, I think, those small ones that Liquid just has never cleaned up that has a lot of impact on how good of it's, those are the ones that raise your floor, if you get those fundamentals locked in.
Tech side out towards Olaf. It's going to be completely blinded for the whole round and then just taken down by Shuey, who waited a while to get going on Train, and 2 rounds in the previous, 2 rounds now in the follow-up. 2 kills, rather.
I like how aggressive Liquid's been in these last 2 rounds over towards middle, a little bit of psychological warfare, because they can change that up at any time, but if you're FlyQuest, you're going to be kept honest by the fact that you've just been suffocated inside this team main choke point.
Yeah, now Shuey looking for follow-ups as well. Regali pinned in towards main with Inns just behind him. And in a round like this, FlyQuest, you need to find success bursting out of teammate at the beginning of the round and have that momentum carry you into a bomb plant, but when you're getting picked off 1 by 1, it's inevitable that Team Liquid will find victory, and they keep all 5 players alive despite taking a lot of damage on board. So the money is starting to look really good now for the CT side as well. And we're starting to get into that worrying position that we were just talking about for FlyQuest, where you start on the T side, you find the pistol the second round, but then you end up just going into a hole where Team Liquid put up this big blue wall of CT round victories, and then you're having to fight back from the get-go.
Yeah, this is an important round for just the psyche, I think, of FlyQuest, where you go down 2-6 and all of a sudden the feeling is you have to claw back into the game. If you're able to make this 5-3, you're still kind of battling back. All that mid aggression, FlyQuest decides to go towards Pop. This time, FlyQuest don't take any damage. Just take a new approach to the situation of just saying, let them use all their nades, let them push up, let them take main. We'll do it later when they don't have the time and the timing to hold it. Four players here towards the B bomb site for FlyQuest. One lurk over towards Ivy, tucked in, hiding. That's Fnatic. Waiting for the attention to be taken away, waiting for the execute to come in where the CTs will surely be calming. And he'll be able to find a timing to wrap around and maybe grab Naf from behind.
Zins and JKS. Two really important kills here for FlyQuest.
How is that so easy?
I have no idea, but it is.
Low
They're taking
HP.
a lot of damage, though, and that's the problem, because those kills can go back against them so quickly. As Naf and Shuei come in, it's now an advantage for Team Liquid. Regali has the powerful position. He's still up in the brown halls, but Elise has got the perfect timing to come in that flank and leaving Vex out with 23 HP. It may be easy on the entries to the B-bomb site, but holding on to those advantages proves impossible for FlyQuest.
I think Ultimate might have just got a leg shot and traded off. I was just surprised that he was kind of the first one to go down and the nerds so quickly after trading it. But yeah, great recovery at the end of the day. A couple low HP players. And that was one of the other things that really ruined Liquid towards that B-bomb site against Aurora, was when Aurora attacked into it, they pushed all the way down sidewalk. They pushed all the way up towards that first train that's right outside of the CT con, hiding behind the boxes, really making the attack for the retake was occurring as Liquid exited CT spawn rather than trying to get into the bomb site. FlyQuest has never been in a situation where they've taken that site clean enough and aggressively enough to make those kinds of pushes that were so hard for Liquid to deal with.
It's on the charge down the ramp. It's going to be Ultimate to come out on top of the opening.
Okay, well, let's see what they do now. They got it for free.
Yeah,
do they push forward or do they stay back?
Yeah, but at this time, there's no casualties that seem look good until this point. JKS, and it's a move forward. To answer your question, they've taken a lot of control inside of the B side, but Shuei nipping in with one. There's the push forward for Nurse, detected by Regali. The body shot to Vexite combined with the might of JKS. It will be a third round for FlyQuest.
There's the difference on those B hits. They get the benefit, obviously, of Nurse not even being inside the bomb site. Not a single defender for Liquid in B. That defense came from Khan, so it gave them all the freedom to run up those lanes. And I think Liquid, I think that's a defense you can't really call again. You cannot let that bomb site just be taken for free. I think that's kind of FlyQuest calling the bluff and just going for a very fast play towards the site, which wasn't expected. But you can see the result. If the T's infest all the way down this train yard, all the way towards that back wall, it is so difficult to get back into the action. 6-3. More aggression towards teammate again for Team Liquid. Shuhei gonna turn the corner with the flash, and he wants the angle around the smoke.
Vexite out towards the side. There's Elige up on top of Olaf. It's going to be Naf, Elige, and Shuhei straight away responding to FlyQuest's previous round success. They've blocked them out in denial of any space and level of comfort in this round, because Nertz pushes all the way through B as well, confirming no one's there and just gets that pop dog flank going instantly.
This is a kind of round that'll knock you off kilter too. This is a fantastic rebuttal for Team Liquid of how aggressive it was, how quickly the round was won. 4 kills in the first, 20-30 seconds of the round. FlyQuest trying to execute something fast with 2 players playing quick towards pop, 2 players trying to come out team main, but you get nothing done, and all of a sudden, if you're FlyQuest, that last round victory just slides out of your memory. This one feels oppressive. So Regali might just be chilling here for the next 50 seconds, as there's no money in the bank either. Fnatic at 250, JKS at 550, Inns at 1,000, excuse me. Like, you're just not going to have any kind of a great buy.
Yeah, oppressive and impressive from Team Liquid. Words of the week, I hear on the broadcast, Jason.
Are
Oppressive.
they? Yeah.
Yeah.
Cool.
And a lot of that being thrown around.
A lot of it. Liquid starting to go on a little bit of a hunt when they realize what's up, and now Regali's been spotted. Nice takedown from Naf, 7-3. So Liquid looking like they're going to pile on and show FlyQuest what it feels like to go down big on a map in the opening half. I think, you know, if you're FlyQuest, I think for these last 2 rounds perhaps, especially after you just tried to play that quick one into the aggressive stance of Liquid, I think you go back to like playing it slow. Let them take that mid. You had that round where you got into like a mid-round scenario and a 5-on-5. Sit back now, let them use that. Let them kind of use other utility, push in, just wait for it all to subside and come back and play your default. No eyes on Ivy for Team Liquid. B still feels like somewhat of a sore spot after the entire map against Aurora. Now some of the losses they've taken here. Really nursing that side of the map. It's Shuhei behind the smoke playing towards Hell.
That's where the Hero AK is. And Vexite's going to come out on top of the initial fight. Really important jewel being picked up here by Vexite. The Hero AK showing some might as they move into this. Ultimate's going to be waiting on that pop deck push out. Nurts has responded, at least one kill going the way of Liquid, but Ultimate's just so confused. Too many angles to worry about. He was caught in the open. And Fnatic with that picked up AK. Need some further work here for FlyQuest. So a 4th round is going to be collected. And this wasn't even a full investment from FlyQuest. This is one Hero AK. Everybody else was saving money for the next round buy. Really solid round to collect in this half when things were starting to look pretty dire.
And this is the, I mean, once they get towards 4, it's like you're not going to be celebrating at all, especially with the half kind of played out. But you've got the rounds that you need to work with for the second half. And they've got it in kind of an easy fashion, right? The 3rd round they won is that really fast play towards the inner bomb site where Nertz, there's no defender. Nertz, the defense that was called had Nertz playing in con, so they got free access to the bomb site, free access to push. Now this round, you go towards Ivy with numbers, with forces, and there really isn't anyone watching Ivy either. You get a lot of real estate to walk all the way up without getting spotted. The first contact is that defender playing behind the 6 train. So they've had a couple of calls that have actually targeted just by blind luck, a part of the map where Liquid's defense wasn't playing in that round. But we take those, you know? It's not a criticism. We take them to the bank.
Oh yeah, you gotta work with what you've got, especially with how weak the T sides have been today from FlyQuest. I think you'll be happy with whatever comes your way. And I guess on the positive side of that, we've seen how strong their CT sides are. So let's see what it looks like on train. Their map pick. Vexite and Nertz 1-for-1 to kick things off.
Yeah, good nade stack over towards Pop. Ali's trying to execute the push. Shuhei's going to be there, but not moving forward the way they wanted to.
Shuhei. He's going to be just on the side of the smoke now. Keep the pressure up with an advanced position in round 12. And FlyQuest start their walk through checkers.
I like this play from Shuhei. He's given himself safety sitting in T-main. A lot of information, obviously, as well. But there's really not a lot he has to be concerned about when he's safe in there. Ultimate, the same thing. He's watching Ivy behind the wall, behind the train, so he's safe as well from T-mid, from any pop dog plays. That allows them to keep 2 players positioned very, very deep into the B-bomb site.
Well, Nav, alongside Nertz, we talk about this combo. Mirage holding down the B site. They're doing it again here on train, and it's only Nertz required. A triple shutdown, a conveyor belt of death taken by Nertz. And Vexite walks to his death out in Ultimate's position outside. 8 rounds collected for Team Liquid and a strong lead here on train.
Yeah, that's a very good call on the 4-on-4 for Team Liquid, especially considering some of the success of the B-bomb site, some of the weaknesses there, just making sure it's shored up. This time, NAF not even needed. So a little bit of a break in halftime, a chance for the coaches to be able to talk at will. Flashy reading from the playbook, getting the guys lined up for the pistol round for the first few rounds of this half, telling them what to look for, what FlyQuest, what their trends are. And both teams going to prepare themselves to step in. And well, this has been a day of defenses, right? Like 10-2 for the CT sides on Mirage, 8-4 now for Team Liquid CT side on Train.
Time for FlyQuest.
Time for FlyQuest to deliver us a good CT side.
Well, next up, our matchup here is going to be Bait versus Legacy. So if you're interested in that action, you can stick around for the final game of the day in just a little bit as well. I think Bait Legacy has the potential to be a very long series, Jason.
Yeah, it should be an absolute banger, so definitely stick around for it. Some of the up-and-coming teams within Counter-Strike, up-and-coming players on both those teams as well. It's also an advancement game, much like this one. Winner of Liquid and FlyQuest is going to move on to the playoffs. Loser will have to play again tomorrow for one of the final spots available in a winner-go-home scenario. Pressure just gets cranked up. So a timing on this flash going to be chucked out just now. JKS goes for the peek, blind Shuhei, but it's all good. His teammates have already gotten past.
Well, pistol rounds going very well here for FlyQuest.
Yeah.
Vexite just handling both easily on Nerds and Elige.
Okay, not all good.
No, not well, all good for FlyQuest.
Yeah, all good for FlyQuest. It's both pistols going to be picked up as well for FlyQuest at the end of the day on this map, which is obviously a lovely benefit to have.
2 out of your 5 rounds, pistol rounds. Not bad at all. And that's just now.
3 out of 5 would be better when you think about it.
That definitely would be better. Well, I suppose in a way, Jason, they won 2 rounds in the first half based on the pistol.
Sure, there you go.
And that, I suppose, is
worked out. Work the technicality. I like it. Yeah, Vexite just has one hell of a pistol round. That was deep at range. This one close up. Beautiful shots. One taps on Nerds and Elige. An easy pistol round for FlyQuest. 8-5, and Liquid not going to invest without the plants.
Yeah, it should be an easy 6th round here for FlyQuest. Do not concede anybody. Get that money building on the CT side.
Yeah, it's obviously a great round for that. Shouldn't take too much damage. No utility really even. So it should be a nice farm up for them. Liquid are going to the next round up against likely an MP9, FAMAS on the board, so a couple of the weaker weapons. But Liquid here happy to just kind of let some of the utility be spent and see if they can grab a kill. A plants would be incredible, but unlikely.
What were some of Team Liquid's T-side woes that you've seen over at Mirage? Do you think it was map dependent, or was it something that was a symptom of just how the team were playing?
I think a couple things. I think obviously, I mean, I give a lot of credit, I think, to FlyQuest defense. That first half was really something to watch from FlyQuest CT side of Mirage. So I'm not going to sit here and say it was all on the Liquid side of things. FlyQuest played very well. But I think obviously Mirage is a map we've seen Liquid play a couple of times at this event, and pretty much every single time we felt like Elige hasn't really gotten in 100% comfortable in kind of the positions and how they're going to be playing the map.
So Elige is the problem again.
Oh yeah, let's put it all on his shoulders. I think just give it more time, give them more time to flesh things out. Elige is someone who has tons of ideas about things to do and tons of approaches to different scenarios. So it's going to take time for him and Shuhei to work through that and figure out the best ideas for them, the best plays they can make in the various situations.
Well, let's see how it works out here on Trey, because Elige immediately making a play. He's out of team main. All the way up and out of the smoke. Elige, surprise, right to the face of Vexite. A good opening. Elige's gonna get a second. What? Oh my god, In's making a crazy move, and Elige barely getting that kill.
Well, he might have just won this round. 4 players for Team Liquid, 3 players, excuse me, already knocking on the door of the B bomb site.
Okay.
Oh, that's why you play refrag right there. Nice shot from Elige as the smoke break comes in, and now gonna back off towards the inner bomb site. Plant going down.
BS, man. He walks out of the team main smoke, he gets 3 kills, and then he's able to get away.
But this is also, I mean, while we've been on the subject, you know, how convenient. This is one of the fun things of having Elige on a team is he likes that kind of shit. Like, you know, like not all the players like that idea of come through the smoke. It's going to be the most heavily naded part of the map. Now, in a round like this, the first gun round, maybe they're thinking FlyQuest won't have as many nades as usual, won't be dropping as many. But, you know, not every player is comfortable trying to find kills in that kind of a situation. And Elige is like, hell yes, this is what I've been waiting for.
Elige makes the play that everyone wishes they could make. You know, everyone wishes they had the skill set to come through a smoke and be able to kill 3 people and get away with it. Most people can't, though. That's the problem. Well, there's a round. Thank you, Elige.
Thank you very much.
So we just talked about how that might, you know, trying to figure out the plays that Elige's going to be able to make. Well, here's one of them. Let's see if he's got a few more up his sleeve throughout this half.
Yeah, he's so sharp there. Quick snap over. Well done from Elige. He's fun to talk about. I mean, those things, he is... we'll come back to that. Hold the phone as this round 16 gets started. 9-6, 3-round lead for Team Liquid on the T side. Now, this is where it gets dangerous for FlyQuest CT side because money is low. So you get reset here, and then you just don't have any more mistakes to give up. So critical round for FlyQuest to keep money behind them, to keep rifles in their hands for the future.
Regali blinded and dinked. So the FlyQuest AWP is out of commission straight away. It's going to take a much more passive angle. Here comes Elige, side of the smoke, just making sure no one's pushed into that. That's his area towards team main. Team Liquid dumping nades on Regali. Oh, the AWPer peeks out this time, gonna catch ultimate. He's worried about getting split on, wrapped around from both sides here. So Regali has done well.
This is kind of cool. If Liquid actually disappear, I wonder. Unfortunately, they still have Fnatic, who's actually slid over, so they're going to aggressively try and retake this and get information, FlyQuest. But Liquid is backed off entirely. However, they've left Shuhei with the bomb to tuck into a corner, so that's quite a big risk.
Well, Shuhei has lost the bomb. In fact, Sight just spamming him down. 45 seconds. Looks like this could be enough for Team Liquid to concede the round, honestly, losing that bomb over towards Ivy. Elish has been waiting here the entire round in team main.
Yeah, if Elish finds this kill in team main when this smoke fades, and it's got to be quick, then it's possible to get back into this. But that first kill has to come very, very soon because Team Liquid already considering the save, and looks like now they've made it. Back off. Nerds over and Popdog just going to relinquish the position. So FlyQuest, nobody goes down in a round that's critical for their economy. And a missed opportunity for Team Liquid to at least do damage in that sense.
Yeah, no one from FlyQuest.
You know, Regali gets dinked by the Galil. If it's one of the AKs turning that corner, he just dead.
Death.
And then who knows what that round looks like from there. Liquid probably pick up the pace.
Well, they got a lot of space, didn't they, even with that dink? But it was Regali who plugged the gap quite well, made the most of the situation. Got one kill on ultimate, was able to block them, slow them down, and force Liquid to pause. And when Shuhei dies in Ivy, there's no way to recover the round there for Team Liquid. A timeout taken. Not happy with how that round looked for his Flashy, so he wants to get on the mic.
Yeah, doesn't want this to be a stretch where the pressure gets alleviated from FlyQuest, right? Like he still knows after that first gun round that the economic pressure was there. It subsided a little bit, but with the 3 saved weapons and the money you have in the bank, you're able to have another strong buy. So you can come right back up into this and challenge. Ultimate's going to have the AWP. And that's kind of what's going on in Flashy's head too, I think, is like, you know, one reset, and we essentially win this. At 9 rounds, we get that one reset at a certain point. So you win a round, you're at 10, you reset them in the next one, and then it's kind of like smooth sailing from there. Little run boost to gain some extra speed for this push. Self-flash. Great nade damage from Team Liquid, and nobody peeks up top.
JKS losing just under half of his health to kick off the round. Be playing with some distance, but closing that distance down as he moves towards the bomb side of B. Team Liquid taking their time, settling into this round for the time being. Oh, a little move here for FlyQuest, trying to take over main control. Previous round, Elish spent pretty much the entire round in this spot. He's not here anymore. He's moved off. He's gone up to the brown holes, drifting over to join the pack at B, leaving Naf as the lurk. And Team Liquid going to finish on this B bomb site. Ooh.
FlyQuest seemed to have the idea of what was coming. I think they're a little bit tweaked out by the fact that there's nothing going on the map. They're like, everything else has been very brawly. Elish has always been challenging us in middle, but nothing's happening all of a sudden.
Yes, they bring Regali over. He does commit to the rotation. Elish of one trade from Team Liquid. The shadow, and JKS able to look up. It's Fnatic to take that bottom ramp player away, and Naf is on the lurk, saving in the brown halls. It is going to be an 8th round for FlyQuest, starting to get the CT side going.
Yeah, I think this is the one that really plants their flag, right? You only lose one player here, so money's going to continue to build up. All of a sudden, you're in a great economic situation. You've closed the gap to just one single round. It's going to be 9-8. A question mark still if Liquid's going to buy moving forward without the bomb plant as the losing bonus builds. But I think if you're FlyQuest, despite the fact the first half wasn't ideal in any way, you're feeling pretty comfortable in the situation that you're in. You're feeling very good about how you've worked yourself back into this map, and especially knowing you're on the CT side of Train is going to make you feel like you're in a good place. One kill is all ins needed. From there, it's JKS. This spin up as well. Nerds couldn't find him. JKS just works himself around the corner of the box. Tough to aim it straight down.
quicker to pop dog. Shuei at the front with the MAC-10. A little bit faster here for Team Liquid. Shuei's actually going to be forced forward. Low HP off the grenade, then finished off by an M4 headshot. But here comes the team main thrust of the attack for Team Liquid. And 3 kills. Enter the kill feed, make it 5.
Damn, okay.
In just quick succession. That, okay, makes it look easy there. That's simple Counter-Strike and very effective.
Yeah, sacrificial lamb of Shuei eats a nade and pushes it with the MAC-10. They see 2 close up playing around E-Box. Nerds, I mean, I don't know if it was just something he saw in the moment or just something that just happened, but doesn't wide swing the fight. Takes the shallow peek, which makes a player kind of swing into him. Makes that very awkward for the defense. And a very fast, aggressive pinch towards that exact part of the map. Well, you've got it again if you're Liquid. You've got that opportunity one more time. On the breaking point is FlyQuest. They have all the weapons and utility they could want. But nothing in terms of cash behind this.
It's going to be Ultimate trying to stop him from running down. Elise is going to be so frustrated. He's dead. Straight away, the MP9 to the pressure up. Ultimate dipping in, but has to go through the fire. Naf stay committed, and he dies to Vexite. Well, these initial fights have gone against Team Liquid. FlyQuest looking to respond after a previous round victory for Team Liquid went so swimmingly. This time they're drowned out.
Yeah, it does look a little sloppy and chaotic when the fast tactics doesn't work, doesn't it? It's them trying to find solutions to the problem in the moment. Ultimate with a nice kill inside the Molotov, but unfortunately that same Molotov made Naf feel like he had to push all the way through, committed to a fight that he had to get out of. See if Nerds can recover the situation. Walking out Heaven needs this first kill, not going to get it. So many off angles to worry about in this bomb site. Nade shows the trajectory and positioning, but there's nothing for Ultimate to do in the 1v4. If he can save this, he can drop an AK-47. Nerds will be able to buy. I might have something in the next round. But FlyQuest not letting Team Liquid extend the lead. Ultimate senses he's being hunted, trying to give sound cues to bait someone into a peek. He's trying to find a kill to alleviate the pressure of this hunt. And I don't think they'll get there in time. Starting to hustle, starting to look, turning the corner, he gets away. I think another timeout for Team Liquid in a round like this might not be the worst idea in the world. We'll see if they continue going for it. FlyQuest doing just fine in terms of their investment. All the cash in the world, all the weapons, all the utility. Liquid is going to scrape together what they can. 3 AKs and an AWP for the moment. Galil on Shuhei. Live into round 20. And Liquid's going to choose to back off and ease some of this fast, aggressive pressure they've been trying to apply.
Oh, good nade. Going to land on Ultimate and Unleash. Another one on towards Nerds. It's just broken up a lot of the Team Liquid side already. Let's see if this double push through pop pays off here for FlyQuest.
They don't have a flash to do anything about it.
Just gotta be waiting.
It's Nerds. Yeah, I mean, he's not going to swing. I think he needs Nerds to be paired up with him to at least double peek it, but without a flash.
Shuhei just getting information at least. I mean, that's the best out of the situation, I suppose, for him. He's going to not die to it, but confirm that they have pushed up. That might actually be enough to start breaking it up.
If you look at the mini-map, the tough thing is it feels like Liquid really want that pop control, right? They've got 2 players waiting outside Team Mid. They've got 1 player waiting outside passively of Ivy. So you kind of need Team Mid if your plan is to eventually constrict around this A bomb site in this outer bomb yard. You need to have pop as well. Smoke fades there. Nerd's going to start making his move with Shuhei, who's throwing a fake at the B bomb site, but this will always end up outside.
It's a good start. Team Liquid, even though they've taken a lot of damage, is Ultimate to grab the opening kill. Now Vexite blinded. Everybody takes a pause, letting Elige make the next move here for Team Liquid. They're not exactly comfortable out from red, and they pull Vexite out from the safety of the E-box. Fnatic's turn from the bomb tray. His teammate take it away. Fnatic under a lot of pressure. Out of bullets now, has to try and get to safety, and Elige will not give him that mercy. So Team Liquid fight forward up to 11-9 in these decisive moments towards the end of regulation here on Train. Team Liquid setting themselves up for a 2-0 victory over FlyQuest.
That's a very well executed, slow-paced round that you came into with limited nades and utility. Nicely done from Team Liquid. And the patience to just wait everything out, not stray from the plan, not stray from the goal whatsoever. Ultimate's AWP has huge impact. The opening kill, the opening pick deep, and then is able to hold the angle towards Z to make sure nobody can swing out even further. Lovely shooting with the AWP, and a Liquid up to 11. And that factor of resetting and breaking the economy is going to come back into play one more time. JKS is going to have to drop a weapon. It's not pretty for FlyQuest. And now the break would just be devastating. The break would basically be series over. Little conversation, a timeout taken from FlyQuest. Their second to talk things over as this map and potentially the series are right at the closing marks. No more mistakes that FlyQuest can give up. Up in the hands of Regali in this round. Decent on utility. The missing kits. One thing they have to contend with is, you know, it's gone back and forth. They've won a couple, they've lost a decent amount as well. But this fact of Elige playing in team mid on this on Train, he's been harassing them, and I think they're very concerned at all times of when Elige is going to be making his play, because we've seen him be hyper aggressive. We've seen him come out in the mid round and do standard entries. We've seen him not even be there at all. So I think FlyQuest is just really kind of stumped at a moment that team main play from Elige has made it a point of the map that you always have to have focus on.
He's just been a consistent nuisance, consistent threat for FlyQuest to have to deal with. His ultimate this time, starting towards T-Main, looking for that pressure at the E-box.
Might be an inner push setup. Two players ready to push A ramp right after this Molotov.
Yeah, JKS and In's going to be the two players to do it. That flash holds them back, though. He's held them back and actually forced them away. They don't want to go for that anymore. They've called it off.
Yeah, they got blinded, and then Team Liquid heard the CT flash come in, so they knew exactly what play.
Again, another play made forward by Elige. Comes through with netting.
Yeah, so many resources for that push inside. When it gets negated, it's very painful. Elige controlling the outer yard very well.
He continues to go up, but blindside was Khan, and In's able to trade out onto Elige. There's 4v4 as Team Liquid in search of map and series point, but Vexite denying that for now. It's Nerds and Naf. This combo have been so effective together, but they're so separated. You can see Nerds is all the way over towards CT. If Naf can stay alive long enough to allow Nerds to play, that is the only way Team Liquid can get into this round.
What a great entry provided by Elige that goes to waste on the follow-up. No one able to connect those kills after the fact, clear out Vexite, but you don't normally find an opening kill in that fashion. Nerds, this is an incredible play, and he should be able to find Regali. The problem is JKS has already pushed all the way around. The timing on his flank towards T-Main is going to destroy Naf. There is no reason for Naf to expect this with Nerds in this position.
Okay, Naf did not get checked.
Hold the
JKS
phone.
went to the brown halls. This gives them a moment to move out. Nerds into the site, 19 seconds. Remember the limited time. Can Nerds find any targets? Can he spot anybody?
This is crazy.
This is so insane. Backs turned to the players inside of the site. No one's seen each other. 10 seconds. You got to get that bomb. You got to get the smokes down. You got to get the kills. And Naf has started them off now, but the bomb has gone down and not enough time as Nerds falls at the bomb train. There was an opening starting to be created there for Team Liquid, but FlyQuest shut it right at the end.
Yeah, I mean, there's no way to know, obviously, that you're never going to run into someone, but unfortunately for JKS and Nerds on these lurks that seemed in these flanks that had such good potential for impact, both of them take the longest and wrong route to find anything. JKS was heading towards the inner bomb site. If Nerds just wraps around towards camera, he's at least got the AWPer, and then you've got the backstab into the bomb site, but just the pathing made it so he couldn't find the impact necessary with the time remaining. Very tense round when you consider the opening that Elige gets, pushed all the way out in towards yard. Probably a crazy fight for FlyQuest to go down to in that situation. Fnatic has to be thinking, what the hell? But the savior of the round is Vexite. Those two kills and ultimate frustrated. He's hit some great shots. Those are ones he knows he needed to nail. It's a big risk for Team Liquid. They go for the buy here. They fully invest. Galil and AK and 3 Tech 9s. talk so much. Oh, hold the phone. Elish coming out again. One more time, another entry.
Dude, how many times is Elish going to get away with this? Is this enough to get map and series point for Team Liquid? Shuei getting traded down on that pop dart push. Here comes Elish again. Another one. This time finally responded to by Regali. And FlyQuest doing a decent job at keeping numbers even and keeping Liquid back. They haven't made significant progress into the bomb site still.
No, they haven't taken the space that he created, but Regali and Fnatic both have a kill. They know the position of both of these players. Around the smoke, good dink, but a better kill from Fnatic.
Yeah, taking Nerds down, no problem then. Ultimate, he's the only player with a rifle left. Naf only has a Tech 9 coming out of Ivy. Oh, but JKS is looking the wrong way, and now Naf has got an M4. We've got Ultimate moving up to the E-box. And Fnatic is so low. Barrel spotted at the new box. That's a free kill. That's the headshot. Fnatic now low and finished off by Naf on the pistol. Team Liquid get it up to series point. A great recovery of the round again. And FlyQuest's money is gone.
Like Naf and Ultimate obviously get the glory of that round, winning out the clutch in a 2 versus 3. But you're not getting there without Elish. His play out of Team Main yet again. I know it sounds like a broken record at this point, but goddamn, that's so much value, so much impact, and he's been doing that throughout this entire half. Just being a nuisance. I mentioned FlyQuest just so stressed because with the plays that he's been making and the impact he's been having, it feels like you need to add a disproportionate amount of resources to put a stop to this, and no one's able to handle it. No sequence of utility has been able to stop him. There's not a player who's been able to consistently do it. Elish is just causing FlyQuest so many problems outside.
And this is the buy FlyQuest bringing to bear in round 23. And this is the buy FlyQuest bringing to bear in round 23. Playoffs on the horizon here for Team Liquid. Made the playoffs at CAC. Just in Shanghai last week. Looking forward again here in Bucharest. As JKS burning down. Nerds will take the advantage here for Team Liquid. Elish up to his old tricks outside. Keeping the pressure up, the boot to the throat of FlyQuest defense. And Vexite realizes he can't stay behind that smoke. He's gonna cause problems, so he hops out of the connector smoke into the bomb site. Elish dropped in the 5-7. Vexite's got another one in him. And this is the last-ditch effort, but Nerds on the line up through the smoke. It is playoff secured for Team Liquid. Elish has returned to the squad and showing what he can do here on Train. Excited to see what Liquid can do now in the playoffs itself.
Yes, Dinko, they might have one eye on the trophy. 3D Max out, Aurora struggling. Why not, Yanko? Why not Team Liquid?
Yeah, I agree. I mean, we said it on day one. This tournament is wide open for a lot of the teams because, you know, the problem with some of the tier 2 teams is the lack of consistency, right? And on a good day, they can beat everyone. On a bad day, they can lose to everyone. And Liquid, today was a good day.
Very much so. Less so for the guys on your screen right now of FlyQuest. I think they're going to feel disappointed, even though they were the underdog in this one.
Oh, yeah, for sure. I mean, I'm no bias at all whatsoever, Rich, but I feel like they should be walking away from this particular matchup with a head held high. I think Mirage could have been anyone's game for a couple of mistakes here and there. You can see the frustration written in the face of Inns. And listen, that train, if not for Elish just being an absolute nuisance at mid, could have 100% gone the way of FlyQuest. You win 4 rounds on the T side, you win a pistol, you're looking really solid, but yeah, just sometimes you just can't keep a leech down sometimes.
The overall impression about FlyQuest is they're a much better team than they were even a month ago.
Oh, sure.
Right? Let alone 2 months ago. And the reason why they lost this series and the opening one to GamerLegion is just some details and key moments, right?
Yeah.
Like overall, what they're putting out there is pretty good, right? And I don't think they lost the game today as much as Liquid won it, even on Mirage, right? Like, sure, but with a 10-2 lead, you're expected to be able to close it out, but I think Liquid stepped up there massively in the second half, and yeah, it's going to be frustrating right now, but most importantly, they still have an opportunity to make the playoffs tomorrow.
Yeah, and you know, you won't have to face Team Liquid again. That's the good news.
I'll just put it this way.
It would be it would be fitting that they play Aurora tomorrow.
Yeah,
right?
yeah, that would
Make it like the 5 of the toughest games, but hey, if you make it with that sort of a field, it makes it that much.
If there was ever a time right now to take out Aurora, it would be at this event, right? Look, I'm really liking what I'm seeing from FlyQuest, despite it being a losing effort, right? And I could even go on a limb and say, in current form right now, despite it being a small sample size of like the past few days of Counter-Strike, they could potentially be the best team from APAC at the moment, right? The Mongols, now of course without Senzu, and then you look at any other team from the region, not just from Australia, but from China or whatever, they look the best.
Why not?
Well, let's not get there.
Come on, let's hold their horse.
No.
With Counter-Strike right now.
Who else would you put above them?
Mongols.
Without Senzu.
Yes, without Senzu.
That's crazy.
Absolutely.
That's crazy.
Here's what I will do. I'll just quickly give him his props here, because obviously in a losing series, I thought Vexite, they've been talking about this kid for ages and how he's like the big hope of Australian Counter-Strike. I've never really believed it, and then I think at this tournament he really looks to kind of be getting there and becoming closer to the finish line.
I feel it's Azza just coming in and just kind of whipping a few for these players in shape, and also just the positioning, right? Setting him up very well. Vexite, especially on this map like Train, it's towards mid, the pop area where it does a lot of the good work, and he's being now set up very well by his teammates. Also some of the other pieces moving around. I just feel Azza's been watching them, has come in and said, all right guys, you have the right pieces but not in the right place. Yeah. And I think that's what's clicking right now for Vexite and Co.
Yeah, and obviously Elige on your screen there, just a monster series from him. As I said, I think body language, the personality, the smiles back, he probably should never have left Liquid, really. I kind of feel this is his home, and it's really starting to show.
Yeah, I see what you're getting at, but I think it's only because he left Liquid that now this is what you're seeing.
It's like getting back with the ex.
Exactly.
Yeah.
You're now appreciating it
I really
more,
should
right?
call
All the bad relationships led to this, led to you appreciating what you have, Richard. And yeah, I mean, listen, people forget Elige moved continents to play in FaZe Clan, right? Like he uprooted his life to some extent to really go all in on what he thought was a championship winning roster, right? Of that caliber at the very least. So for him, it was a much bigger disappointment than for anyone else. And now having a good start in Team Liquid, I think is exactly what he needed.
You know who we can hear from now? It's not Elige, even though we just set it up. It is Naf. We've got Naf joining us from the studio. It's good to see you again, brother. Haven't seen you since Malta, I think was the last time we were talking. So look, congratulations on the win first and foremost. And I'm going to start with a question about you personally. Obviously, you were having a rough time of it, I think, first half of the year, first season, if you want to call it that. We talked a little bit about that on the desk. You really seem to have lost a lot of confidence in yourself. It was kind of sad to watch it from a distance, because I think you're a future Hall of Famer, for NA Counter-Strike. But you're back. You're so back. And I just wanted for you to tell everybody about how you got back.
Thank you, Richard, for the words. Appreciate them a lot. But yeah, I mean, I was always a player that really pretty much just preached, confidence is the biggest thing in Counter-Strike, and I think in like any sport. And once that kind of, tends to like just disappear, and for me, it pretty much disappeared, and I wasn't really confident in anything that I was doing, any plays that I was making, even when I was shooting, just crosshair placement and all that was just really, really bad. And, and then I get to the point where I'm contemplating if I'm like even good, if I can even stay in the scene and play and continue. But, I have the mindset to just not give up, just find different ways to get through it. And I think I'm still building it up, still finding my way, still finding my path, but there's definitely improvements for sure. So, just had to just keep grinding.
It's day and night right now, honestly. I think you've really stepped up when your team needs it. Can you talk a little bit about, what was going on in the org? Because obviously Joker Steve, the GM, he put out a statement saying we owe it to Naf to give him this chance. So what was happening behind the scenes in that moment?
So yeah, during that time, it was like obviously really tough for me. And for me, I'm like a very realistic person. If I'm not putting up the numbers, I'm very disappointed. I'm very hard on myself. I think that's a big reason why I was always consistent over the years, no matter what teammates or any roles that I was playing within my team. I always just followed lead, and I always knew I could be good no matter what, because anything I pretty much put my mind to, I think I can be good at. And so I think for me it was just tough, and I truly didn't believe. Like I said, I feel like I'm a realist when it came to these things. I truly believed I didn't deserve to be here. I think my performances were pretty disgraceful and pathetic in my opinion. and I think maybe someone else deserved my spot. But I think I've had a lot of past experiences with being on Liquid for so long, and I think they gave me kind of like another chance, even though they pretty much came to me and said like they didn't really have any intentions to get rid of me. It was just a lot of my own words and being in my own head. And again, like I mentioned, I didn't deserve to be here in my opinion. And so I was definitely had a lot of rough moments, but everybody on my team and my GM Steve and all that at Liquid said that you deserve the chances to redeem yourself. And so here I am.
As we said earlier, I think it's the best decision Joker Steve has made in ages. So I'm glad to see you back. Elige is back as well. I wanted to pick your brains about that. He's slotted right back into the team. He's playing excellently. Seems to have energized some of the teammates around you. I mean, everyone's smiling again. So I just wanted to talk about that move a little bit with you.
Yeah, so obviously, Twist wanted to leave, and, it was pretty tough, pretty sad. I enjoyed playing with Russ. I think he's a fantastic player, and he brings a lot of qualities to the team, and, so sad to see him go, but, once I saw the opportunity to play with Elige, I know he has super strong work ethic. I know he's really smart. He's a really good guy, and, so him coming to the team, it's exciting to see, he has a lot of great ideas on how to play, and, obviously on the outside looking in, and maybe kind of helps our team with, more aggression and all that. So I think overall it's a good pick. So far it's been feeling pretty good. Of course we haven't really played like the best of the best teams, so we got to be kind of realistic. We haven't really got to play the top 5 teams as much as we would hope for. But for this event and the events that we played at CIC, I think it's still like a good showing of like what the potential is. It's just when we need to get there, we really just need to show up and do our jobs.
Well, hey, Keith, you didn't play against the top 5 teams, but you played plenty recently against everyone else. Considering that the team that beat you at CAC is already eliminated in 3D Max, do you guys feel like you can realistically win the trophy here in Bucharest?
Yeah, I mean, of course, we've been seeing in a lot of interviews, everybody's just always saying that they can win no matter what.
Some of those guys don't believe it, by the way. I just want to let you know.
Yeah, I mean, of course, like even in CAC, we believe that we should have won. When you look at Liquid and you look at the names, it's like when you look at that event, it feels realistic. Like we should win those events. Again, here, just like Yanko mentioned, the best of the best teams aren't here. Of course, there is still some good teams. A team like Aurora that we lost to in the groups, So, I mean, it is realistic in my opinion when you're looking at the teams and the names that we have, and the form that we've pretty much shown somewhat. Like the potential's there. So, I mean, why not? So yes.
First, congrats on the win. My question is flashy, right? Like you've obviously played with so many coaches throughout a very long career as well, and this is a guy coming in where you've had so many like coaching switch ups as well over the past couple of years, and now he's pretty new to the scene, especially to Tier 1. And how is he kind of gelling with the team? Like how much of an impact has he had? Because he's also kind of growing into this role as well, right? And how's it been for him with you guys?
So far, obviously playing with Victor Flashy as our coach, it's been really good. He came from Navi, being as the analyst there and working a lot with Blade, and I'm sure he learned a lot, playing under him and seeing like what he does and how he treats his players and what the best thing to do is to get out of the teammates and all the players. So, I mean, he's very good at making sure everybody is on page, putting people in their place. I guess you could say. I think there was a lot of mistakes that we were making before we had him, and I think he's caught on to a lot of those things, and he's trying to make sure that everybody's on the same page and at the right time. So overall, he's really good. He does a really good job in prep. Obviously shout out to our analyst Jay DeMars the Rover. He does a lot of good job with him as well. So overall, I think he's brought a lot of structure and a lot of respect between us as players, where maybe at that time it may have been missing somewhat before, I guess. So I think he's really good at holding the team, So I think that's pretty much like the best insight I think I can give you on that.
Awesome. Well, look, I won't bore you with another question. I'll just say you're looking better every time we watch Liquid play. Really looking forward to seeing you in the playoffs. Best of luck for the rest of the tournament, brother.
Thank you, Richard. Appreciate it. Thank you, guys.
Take care. There you go. A legend. He is a great guy, and I'm so glad that he has been able to recover his own form individually. There's some players that when they're having a dip in form, what ends up happening is, they kind of like, they want to shut it out and they don't self-analyze. And, having known Keith for a while, I could totally see what was happening to him. It was a crisis of confidence more than anything else, right?
Yeah, definitely so. And listen, his approach isn't the best either, right? Where you're too hard on yourself and you're saying, I don't deserve to be there. Like, you have to acknowledge that you're not playing well, and you have to whatever the approach is for you. You know, for some guys it's playing more CS, doing this, doing that. For some guys it's playing a little bit less and just relaxing a little bit, not stressing over things too much, not overthinking, because that's a real problem. Is you start struggling when you don't play where you start looking at every single little thing. Counter-Strike, a good part of it has to be played instinctively, right? Like you can't actively think about every single small moment that's happening in the game because your reactions just won't be fast enough to play at this level.
I mean, like, so someone of his caliber and how much, you know, we've been alluding to what a great, when you say plateau of performance, it's like a very high plateau, right, this guy. So obviously for NAF, I can kind of see how, considering it was a worse dip in form for this guy, I can see how he would be extra critical. But sometimes all you need is confidence coming in from outside. And I think overall the team did a very good job, Joker Steve, for a change, being like, you know, I still believe in you, and maybe that's what you need in life sometimes.
It's also one of the hardest roles to find a replacement for, because very few players that are not experienced can do it on a high level, right? Like this T-side lurk player, and I'm talking about you want to win tournament. I'm not talking about you making the playoffs somewhere or beating someone in a studio. I'm talking when you're on a stage in front of 10,000 people and you're playing Mirage T-side and you see that the CTs are fighting for me. Are you going to walk through that apartment smoke at that point in time, or are you going to stay at the back of Palace and just watch if no one pushes, right? And we felt it instantly when Soloff retired. You know, it was not, besides the fact it was in the middle of a season, but just finding a replacement for a player like that, you can't do it, right? Like you almost have to do it by aggregate. And I think absolutely great call from Liquid to not let him go and to give him an opportunity. And shout out to Nav for making the most out of it. And he's looking as good as he ever did.
I mean, it would be great just before the major if Liquid could pick up a trophy and get back to winning ways. It'd be a really, really cool story. And like I say, I mean, you know, this one is really wide open. It's a cliche, but it's true this time. Anyway, great talking to you guys. We're going to take a quick break. When we come back, we're going to have the last series of the day. Make sure you stick around.
She said she loves you.
But she can't love me.
But I love you.
Look, I love my friends going crazy. I gotta break on myself, I amaze me. I'm too dope like I'm back in the 80s.
I won't play window anymore.
What's going on?
Play your role. 1xBet. On to the next one. The human body was built to move. Not trapped at a desk in one singular posture for 12 hours a day. It's time your chair evolved. This is Secret Lab Titan Evo. Ergonomically engineered for you. Gamers, hybrid workers, artists, backing your every move.
Yes, welcome back. It's going to be Bait versus Legacy. So we are checking in again with that Brazilian Counter-Strike renaissance that's going on. And Yanko, as an honorary Brazilian, I wanted to get your take on what you've made of Legacy's rise. Obviously picking up a trophy against 3D Max in Asia, coming back in a best of 5. Lots to like about them right now.
Obrigado, Richard.
Obrigado.
I think also for Legacy, I mean, they're the last full Brazilian team when it comes to you know, tier 1, tier 2 Counter-Strike. Everyone else has imports of different kinds, so a bit extra on the line for them when it comes to that pride. And yeah, I think they're a good example of seeing a team once they gain some confidence, right? Like after a couple of good wins and obviously the trophy lift, which was huge for them over at CAC, right? They have talented players. It's just been about consistency and throughout a series or a tournament, right? Being able to play not even their A game, but their B game and not falling below that.
Oh yeah, 100%. I think that's something we've seen with a lot of Brazilian teams, right? We're looking even someone like Pain, for example, they were looking at a second or maybe even the best Brazilian team at times, have ups and downs. Same thing with Legacy. But what's impressed me thus far, across CAC, even coming into this particular event, they are consistently performing at a pretty solid level against opposition they should be, being very competitive against. So it's a great sign for me. It's also great for Brazil and CS overall. We talk about Furia with the new additions and the heights they've reached. We're looking at Pain looking a little better as well. And I feel like for Legacy, they've been kind of the catalyst, I guess, for the scene.
And this is the guy who's the X Factor. The guy on your screen right now is Sadzin. Why do I say he's an X Factor? Because when he's bad, he is horrid.
Yes.
But when he is good, as you can see from the numbers there, he really does propel his team forward. And I think if there was one area in Brazilian Counter-Strike I've kind of lamented, it used to be a place synonymous with explosive, high production AWPers, and they don't really seem to have that now. There's one or two. Certainly, I don't think Sadzin is in the conversation, but hopefully he can maintain this level of form at least.
It's funny that, looking at the CIS region, a world-class AWPer showed up and retired probably before we even had one show up from the Brazilian scene. But I think, that's obviously something where it's just been lacking almost inexplicably, right, with the amount of talent coming out of that scene. But the fact that he's having a great tournament is a great sign for Legacy to have another deep run.
Absolutely, and they're taking on Bait, which we've seen them a couple of times. They're in a weird spot too. I mean, I will say that every game we set up seems to be a tale of, they've got a new IGL, a young IGL, learning his trade. That's obviously happening here as well as on the side of Legacy. So what have we made of them so far, Blair?
I think Bait have been kind of punching above their own weight, right? Like, even if you look at the recent results, it's been a bit of disappointing outings. But you look at some of the opposition they've played, it's been kind of close here and there. Now, the main news here is NPL's like, you know what, I'm going to relinquish my IGLing role here, and it's going to be Alex666 who's picked it up. So obviously, with the new IGL coming in, that does unleash NPL to be more monstrous, though, right? But however, there's going to be some learning issues. There's going to be, a little bit of a lag when it comes to them, kind of evolving as a team. And that was exploited yesterday by Pain. Yeah.
Absolutely.
Something completely uncharacteristic for a Brazilian team is banning Mirage, but that is nevertheless what we see Legacy do. Nuke coming in as the ban of Bait. Last time, Legacy picked Ancient, Bait picked us too, they traded their picks. I think it might be the opposite this time around, perhaps even an Inferno for the side of Legacy, but they do go for that Dust too, because it probably, it was a comfortable win for the side of Legacy.
Yeah, I think they were kind of also like Legacy. Usually they kind of ban out Overpass, right? And they're like, yeah, you're not going to pick Overpass. You're not that great on the map either. So play a little bit of game of chicken being played out here. But yeah, actually Bait going with Ancient. That's a bit of a surprise. I know they look decent against 3D Max on it. I thought they'd go with maybe an Inferno, perhaps.
I think it's because also they beat Legacy pretty handedly last time around. And it was Legacy's pick that time, so that tells you how these teams feel about each other when it comes to this map. It's a little bit up in the air. We see Legacy get rid of Overpass. Train Decider. I'm happy that Bait went for this, that they didn't veto train themselves to get Inferno as a third. That would be Legacy absolutely getting away with murder in this veto, because the two weaknesses at the moment are Overpass or Train, or maybe I should rather say where they're still unproven is Overpass and Train, and Bait has to have at least one of them in the pool.
Yeah, let's start setting up this Dust too. I have to say, I talked a little bit about Sadzin. We saw him have a nightmare map, I think, where it was like he got more kills with HE nades than I think he did with the AWP.
Jesus Christ.
It was horrifying.
That's crazy.
So, but I think they still won that one, if memory serves me.
I don't think these two teams have played Dust 2 at all. Apart from Bait yesterday against, I believe it was Spain. But apart from that, they really haven't played any Dust 2. So, yeah, this is a bit of a surprise. Let's see how it plays out.
Yeah, I think it will be interesting. Because, there is an element to, sure, you beat them handedly last time, but it was their map pick. So you're like thinking, all right, because of how it went last time, we'll pick it. But they are still confident on the map, considering they picked it against you. So ultimately, I guess it comes down to who's going to execute better when it comes to that.
And also Bait's CD side yesterday was just abysmal, right? Like they didn't know how to have a nice default setup. We could see, I think it was NPL and Hetrick towards short, just feeding snow again and again and again. There was one round where NPL, against an anti-eco, just playing right behind double doors of the CT side by himself. One tap, boom, you've lost a round.
I remember that round. Like I was watching from the hotel, and he's doing that as the mid to B player, and then his B player is in the B bomb side.
Yeah.
It's like, why are you so disjointed against a half buy? It doesn't make no sense to play in that position.
The moment a player dies, the round is literally done right there, right? So I'm sure that's something they're looking to exploit, but I'm really hoping with a little bit better of a CT side from Bait.
We're going to see if you get what you hope for, because we're ready to get into the action. Take it away, gentlemen.
Yeah, thank you very much, Richard. Legacy versus Bait. One of these teams heading into the playoffs right now. We're kicking off on Dust 2. We did see a lot of Legacy play this at the previous tournament, which they won out in China, but as I was saying, yet to play it yet. And I mean, for Bait Esports, we casted that game on Dust 2. It was rough, Jason.
Yeah, it really was. We've seen two different Baits over the last couple days. Yesterday's was not the one I'd like to see today. I'd like this to be a competitive. Both these teams in similar positions where we've seen some good stuff. Obviously, Legacy had that great run at the major, but we're looking to see them build upon those impressive games that they have played and start showing it to us a little bit more frequently. Well, that's a nice goosh over towards Catwalk, and to make that defender passive, they know they've got one trapped over at Gandalf as well.
Yeah, well, that plant being confirmed here from Nissim. Dumal taking MPL out of the equation. We've got very low health on two of the Bait players here of Hetrick and Essential. Lux just going blow for blow at the moment with them. It's Kenzazor and Hetrick. Left 2v4 for a retake. Doesn't seem all that possible whatsoever here, so Legacy should be collecting this pistol without too much issue at the end here. Kenzazor trying to make it a little bit messy, but just an extra kill.
Yeah, I mean, even if they end up finding some of those kills on the bomb side, Lux with the P250 out towards long is just always going to make that difficult. Nice pistol round for Legacy. Nothing too crazy, and actually don't even really take the time to consider the map. They make the call, they get out long, they realize it's clear, smoke the cross, and let's go. Very, very simple stuff from Legacy to kick things off. See the response from Bait in this round. They have invested entirely 5-7s and an MP9. Not a single deagle or scout in sight. They want the util.
Well, Dance landing right on top of Sadzin. And it was an interesting note being brought up about Sadzin kind of being the X factor, because he can be so good, but he can also be terrible. And I think on Dust 2 we've seen a couple of those performances over the last month where he has been missing. It's one of the maps he struggles on sometimes. So he's died early here. Won't be an advantage picked up for Bait on the force buy.
Lado's got to be really careful and really cognizant of the situation, because he's got the bomb on his back, and he's kind of the man in charge of having to watch for this long push, so he's going to have to give that up, and then he's also going to have to kind of time that mid-smoke and make sure it's still up when he's crossing in so he doesn't get picked off. Not aware, as we are, that there's no scout in play. Got to be worried about that sniper.
Oh, the Catwalk execute ready to go here. Monk's going to land out towards CT, actually. Onto the box. Here they go. They want to fight MPL, knowing they've got the advantage with the rifles against pistols at this kind of range. As Kenzazor, the victim of Lux's Galil. Nissim to assist. And those pistols carved out of the A-bomb site. No other opportunities really here for Bait. So they're going to back away and save. And it's 2-0 here for Legacy.
I think Bait's in kind of an interesting position. This is why I'm sort of interested in this game, to watch, you know, from their perspective, what kind of a game they bring in. They've had this run at this event. They beat Astralis 2-0. They beat 3D Max 2-0. And at this point, everyone's getting pumped. We casted that 3D Max game. Bait looked incredible. NPL had a wonderful series.
3D Max have gone on to be really rough.
Yeah, this is my exact point, is 3D Max and Astralis have both gone on to kind of show us, like, these teams aren't all there yet either. So now it's like, how much credit do we give to Bait versus how much are we saying they're playing two teams going through some things at this event at the moment. So that's why I want to see a good performance out of Bait here. I want them to be able to kind of prove and show that they have that behind them, and so that we can put some faith in the fact that this is a solid squad up and coming with some promising players in terms of Alex, in terms of NPL, in terms of Essential. There's some talent on this squad. We saw it against 3D Max. We didn't see it at all yesterday when they got just deleted by Pain.
I think we're going to see a Legacy 2-0 today in this series.
All right, you go in the other direction.
Yeah, I think they're really solid on Dust 2. I think Ancient the other day against 3D Max actually gave me less confidence in Bait now that what we've seen go on for 3D Max the rest of this competition, because Ancient isn't a good map for 3D Max, and they barely won that 13-11. I watched the first half. They were getting wrecked by 3D Max's CT side, and I've seen what Legacy can do on the CT side of Ancient. So I do think there's a world in which Bait get 2-0 today by Legacy.
Very possible. I'm not going to argue against you in any way. I'm a big Legacy fan. I've enjoyed watching them ever since that revelation at the major. Was obviously watching some of the rise up of a few of the players, but when it clicks in, when this team like clicks and hits its peak, Legacy's a very fun team to watch. Lado and Dumal, I think, two incredible players that are finally realizing some of the potential that we've been waiting for so long. It's been very cool to watch this team kind of pick up the pace and pick up the level of their game
We had Vendetta at the last tournament. He was back on the desk, and
good old Halver.
Yeah, Halver was saying that, you know, Lato and Dumao are kind of like Timu, Yuri, and Queserado.
Okay.
That was the way he described it. I like it. I like that idea. It's a good Brazilian rifle duo.
I mean, now's not the time, but there's like some crazy stories of this legacy roster of all the different times that like the teams have come in and tried to poach some of the players away, and the way this team has stuck together. That'd be very fun to have someone dive into and kind of reveal all those stories, because this is a team that's had plenty of opportunities to break up, and they've all, as players individually, decided they want to stick with each other. Yeah, getting great results out of it.
Lux is certainly one for the future. I think some people touting him as a potential leader of Furia someday, you know, when Fallen decides to actually retire. Well, we've got Kenzisor waiting in behind the doors. It's going to be Dumao going down, and a follow-up kill for Kenzisor as Lux is the second victim. Sadzin at least getting something here, and then continues to barrel through the double door smoke, this time stopped by MPL.
Yeah, maybe continue that play a little bit too long. It felt like they wanted to force them out of the doors with a flashbang, just not expecting Kenzisor to be that close up. The fact he gets a double is crazy. Not able to trade it off efficiently, and now playing a 2v4. You have the up on short, looking over the mid smoke, but his progression will be in towards the A bomb site. Might be hoping that Lato can create something outside long, but unfortunately he's got the bomb on his back. So if it goes south, the round is well and truly over at that point.
Yeah, Lato squeaking himself out of the long doors. Alex going to be waiting just around the corner here. Lato. Ooh, teasing with it.
I think a barrel was spotted.
Yeah, you see Alex kind of
lock into
up on his
place.
Toes, locks in, yeah.
The jiggles kind of stop, and you're like, uh-oh, it's been spotted. We've seen it. So Nissim's going to back off with the AWP, and Bait get their first round on the board, and they do it pretty clean. Only losing Kenzisor and Mid, who had that double kill, but getting to build up some cash flow on the CT side.
Now, Legacy obviously won the tournament out in China. They won CAC against 3D Max in the best of 5. They won all 5 maps. Legacy, a squad that I think were certainly helped out by the fact that Nissim had an overperformance from the usual performance we see from Nissim at that last tournament.
Sure.
I would be so excited to see if Nissim can kind of keep that up multiple events in a row. It would be really just another feather in the cap of Legacy, who do have already Lato and Dumao, as you've mentioned. But if you can add Nissim into that equation, then you really do have a scary squad here.
I mean, listen, any team that can have an AWPer, like that's a dynamic AWPer having tons of impact is going to be a benefit. AWPer is such a critical part, so you're exactly right. You get a step up from him, especially a map like Dust 2.
Yeah, well, that would be Sadzin, obviously, but I mean, when you look at the overall product of Legacy's Dust 2, and right now a 3-1 star is not looking too bad. That last round didn't look great. We'll see if Bait can double up as they go in for the mid peak, and Sadzin going to be looking down into middle. Not going to be able to capitalize on his chances. Kenzisor and head trick aggressive into lower tunnels. Dumao's got both. Okay, MPL fires right back though, Jason.
All right then, yeah, why not? Let's just trade 2 kills each. Let's play a 3-on-3 round. Why the hell not? Legacy, I think, going to be frustrated. They gave up those 2 kills after the opening 2 kills, spammed down through smoke by NPL on short, and now Essential just says, well, I bet there's some open real estate, and he's going to start shrinking the map. So this allows Bait to confidently keep 2 players at the 8-bomb site, and it's all about his play and lower.
NPL trying to get back into the site in time. Lux is not going to let him get away with anything. An important headshot to keep Legacy in a comfortable spot, but look how quick this flank is. Essential is going to break open the smoke. Actually, goes a little bit too far. Doesn't break the smoke at all. Alex now racing in. Bomb plant isn't committed to. In fact, it's cancelled as Lato goes out for the swing. He wins the fight. That should be enough to confirm this round victory for Legacy.
Nice composure from Legacy in that kind of a scenario. I know they're in a 3-on-2, but that's a very chaotic situation where you can drop the ball. You know, you can hear the footsteps, you can hear the nade coming in from Catwalk to break open the smoke, the footsteps out towards long, and the player pushing onto the bomb site. Very easy to get lost in that chaos and communications in the moment. Lovely shot from Lux, his second headshot to take down and prevent the AWP from saving. He also got the opening into the A-bomb site to begin with in the 3-on-3.
Yeah, and Dumao with that double kill in lower tunnels. MPL does everything he really could there to pull that round back for Bait. Four to 1 lead on the T side. Knocking on the door, breaking this money again for Bait. Here goes Nissim out long. And he didn't miss it. It's going to be Alex down first. Opening kill for Legacy. Lux continues to move to the lower tunnels. Molotov up towards Cat. He'll smoke mid to B cross, but MPL, he was aggressive at Catwalk in the last round. He's maintained that positioning, and he's actually going to walk away with Sats into the back of the pack as Kenzazor peaks on the timing and the confusion set up by MPL, and it's worked out very well to suddenly flip this back in favor of Bait, but they give it right back again to Mao with 2. Important trade again from Essential. It's absolute chaos inside the middle here.
Yeah, but you're so happy right now if you're Legacy, even though this fell into a 2-on-2, and that's a little bit crazy. You know the position of both players. You can obviously tell Bait has had an idea to start this game. They wanted to be there battling for mid control at the double doors. Kenzazor has had 2 good rounds.
Yeah, Lado waiting within the bomb site. They're going to start creeping up towards him. Central moves off towards Gandalf. Will take steps in front of the boxes now as Lato waits for the jump up. Essential to die. Lato collecting 1 not nipple though, as now Nissim is outlawed. Bomb is planted for him. MPL is going to tap it. Looks back out towards long side, and Nissim betting out the shots. MPL realizes with no kid on his back or any utility to assist him and give him cover, he can't win this round. He retreats to safety, and it is 5-1. All of these rounds coming close, being scrappy, but it's Legacy finding the answer every time.
Yeah, and all these rounds opening up with these brawls at double doors and Xbox and fights off Catwalk. Who's going to blink first on that kind of a setup? Is it going to be Bait who decides, you know what, we can back off this kind of a setup. It's not leading to round wins, even though we are getting some of the kills and doing not a bad job of actually controlling that part of the map? Or is it going to be Legacy who says, the defense wants to be here so much, they're pushing, they're fighting for it, let's just give it to them to start and we can come take control elsewhere, or we can take an advantage elsewhere on the map. But so much is being dictated by these early fights coming out of lower, fighting up towards short and Xbox. And a timeout taken to talk things over, have a conversation about how these first 6 rounds have all played out, anything the teams want to change. Coach is going to be involved in the conversation. A convo with Bait also on how do you want to set up around this AWP and M4 in the hands of NPL.
Well, this boost is quite cool. MPL up on top. Okay, I thought MPL had to tap. That would have been ridiculous, but it's Kenzazor already come out on top of Dumao. Set up with a bomb. Look how far away the bomb is, Jason. It's like all the way back in T-spawn. They're committing into B, but they just don't have the bomb. Nice shot from Essential.
Potentially a miscue, but Lux will be able to pick that up after dealing with the flank. Oh, gets caught out in the open, pauses for the fight, 2-on-3, and Sadzin has to back off with the op. So him and Lux going to try and pick up the pieces. Yet again, another round where all these kills come in so early.
Now we talk about Legacy always finding the answer in those rounds. Now, will they be able to do it again here? It would be ridiculous to let this one go if you're Bait.
Lux and NPL just spotted each other. Lux up in suicide, and obviously NPL just tucking himself to the double doors. Lux saw him cross over to spawn side. They've got no idea he's close up, so let's see. They might just walk into him.
They've got mollies as well to clear out that corner if they want. Oh, a sound cue made.
That's huge.
Oh,
Does
that's
NPL go for a timing? Yes, he does.
Oh my god, he's actually moved out at the perfect time here, NPL. Do they pause? They do.
Might have made a footstep.
He's jumping up, and Lux takes a headshot on board, but still gets the kill. In the meantime, though, Sadze went for a peek against the Opera of Head Trick. Lost that jewel.
Yeah, but Lux, just go fight the Opera. It's really your best option at this point, right? You've been dinked, you have low HP, you don't want to find the M4 quite yet. You want to take out the Opera of Head Trick.
Getting flanked, though. Kenzazor's coming around the back. Looking to tap. Headtrick is just keeping his attention pinned while his teammate Kenzazor moves a lot faster, and then Headtrick actually just switches to the USP and wins out the fight on his own.
Yeah, but almost a cool play to jump down on those boxes, force Headtrick to jump up and actually get the... Well, you don't force him to, he just elects to jump up and
he just decides to do
gives
that.
you the chance of giving him a haircut.
Well, because these rounds have been so close, one round lost, Legacy don't have much money. So an interesting decision to come up here.
You have to. I think you have to buy if you're... Well, you don't have to.
Yeah.
Don't have to.
They could just upgrade some pistols. You know, buy a Deagle here and there. Well, perhaps that conversation is going to be had right now with this timeout.
Yeah, they might be thinking the same thing of me. It's just like, oh yeah, we can't. We just lost one round. We can't save. And then, oh wait, the money is actually kind of right there in that point.
Yeah, they got an AK coming out here for Lato. Tech9's coming out.
So many of them have just been like kind of grindy, as you're mentioning, like close. But a lot of it is, you know, there's 4 kills coming out in the first 30 seconds of some of these rounds, and then you have these slow 3v3s where yeah, people are going to get picked off. You don't know where everyone's positioned. You kind of lose track of where everyone could be in the timings of different rotations. So yeah, this has been a wild start to the game. Bait have just grabbed their most significant hold here on Dust 2, looking to build upon it for a 3rd round.
There's always a chance you got Dumao and an AK. Especially with how rapidly the kills have been coming in these rounds. So, quick molly smoke combo to signal there might be something fast coming up towards short, but Hetrick is not feeling weak. He's feeling strong. He's feeling confident to go for a peek out through short with his AWP. Side of the smoke, they're not going to be ready for that. It's going to be Hetrick to come away with Lux. Doesn't actually fall away at all until this point. Grenades go in, 2 to the lower tunnels. Just a little bit of damage to Dumao. Too shallow to really affect him. But I like that Dumao is willing to take the risks here. Playing a little bit more free through the mid doors, taking less caution.
Well, they haven't been able to get this much space in middle ever when they've gone here. Sadzin has shut them down twice. Okay,
Dude,
good shot from Lado. Yeah, it is a little bit. It is really falling apart. Completely falling apart. And into the B bomb site we go. Now, the one benefit for the CT side, there's no smokes, there's no Molotovs to put up in the choke point.
Looks like they're saving already. Hetrick's already up on catwalk. Alex backing away in middle. They've called it off.
Alex doesn't have the money to go for it. Essential is going to need a drop in the next round, so Hetrick will be supplying that. All right, well, that's a 4v5 conversion on a round where you didn't have a whole lot of rifles. The deagle kill from Lado to open things up is spectacular. And there was no information of that mid to B split. By the time they're actually knocking on the doors, the defenders are occupied elsewhere. Nicely done from Legacy. Extend this to 6, and you never let bait get into the game. Qualification game as well for these two teams. Much like Liquid, the winner moves on and advances to the PGL Bucharest playoffs. Loser not eliminated today, plays again tomorrow. This 4th round of the Swiss system.
The in-game leader of Bait looking like he's going to have a little nap.
Good nap or a bad nap?
Probably a bad nap.
Oh, yeah.
6-2 down, not able to win 2 rounds in a row.
Not the time for one?
No. Only Carrigan gets away with naps in big game these days. Oh, Lat's out. He's going to be out long. Smoke goes down for the long corner. They use the smoke to get rid of the Molotov. And the space taken along here for Legacy.
A lot of flashes used. They have only got 1 remaining for this next cross when they eventually get out towards long, and they're out here early. So a lot on Nisim's shoulders to just hold for any kind of a push from mid, and through the smoke, Alex goes down. That's a painful loss to take this early. 1 more spotted inside the bomb site, but at this stage of the round, Legacy loves that, because it does 2 things. They're still content to just chill behind these smokes, re-smoke the cross, force out more utility, force out anything, force it plays like this. And it's somehow gone the other direction.
Of course it has. It always does for Legacy.
It's just...
Yep, there we go. Yeah. Too easy for Legacy, Jason. I appreciate you trying to build the world in which
I was trying to. No, I was building up to the fact that like the advantage is when you get that early kill, spam down through smoke, and you have a 5-on-4. Legacy's thought is we'll sit outside long and just wait, let you waste resources. We see every team doing it. It's very unmeta when you get out long right now. So it forces, because Bait's in a man-down situation, if they want to have any advantage at the end stage of the round, they have to find the intel first, which is perfect for someone like Nisim, who is watching the middle flank, who is watching for a peek off catwalk. But then the play that was made to get information is them coming through the smoke to fight long, which made things rather simple.
Well, Bait are going to save a little bit of money, and then they'll go with MP9s on 2 and M4 for Kenz's, which actually just tanked all the molly damage. Can't really afford to do that. 40 HP wasn't really worth anything either. It's not like he got the fight he was hoping for top mid. So now your best weapon is on a player who's incredibly low. Most likely outcome of the next minute and 30 seconds is that Legacy go up to an 8-2 scoreline on Dust2's T side.
They've been facing short pressure from lower the entire time, so very cognizant of the fact they mollied lower, smoked double doors. There's the nice cross from Dumao. Him and Lux going to be up on short, ready to party. Missed nade, it's all good. Nobody's home at the A bomb site. Bait just going to find a timing to retake mid and Xbox, but that idea is ripped out of their hands.
A shot from Sadson as well. That's going to be Hetrick, just absolutely destroyed. So Essential and Alex, going to be a big old issue for them here. And it's quite easy for Nisim to take Essential in the end. You thought maybe from that boosted spot you can catch him off guard, but Nisim handles business. Alex also being the same sticky fade. His Legacy do not concede a single player in this round. And the pressure continues. Pretty smooth sailing here for Legacy.
Yeah, it really is. I think they've gotten used to. I mean, some of that aggression I think early on was catching them off guard. That Bait was so willing to fight. I think now they've kind of gotten used to it and fallen into a little bit of a rhythm expecting that. So I think those aggressive plays are going to be much harder to pull off for Bait. 4 defenders for the CT side starting over at the A side of the map. That's NPL just chucking out a smoke for the long cave. And he'll be playing CT spawn to keep eyes on mid. And a lot of players coming in his direction with quickness.
Oh, MPL catching Doom out. Not ready. All of a sudden, the bomb goes down. MPL's taken 2. We'll smoke out that CT cross. Head trick. Nice shot. No problem on this and that. Lux is going to cross over. This boosted box. Kenz is going to be spotted. Lux with an essential kill to keep this one going. Now you look at a head trick under a lot of pressure inside of this B bomb site. Can the AWP get at least one? If he gets one, then it should be the round. And head trick will get the one he needs.
It's winnable, though.
It is winnable.
It should be a round for Bait, but this is a winnable 1v2. Plenty of utility for the CT side to put into play.
Especially with the map Lux is having. 12 and 4 at the moment. Can he go to 4? Oh, they line up! Surely he gets away with it, but he couldn't take both. Goes for the reload. Essential on 40 HP, and Lux gets back into the bomb site. Down to 24 now. Essential on the line. Lux looking for it all, and he's got it. Lux is just destroying them today. A huge clutch, and they can't believe it. Legacy's in-game leader is styling on their opponents.
Yeah, I think Bait is just getting so trounced in the server. They're missing some of these details. This 2v1, I feel like those two players had to have felt like so much pressure, had to have felt like they had to move quickly. Great recovery after the initial death taken in middle, but neither of them organized all that utility. They had plenty of time to just be patient, watch the window push, watch the doors push. You know those are very common plays. Talk about where you're going to put the Molotovs and the flashes and the smokes, and it never happened.
Kenzor gets tagged in the cross as well. He's down to 19 HP. A step in the direction of a 10-2 half here for Legacy out of the T side. Domination on Dust 2.
And ever since Legacy started stalling out these short plays, Bait's defense hasn't really had a whole lot of strength to it.
Outside of the win in Shanghai last week, the most impressive result for me that Legacy have been able to conduct over the last month or so of Counter-Strike was a Dust 2 victory and a series victory because of that over Furia. On that map, it was Lux who was leading the charge as the start. It gets them clutch in the last round, but it looks like it's going to be a possible third round here for Bait, especially with Essential and the double kill. Holding that push out of the tunnels, putting it all on Sadzin. There's one. Don't give up another round here, Bait. They're separated, Jason. There is a shot at this, but Headtrick makes sure that it is a third round at least.
Yeah, some sneaky little off angles from Headtrick in this round as well for his double kill. So nicely done from Bait to scrape that together right at the end. A third round on the board. It doesn't feel like enough by what we saw, but we obviously have seen crazier things. They'll switch sides and they'll go to attack into Legacy's defense, who came in here with some attitude today. I've been telling Striker since he's here on the desk at the event. I've been like, bro, you should just give me more Dumao interviews.
Yeah,
Dumao's like maybe my favorite interview at the moment. I got a chance to like sit down and talk with him and the Legacy guys back in Austin. So ever since then, whenever a Dumao interview comes out, I'm on it.
I think the Chinese were giving him a new nickname last week. They were calling him Lucky Smile or something
Lucky
like
Smile.
That. Yeah. Because he's always got a big old smile on his face.
That's pretty good. As far as the nicknames bestowed by the Chinese fans, that's near the top, I think.
Yeah. You know, I was enjoying watching Legacy. I obviously casted that grand final last week, and it was just looking at how happy they were to be playing on the stage was so refreshing.
Yeah.
Because they don't get that opportunity a whole lot. Especially, you know, Austin wasn't meant to happen. They weren't meant to be at that major.
Yes, that too.
and they obviously really impressed. They beat Vitality. They ended that whole streak. That was the standout. And then, well, the second season of the year, they didn't really get to go to any LAN events.
Yeah.
And it took them a while to get going again and ramp up. But I think we're starting to see what Legacy are really capable of.
Well, I hope it continues to grow. I hope it continues to feel like this team has a lot more in store for us. You have to remember, too, most of these players have played most of their career in the shadow of the Luminosity and SK guys, and in a scene where you just know you're never going to get called up to the big league. So it's been a long path for some of the Tier 2 Brazilian squads to improve their game enough to be playing on those big stages. Especially for guys like Lado and Dumao, who for years feel like they've been promised to arrive and catching criticism when it hasn't been happening. And now finally we're seeing some of it and seeing the level these guys bring to the table. Lado gathering a lot of information in middle. And there's a stack up on short for the CT side.
Yeah, a pistol round loss here could spell the end of Dust 2 for Bait. It's going to be Lux aggressive. Not able to take a kill. It's Dumao that has taken that one. Head trick pinned under the Xbox. Runs out of bullets. Dumao trading him out. 3v3 for a short amount of time. Essential will change that to an advantageous position here for Bait. A lot of bullets being fired. Not a whole lot of killing going on. Eventually,
this is the bomb,
MPL will drop him, and Nissim, yeah, the bomb down inside of the site. Can Nissim win this on the Julies? Hearing one go towards the window. Nipple. Oh, goes down. Oh, no. Another one goes against Bait. That looked like it was locked in. But Nissim will say no.
I mean, all you can do, you see them shake their heads. All you can do is, that's an unreal round to win. Legacy can do no wrong. Lux can't even believe it. Unbelievable. He even just looks down. He's like, what did my mouse just do?
What the hell? Yeah, now look at Bait. They're coming back into this. They didn't get the bomb plant, so it's a pretty terrible force buy, but it's the one they have to go with. Long is the point of attack, and Dumao just holds down his spray. Comes away with one on Kentazor, and a lot of damage done to Alex.
You know, at least at the end of this map, right? This is an easy one to shake off if you're Bait, to a certain extent.
Like we lost a couple of mental rounds. That
I mean, it is just. I mean, there is a point when you're a player and you're just like, you know, I just can't win today. You know, like this guy just got it. This guy, every shot's gonna land for him. Everything's gonna work out just fine for him.
Sometimes your opponent's just having a really good day.
This is awkward, though. So many smokes up. Nobody from Legacy can actually see anything, but they know the attack is coming. A little bit nerve-wracking. Low HP hiding inside the smoke. That's Dumao.
On the bomb plant. Oh, Dumao going for the slash. He got it. Halloween just around the corner. And Dumao's brought out his favorite slasher. We got Essential in the vault site. The Tech 9 going to be taken down by Sadzin.
This is why I like Dumao.
Yeah, I love it.
That's why right there.
You know, I guess you could be a little bit critical about, obviously Nissim does very well to win the clutch, but they split up in that 2v1. One goes to the window, one goes to the door, Jason. The door player goes way before the window player. Like, there should really be no world in which Nissim can win it if you time it right.
Sure. I mean, I think it's fine. Like, he still has to hit some incredible shots, you know? Like, that's never going to be timed perfectly, and at that point, we're just getting nitpicky at that point. If you're just like, this half second cost us everything, it's like, come on, like let's chill. Like, you know, I think Bait did it just fine. It's just great shots.
Cool. Just want your thoughts on that, Jason?
Yeah, I have no criticism of how they handled it. Of course it could be better. You can always look at those details and be like, this could have been better, it could have been timed better, but in the actual game when you're playing it, those kinds of things aren't really a consideration down to that level.
Well, AK is coming on out. A timeout. A second here for Bait. And I think, you know, might as well get ready for that second map. Ancient just around the corner.
Yeah.
I'm excited by Ancient.
Yeah. Well, you mentioned Ancient is going to be a tough test for Bait, you know, with their kind of, you know, with barely being able to beat 3D Max on it, 3D Max's record. I believe that's the way you were phrasing it.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah.
So we'll see. I mean, that was the kind of the big thing was we saw when we casted that game, it was sort of like, we know this team isn't that great on it, but they had changed the IGL, they had switched it over, and with the new IGL, it seemed like they put together a very good game. But since then, we haven't, you know, yesterday against Pain, nothing. Today against Legacy, so far, nothing. So I'm a little bit scared.
Yeah.
You know, the question I posed at the start was, are we supposed to give more credit to Bait, or are we going to look at this performance of 3D Max and say, this is why they were able to look so dominant, because 3D Max just fell off a cliff here in Bucharest.
As the days go on, I'm starting to lean towards 3D Max.
Exactly. That's the hard part.
I think as well, Legacy are going to start CT side on Ancient most likely in the second map as well.
Yeah, doesn't get
that's
easy.
where I just get worried, because if Legacy, if they close this out now, 13-3, they're going to be going in with some crazy confidence. They can just run at them. And during that final of CAC in that last map, that's what happened against 3D Max. They got absolutely bodied from a CT side start of Legacy, just running at them, just over and over.
Last map is that Brazilian energy just snowballed into an unstoppable force.
Exactly. So I do worry for Bait going into the second map here. This is the last hurrah, the last effort. AK-47's coming out. Lux to send the grenade in lower, looking to finish off a stellar performance here on Dust 2. individually leading the way. Smoke break. Sad's in, post the scope up on that suicide angle. Unable to connect the shot though, no one spotted. And just going through the motions. Bait given the space and the respect, they're able to take short, play their default out.
Defense is looking really well set up to handle this. Sadzin likely to get blinded by NPL. Way out in the open. There's the flash. Gonna turn from it. Okay. Not bad from Sadzin. Quick mouse movements to dodge the flashbang, but now the B hit starts coming in as well.
Yep, right in. It's gonna be Nissim doing what he can, but then just standing in the fire, expecting that second player to come in. And it would have been a worthy sacrifice if he had been able to get a double kill, but the spacing just didn't continue to push out for Bait. But it's still working out pretty well here until NPL's double headshot reopens the conversation. Lato is alone, his teammate coming through CT. NPL's ready for that kill as well. He's kept Bait going, but it might just end here. Lato against Headtrick, the 1v1 to close Dust 2. And Lato gets a moment to breathe and then peek out to close it. A 13-3 win from the Brazilians, looking to bring some of that confidence and momentum from Shanghai to Bucharest. They're one map up in this series, and now all attentions turn to Ancient.
That's Legacy for you. They are one of the form teams in World Counter-Strike right now, and when they explode like that, there's not really much you can do. And I have to say, for Bait, it's kind of what we saw yesterday. We interviewed Big Azira afterwards, right? And he talked about how he was able to isolate them and really do a number on them and Dust 2. And they just have nothing on this match.
It was funny though, because it felt like the plan for Legacy to some extent was to abuse mid, and they were going for a lot of contact plays on mid. Most of the time they were getting completely shut down. It was when they tried anything else was when they found success, and obviously won a couple of important rounds, you know, from 3v5s and just man-down situations.
Yeah, especially when you lose 2 1v3s, which should absolutely be unlosable for the side of Bait. You just kind of saw the writing on the wall. And yeah, as you pointed out earlier as well, Rich, and individuals looking way more sharper initially, right? And listen, that is so unreasonable. But
they were trolling at that point.
But also, like, man, some of the decision making, like the defense from Bait was just garbage. I'll just put it out there. It looks so rough. We have a couple of rounds we'll talk about later on as well. But just there was no improvement whatsoever on this defense from what we saw yesterday, and that is going to be a problem for them going forward unless they fix it. It was rough.
Yeah, I mean, look, I'll say this as well. One of the things that Legacy have had the advantage of over Bait. Bait have played a lot of Counter-Strike, but a lot of it's online, whereas Legacy have been in this run of like LAN tournaments, obviously just winning a trophy. They're coming in fully acclimatized to that LAN environment, and they just looked sharper in every department, frankly.
Yeah, they absolutely did, and you know, also Lux, you know, one of the more quieter players you can even say in this so far in the tournament as well.
I love this guy. I legit have been very impressed. He has taken to in-game leadership like a duck to water. He's been doing great.
Yeah, the Brazilian Brolan.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, actually, you know, and when he can produce for his team like this. I brought up this point yesterday, Janko. I'll get your thoughts on it because obviously you weren't on that desk segment, but I feel like we're entering into an era now where your IGL has the frag. If he doesn't produce numbers, that you can't have that guy who's like 0.7 on the scoreboard, but he comms really well, so it's okay.
You can in a very unique situation.
Well,
right?
like FaZe.
Well, FaZe or Vitality to some extent.
Yeah, okay.
Right. It also depends on which positions is he playing. Apex has the star positions, Kerrigan not so much. But absolutely, I think that's the sort of a next step in the evolution of rosters is, you know, you look at someone like Kixen, for example, in Falcons, or Brolan in Mouse, they're not playing like your traditional IGLs. They're playing like just another player. Exactly. You know, they're not constantly sacrificing themselves for someone to trade them. They're just trying to make what's the best play in that moment for anyone who would be in that position. So definitely something that's beneficial to the side of Legacy. As you see it in most of their wins, it's actually pretty even in terms of the output, which is what you want.
Yeah, we saw that in the numbers as well before the game. And you got your Falcons reference in. I believe the check is cleared. So
Ka-ching.
We've got some rounds to look at, I believe.
Yeah, this is just a round highlighting this defense from the side of Bait, right? Just so rough. And we saw this yesterday as well in the game they had against
Hold
Spain.
on, this is my round.
Oh, this is yours. All right, never mind.
From the reset round, right? Like, they try to go aggressive. Dumo finds the 2 kills. He's going to be swallowed back. We can pause here, right? Like, now you can see on your screens in the back, we can't see them, Richard, don't worry about it. Right, you can see the player towards long, he has a flash and an HE. And MPL, who CT, he has his full utility set. We can keep playing because this is a great information by Essential. It's still 120 left in the round. But MPL was throwing that incendiary. Now, Legacy's like, hey, it can be just max one guy there, let's book it. And he just goes for this fight without getting that flash from his teammate from long. Right, these are the little small things, the details when it comes to team play, right, that you have to be on top of, right? Because that fight is completely different for MPL. If there's a flash coming in behind him, there's only 3 guys there. He can get a kill, stay alive, buy time. They have a teammate on the flank too, right? Which, you know, failed to blow up the smoke. But if you get a kill, he can just walk through the smoke. And you can secure that round, the early reset round. So there were some bigger mistakes from the side of Bait, but also when it comes to these small team play moments, just wasn't on point.
It's also like, you know, I wouldn't necessarily put the blame on their solely on Nipple, as everyone's calling him nowadays, but also the player towards long, right? Obviously, NPL's play hyper-focused towards short. It's like, hey, buddy, I got a flash, I'm going to flash for you. So I don't know who it was, we don't know who it was who probably failed in the comp, but clearly a lot of lapses there.
You've got a round as well, Bleb?
Yeah, this is more of an overall, like, you know, just the approach on his defense, and it's just rough to watch how they're leaking it through. They're going to have a nice, you know, little Xbox smoke here from the T is going to enable Hetrick to get a nice little kill here, right? Now, they know it's a bit of a half-part from Legacy, just one hero AK, and they just leave mid completely open. The 2 defenders on this B bomb site, and now they're panicking. The player comes in from short, NPL gets punished right there. The player playing to the Nexus smoke, Essential, I believe, allows the player through lurking in through the smoke. And yeah, the round's pretty much done right there. My question is, you get the first kill towards mid there, right? And you're still so static towards short. 2 towards short, 1 towards long. 2 players towards B, mid completely wide open. The T just walk on out, and now you're on the B bomb side. You're not even they're not even considering the fact that T's might speed up towards mid. Also knowing that it's an anti-eco where they don't have, you know, much to lose. And this is something we saw yesterday, time and time again. And I'm wondering, these are the fundamentals of Dust 2.
Yeah.
Like, you can't allow this to happen.
They had a lot of problems in midfield.
They might have gotten baited, no pun intended, by that lurk smoke on B, because in a half buy, I mean, a B pop like that is very likely, and maybe because of the kill on Hetrick, he felt like he killed the lurker. And it's just a B pop with one guy trying to lurk mid. Obviously wasn't the case, but that lurk smoke really occupies the B players to be focused on tunnels, and you know, you could see MPL trying to clear mid, gets punished by Lato. At that point becomes just a bit chaotic, but yeah, absolutely, the Bait wasn't on point today.
I mean, that's what they say about assuming, Richard makes an ass of you and me. So,
oh, wow.
There we go.
Never heard that one before.
Ever.
He says it all the time, actually. It's
yeah,
real life catchphrases. Why don't we set up Ancient? Because you know, it's not all bad news for Bait. That's definitely one to forget about. Jason and Dinko succinctly put it. You just laugh that off. It's just a ridiculously bad map.
Well,
Ancient's been better for them.
I think it's a bit different to me compared to when you just get stomped, right? Because they had opportunities, right? Like, they had good situations in rounds, but then they misplayed and they made the mistakes rather than just completely getting stomped by the opponent, right? So I'm not sure if they're going to be able to reset as easily as they would have in different scenarios.
And also, you can look at the last time these two teams played. It was Bait just destroying Legacy on this map. But ever since then, Legacy have been winning. They've been winning very convincingly as well on this. I believe they won the last 3 or 4 outings on Ancient and very, like, what, 13-4, 13-5, something like that. So it's definitely not going to be an easy affair for Bait. And also, just individually, man, like, it just seems very disconcerted overall in the team at the moment.
Yeah, I think for me, the guy I like watching at the moment is Nissim. I think he's like the unsung hero of Brazilian Counter-Strike. He's just so solid and reliable, and really produced some great numbers these last 2 tournaments he's been at. And obviously he's got that kind of role on this map where he's going to be, you know, moving around and kind of like trying to feed on the scraps, so to speak, in those mid-round situations. So looking forward to seeing if he can deliver for his team here.
Yeah, he stepped up lately, at times perhaps a bit too passive in those lurk positions, you know, struggling to find impact, but it's been improved in that department. Also on the CT side, you know, in that anchor position, just really being able to hold it down when his team needs it the most.
And also, like, just looking at the CT setups, and obviously because Legacy should be starting on the CT side over here, Lux, you know, as the IGL is going to be the main guy towards mid, is going to be facing a lot of duels as well. And a great sign for them is he was top fragging in the previous map as well. So I could totally see this being a 2-0. I don't necessarily expect bait to make this look convincing on Ancient.
I think that's an interesting opinion because I mean, we saw them do a number on 3D Max. I mean, you know, a lot of people.
Where are 3D Max, Rich? Where are they?
Big true. Well, what do you think?
I think just from the manner in which Legacy was able to win on Dust 2, that they're the favorite to close it out 2-0. You know, they're playing with a lot of confidence. Actually, that could be, you know, one of the issues if they get overconfident, right, and get a little bit ahead of themselves. But they're playing good Counter-Strike right now. I feel like they're the better team at the moment, and Ancient is a decent map for them, especially lately.
Yeah, 100%. Like, you know, I think just the fashion in which they've been winning these maps, that's what gives me a lot of faith in Legacy pulling this off. I think they played Gentlemates, I believe, a couple of days ago. It was like 13-5 or something. And Gentlemates who've been pretty solid overall, right? So, yeah, I think Legacy they have everything going their way right now.
Yeah, when they win bigly. Thanks a lot, guys. We're going to have a break. When we come back, as you heard, it's going to be Ancient. Make sure you join us.
She said she loves you.
But she can't love me.
But I love you.
I gotta brag on myself, I amaze me. Like I'm back in the 80s.
I won't play window anymore.
What's going on?
Play your role. 1xBet. On to the next one. The human body was built to move. Not trapped at a desk in one singular posture for 12 hours a day. It's time your chair evolved. This is Secret Lab Titan Evo. Ergonomically engineered for you. Gamers, hybrid workers, artists. Backing your every move.
Hello everyone, Jackie Powers here, live at PGL Masters, Bucharest in Romania, and today I'm going to be going around finding out some of the memories that spring to mind for players when I ask them about their first Counter-Strike event. Let's see what they say.
First Counter-Strike event, I would say French lands. It was like way different than those one, but I guess yeah, like the family thingy, like atmosphere and stuff, but also like yeah, clicking, be able to like spam insult to the other one and stuff, so yeah.
The first memory that I have, it's a local tournament in my city, and I played against my brother. So he was without playing for a year, and we won 16-14. So for me, it's the first memory and the most memorable that I have. So that's it.
I remember that my first tournament in Counter-Strike in CSGO, I was really nervous. It was like online tournament. It was not that big. I was like starting my career, and I was really nervous. And after the match, I just told myself that if I was going to play like that, I would never be good. Like I can't be like that nervous as I was. So I think it was only one match that I played like that. I was so nervous. I was shaking. My hands was shaking, and after that, I was like every match I was way more calm than that, and I think it was my first memory in playing competitive.
I think it was Pro League season 18 it should be. We played quarterfinals, then we got eliminated by Navi, so yes, I think that one.
And was like in Godsent Academy, was my first experience outside from Brazil, and was We Play Academy, I think, and it was a good experience for me. I played against very good names in the scene. I played against like Donk in Spirit Academy, and was a very good experience. I like so much to play in this these events, and yeah, it was a good experience, and I like it.
My first event was in LAN, BGS. It was in Brazil. I was kind of nervous, but yeah, it was very memorable for me. It was very, very nice.
How did the event go?
I played good. I actually played against Fallen in the final, and we lose it. But it was very good. It was my first time meeting Fallen, so yeah, it was very good for me.
International event. It was like I'm in the same place where was my first international event. It was PGL Antwerp Air Mars in Romania, in same hotel. So it's very good memories for me to come here again because we qualified for major that time. So it was like I'm also like people ask why I like Romania rather than others, because I say like this is my first international tournament and it was very good memories for me.
I was playing with some friends, and then it was like a mix of friends, right, against real Romanian teams in a tournament called Romanian Esports League. And then we played there, we had fun, and I don't know, then yeah, rest is history, I guess.
Welcome back to PGL Masters Bucharest 2025. There's a spot in the playoffs on the line, and right now it looks like Legacy are about to go and grab it, JC. They just dominate on Dust 2. Now we're moving into Ancient. I think this could be more of the same, even though this is Bait's map pick.
Yeah, it very well could be with some of the documented issues we've seen out of them on the map. Although the change and the win over 3D Max was a promising sign. It's just since then it's been nothing out of Bait. So not a whole lot of reason I think to be confident in it. And yeah, this is going to be crazy. Now I'll say Dust 2 feels so dominant because I mean think about some of the I mean Legacy just won some insane situations. The Nissim clutch, right? If you don't win these crazy clutches, maybe Bait's able to put up more of a fight. So we'll see if they're able to withstand Legacy here.
Well, right now they're going over only to Dumao, and immediately takes a dink on board. So he's the only B player, and he's gone. So that's the B site under wraps. There should be a bomb plant. And at a minimum, you get a good force buy in the next round. Here, the bomb is now arriving. The rotation's starting to come through as well. There's a mid flank coming in, so they're going to be retaking from two sides. And Azor, oh my god, leaping through the smoke has died. Here comes the important fight of the pistol, though. It's down towards Long, and it's coming on the top here for Lato. All of a sudden, it's MPL. And Bait, well, they will rely on that force buy because this pistol round's not going their way. That defuse is happening. MPL is taken out by Nissim, and Legacy, they race in on the rotations, and they get the job done.
Once again, it's like no matter what happens, you just can't do anything wrong. Like the first guy's even caught with his back turned because he's just desperately chucking a flash into the sky. That kill doesn't come out. Lux is able to trade, or Lato's able to trade that one off or get the kill before his teammate falls. And that kill out towards Long is just great shooting right here. There's the save of Kenzie. Lato gets a couple more in the trades, and just beautiful, beautiful fine shooting from one of the stars of Legacy, and that's a pistol round just snatched away.
Well, here's the force buy. That'll be Tech-9s on 4 players and a Galil for Kenzazor. They've prioritized utility over better weapons here. Got to make the most of it. And something I was talking about over on Dust 2, Jason, is what we're going to see from Legacy is a lot of aggressive stances on the CT side and pressure in the B lane. I'm not going to see it around like this, though.
I think this is going to be more of a round where they try and just kind of, ooh, this is dangerous. Okay, Locke's going to fall back into the smoke. Flashbang was perfect to force everyone back. It feels like they want to play like the seesaw game, try and pull this defense back and forth between middle, between A, between B. Lux is going to get that first kill. Everyone's blind. Pistol is out, still blind, and Headtrick gets the frag, but Nissim's there for the trade. Now, A main is a point of contention, and he falls as well.
Yeah, doing well is Dumao. A lot of damage done to the donut player. Kenzazor down to 2 HP, but a bomb plant being secured again here by Bait. Can they close it out in the 2v2 post plant? That kill certainly helps as Sadzin now alone. Alexine, well, Sadzin knows exactly where you are, and he's going to go swinging, and a close round finally going the way of Bait.
Now that's a round I talk about. Why split up between going temple when you don't have any kind of control, you don't have any kind of information of what was at big box, you didn't really get there in time. So why split up and said one temple and one into the bomb site rather than both going into the bomb site and being there for the trade? I think a little mistake in a round Legacy, maybe getting a little bit too eager in that 2-on-2, making some assumptions. So Bait convert the second round after a pistol round that should have been theirs to begin with. Universe works in mysterious ways. Deep utility down for the CT side. Smoke at the elbow. Molotov in place to prevent aggression.
God, it's bullets going down through the smoke at B lane here. No one's come out dead, at least.
I know, I've wanted to cast some of the action, but everyone's just spamming through smokes for the moment. So both teams feeling a little tense behind the utility. Now, Legacy is out of smokes because they wanted to hold on to mid for these first 30, 40 seconds of the round. Now they don't really have any utility to maintain that position, so back off, a stack towards the B bomb site. Bait's still very patient, and here's the response they're waiting for.
Yeah, Essential. There's the push running towards him. He actually can't handle it. It's going to be the 5-7s coming out on top. They didn't recover the weapon, though. Still haven't recovered the weapon. And I think Lux was trying to grab it there, but ends up getting caught by Kenzazor because of that. Well, that'll be a 3v3, and the advantage that Legacy once held on to is now gone. And remember, Sadzin's on 1 HP as well, and they don't have a whole lot of map control.
Look at how mobile and proactive, though, they're being on this B side of the map. Now pushing over towards Cave. Sadzin, low HP. Who gets the first shot? You kind of need to press the issue here and clear out. Okay, Nissim peeks out. You haven't found this MAC-10. Bomb is coming into the A bomb site, and Legacy have no idea.
Dumao against the low HP of MPL is going to take him no problem. It's now Kenzazor, 1v2. He's got a smoke for Donut at least.
Time. Nissim could actually push through this smoke and take him off the plant and just let Dumao live.
Well, he is going to push. He's going to put that pressure up. Kenzazor now pinned, but he's separated into 1v1 fights, and Kenzazor can't handle Nissim. He'll go back and grab the AK, and they will celebrate a round victory in response to a forced by loss.
Yeah, but that was very close to being thrown away by Legacy in that situation. Very, very close with the way that they was able to isolate those fights into a 1v1. Still, back and forth we go to start this Ancient. It's going to be a little bit tougher on the Legacy side, especially with the bomb plant for Bait. That's going to give him some extra cash. So we'll get another force buy in from Bait as they're not ready to relinquish quite yet.
Well, there's Essential on the Galil. We've got Tech 9s and a Mac 10, so the Force by Wars are continuing. As Bait get into the B lane, they're going to be charging up towards Jag now. Jumping in with a Mac 10, Kenzazor clearing it. Decent amount of space taken here early on by Bait. Going to be smoked out by Lato, though.
No, well, okay. I thought he was going to go hide in like the corner and wait for the
imagine.
fade. I know. I was like, come on now. Come on, boys. Let's not get too crazy too early.
It's a nice nade.
Smoke will be fading shortly, and Legacy decide to just disappear. Relinquish the presence over in Cave. All three playing retake, and actually have a fourth player joining up. So you've got a lot of defense that's kind of redundant at the moment, where it feels like they're more getting in each other's way than anything.
Well, coming up through the B ramp now, the final move of Bait in round 4.
The smoke.
It could clear the cloud. And there's the nade. There's the denial of the bomb plant. Nearly just last tick of it. The bomb plant is secured for Bait. Gives them a shot at winning this round now as they fall 2 players into the cave. Essential's going to stay committed to the bomb site. Legacy have shown us throughout this series so far that they are very capable of winning retakes, though.
There's only one kid on Nissim, and that's on the flank.
All right, keep an eye on that. That Lato has come through. Essential is going to go down. First victim of this post plant. Look at the flank here from Nissim. They're not looking. There's a clean headshot. Second kill locked in. It's now just MPL stuck on the ramp, and they overwhelm him. Nissim will be called over to defuse. And the kit survives long enough to get to that defusal. And a 3-1 lead for Legacy.
Yeah, that is, you nailed it. That is another great retake for Legacy to put on their card. That's beautifully done, especially just the kill on the bomb planter as soon as the bomb goes down. The second frag that's found, all of that opens up Nissim on the flank. Not enough players on the Bait side to be ready to fight, to hold on to the bomb site and actually win the round and watch the flank at the same time. Unfortunately for Bait, with this plant, you'd love to force buy into this next round, but 4 players survive, so you know that kind of economic bonus isn't there if you are to win it, so you got to sit back in this round and save the money so AKs come out in round 6.
Only a couple of deagles here. For me, I was excited for Bait because you lose the pistol round. in spectacular fashion. You come back, you win the force buy. I'm like, okay, they've actually set themselves up with a chance here to not have the nightmarish start where you get in a hole against Legacy CT side. But unfortunately, the shovel's been brought back and they are digging a very big hole at the moment.
Joke's on you.
They had a spade.
And that's the thing. That's what's kind of rough about it too, because I think on one level, if you're bait, like you don't mind kind of descending into that economic back and forth. You'd obviously love to just kind of convert it and be clean about things, but Dust 2 really got out of control once Legacy just started, you know, getting comfortable with what you were doing and had the guns out. And once the guns came out and the money grew, wasn't really a whole lot that Bait could handle on the map. So a similar eventuality is building up here and seems to be right around the corner, where the money and the strength of this Legacy side is going to be so much that Bait just doesn't have enough to get through them. First full gun round with AK-47s on the T side, fully kitted out on the CT side as well.
Oh, Alex. Caution to the wind. Charging out of elbow, realizing they need this mid control. And as Kenzazor and Alex combining, getting that opening. But look at this, the constant aggression from Legacy. One coming out through heaven, but only one this time from Lato. And I don't know how Alex is surviving. Perhaps because he was born in hell, because he's able to hold that position with a 6.66. No issue for him. He'll survive on 33 HP.
They should know he's here, though. It looked like Lato was going to clear this position and actually aggressively take it down, and that's kind of what got him killed, unable to double up on the second player coming through the smoke. However, with all the resources already spent, I mean, down to just one smoke and only 3 players at the 1 minute and 10-second mark, Legacy's just like, well, we've put enough resources in towards mid. We need to just back off now. So blind in this part of the map. You do have Dumao over and Donut, but the wrong timing and he could be ended. I don't know if he spotted that.
Alex will move through red.
And no one's even given this a cursory timing peek,
yeah,
you know?
That's it. Alex has got this kill on Lux.
I'm pretty sure Headtrick spotted Dumao as well, so this should be a double kill.
Surprise! Yeah, I bet his heart rate just spiked right there. He's like, oh, right behind me. Well, Dumao and Donut, Sadzin now just creeping.
Sadzin shouldn't go for this. There's really no point unless Dumao creates the opportunity from Donut. But you need those kills anyways to take the lurker. Oh, and he's got the kill. Okay, 2 on 3.
20 HP though. Hetrick did enough damage in that fight to discourage even thinking about going for it. Essential's on the hunt. He's going to hear Sadzin running around that site. Try and get into a position where he can stop him crossing to the doors. And he times it perfectly. Essential taking away one more rifle. Dumao holding on to an AK wouldn't be the worst case scenario. There's still going to be a very good buy in the next round here for Legacy. And in fact, he could do some damage to the T side as they try and hang on to their weapons.
Well, he's very committed to that. Backing away, emptied the mag, no purpose to stick around. Bomb's going to blow up, no more exit kills to find. They'd have their second round on the board. Plenty of money for Legacy to rebuy and fight back. This was something that Bait couldn't do on Dust 2 in the opening half either, which is just win 2 rounds in a row, right? Legacy never let them string things together. Like in the first half here on Ancient, you have to be able to go on a streak if you're Bait.
Quickly running up B lane. MPL dodging the bullets, but will not cross the blanket of fire that now coats the floor. Lato will take up spot in Jag as MPL actually does cross as soon as the fire fades, and no one challenging down mid this time from Legacy. Most aggressive player right now is Lato, making no secret about his position. Essential makes sure that he is in a position where he won't be spammed by that common wall bang. Keeps his head down just slightly further forward. And the descent down into middle will be heard. So you know that Bait currently cover mid. No one's at red though, because they've got the eyes of
they're
Lux
watching it from afar, right? You got Lux creeping in about it. It's really the tough thing is Nissan playing anti. Gonna turn now, delay with the molly, needs to chuck that out like right now.
Waits on the offer. Oh god, disaster.
Yeah, round's over. I don't know how those sound cues didn't make them feel a little bit more comfortable with the fights that were coming. It felt like they had plenty of advanced warning. Molotov never came out to slow that push. Maybe Sadzim called them off so he could op it. I'm not entirely sure, but very disjointed and disorganized on that defense of the bomb site, and Bait have broken it again. And now this is going to start really doing damage and chipping away at the cash that was built up. Now this is exactly where Bait wants to be, because you're taking the funds away as well as getting round wins on the board.
Yeah, I think you might be right in terms of the op. Wanting a shot first, then the molly comes in, but what would be the thought process behind that?
I don't know, because that's well, I guess I don't see the reason to not throw the molly. Maybe the operator just doesn't like peering over the flames, maybe, but he's got the scope.
Well, hit your shot then.
I mean, regardless, I'd rather throw the molly and not have them storming out of the choke point than trust the operator to stop 3 people bum rushing me and Donut. But either way, for whichever logic and whatever reasoning you wanna pin it to, it didn't work.
Well, Bait getting into the half, getting into the game for the first time.
Yeah, good to see. And we'll see how far they can carry this. I mean, one more win and you put the money in an odd place depending on the saves. So Bait's almost out of it. Completely blind is everyone, and Ken Zazor's got another opening kill, brought down to 30 HP. Look at the damage onto Dumao as well, fighting around the Molotov. He never expected that, thought he was safe, but a little bit of a gap in the flames puts a ton of damage onto Dumao, down to 10 health.
And with that advantage, they're just going to hit the pause button. They've got all the time in the world here. Got a mid lurk. The 4 players getting ready to execute on this B bomb site. It's going to be hard to see a world in which this isn't tied up by Bay. Sadzin blinded as well. Can't hold the angle, goes back to it, misses the shot. And Sadzin can't get away. Head trick and essential, overwhelm the site. Dumao doing his best. Lato also getting involved. That bomb plant will start to be secured now. Dumao's too low to really think about the round win here.
Yeah, this is all on Lato and how he wants to play it. Do you want to bail out and try and save the weapon? Because as we highlighted earlier, they're going to need some drops. But if he gets anything in the meantime, Dumao might get motivated to come flank from behind, but actually he's just passing off. So they're going to pick up the op and just back away. Dumao's tucked into T-spawn. I don't think Lato, can escape.
Ooh, needed that.
I apologize. I wasn't aware of your game.
Oh, still another one he has to get past, and he has no problem with him either. So, Lato, off you go. Save the AWP. Why not 3? Yep, he won't get away. You were right, Jason, all along.
I was right all along, yeah.
And all picked up for Alex. Bait will wield it. And money is starting to build for the T side as the game is now tied. And when you look over the other side of things for Legacy, not a whole lot of money. As you mentioned, that has started to be chipped away at in a significant way.
Yeah, big issues without that second weapon saved. So I wouldn't be surprised to see a timeout if Legacy want to talk things over. They really need to put a stop to this. Add 1 nade on top of that Molotov. Especially with how much money they've had, not having a nade on top of that means the run through is... Kenzazor is going to be fine running through a Molotov without it. That's a couple times we've seen Bait get some presence at the bottom of mid along that back wall, be able to find an opening kill, being able to apply some pressure. Middle of the map has really been a pain point. A couple rounds have come down to those red room lurks as well, like in the mid-round stages. So I think for Legacy this time out, a lot of it is about what we're going to buy here, but there's also got to be a side conversation about what can we change with how we're playing middle and red room and early to mid stages of these rounds to make our defense more effective, to plug this hole and make sure we're not getting beaten from this position.
Look at Lux tanking. Oh, that fire damage. He's down to 9 HP, but works out for 1 kill. MPL and Alex, though, dropping Lux and Dumao. Lato with an MP9. The only player that's truly should be in fear of this MP9 is Alex on low HP of 16.
My hard thing is, like, maybe he gets 1.
Maybe.
But you kind of need him to get 2.
There's Kenzazor on the lurk as well, catching one of the CT players. Sadzin actually receives a lot of damage, at least getting one out. Again, you know, he needs one, and he just isn't able to get it. So Lato falling decreases the chances drastically here. Nissim's only got 5 bullets in that M4.
Yeah, and the Opper's flash back, and he wants nothing to do with this. Sadzin on low HP is like, dude, I want to save the AWP. So Nissim's going to do the same thing with the M4, and yet again, another round that Legacy doesn't even really get to fight for. This was nothing crazy, nothing special. This was actually Legacy coming to bait. Lux committing himself through the Molotov down to 9 HP, still manages to get 1 kill, but the plan was to fight from the jump up and fight from the B ramp downward. At this point where all the T's are kind of in that tight choke point right outside the double doors, and it doesn't work out whatsoever. So Legacy's starting to have a tough time of finding the solution to this T side. They're the ones now on the back foot who are just like, everything we've tried isn't having the impact and the effectiveness that we needed to. Bates now put together a very nice T side. And for a map we came into with some concerns about the bait we've seen over the past, the series yesterday, the opening map today against Legacy on Dust 2. It's an impressive way for them to bounce back into this game.
Here goes Nissim in towards A main. This time a lot of bait presence coming his way. Nissim catches one player back turn, but MPL sharp on the initial headshot. So there's going to be Dumao walking his way down the ramp, at least getting 1 kill back here for the side of Legacy. The rotation now arriving through Donut, the AWP being put in place. Lux trying to position himself on top of the sign, but MPL just below him, berserking his way through this bomb site. And Sadzin tracks him. Oh, the plants come out. Oh my god, he gets away with a knife as well. Right click, right to the back. And this all for Sadzin, giving us a moment here. That shot landed as well.
Dumao's arriving at the moment, but he knows nothing about what's been happening inside this bomb site. So a little bit of a weird situation for him trying to put it together as he rolls in. Sadzin has no vision as well.
Oh my god, how have they done this? How have they got themselves into this position? Sadzin, what a round! A highlight inside of the site.
That's a god-tier performance from Sadzin. Just the opportunity right in front of him to take the knife kill on the planter. Unbelievable. No way for Bait to recover from that one. And in a very tense situation as the bomb site is being flooded and overrun, the saved op from Sadzin is the difference at the end of the day. Just one quick right click.
He's gonna feel good about that round. Earn that smile and those high fives. A tactical timeout, that one takes the wind out of you if you're Bait.
You needed it if you were Legacy, though, right? Like they'd been getting beat up the last few rounds leading into that, and you needed someone to make a play that was going to put a stop to this momentum. So Legacy is hoping that's the performance out of Sadzin that they really needed to look towards closing this half out 7-5. A blistering start for Legacy. Bait, unlike Dust 2, were able to fight themselves back into Ancient.
Oh, look at all the nade damage onto MPL, but he's still committed, still running forward. The battering ram of Bait all the way up to the red room. And, finally going to be caught by Lux. It's a 1-for-1 though. Nissim's gone down on the A side again.
I think Nissim's getting caught off guard by how aggressive that Bait is being in middle right now. I think he's just like, at some point these guys are going to slow down and maybe not turn this corner. If they take it mid, maybe they're going to pause. And it's just never happening. Now you once again have the nightmare scenario where red room is being challenged as well. That's Kenzazor who stepped through the smoke.
Yeah, but Dumao sidestepping on towards head trick. Now the peek out from the top box. Sadzin at first pyramids. It's going to be Kenzazor getting that pick from red though. So makes the most of his positioning. And you got Dumao all the way back at this A site. He's repositioned here to the tall box.
Yeah, but this is weird. Essential's on the other side of the map and he's not making a play. So it feels like he wants to be a late lurk, but you're putting a lot of faith that Kenzazor and Alex are going to be able to open up this bomb site.
Dumao just moves off. He just moves off and he catches Kenzazor. Oh, he sees the second. Alex, though. What a headshot. 35 seconds. Essential's now moved into B.
Okay, he's going to shift back. Does anyone peek middle from Legacy? Both of them eyes on the A bomb site. Nobody's looking red room whatsoever. Alex just going to pass through their gaze now. Oh, Legacy completely out of position, and Bait have yet again worked themselves into an advantageous late round. Bomb will be planted at the B bomb site, and look at this advanced position from Essential.
Yeah, Essential all the way down the line, and Sadzin surprised with where Essential is currently standing. Lato with no kit is a long way off into this round. There is one on the pathway back, as highlighted by the observing team, but it's still going to be a tough clutch here for him.
I don't even think he's going to go for it, to be honest with you.
If you don't catch one quick kill here on Essential, then you have too many angles to clear, too many areas to worry about. But he does see Essential.
Gave him the opportunity with the wide swing.
It didn't definitely give him a shot that. The shot will land at the head.
That's painful. I thought he would save. He's got no money, so he'll be on a pistol for this final round. I thought he would kind of back off, and that would give them an extra rifle for this last one. But I guess he thought that 1 versus 2 was a little bit more doable than it was.
All right, Legacy not having that dominant CT side that was definitely a possibility coming into the map. They've done a good job. And now they are favored with the better buy to go to a 7-5 lead. Let's see if Legacy can tie things up. It'll be a boost of a player up on the big box here at the bottom of the ramp. Kenzazor staying committed on his focus, which is getting out elbow, but Legacy, they've now detected that the B bomb site's under a lot of pressure. Doesn't matter though, they can't hold on to it. They lose a mid-fight, they lose a B player, and now they lose Lato and Cave.
Yeah, they're just getting schooled right now. They're just so thrown off by the constant full W at them at every stage of the way. No one's expecting the fights at the timings with which they're coming, and because of that, Legacy only ever has one person fighting at the point of attack. Bait have just ruined this defense. A slow start, but when they clicked on, boy, was it incredible. 7-5 half for Bait here on Ancient, looking to force us to a third in this series.
If it wasn't for that crazy Sadzin round on the A bomb side, it could look like very miserable for them.
They would have been blanked on quite an impressive streak, like a 5 or 6 round streak to close out the half. So props to Sadzin for getting that lone isolated round for the Legacy boys. 6-1 run to close out the half. So conversations being had during the halftime break. And this is hopefully a sign of a return to form for Bait. We've been mentioning we wanted to see the one that was up against 3D Max a couple days back. We want to see that Bait that was so impressive. Essential, just body bagging people. Alex calling great rounds. We haven't got that yesterday. We didn't get it on Dust 2 earlier today, but we got a little bit, a glimpse of it here in the second portion of the opening half on Ancient.
Well, let's see if Legacy can grab another pistol round. 2 smokes, 1 for Lux and Sadzin, a flashbang for Sadzin, and a Molotov for Nissim. Going towards A. Smoke thrown out towards CT. It's going to be quick. Right towards Kenzazor. And Dumao blasts him open. It's going to be the A-bomb site under a lot of pressure, and MPL through the smoke will alleviate some of it, at least for his squad.
That's a sad death to take if you're Nissim, feeling like you're just about to get the pistol round underway and taken down at distance through smoke. No chance to do anything about it. All on this temple hold. 2 players here, 1 at the big box.
There's the swing. Run to Dumao. Taking a while here as Sadzin. He just doesn't connect anything, really. Here comes the retake for Bait. And yep, they really are in the game now. This pistol round is locked in. Lux is going to try and do his best, but MPL is looking sharp. Gets that first kill through the smoke, picks up a further 2 on the retake, and it's now 8-5 as Bait continue their run.
Yeah, you had the setup. That one flashbang, I think, makes Legacy very uncomfortable. They both turned from it. I don't think either of them were any significant blind from it, but just getting your aim comfortable back when you snap back after the flash. An overwhelming retake towards Temple. 4 players total for Bait coming through that position, and I don't think Legacy ever expected it coming. They've grabbed complete control of this game, and I mean, if you think back, outside of the first 4 or 5 rounds of that half, Bait beat them pretty much everywhere on the map. Legacy's defense got bullied at the B-bomb site when they played passive. They got wrecked when they pushed up and tried to be aggressive. Middle was never able to be controlled. Red Room was exposed multiple times. Bait's playing a far better game here on Ancient than Legacy's been able to bring to bear, and a good kill from Kenzazor. 11 kills for him.
Yeah, nice shot from Kenzazor again. The lineup was there to take down the second player who made in Sadzin, but the Tech 9 slips around the back, and it's MPL to secure that one. Bait are finally in the series, and Legacy actually have disappeared.
Yeah, Bait look like they've just leveled up on an individual level. Some of these shots, some of these kills they're getting. First bullet accuracy is really on point across the team of the Bait squad. We'll see if Legacy can hunker down and dig deep and find a way to come back into this map. Similar kind of a start so far to what they inflicted on Bait in the first half. Sitting back on Glocks, no bomb plant, no economic damage done, so all you can really do is build up some money in the coffers and wait for the next round for AKs. Good utility down mid early, better flashes from the Legacy side. First kill is there, but Kenzazor has been the reliable hand throughout this game, and he's going to continue.
Essential trying to fight on two fronts. Hedrick's going to push through the smoke and make sure that he helps out his teammate to grab any weapons that are on the floor that might be a little bit of an upgrade. It looks like we're going to be getting on to that third and final map quite quickly here, Jason.
Yeah, and if Legacy has anything to say about that, if they want to prevent that third map from coming in, it all begins right now. This first gun round is critically important. There's no time for a warm-up. There's no time for you to build into the game and get used to the defense you're going up against. It has to be immediate. So big round to call for Lux and Legacy. Two towards elbow, two towards B, one just setting up support utility back in T-spawn.
A lot of smokes down over towards Cave. Lux looking to assist Dumao and getting out elbow. Throw some supportive utility out this way. And they will grab themselves the mid control that they've been looking for, and not too far off connected on Kenzazor there. Now Hedrick's going to step up to the donut with the AWP. They've already got by though. They've already got to red. Oh, Lux, does he walk? Oh, he does. He just keeps walking, thinking that angle's clear, but Hedrick had just moved into it.
Yeah, it's okay though, because this really sells Dumao, right? Like he's saying mid's clear right now. I got the guy out mid. Dumao's going to wrap around the A bomb site. He's telling everyone freeze. Imagine you leave Lado as the lurk over towards the B side of the map, and in middle, bomb joins up in A main, and you're trusting Dumao to get you at least one here.
Oh, and he's got the double. A double in the donut.
It gives him right back to him, right? That's exactly how Bait got back into things on their own T side on this map, was the missed detail of the Legacy defense never being able to catch the timing of the Red Room aggressive lurk. That punished them 2 or 3 times in the first half. Now it's Legacy's turn to inflict that pain on Bait's defense. Well done from Dumao. And the death of Lux. There's a silver lining to be found in it. That's what really made Bait feel like mid and Red Room were never going to be challenged or have any kind of presence. So 10-6. And Legacy with 4 players surviving get a fight back into this game. Investment from Bait next round is going to be okay. Essential can drop a rifle over. Alex can buy himself. Kenzazor and Hedrick, one of those will get a rifle. One of those probably down to an SMG. Actually, Essential can drop 2. But money's gone after this round for Bait. So Legacy, that's just step 1. Now they know step 2 is coming up right away. Elbow smoke thrown out. Same with the double doors smoke towards the B bomb site.
Okay, that's a good opening from Lux. Not the usual
known
offer.
to be an offer.
Not known to be an offer indeed. But
I think that double door smoke missed as well.
It did. That one can't. That's quite a common miss. So it bounces. It's meant to just bounce off this angled piece of stone, and sometimes you get stuck on the
Sometimes
ledge.
those bricks don't treat you the way you'd like.
Exactly. You just get bricked in the wrong way, just like Alex. Broken by Dumao's AK-47 bullets. Essential. Out towards the Jag. It's Lato, the next victim off this round. Oh my god, Nissim's having a rough old time, isn't he?
Yeah, he's been knocked off his game a little bit, I think. I mean, he had a tough time in the first half, and obviously the pistol round started him off in a bad way here in the second one. Fortunate to be alive. Is Kenzazor going to try and sneak through this smoke? No, he's going to stand pat. 3 players alive for Bait against the 4. Now make it 3, and Nissim and Dumao are red. 1 bullet away from death, 1 nade away from death. Now just 2 players alive for Legacy, and they're out of position.
Now the utility comes in to heat things up for Lux. He's still peeking, sees the shadow, tries to get the bullets going off early. Here's the flank. Dumao set up by the distraction of his teammate. Can Dumao deliver? Tap on the defuse. There's the lineup. Not accurate in the first bullet, but he's still able to get away with one and keeps them off it. Keeps them off the defuse. Now Headtrick moves to a safer angle. They're not getting to it. Headtrick nearly holds it all the way through, but Lux just about saving the day there for Legacy.
Okay, Dumao is carrying them back into this game. He had the wraparound to open up the 8-bomb site previously. Now he has another improvised wraparound to protect the post plant. Back-to-back devastating losses for Bait. Dumao's done everything needed to keep Legacy alive, and now they get to try and reap the rewards. It should be a pretty busted buy for Bait's defense moving forward. There's the opening kill from Lux, the two right at the end of the day, but Dumao provides the opening, stops the initial defuse, causes chaos. Headtrick doesn't know who he's supposed to be looking at to protect the diffuser. Is it A main? Is it coming from spawn? Just a lovely sequence from Legacy.
And the comeback is on, Jason.
Comeback is on.
The 2-0 dream begins again here for Legacy. The money broken. The coffers drained.
Yeah, that'll get you amped up as well if you're Legacy, right? Well, you just kind of mentioned if you did the throwback to the CAC finals where they just built up to that critical mass, especially as we all know with the Brazilian teams, and we haven't seen much of it lately, but Legacy still has this quality. Every time they win one of those close rounds like that probably should have gone against them, it just gets them so much more focused. They get stronger as it goes on. Light pistols, light armor on a couple players for Bait.
Plateau.
Yeah, but he's spotted 3.
Yeah, he's seen 3, but they're actually not going to go down there and get the weapon. They don't feel like it's safe enough to do so. They're going to be racing back to get to A instead.
I'm surprised Legacy hasn't tried to pick up the pace a little bit faster, but waiting for a little bit, I guess, a third player to join up with them. Messed up a molly as well, which is keeping them at bay. So buy some time for the pistols to get into position, but not enough strength to really stop this, I don't think.
Whoop. Shot landed. This finishes. And he goes back again.
There you go, Nissim. Get some easy ones.
Yeah, get some confidence back. Recalibrate.
Get some easy ones.
You need them. Lato was the top-rated player for Legacy back at CAC. Nissim in behind him.
HLTV MVP as well, I believe, right, Lato?
I believe so, yes.
Can't remember. That was the least confident confirmation
now I'm like
ever.
thinking in my head, like, yes. I did cast that final, Jason. A week moves fast in Counter-Strike.
Yes, it really does. A lot's happened. A lot's been going down. A little bit of a trash garbage kill down at the end of the way. A couple of them.
Ta-da.
I'd say that I kind of want to say like low impact kills, but I mean everything matters obviously, and money's not great on Legacy, especially now that they have to rebuy some of these AK-47. So good work in kind of limiting the amount of money that Legacy's T side can get. Gonna dig into the strats. The strats sheet.
I'm digging into the stat sheet.
Yeah, how's that going? You looking up?
Who was the highest rated player of CAC? MPL.
Was
Can you
he?
believe it? Yeah. He was the highest rated player
There we go.
of the event. Across 4 maps only, though.
Sure. But a hell of a 4 maps. This is
the walk to A.
Yeah, simple and called out a spawn. Now they're going to start running. Realization sets in. No smokes in place, and boom!
MPL and Kansasor, though, the trio step up with the kills and the kill feed. It's going to be Dumao coming right back, though. A nice little double towards CT. And you said he's hard carrying them back into this. He really is, because, again, a round that could have easily been very comfortable for Bait, once again, thrown into question by Dumao, and they've actually got away.
Yeah, but I don't know if Legacy heard both of them, but Bait certainly heard the footsteps. So now it's a race.
Well, they've won the race.
Yeah, they have. They were convinced it was both of them, so they didn't have to hesitate whatsoever. I was kind of concerned if they didn't know where both players won, they might have been slower about that, and it could have been a really tough place to be. 2-on-2, Bait rotating in from the other side of the map, so at a complete disadvantage and no knowledge of the post-plant positions.
2 smokes. Molly and Itchy. Half that gone now, with Alex dropping. Doom out again. It's just so insane how sharp he is.
21
you can't
kills.
go for this anymore. It's 10-9. He has shrunk the gap.
Yeah. Doom out in hard carry mode on this T side. A gap you mentioned is just going to be 10-9. And it's not really doing anything fancy either, right? Like, this was 4 players walking towards A main and then hitting a wild timing. So part of it too is like, when the defenders see the smokes and the utility raining over the walls, right? That's when they pull out their counter utility. So Lux is like, all right, well, let me get close up. I'm going to run with this utility. Offer's not expecting that level of scaling. The Rifler in the bomb site is juggling counter utility, and he misses the timing on spotting that push from Lux. Just a well-crafted round. It's a nice little layer of detail into a very simple tactic. Elbow smoke missed.
And that's going to allow Sadzin to continue to gather information. Lux, a fight perhaps against Essential. One that is won by the CT side. Advantage for Bait. A lot of damage being responded, but it's not going to matter when the Deagle comes crashing down upon you. The hardest round to win, and Bait make it look easy. You've got Nissim now, 1v5. Going to see how much damage he can do here. He is not going to be winning this round. No question about that. But it's just a single kill.
Yeah, that's heartbreaking. That's heartbreaking. Very unfortunate. I mean, missed opportunity for Lux. That was fair play, just a heads-up fight. But the timing on the Deagle Peak to take down the Alper. Doomal trying to wrap around, gets caught as well. Well done from Kenzazor. And he was a big-time player for Bait on the CT side, so continuing to have impact. And again, just at the perfect moment. When this game, when this map, when this lead is slipping away from you and everything is starting to feel like you don't have control any longer, Kenzazor steps up to make sure they're not going to drift any further away, at least in this round. And look what it does to the kind of buy Legacy can bring in. Tech 9 and Dualies and a B rush.
The brush. As Bait look to sweep them under the rug, it is Essential and Kenzazor with the 3 initial kills. Legacy still fighting though. It's Lato this time. Sadzin required to clutch up 1v3. He'll pick the bomb and he'll disappear.
Yeah, just run. At this point, like, just take the risk. You have the biggest advantage in the... Ooh, okay, going around towards K. How long does he wait is the question, right? You need Bait to realize and feel the danger of you running all the way to the A bomb site.
They're going to move down the ramp. Careful. Timing. Spotted. Now it's over. Now it doesn't feel like there's a world in which Sadzin's going to get the fights he's looking for. He will be dropped by Headtrick, and Bait find life again.
And no bomb plant means no money for Legacy going into this last round. So a third map is queued up. It is on the cards. Train will be where it's decided. Dust 2, a dominant win for Legacy. Ancient look like it's going to fall in the favor of Bait. 3 chances to close this out, and we'll see what both of these teams have in the train yard.
While using their timeout here, Legacy. Second picked up here. Just figuring out what kind of gimmick you can go for. I mean, you don't have anything to play with, really. You don't have the AKs, you don't have the AWP. It's going to be Tech 9s, a Deagle, and a Galil for Lato. B rushing around like the previous just feels 50-50, doesn't it?
Yeah, it does. And I mean that, but I mean, I hesitate because I'm like, I don't know if that means like you didn't really have a great idea, but the whole like half felt like with Legacy, it's been played kind of simple, grouped up, a lot of plays, towards the A-bomb site very quickly, changing the timings on those plays, but it hasn't been like the default spread around the map and work it. It's been mostly just kind of calls straight out of spawn.
Alex in the smoke. 2 players on the other. Lato. Oh my god, he just walked through. He just walked through, knife out. He's all the way around the back. This is the kind of... Oh, Headtrick's away. Oh my god, the timing. Pulls his knife. Everything has gone right here for Lato. Everything has gone right for Legacy. Into the B-bomb site, and now in with a chance to keep this map going.
What a round. What an entry. Okay, Dumal, can you take some of these guns away? Taking the economy out would be lovely. but they catch him at a timing he still thinks they're going for, and they're huddled up outside the B bomb site, so caught off guard. Timing couldn't be worse for Hetrick. Obviously, fantastic for Lado, but we all know that feeling, and that's just heartbreaking. We can all empathize. But double digits now for Legacy, guns back in their hands, and all of a sudden, Bait just says, damn it, this is now harder than it needed to be. Harder than we wanted it. Another buy is behind them. But this kind of has overtime written all over it, right? There's going to be another buy from Bait. They're going to invest everything in this round, and if they lose it, you're only really going to have funds on maybe 1 or 2 players, so it could get a little bit weird. That last round might be something where Bait's missing some bells and whistles. Tell you what though, here's 2 rounds where Legacy, you can tell they just have like a little bit of cheese built into their playbook that they can utilize. This walk through the smoke wall from Lado to wrap around Cube. And then the previous one where Lux is the one kind of entering on the A bomb site as the utility comes in and messes with the timing. So Cheese has delivered Legacy 2 critical rounds in very important moments of this game.
Is it enough to force overtime? I'm going to leave Hetrick with the duties of holding down A alone. While they maintain an aggressive stance in middle, even with the low HP on both the mid players. To Mao, down to 41. Gonna have to backtrack away. At least some damage being responded to.
A change of style for Legacy as well. It's quiet on the map, it's slow, they're spread out a little bit more. Throwing a new look at Bait right at the tail end of the game. Utility, because it's been so grouped up and because things have been happening early on in the round, Bait's used a lot of their utility early on, so if they don't get some kills on the progression of Legacy into their final move, they could be in trouble. NPL, big job.
Yeah, NPL, massive job. He could end it here. They run right by him. There's the headshot. His teammates chimed in as well. Lux with an essential frag, and it comes down to this final A play as the rotation from Bait is arriving. Such an important headshot there from Nissim, but it doesn't matter in the end, as it is Bait to close it out. This is all the maps required now, as Bait still have life in them. We thought it might be a quick 2-0, but that's not the case. The Ukrainians bring it to the final destination of Train.
Indeed, you can see there that Bait, they do have a good handle on Ancient, better than we thought maybe on the panel. And we are going to go the full distance, but, they had to dig deep there. It's got to be said, Legacy got off to a very strong start, and it did look, indeed, that the Brazilians were going to do this in 2, but they were able to course correct. Really well played by Bait.
Yeah, they cleaned up a lot of their game. Individuals stepped up as well, and I like how they didn't just crumble, because they were down 4-1 on that T side, right? Like lose pistol, win force, but get forced right back. It's easy to get demotivated, right? Or to maybe even get tilt, but they stayed the course, right? Were able to go up, 7-5 in the end, or even 8-4 in 7-5 in the end in the first half, right? So closing it out in the second half after that, half-by win.
Yeah, and also shout out to Kensazor, right? He had a hell of a game right there. And even though, we had the heroics from Jamao, it's still in a losing effort, but Kensazor 7-1 in opening duel, doing a lot of work. But it has to be said, while it was a solid T side coming out from NPL and company, I just felt like the CD side setup from Legacy, it looked so passive, really passive, allowing Bait to just basically execute whatever they wanted to do and just pull and manipulate its rotation. So yeah, well played from Bait, but also a lot of questions on the CT side from Legacy.
Yeah, I think Legacy was lacking a bit when it came to the mid-round plays, right? If they lose information early or map control and something along those lines, because they were going for early fights at times, just weren't able to find success, and when that happens, you can't just be doing the same thing over and over again. So once they did play passive, they just ended up giving a bit too much space over to the side of Bait.
Yeah, and I've got to say as well, when we saw Legacy do well on this map, it was when Sadzin had that, pop-off map. It was kind of so strange, because usually Ancient's not great for AWPers, but he seemed to have a much better handle at the close quarters fights than he did at the long distance one.
Yeah, you could see, like, you know, especially on the CT side, it's not like he didn't have the AWP in his hands, but, you know, a few whiffs here and there. You know, he struggled quite a bit overall. Again, we said this, right, as a prelude to this game. Sadzen, either, you know, he's feast or famine as a player sometimes, and he was great in the first map, second map, quite a few whiff shots. The culprit, I would point out, I mean, I don't want to use the word culprit, but the one player who was making quite a lot of mistakes, if you ask me, was Nissim towards a donut position, right? I felt like...
highlighted him too,
yeah,
of course.
He was just
jinxed him. Yeah.
He was just trying to take too many fights than necessary, and also, it's not like he didn't have utility. So many rounds we saw where he had an incendiary or a smoke. He didn't use it to delay the push from coming in, instead waiting for the fight and then not really getting the kill. And even if he does get the kill, he would have been traded out. So Nissim, a bit of a stinker that map.
Yeah, I think also in some of the rounds for Bait, it was the man advantage situations that they were losing on the first map. Well, now they're winning some of those when it's going against them, right? Like stepping up at different moments. And some of those elements of team play that we didn't see on Dust, we definitely saw them on Ancient.
Yeah, you know, and I've got to say, like, Bait are just a very difficult team to kind of analyze and assess, I think, because, you know, we saw Ken Sizer there, played really well. I still think they're just lacking a little bit of consistent firepower when it comes to games like this.
Yeah, and I mean, even we're talking about Kansas are having a great game. It's usually, you know, MPL, who's had a great tournament at CAC, and some of these other guys. So even in that department, you know, it's different players who have these pop-up games. I think it's important that Alex had a solid game, right? Because he had a stinker on Dust 2, only had 2 kills. So him being able to bounce back is definitely a must for Bait.
Yeah, and we've got a round to take a look at, don't we, Blair?
Yeah, I think we've got a couple of rounds. I think round seven's going to highlight the flaws, I guess, on the CT side here for the side of Bait. Sorry, for the side of Legacy. You can see here, over here, this is, again, you know, the play Nissim, right? He's got Incendiary, and he waits for way too long. He can hear the footsteps coming in. Instead, he doesn't use Incendiary. He gets taken down, and now you have the Opera Sadzen, unfortunately, in that particular position. Yeah. Players are funneling in through Donut and Main. He has got to pick a fight, and he gets a kill, but gets immediately traded for the players coming out Main. The problem there was, if you look at a lot of teams, how they approach CT side on Ancient, it's going to be, they're going to take a few risks, go for a little bit of A main control, right? If you're going to give up the lane control towards B, push towards A main, get some info over there, or don't give up Donut for free, or just smoke it off, get something going. Instead, we had 3 players turtle up towards B at the back of the B bomb site. We had that setup on the A bomb site, and it was a 5v5. In that scenario, it's almost similar to Dust to the B bomb site. You're just going to get pincered from every angle. And there, they didn't even do any execute, just ran on in, got the trades, and unfortunately, you can't play CT side like that.
Yeah. I think the problem is, you know, Nissim's holding Donut, Sadzen's holding Main, but when Nissim gets pushed off, right, they're supposed to swap. But a combination of Sadzen missing his first shot and Nissim not dropping the utility for some reason, then the T's have scaled too far already. Sadzen, after that missed shot, doesn't go into Temple. He stays in Brokey, then is just killed by the players from main, so really crumbling in that setup.
It's also like a few rounds later we see, I feel like Nissim, again, he had a smoke in his hand towards Donut, right? He gets a duel over there, and there's not much time remaining as well. He could just thrown the smoke, delayed the push further, but for some reason seems to forget that he's got the utility and just looking to take fights, and that's not the way you approach it.
Yeah, and we've got another round you want to take a look at.
Yeah, this is the, you know, Bait stepping up in a man disadvantage situation. This is right after the Sadzen round, so another reset round, right, that you have. There was some mid-aggression early. Lux is going to find a kill here. Nissim is going to fall in Donut at the same time. So 4v4, Dumao going to re-aggress in Donut, find a kill. So 4v3 for Legacy, but Kensizor is deep in mid. They throw a little bit of a fake towards B. They just show themselves so Kensizor can play. He found the kill, but then they had Alex faking A with the bomb while Essential is pushing B. He gets into B for free. Bomb is able to rotate back and they win the round. So a great mid-rounding and figuring it out in a 3v4, right, how to move the pieces on the board, really outplaying Legacy in that round.
Yeah, and it's got to be said, you know, it's probably another big win for Bait within the context. But Legacy, they were in that game again, we're talking about these tiny little small mistakes. And so we head into Train. And I'm going to ask you, Blair, do we expect those little mistakes to continue from Legacy, or are they better poised here to close out the series?
I think we've seen some really, good and bad from both the two teams, right? Like the CT side for Bait was a struggle city on Dust 2. Over here, it was the same case for the side of Legacy. I think Train is anyone's game, because the last time Bait played this, it was a 13-2 win they had over in EPL, which is a month ago, by the way. So they really haven't had too many reps ever since then. And for Legacy, yeah, they've, I think, played it 3 times in the past 3 months or something, so they don't have too much reps as well. Although that being said, they looked much better in the last time they played Train more recently. Honestly, it's really hard to call this one. I think it's really going to come down to, the T side especially. If you win the pistol, that's going to be, I don't want to sound reductive, but winning the T side pistol team, starting with a T side right there, that could be just a win condition.
Yeah, and that 13-2 was off the back of a 10-2 CT side for Bait, right? So we still don't know how they would have looked like on T side in that particular matchup, but I think it's a really important map for Legacy moving forward if they're going to be able to do some damage, right? Like if you're not playing Overpass and now your Train is not good, and we already saw them, they actually didn't even veto Overpass, they vetoed Mirage. So if that's another map you don't have a ton of confidence on, or that you want to be banning all the time, like you can't have 3 weak maps, right, in your pool. It's too matchup dependent then on how deep you will be able to go.
And also for Nissim, obviously we'll be switching over, or when they switch over to CT side, I guess they're going to be starting with T side over here. Nissim, he's going to be the inside player, right? And we've already spoken about time and time again. There we go. He's going to be the guy who's going to be a bit of the anchor towards the inner bomb side. And considering just his, I guess, just lack of awareness of what utility he has and when to use it, if that happens here in B, they're just going to get abused time and time again. And Richard, the moment you lose at B bomb side, the retakes can be a nightmare.
Oh, for sure. We saw that the other day with Nerds playing there, which we talked about with the Team Liquid game. I think it's a tall order. I mean, I just think the one thing I would say to Legacy's strengths here, and why I could feel if I had to pick leaning towards them, is this modern version of Train seems to play like fast, like actually a lot more explosive. Like people seem to get onto sites way quicker than they used to back in the day.
I think teams are just also more prone to taking those risks, right? And understanding that just because you're playing slow doesn't necessarily mean you're playing safe. You need to see how the game has been going, right? Try to predict what your opponents are going to do, and sometimes, a fast play can capitalize exactly on that.
Final thought from you, Blair, before we go to break?
No, I think this is anyone's game in all honesty, but I would love to see, Legacy, considering the run they've had so far, just to show that they have a little bit more of a deeper map pool over here and get the win. But yeah, I'm just hoping for a tight series.
Yeah, well, we've certainly got it so far. We're going to have a break. After that break, it will be Train. We're going to see who's going to go to the playoffs. Make sure you join us.
She said she loves you, but she can't love me.
But I love you.
Yeah. Look, I know my man's going crazy. I gotta break on myself, I amaze me. Joke like I'm back in the 80s.
I won't play window anymore.
What's going on?
Play your role. 1xBet. On to the next one. The human body was built to move. Not trapped at a desk in one singular posture for 12 hours a day. It's time your chair evolved. This is Secret Lab Titan Evo. Ergonomically engineered for you, gamers, hybrid workers, artists, backing your every move.
We're back in the building here at PGL. It's me, Jackie Powers, joined by the wonderful Jacasmo from Fnatic, Muziris from Saw, LNZ from Heroic, Martinez from Gentlemates, Agil from Saw. What was the moment that you fell in love with Counter-Strike?
What I remember back in the days was I'm the younger brother, so to be on the PC was almost impossible. So what I remember it's being close to my brother. He was playing and I'm just watching. So and I'm just thinking, okay, get out of the house, I want to play. But I'm just there standing next to him, watching him play. So I think that it's since the beginning that I really love Counter-Strike.
It's the Cologne 2014 Swedish derby between Fnatic and NIP. And I remember that insane comeback on Inferno, the last map. I remember I watched that one, and that's like when I fell in love with it. Specifically that, like Freiburg 1v3 with the spray tan, that iconic like round with the casting as well. It was giving me goosebumps, I remember.
Yeah, it's a hell of a round, man.
Yeah.
I remember, God, being there when it was all going down, kind of the moment.
Or sorry, it was 2015, not 14.
Yeah.
Because 14 Nick won, but the 15 one Fnatic won.
Yeah.
Yeah, I think I remember a lot playoffs from Dallas.
Okay.
Yeah, because of the crowd. When you are going to the stage, the people is like in your sides saying, and yeah, it's good memory for me.
Probably the simple clutch from MLG Columbus 2016, I think it was. Yeah, I was watching that live and I was like, this is insane. And I think it was played on the arena as well, that match. And the crowd just went wild and it was nice.
I really enjoyed playing CS first of all, and I even saw like the guys in my team are passionate about this. Like me also, like they're also passionate about this. The winning crowd, the winning game, the winning nade. When you have like good team flash, like something like this, you know, the small details. I think that's what make it enjoyable in CS, for sure.
That's awesome. So literally just the team play and everything around it, being able to...
And right now for me, I think it's when you're clicking heads, you know, like when you're killing 3, it's, I think, the most beautiful feeling in the world, I can say.
That's sick,
it's an important round.
Welcome to the final map of the day here at PGL Bucharest 2025. We're here for the Masters, and right now we're heading to train. The final map of this series, Legacy, little patch of form towards the end there. We thought Dumao was going to be able to hard carry them back into a 2-0 win, but I'm glad that Bait have shown us enough on Ancient to take this all the way.
Yeah, I am as well, and that was kind of my point when the series started. Was like, just give me something, Bait. Like give me something that makes me think that 3D Max game wasn't just some dream that I can barely remember any longer. So we got that on Ancient. We saw some of the players step up. Good game out of Essential. Alex called a lovely T side on Ancient. Now we get to move on to this final map where all the pressure is on both of these teams. Playoffs on the line. Winner moves on. Loser plays tomorrow. Dooley's on NPL. Smoke, flash, nade on Alex, and nade on Essential as well to break some smokes. Molotov, flash on Luxon, looking like a fast-paced pistol.
Yeah, some speed behind it. Dumao, look at this. He slipped towards the sandwich. That's sad. That is so sad. Kanzor taking the opening. Alex gonna hold down Ivy, going for the reload. Not allowed as Sadzin hunts him through. Shots coming back. Okay, that's a luxury. 2 kills straight away. And we've got MPL and Hetrick trying to win this one out. Hetrick's kept his head down, but Sadzin's hunted it regardless.
What a weird pathing to clear on the back of the bomb train. I'm so mad if I'm Hetrick. And what are you doing jumping up on the train?
Yeah, he thinks he's tracking the back angle. We're going to get an easy up on him. He just appears above his head. I mean, the Lux kills on the bomb side are the key.
Yeah, they really were. I mean, those were spectacular. I mean, even without those, I mean, Legacy had a pretty good foothold outside of Ivy, so maybe that could have turned into something, but Lux definitely made things way easier. The Dumao kill is just sad. There was, you know, I'm interested to see how Legacy play this T side. After we just watched an Ancient where it feel like they didn't really kind of spread out and take their time and everything, Train sometimes is a map where it feels like you have to be able to take your time. We saw it in the Liquid FlyQuest game in the previous series as well. Is Legacy going to continue with these kind of like calls for executes, 4-man grouped up hits at bomb sites, or are they going to play defaults? 2 players down early, and the swing in towards Pop is there. Now a 4-on-2 bomb. I don't even know if they can plant it safely.
I wouldn't feel too comfortable about it, would you? I mean, Satsin going through connector to B might actually be the safer call, and it's the one he's made.
Yeah, the only danger is if, okay, well, it shouldn't be any kind of a problem. Dumao should be able to take down Alex for free as the pistol was out, and still now not really committed to a bomb site. There's the presence, there's the defense. Bomb is spotted at this B bomb site. Sadzin all of a sudden probably says that's 2. 1 upper, 1 through the flash. So we need to go back outside, but now you're in a position where nothing is cleared. And actually, Legacy's just taking their time. They got so much to play with by nature of how fast this round started. This really hurts for Bait, who with the weaker weaponry and lack of utility and lack of information now, you have no way to put your weaker weapons in a position to stop anything, to win this situation.
Guess Kenzizor can just wait for the plant sound and then peek out and hopefully catch a fight. There's the plant sound coming through.
That's a big risk.
Sancho on the flank. That's Satsin going down. Dumao has to clutch this up again, and he just can't do it. So it ends up being a response to a pistol round loss here, and the Bay bouncing back on the force buy.
That's a rough round to lose. Just drifts away from them, and that's all based off just a really quick play towards the inner bomb site from Bait. A nice push up. You get 2 quick kills, and all of a sudden you've put them in a situation where they don't really have any comfortable control of the outer bomb site, and they have to work their way into a solution. So early obstacle on this third and deciding map for Legacy. At least the bomb plant can help them rebuy into this next round and continue challenging to control the early stages of this third map.
Just happy to take that round as Bait tie up the game. It's a force buy back from Legacy as predicted, as expected. Tech9s and a Mac-10. Early nade stack towards just outside of Pop Dog entrance.
Deep smoke. Oh, yeah. Here they go.
Careful, Alex. Nade's coming towards him. He can't stick around anymore. He'll send some back in response to try and slow them down, and he has slowed them down.
There was even a fake thrown towards the inner bomb site to start the round, but nobody was home to like call the fake, and obviously the presence over towards Ivy let him know that inner bomb site wasn't in any kind of danger. So NPL has to take a risk on the other side of the smoke. Headtrick gonna push forward, almost loses his life, but 2 angles firing at Lado, and this round is done.
Yeah, a little nervous for moments, and now nervous again, because all of a sudden Legacy, with 3 kills and a chance into this round again, the timing for Lux to get into that corner as well. NPL had that kill confirmed.
I spoke a little too soon on this round is done. I still feel like this should be Bait all day of the week. But Legacy have found some critical kills.
Still should be Bait winning this round. The bomb hasn't been picked up yet. There is 1 smoke thrown out on top of the bomb.
Lux is doing the tough job, right? He has to maintain some kind of presence outside to buy his teammate time to work around the map.
Dude, the whole map. Like, that smoke is not going to last forever, and Nissim is only arriving in the B bomb site now, so you need a kill if you're Lux, and he just can't get it. So this round with 1 HP is not going to be happening.
Yeah, and you can already see, I mean, Essential has an idea of the timing. He's like, well, if I haven't even seen you jiggling anything or trying to even join up with your teammate, there's something else going on.
Yeah, and he's pieced it together now. Looks over towards Con. A little bit of overkill, gets the headshot on the 1 HP player. The fist bomb surrender is Bait. Definitely could have been cleaner.
Definitely could have been cleaner.
But regardless, it's a round victory, and they get rid of the force by wars. So it ends up being just around $2,000 average. Going to be an eco coming up here for Legacy. 3-1 lead for Beta in the CT side of Train. And I thought it would be an eco. I've actually invested again, Jason. I guess the damage done in the last round, they think, okay, we might have them on the ropes.
I mean, not completely incorrect, but it's a stronger economy than I think they suspect for sure, and especially if this round is just a very strong, convincing win for Bait.
Oh, you're throwing yourself in a real tough
Yeah,
spot.
you just get into an exponentially worse position than you're currently in right now.
All right, not off to the best start either in this round. Legacy losing Nissim. So they got to play this round 4v5. So you already had it in hard mode. Now it's in nightmare mode.
Well, yeah, even worse is because you've made so much noise and you've shown your presence here. There's 2 players at the bomb site. There was 2 in Pop Dog at that point, 1 right now. So the fast flank is even available because the odds of you getting that clean entrance aren't really there. So Legacy has to give up on their initial idea towards the inner bomb site and back all the way away, but now Bates infested even more choke points. Team main overtaken by the defense.
And Zort handling Doom out. Follow-up is there as well. And Lato's Tech 9. At least get something for Legacy, but that's the only kill they pick up in this force buy, and that risk does not pay off. And now they're back to an eco they must take.
Yeah, they really have this one. There's no way you can convince yourself that it's a good idea to buy in this round. So the problem with that is just the money for Bait is going to be so strong, and you know T-side train's already difficult enough as it is. They've just you know handed up the runway for Bait to just get filthy rich going into round 6. So you'd love to get some production out of somebody in this round, but there's really not a lot. There's no utility really to activate a couple flashbangs. P250, Tech 9. What do you think you're really going to be able to accomplish? Dumao at 12 HP, Lux brought down to 11, and they haven't even fired back yet.
Cleaning up, making it look simple. It's Lato left alone. Over towards T-Man, he's taking damage. He will actually get another one before going out. 2 kills picked up, and now we'll get into the gun rounds.
For some rebuys, also allows a couple upgrades. MP9 was dropped for one of the M4s, and things are looking good for Bait with this kind of a start. 3-round lead. They've got economic control. They've got the advantage in that sense. They have everything they could want. Op is out in the hands of Headtrick as soon as humanly possible. Full sets of nades and Molotovs.
Yeah, Sads has got his op out to play as well. The T side on Ancient wasn't that inspiring from Legacy. It was a lot of quicker plays that living and dying by the sword.
That's why I'm so intrigued to see what kind of a T side they're going to play here, because I didn't see them on Ancient like play the slow, defaulty map control kind of a style. It was very much, you know, we think A is a weakness. Send 4 players there. Send them 4 players A again with a different timing. Train, you're going to have to slow things down. If you try and force it too much in these choke points, you give too much over to the CT side.
I think we've seen earlier from how Liquid played the T side, the kind of aggressive plays you can get away with, but that was mainly just Liege going out through the T main smoke, sensing good timings, and finding a lot of success on his own. Legacy not able to just play as the pack that they usually are. So nice and slow, spread out across the map. Bomb's going to be over towards Ivy, and Dumao, he is one of the individuals that can start making these plays for his team. He's created some space out of T main. A peek from MPL into Ivy's been punished. We know where the AWP is on the map. Oh, blinded. Alex walks into the open, falls off the bomb train to his death. And these kills are looking good here for Legacy.
Yeah, this is a very well done round. Helped out by NPL's peek over towards Ivy, because then the rest of the defense feels like they have to make a move to kind of secure that defense. Blinded on the bomb train. Now you have the op force back. Essential over the top has won. 2 on 3, and this is recoverable, but ooh, that's a beautiful shot. Lux has been hitting some bangers today.
Yeah, Headtrick inside of Khan. Oh, goes for the no-scope. Nislim is going to silence him.
Lux has been hitting some absolute stunners. Really cool to see.
In that game I referenced against Furia back at EPL that they won, and Lux had the standout performance on Dust 2.
Yeah.
He said in the post-game interview that he actually changed his resolution and sense going into the game.
Hell yeah, he did.
And I guess, you know, everyone at home, that's some validation for you.
You get that false honeymoon period when you change the resolution, don't you?
And it goes to shit
your
after
brain
one
is
game.
just so locked in for that one game.
Yeah.
It's timely for a good performance from Lux, as Richard has been battering the 0.7 rating IGLs.
Ooh. Essential. 47 health left. Ooh. Alex this time jumping for info. Don't want to have the same fate that MPL had in the previous round where you get caught walking in the open. Kansas-Zor spots Dumao trying to make a cheeky play through the main smoke.
Yeah, that's very ambitious. There's not even anything going on the map to try and take attention away from mid, right? There's no like barrage of utility towards Ivy or towards Pop to make his gaze go elsewhere. That's just Dumao flipping a coin.
Did not land on heads.
Or whatever it was that he called.
Well, he was hoping for headshots, Jason.
Oh, okay. Yeah, I see what you want. Yep, nice. So Sadzin looking for one pick outside. That would establish presence, and it would alleviate some of the pressure towards... Actually, there's not a whole lot of it at the B bomb site. It's really just essential play and retake. He wants his one kill. So this is...
Look how many angles
I know.
Oh my god, Sadzin.
It's so hard to entry with an op outside. Like the poor guy.
Oh, that's so ridiculous.
I can't believe he's alive.
Yeah, that's the craziest part, isn't it? 20 seconds left. Discipline from Bait. No one's peeking. Then they go for it. Sadzin, Lato. Sadzin's actually, not only is he still alive, he's actually got a kill out of this.
I honestly, I think they wanted to go inside that whole time. They wanted him to find a pick, but I think when he gets all the way to E-Box and like back of Red Train, he's like, you guys should come outside. There's nobody here, you know? Like
clearing everything.
Guys, nobody's home.
Clearing everything.
Maybe come back. And unfortunately, it just worked out that nobody was peeking whatsoever. So they run right into the stack.
Five to 2 start. Looking pretty here for the side of Bait. We've got Dumao on a Galil. And a couple of upgraded pistols. They're going to be leaving the majority of their cash for a purchase in the next round, so we're looking at 6-2. Almost surely. And it's going to be Headtrick going for the flick up. Oh, they could overwhelm him. They could overrun him. And Headtrick has Alex to help him. The damage with bullets combined with the tickling of the fire is taking the first advantage. Headtrick will find the second, and the rest of the kills come in for Bait.
No fear, no lack of confidence for Kenzazor. Final kill is Dumao. Okay, well, we've seen kind of like the early stages of this, right? We've gotten a little bit of tidbit of information. We've seen Legacy try and seek a couple people up mid, trying to take control of the box halls. Still not having a great amount of success early. Ivy has been a point they want to attack a number of times. Down by 4. Early utility from Legacy for Sandwich. Gonna cover the line of sight for Headtrick. Aggressively getting in towards Pop is the defense. And just like that.
Okay, now this is very worrying for Legacy. They're getting manhandled.
This is what I'm talking about when I say like this is one of those maps where you just have to have a style where you can play it slow and be patient and just let that first salvo of utility and the first timing of plays that the CTs want to make, you want to let that slip away. Still have a chance in this, but it feels like every round we're saying that the chance is so far away. Low HP on both players, Lato's at half. You have no information of the map or where anyone's going.
A good shot from Sadzin. Another chance. This time, they've got to take it if you're Legacy. Because if you're not going to win rounds based on your playstyle, at least make the most of situations that are given to you. And the CTs keep walking into your crosshair. So that's a third round. Surely going to be picked up here by Legacy.
Yeah, that's really well played by Sadzin. The fake towards the inner bomb site, the Molotov that he know is they were going to bite on. Watch for the flank, and then you open up the play for Lato to go next. But NPL has slipped out with nobody seeing him. Sadzin's a dead man, I think.
NPL has no idea where he's gotten off to, and so Lato will have no problem in that final kill. So it is a third round for Legacy. It didn't look like it. Dude, how does that round go back in favor of Legacy?
It's a seesaw. I mean, you could see at the end, like that 2-on-3, it's one player just sticking around outside. So when Sadzin gets that kill, you know the rotation is going to head towards the inner bomb site. So if you're Lato kind of staying outside, tucked in where they don't know where you are, give it a couple seconds and you say, okay, this is where the defense is shifting to cover that kill. They think it's going to be a B bomb site. We just threw utility there. Now's the time to make my move. And you're taking some educated risks, assuming that there have been some rotations. And obviously when Headtrick comes back, because they rotated away and there's no information outside, Lato's in the prime position. So just a beautiful work seesawing. And obviously getting that kill that Sadzin did is opening up Pop for him to head outside as well. I mean, it was very well played. I think a lot of the reason this is working though, I think there's an element of inexperience with these teams. You know, like there's a minute in the round when Sadzin throws that Molotov into the B bomb site. That push doesn't have to come at that point, right? Like he can actually call the bluff, just stay and wait. But the fact that he goes for it sells what's happening, and then Legacy's able to take the advantage.
Hetrick gets involved in the AWP battle. He's going to win it. Trying to make it uncomfortable with the flashbang, but Hetrick doesn't budge.
Legacy will take this opportunity to go see what they can find over towards Pop. Dumao only with a Galil. Would love to have him with a AK-47 for a crisp headshot, but not going to work. He'll challenge on the other side of the smoke. Kenzazor pulled away. Oh, missed the opportunity. It was there, but he fired a little bit too quickly. A little bit nervous in that dangerous scenario.
Yeah, Essential. Wasting a lot of bullets, not able to get the kill. Trying to get into the fight, but realizes it's just uncomfortable. It's awkward and doesn't want to give away the man advantage. So it'll come down to this push out of Pop. Kenzazor is going to hear the utility. He's going to hear Dumao just tracking in towards the red train. And Kenzazor now moving up towards main. His teammates continuing to chime in for bait. But that's a great kill from Lacto. Can he get a follow-up on the AWPer? It's a missed shot from Hetrick. A second chance there on Alex. But none of them taken here for Legacy. As Lux is now left on 30 HP with 15 seconds. He just has to hang on to the AK-47, and we're looking at 7-3.
Yeah, probably a stressful moment in the game for Lux, excuse me, with IGLing this team on the T side. Train kind of, getting battered. Nothing's really working all that much, and he's got to think about his own game. He's got to think about what he can get this team to do next. It might be time for a timeout for these final 2 rounds of the half to see if Legacy can just grab even just one of them. Would be lovely to have for the second half. But Bates having no issues shutting down their aggressive plays, which I think is really causing problems for the Legacy side. Like, they're very fast-paced plays, trying to get through Pop and out team main quickly. And then even on a slow-paced round like that, Hetrick gives you the pick over towards Ivy, and you're playing 4v5, and it's just hard to manage that one when you finally change the pace and lose a player immediately.
Hetrick was looking for a pickup into the brown holes. He's going to drop that AWP all the way back towards CT. Essential climbing up the ladder now, and here they go. Arriving in towards his rifle. Essential with 2. And he'll descend down into the bomb site. Smoke deployed as well. Cuts off Legacy, and Essential just fires some kills, or rather shots, through the smoke. It's Sadzi to be caught by it, and the round's done.
Yeah.
10-4 now for Essential.
Lovely little double kill.
Dude, he just keeps walking. This time, a little bit too much.
Legacy really wanted to press the issue through that smoke, really making some assumptions, no one on the other side. That was their own smoke thrown. They'd been setting that up throughout the half. They've thrown it a couple of times so that if anyone ever eventually does see it, that it's something that's not going to be new. It's not going to be selling the play towards the inner bomb site. But I don't know. This round felt telegraphed out of the gate. There were some really early smokes thrown over the skyboxes to land in towards Khan. Bait had a huge rotation really early before the step through the smoke even came in. And now you just have nowhere to go, no access to anything. 20 seconds left. Got to hold your breath and push forward. Dumao gets it done on the first, and there's Nissim with another. Okay, it opens up, but NPL's been here the whole time, and now it's his chance.
Nissim, he went missing on that second map of Ancient, but he's here on train.
Dude.
A 3K. And we were just seeing some individual moments dragging rounds out of this T side. It isn't an impressive T side from a strategical point of view right now from Legacy. And look, you can see how much of a frustrating round that is to lose for Bait. Slunk back in the chair, letting this one go.
Yeah, this is 2 rounds where actually Bait has the better initial defense and Legacy's strength in kind of the late rounds when things are slow and they have time.
Look how frustrated they are with that one.
You should be. I mean, like Kenzazor probably, I don't know if he feels bad or if he just thinks, what is it? Or not Kenzazor, Essential in this round. I don't know if he feels bad about that push through smoke, or maybe he's just like, can my teammates not just clean it up without me? But you're like, even in a 4-on-2, like that's a 5-on-2 at one point. But even in a 4-on-2, it should have been just fine. It's a crazy way to lose those rounds. And a lot of it is, this is one of those hard things to beat into your head, especially in those situations, is like, you don't have to take those like one-on-one long-range fights where it comes down to the headshot. You can let them actually they still have to plant the bomb, you know?
And that's given Legacy enough to play with in this half. I mean, you've got a great opportunity now as well because you've broken up the buy. It's not great anymore.
First time you haven't had to play against an AWP.
Yeah, so a great opportunity for 5 rounds from Legacy. And we aren't looking at a great T side here for the Brazilians, but 5 rounds would be fantastic. And their AWP's off to the races. He's got an opening kill here.
Well, perhaps some frustrations right at the tail end of the half for Bait. And if they continue into the second half, it might be tough for them to get started. Nissim is going to find his challenge. Not what he was looking for. So man advantage equalized, given right back.
That's Hetrick with a FAMAS going into the AWPer, and a second kill for Hetrick. That should be enough, but we've said that before. Let's see if Legacy can win this in a 2v4. Essential not going to let this move happen through the smoke. The bomb goes down. Dumao left over towards Team Main. And an 8th round on the horizon here for Bait Esports.
I don't know. Let's find out.
You think Dumao's going to win this one? Bomb down in B.
I don't know. When you lose a 2v5, I'm kind of, my brain sort of turns into the,
True,
okay, anything
true,
really
anything
is possible.
Let's see if Dumao can go full throttle. 30 seconds. Got to get a move on. And I think just with such limited time, a lot of things have to go wrong for Bait. Everything has to go right for Dumao. And he just doesn't really have the time to make the move here. He'll walk right into Hetrick. 8-4 lead on the CT side.
You got enough, right? Like that's the thing. I think if you can swallow a bad half, because I think if as a player and as someone on Legacy, you probably feel like that was a bad half. Didn't get a lot of done. You won a couple like pretty crazy low percentage rounds to win to begin with, but you're just like, you know what? We played a bad half, but it doesn't really matter because we have the 4 we need. We got the 4 to give us some room to work with in the second half, to give us that like pistol round buffer essentially, and we'll play this one back and we'll see if we can come back. So they're going to switch over to the CT side. Both these teams coming into train with a 33% win rate over the last 3 months, so none of them exactly, you know, top of the line. No one is going to be so proficient on the map that we feel there's no chance for the other one. And I'm very curious now how Alex is going to play this T side.
I'll have a utility into the pistol round at least. 2 flashes, P250, Molotov for Hetrick, smoke for MPL. Let's see what kind of pistol round Bait have got cooking.
Okay. An early walk. They don't want any information to be gathered. You can see Dumao on the minimap up alongst that wall outside. He's going to go get information himself anyways, though. Just peeks dry into the A main, and he's going to call out to his teammates, ain't nothing here. So you'll start seeing number 9, Sadzin, I would imagine pretty soon is going to start shifting towards that inner bomb site. You've got Nissim and Lux on the defense.
Lux has the flash ready to set up Nissim for the upper peak. And there he goes. Released to peak. Now Lux trying to hold on as Bait starts sending plays flooding through lower. Nissim and Lux though shutting it down, and the pistol round comes to a crashing halt. Legacy hold on and give the defense a decent start here.
Yeah, lovely stack. Because of the flashbang thrown by the CT side to activate the dualies to peek and clear upper early on when the utility starts coming out from Bait. Bait comes down that lower ramp and out of the smoke, looking towards that upper position at the top of ladder, which just gives everyone else easy kills. Nice setup from Legacy. Now they just got to continue it. Can you convert the second round? No bomb plant, so it's going to be an easy task. 2,000 across the board for the Bait side of things. They don't upgrade anything. No flashbangs purchase, no light armor, nothing at all. Just Glocks coming at you. Heroic and Pain are already in the playoffs. They went through undefeated, 3-0 through this Swiss system. Liquid and Saw are in there as well at the 3-1 mark. One of these teams will join them there. And we'll find our 3 remaining teams from the 3-2 pool tomorrow. The losing team today will be down in that position as well.
Oh, making this round quick. It's Alex alone out at Olaf. A couple low players might be able to pick one off with a Glock. Glock? And dead. No problem. All 5 players stay alive for Legacy. Money looking good for the CT side. Here comes the first buy from Bait on the T side.
Yeah, I'm really excited for this one. I have no concept of what Bait's train is going to look like, so I want to see what Alex how he calls it. Is it going to be kind of fast and aggressive? Are you going to play the more slower style? What are we going to roll with? At least to start things out. Round 15. Lead is cut down to 2. All AK-47s for this T side. Plenty of utility. Fast smoke outside for the sandwich. A lot of bodies heading towards the inner bomb site to take control of the box halls early.
And Legacy applying pressure towards teammate as well. Just having a little bit of a look to see if Bait have anybody there. They don't. The priority, as you mentioned, the brown holes taking over. One of the many wall bangs on the new version of Train. I don't think, we've seen a decent amount of Train recently, Jason.
Yeah.
I have not seen as many wall bangs as I did in that EPL final. No one's been doing that since.
This round has always been called to have the end point outside towards the outer yard of the A bomb site. They wanted to initially get NPL and Essential to activate at the upper ramp, peek into the B bomb site, take a duel, maybe go 1-for-1, maybe just find an opening pick before descending into this, but a defensive smoke called them off. So just going to descend into the pinch, excuse me.
Ooh. The spam is working. Oh, it's really working. Hetrick's health down to 40. 30 seconds on the clock here for Bait.
The sound cue is more intimidating than the damage, so this turns into a fake now. You're going to send Alex out alone of teammate all on his own to try and find a kill. Completely blinded. Everyone else is heading inner, and Sadzin just shifted away. Now coming back, but it's the wrong time for that.
Oh, Nissim has to go huge to save his team here. The bomb plant is being secured. He's not in a position to deny it. And Nissim goes down. Bomb planted. 3v3. Hetrick fighting in the halls. They bit Lux and Lado a long way off here.
They bit so hard on that fake. They bit so hard on the utility outside. It was just one player. And Sadzin rotated way too early. Comes back into a terrifyingly bad situation. And Bait have found their path in.
Yeah, you're like, everyone's coming to the B bomb site. And then Sadzin was leaving. Just very unfortunate timing that as he comes back through, he's already out of position. Bait make the most of it. 9 rounds. As soon as the guns come out, success for Bait in the second half.
Terrorists win.
9-6. Lovely first look at a gun round from Bait. I mean, it locked out of some of the tactics they wanted to do initially. That upper peak early was taken away from them. Transition down into the hit a little bit earlier towards Pop Dog. That's taken away by a smoke. Tons of spam. And still just calmly works the problem and finds the solution towards the inner site. Legacy have invested everything they've got into this round. 5 M4s, but out of funds after this. And I don't think they'd be able to survive a reset this early in the half.
They're just going quiet. They've got control of the brown holes. Passive setup here from Legacy. Inside the B site. No one playing close up to the ramp. No one playing on the bomb train. Sadzin just outside of Con is going to be looking at Heaven, and Nissim watching the lower ramp take. But it is going to be a pop. With some fake smokes again outside. They're going to be coming through B, through upper. And oh my god. Oh my. You can't do anything about that if you're Sadzin. Now they know where Nissim is too. He lets bullets rattle off with a flash. Completely blinds him. They move into the site. Plant going to be secured, and it's coming down to a retake. And that retake becomes a lot more difficult when Essential starts picking off players on the rotation over. Kenzazor with a headshot that might just knock them out of this round entirely.
Yeah, you've got Alex playing in a really safe position, letting his teammates handle this in the early going as he clears out the flank. But once he turns his gaze, that extra third player might just be too much. Good find for Ladder as the retake begins. Dumao now Edwins as well, and Alex needs to hit the shot and can't do it.
Oh my god, okay.
Yet again, in spectacular fashion, Legacy feels like so many rounds in this game that they've won they've from a disadvantaged position. It's mental the way they're able to turn these situations around.
Yeah, they should not be finding themselves in these situations time and time again.
The other side of the coin is that you've had so many of them and you're still down by 2. That's got to be crushing.
I mean, there's no other way of putting this. I mean, Legacy have been the worst team on this map. It's just there's been a lot of situations that have allowed them to stay into the game. Yeah. I mean, I think that whole first half was that story. If they were a cleaner team, if they tightened up a few mistakes, could have been a very one-sided half. There might not even be enough room to play into the game here for Legacy, but there's been enough of those moments. Legacy have stayed in it, and will they be able to capitalize on any of those chances and actually go on a string of round victories?
Well, they have to. Dumao walks right into it. Good shot from Alex. That's the shot he needed to land in the previous round. Couldn't do it. This time, no problem. Immediate dink and cleanup. Now, a very passive defense, playing retake, so won't be affected by the Molotovs, but need to get some kills on the way in, and there they are.
Yeah, straight away, Nissim and Sadzin happy about those 2 kills. As Bait now arrived to the bomb site. Plant will go down on default. Kenzazor's moving up on Oil Train. Can Bait flip one of these rounds back in their favor all of a sudden? Kenzazor needed the second. And when he doesn't do it, it's on Headtrick and Alex, and look how far away Alex is. So Headtrick can't die. He has to stay alive a little bit longer, long enough for his in-game leader to arrive on the rotation. Headtrick hides at Thomas. Sadzin closing down the space. Headtrick taken away. Alex on the kills in the Galil, but it's only one as that defuse starts. And Legacy, once again, a retake successful on this B bomb site, and the gap is a single round.
Okay, 9-8, and now you put the impetus on Bait to make a decision, because it's their money that's a little bit bruised here, especially even with the plan, even with the losing bonus building up, but you're on that edge, so they're going to have to drop down to the Tech 9s, armor, upgraded pistols, second timeout burn to talk themselves through it. But a quick rebuttal. That's very nice from Legacy and a very good retake, and playing to defend against the advanced positions, the advanced scaling from Bait, pushing through the yard, prepared to put a stop to all of that around High Train. And Legacy's defense might have just locked in now. That's the benefit of winning those just kind of random rounds out of nowhere when you're from a disadvantaged position. You snatch one away and all of a sudden you found some momentum out of nowhere. So Bait going to be fighting back, nursing this 1-round lead with Tech 9s. Plenty of utility to have an idea, to have a plan, to have some things you can pull off on the map, and they're going to be out mid quickly.
Yeah, they are charging. Tech 9s in behind the E-Box. A lot of damage being done, and there we go. Sadzin with a collateral through the smoke.
Yeah, you start getting nervous when those kills don't connect, when they don't get cleaned up fast, and you're like, uh-oh, okay, this is going to get weird, but Sadzin saves the day.
Yeah, Essential and Alex, can they step up here? No, they instantly drop. Lato and Sadzin, some swagger about Legacy now in this round at least. You know, the way they shut it down doesn't get awkward, doesn't get uncomfortable. The gap is fully closed, and now you started this half by saying you were interested to see what Alex is going to bring, what kind of T-side he's going to call. It better be brilliant now, because You've let Legacy into the game here, and there is a world in which Legacy, having limped their entire way through this third map, they could actually just win the whole series.
Yeah, they could actually just snatch it away from you. We haven't really seen them, we haven't seen Bait win outside yet. A lot of the emphasis has been towards the B bomb site and the inner bomb site. That could be a weakness if they're leaning on it a little bit too much, so we'll see if they eventually come outside. There's 4 defenders here. Something we didn't get much of in the first half, and so far not in the second half until now, which is this slow-paced round, a different timing. Here we go, 1 minute and 15 seconds.
Yeah, Dumao. Oh, okay, Sadzin. A quick shot. Confident to stay at the E-Box. He needs another one as well. Needs to fight his way out of this because the flank is coming in. He's wrapped around and had no teammates to support him. Sadzin, at least getting the double kill, keeps the numbers even. Head spotted of Kenzazor going out towards Olaf. Whoop. And that nade is not exactly what Lux had in mind. Legacy have to pull off a retake again, and we've been saying it all series long, Jason. Legacy seem to be very solid in retakes.
Yeah, but this is hard. Lux is a little bit trapped into this box, so is Kenzazor. They sort of have each other boxed in with nowhere to go. Molotov towards the back of the bomb train won't reach Essential. So this retake is maybe the hardest one they've had.
Well, flashes go in. Essential's going to be waiting at hell. Kenzazor fights his way out of Ola, still has that cover. And now the players are dropping and cast aside. Bait back into the lead, 10-9.
Just storming through the smoke. Nothing pretty, nothing fancy about it. Just, okay, there's a smoke up. We've got some safety behind it. Throw the execute, throw the util. We're just going to come right on through. Only Sadzin can find a kill with the AWP, but no way for him at E-Box with an AWP to double up and manage the players wrapping around that first train. Regaining the lead at 10-9 and not free-falling whatsoever. So bait back in things, and it's now Legacy who have the issue of money. A UMP on Nissim, an MP9 on Lado. Some weaker weapons in a desperate round where if they lose, bait creeps ever closer to a series victory in the Bucharest playoffs.
Taking their time. A slow approach towards Ivy. Kenzazor, MPL, head trick. No one spotting close. It's Sadzin out towards camera. An angle deep towards Ivy. A smoke is going to sever his vision though. Now he has to be paranoid about them coming through that smoke. It's some great close quarter combat shots in the previous round. He needs some of the same again because here they come towards the Sadzin sniper. The first kill is good. The flash goes through, forces him around the corner, and he will get away. Back to safety.
He gets to safety, but he gave up the map control.
Oh, elbow spotted.
Yeah, Dumausen. Oh, baby, he peeks, and Headtrick's got a Molotov in hand. Okay. And now it's all working out for Legacy. Sadzin's all mobile around the map. This position at camera was taken away. He says, all right, I'll go back inside. It's all good. I'll find one more. NPL and Alex against the entirety of Legacy's defense.
It's got to feel good for Sadzin. I mean, 15 seconds, nowhere you can go with this, so Bait gonna back away, save those two weapons. Lux is on the hunt, though.
Yeah, actually, this is really painful. If he takes this,
okay, he's definitely gonna take that MPL out of there, and now just one player left.
At least it's before the round ends.
That's true.
At least there's gonna be some money.
A silver lining.
Yeah, a silver lining. We love that here.
Well, we did start the day with Richard saying that, you know, the X factor can be Sadzin. He can have quiet maps, and I think there were certainly a couple of rounds over on Ancient even where he had some missed shots that actually allowed Bait into the game.
He also had the knife kill inside the smoke, so, you know, you take the good with the bad.
He's either insane or he's just not hitting anything.
We would love that middle ground, though. Middle ground could be fun.
Just some consistency in the middle, and you got yourself a boring opera, though, Jason. You know, we wouldn't be talking about that much. But right now, some great impact from Sadzin, some great shots. You're so dynamic
and smart play, right? Like you could probably have re-peeked and tried to go for a second kill out, out in that wrap towards CT spawn from Bait. And if he had gone down, and you could have been like, okay, well, he's in a weird situation, maybe he goes for that. But the smart decision, falling back, repositioning is just lovely. Like it a lot. Timeout comes to a close, round 21. These two teams neck and neck down the stretch, neither one letting it go. Both teams, when they have their backs against the wall and about to be reset, they seem to fight back and find what they need to keep themselves off that breaking point. It's going to be difficult for Bait in this round. 2 AKs, 2 Tech 9s, a Glock on Kenzazor, plenty of utility. So we're just going to line up at the B-bomb site right out of the gate and pull the trigger on an exec. When does that knowledge hit Legacy? There's no noise, no presence, no nades outside. Ow, that was a great POV to be in. Shout out to the Observer.
Yeah, bringing us on a cinematic journey. Nissim. I'm going to be the main character out here from Thomas. He's only managed one. Headtrick's Tech 9 will overwhelm him. And a great shot from Kenzazor, keeping Bait moving forward. And an even scoreline. It's still all to play for here at 10-10.
It's a double op retake, though. Like, losing those 2 M4s is really painful. And now Lux is on low HP, and the ops still haven't budged because no one's given them a peek. And without a peek, they seem useless.
Yeah, well, it looks like they're going to have to call this one off. Time is ticking. No opportunities being presented. Do you throw everybody in? Do you risk it all to go for this? All of it on the line. Satsin going aggressive. Satsin again with impact. And it's Kentazor dropping to the Lux AWP. And Legacy once again pulling off a retake. This time to put them in the lead.
You set it up perfectly. All Satsin. Maybe the plan is to be quiet for long enough in the retake to lure them into thinking it's going to be a save. But man, Satsin, when he's called upon, that's a spectacular shot to open up this retake. The follow-up kills are something special. He's picked it up down the stretch, and that's a brutal round to lose if you're bait.
Yeah, calls the timeout immediately here. Looking at their money, they've got AKs, they've got utility, but not much else left behind it in terms of residual cash. So if Legacy do get up to map and series point here, it is likely to be enough to close it out.
This has been this is the first lead that Legacy has had since they won the pistol round in the first half. Since then, they've been playing from behind. Finally, right at the end, 11-10, able to get through on that kind of a performance from Satsin's op. Got to be reeling. Now, bait, because they went down to the Tech 9s, most players had around 1,400. They got the bomb plan as well. There's the losing bonus. So they've got a strong buy here. They set themselves up nicely for this round. Money's still not perfect on the Legacy side, but nothing to raise the alarms about just yet.
Doom out. Aggressive in a round like this, up towards teammate. Look at this. Blinded by the T or his own flash.
He was doing this earlier as well. We saw that round he like pushed all the way through and got dropped by Alex with a Galil. But there's been a couple times where he's gone in pretty aggressively and just kind of cleared things. Pissed around, he did the very same thing. Pretty much right off the rip. So he's at least kind of like, well, I want to go get information too. You know, I want to see what's coming. Brown House control for bait. Pop Dog control for bait. And you have access towards middle, although you may not know it at this point. Gonna head in towards the inner bomb site, and the outer defense still feels the pressure with those smokes in place, so nobody has budged. Nobody has a read of this scenario. Legacy flying blind with very little information. Nissim gonna be called upon again, so is Satsin. And he's had the hot hand with the AWP.
Oh, dropping down. He's out his utility to try and burn them as they cross, and it's Nissim with the double kill, but his teammates are falling around him. Nissim got a third before dying away. And now Lux and Lato. Can they get Legacy up to series point? That plant is in. MPL's head spotted. MPL's turned. His back turned. Lux is going to take the frag, but head trick removed Lato, so it falls to a 1v1 to decide whether this game is tied or it's Legacy to series point, and head trick makes it 11-11.
Unreal sequence at the end. Bo, that's so awkward. That's the best round we've seen out of Nissim on that B bomb site defense, and it gets nothing done. He actually missed the chance to throw the Molotov early, right? He for whatever reason quick switches away from it, so it doesn't come down on the ramp to disrupt the actual attack, but they fight inside of his flames, which is great. But the supporting cast rotating over, how did they all get deleted?
I have absolutely no idea, because I was fully focused on Nissim in that moment, but the way they all just dropped.
Two went to the right at the train into his Molotov that he killed. I think two pushed up sidewalk, and that's where the rotators, I think, got just annihilated in that choke point, because you also have a player, Kenzazor, has been peeking from that upper ramp as well. I mean, the fact that the rotating players all go down first is such a hard situation to handle.
Yeah, I mean, that was the best chance for Legacy. You could see Nissim was very vocal at the end of that round in the timeout as well. Yeah, I mean, you're going to be pretty frustrated when you overperform in your spot, when you get 3 kills, and you're wondering, guys, like, what more can I do?
Oh, shout out to casters. Oh. Hey.
Thank you. It's the observing team.
Yeah, they got us back.
Yeah, they did. Yeah. I like that.
Well, this sets up something really nasty for Legacy. They've got no money in the tank. Good first start from Nissim. This is what he was talking about. Not complaining about the last round. Setting up the push for the next one. Says, unleash me, boys. I've got it.
Yeah, feeling hot right now. Nissim walking through with the opener here for Legacy. And in a round where you have some glaring weaknesses, you know, Dumal having to play with a 5-7. It's good to grab an opener, and Legacy nearly losing Lato. Gonna block with a smoke.
He showed a lot of leg on that little jump peek.
He did. Quite the tease.
Yeah.
Tease to the tease.
I wonder, is there going to be a flashbang? No one has a flash for him. Dumao has one, but he's at the B bomb site. I felt like Lado, he's listening for information. Smoke's going to fade, and he doesn't want to fight at this angle. He's got a lot of bodies heading his way, though.
Under a minute. Smoke fades away. Head trick. There's the response. Nissim's gone. Tanzin trying to take up the angle, but they've already got past the scope. Lux is the next victim. Is it Bait to head to series point first? It absolutely looks like it. Dumao and Lato, 2 versus 4. Money will break. Legacy are going to be broken as Bait will head to series point first. It didn't look like that was going to be the case. It looked like Legacy had figured it out at the end. But Bait, once again, find an answer.
You know, I don't know if this is the situation, but I would imagine there's some impact to it. Nissim obviously pushes, gets that first kill, and we see him run all the way through Pop back to the outer yard. He stays outside. Dumao swap positions to go inner due to his absence. Nissim's the one who gets picked up by the AWPer from Ivy. So maybe he's just unfamiliar with the position and the different setups they play outside. But just getting caught out with no real effort out of the Bait side of things, just having an AWPer posted up is a brutal way to lose a critical piece of defense. It makes the rest of the players start moving. And this is the worst possible eventuality considering the fight that Legacy have had on Train. They don't have the money.
Dumao just hiding away. Does get that Galil into the next, but yeah, it's
their best weapon.
You've just used your timeout as well. In that last round, ahead of that, you got Nissim getting you an opening kill. Doesn't matter. All collapses.
So this round I would expect from Bait to be slower paced, right? Like you know the financial situation.
Bleed them out.
Inside the server, and you know they're going to have maybe one, possibly a second timing of utility, but not going to be able to block things off for the entirety of the round. They're going to have to be intelligent about how they use it. So apply a little bit of pressure without committing. Force that utility out. You're going to have all the advantages you want in the late round.
Flash unleashes Dumao. So that save Galil is gone. The chances have increased massively here for Bait Esports to qualify into the playoffs.
And they had to burn a smoke just to recover the Galil. Out team main, it's just going to be a walk. Up holding the angles so the AKs can thrive.
Sad's in, swinging out from red, but he's down by Kenzie's Ort. And just Nissim now arriving through Connector, but Bait will not be denied. They beat Astralis 3D Max. They lose to Pain, but a win over Legacy has confirmed that Bait are in the playoffs in Bucharest.
They are. You might call that the bait and switch. Legacy were looking good at the start. Down the home straight, though, it is Bait that are stronger. And they definitely deserve to be in the playoffs based on the teams they beat here and the Counter-Strike they've shown us.
Yeah, I think they definitely didn't make things easy for themselves. I won't lie. This should, in all honesty, have been an easier win for the side of Bait. In the end, they're throwing a couple of rounds early on, which really they shouldn't have been the case. But yeah, they get the job done in the end. And considering some of the trials and tribulations they've been facing in a lot of the events they've played in the past few months, Rich, finally making to a playoffs of a pretty big event, they should be pretty elated at the moment.
Yeah, and obviously we'll no doubt talk about it during the interview, but, you know, they made a lot of changes after what happened in Asia. It was very disappointing for them. It was certainly a tournament they could have progressed in. They didn't, and they said, you know what, this isn't working. Let's get some fresh ideas in, and so far so good.
Here's a fresh idea, don't push through a smoke in a 5v2.
I mean,
how about
yes.
that? I really wanted them to lose just off of those 2 rounds.
I can see you were tilted.
Two 5v2, it's essential both times actually doing it, and from that point the round falls apart. Man, it's Train. Right, like you can see, like 4 rounds on T side might be all you need, right? People have very strong CT side, so they were a little bit fortunate in the end that those 2 rounds
this is a round
to bite them.
Another one. He gets a 3K here, beautifully done. 3rd kill as well. Listen, they have just one AK-47. Push through the smoke.
They could come back into.
Give another gun. Honestly, like after this, you're thinking. By the way, you win 4 rounds on the T side is pretty much job done. But yeah, in the end, they managed to clean it up. But it was a comedy of errors, Rich, but they came out on top.
Yeah, look, I mean, I'm not saying their Train was the most polished thing we'd ever seen. It's just good because they were able to do enough against the Legacy team that they're in real good form right now. This is like a legit scalp. And keep in mind, they already beat Astralis. They already beat 3D Max. another two teams that maybe people might have fancied for the tournament. So I think, I'll forgive them a few mistakes today, Yanko.
Yeah, it's never going to be squeaky clean, but we're talking about 5v2s
here. Fundamental.
So I think they're just, again, fortunate that it didn't cost them the game. And for the side of Legacy, it feels like they paid a steep price for losing that second round after winning Pistol, right? From that, it was 1-0, then 4-1 in the favor of Bake before they could get on the board again. And despite their best efforts in some of those retakes, they just weren't able to close it out in the end.
And also, look, you got to also remember, right, for Alex666 being the new IGL, taking reins of leadership, it's a hell of a test coming in here at this event. So I feel, yes, absolutely a lot of mistakes being made, but here's the thing, they've qualified to the playoffs right now, Rich, but if they want to make a reasonably deep run here, they really need to fix some of these tendencies, I guess, from some of the players.
Look, against better teams, you're not going to get away with that.
Absolutely not.
You are going to be punished every single time, and they've certainly dragged it down to the wire here. I guess I'm going against my usual type. I'm trying to be the positive one. I think having had so little time to prep under a new IGL, I still think they've hugely impressed me in terms of where they were in the Asia Championships to where they are now in just the span of a few days.
Sure, yeah, when it comes to some couple of the maps where they Ancient, for example, comes to mind, they seem to have a pretty good idea with mid-rounding, but some of these individual mistakes are not on the IGL, in all honesty, right? You gotta know that's not how you approach them. Yeah. Absolutely. All he had to do was be AFK and you win those 2 rounds. It's a 13-9. We're praising them, right? Good map overall from Hetrick, though. I think he's been a little bit quiet so far at the event. So yeah, they got a job done. They made it to playoffs. Congratulations.
Well, let's check in with NPL from Bait. He's joining us in the studio. First of all, congratulations. Well done on the win. I wanted to ask you what it was like giving up being an IGL, because a lot of people, they don't like to let go of that control. Was it easy for you, or have you found it good to just be a player again?
Yeah, it was easy because it was hard to play my roles and do a lot of micromanagement during the game. So I just decided that I don't want to be IGL, and that's it.
So you just had enough of it. It just wasn't for you.
Yeah, I mean, maybe later I can be IGL, but right now I have my goals as a player, and I feel that I can do more impact if I play normal roles and I have proper IGL.
Yeah. How is Alex different to you as an IGL, or are you very similar in the way you think about Counter-Strike?
I don't know. I think every IGL, everyone is different, but yeah, we are different with them, just different calls. I mean, I like to play more faster, maybe play with reaction, let players do their thing if they feel it, and he's more strategic IGL, he just in mid round he just say, guys, do not do anything, just listen to me, and that's it.
I have a quick question here, actually. We were talking about a couple of rounds on a train, the 2v5s, 5v2s, actually, right, which didn't go your way. How was your mentality after that? I mean, congratulations on getting the win, but that must have been frustrating, right, losing rounds like that?
Yeah, we lost first round. We didn't, it didn't affect on us. But second time when we lost, unfortunately, we're down mentally a bit, and I felt it, and I was thinking maybe we even can lose game if we lose pistol, but we still managed to bounce back, even though we had a bad start on T side, but yeah.
I think Essential should buy you guys dinner after being able to close it out, still go to the playoffs. Congrats on that. I just wanted to ask, what do you feel that you need to work on the most to get to that next level?
I think consistency of every player. I mean, with me also, and probably a bit better map pool. And still we're working with new agile, so we need a bit of time, so every player can understand what he wants from us. Yeah. And by the way, it's new role for him. He never have been agile, and yeah.
Final question. Obviously, you've been traveling a lot. You saw you in Asia, and now you're here. You played so much Counter-Strike online as well. I think the most maps of any team overall at this competition. What do you guys do to avoid burnout? How do you stay fresh?
I think we played the first season a lot of online tournaments, and after major we didn't play any. I think only Blast Bounty, maybe. Yeah. I don't know. When I can say that when you play a lot of officials, I think every player can feel that he's like in prime, even if you like have like 60% win rate. We had like 65 I guess. Yeah, and we just was feeling the game, and we didn't burn out because of that. I mean, if we had lost a lot of games, I think probably it could have been hard for us.
Yeah. Well, you're looking good so far, and you get some rest now. Looking forward to seeing you later in the playoffs. And as I said, congratulations once again.
Thank you.
Congrats, man.
Yeah, so look, as I said, it's rare to see that kind of maturity when people are in-game leaders. I've certainly seen plenty of them in the past that have held on too tightly. They want the control. They believe it's their way or the highway.
But enough about you.
Enough about me. I thought you were going to say Cadian. He's out there. How are you doing, brother? Miss you, Casper. No, but I mean, sometimes it is time to just give it up and walk away. And he's still a young player. He said there, I've got my own things I want to achieve. IGL was preventing me from...
Absolutely. Look, if you look at even when he was IGLing, he was easily the more consistent player. He was, dropping huge, massive numbers. So for the fact that he's not necessarily walking away, I think he's just elevating himself overall, right? And for the side of Alex, it's been, I wouldn't necessarily say trial by fire, but it's not necessarily really weak teams they're playing against, right? So I think it was the right play. And right now, especially in Train, considering the tilt that set in, the fact that they're able to slowly grind back into the game, it took some really nice calls coming out from Alex at the end over there to close the game out as well. So they got a job done, and I think it's a step up in the right direction.
Yeah, it's been the best thing about this tournament for me is watching these young IGLs develop before our eyes. Because, look, the old guys that we know and love, they can't stay around forever. I know I make it
despite their best efforts.
But yeah, exactly. And, there's in all seriousness, we have a really good crop of young IGLs right now, I think.
Yeah, absolutely. And it's interesting to see different styles too, some being more simplistic and just relying on firepower and grouping up, others trying to find maybe more elaborate ways that they can go about it. But yeah, it's about the changing of the guard to some extent, and eventually you're going to have some new guys step in and fill those shoes.
Yeah. Why don't we take a look at today's results? And we can talk about them, because there's obviously been other games going on. This is the wonderful convoluted bracket. Enhance! CSI Enhance. There it is, right, excellent. A huge surprise today. I mean, it just leaps off the page, doesn't it? The Saw versus Aurora game. I mean, we knew Aurora were down bad, but, we just couldn't have...
They're really down bad.
Yeah, I mean, that is... I think that's the shock of the tournament.
I think Major as well mentioned is this is the rough patch we've had in the past couple of years. I think a bit of an overstatement there, but it's been kind of rough. And I know Yank is probably sick and tired of me saying they probably need a therapist, but man, it's so rough at this point. You're losing to Saw and taking nothing away from Saw. I think they've been looking better and better as the tournament has progressed for sure. But I'm looking at the tournament favorites in the form of Aurora and falling to a team like Saw, which barely came together a month prior. I mean, it just doesn't make sense.
Yeah, and over on the other stream, you can see here the Fnatic haters are eating good. Although GamerLegion, man, they always make a meal of it. I want to ask you about BetBoom as well. I just think they should be a better team. It blows my mind how they continue to underachieve.
Yeah, they should be on paper, and that's why it was a tough time talking about it, because you don't know where to point your fingers at, right?
Yeah.
Is it a bit of leadership, which wouldn't make too much sense because Boomich is there, that should be their strong suit, right? But individually, players being a bit inconsistent, they struggle with playing slower and playing more default, which, Boomich played a lot of long time under Blade and under Groove. Like that's his preferred style. But in that sort of a system, individuals need to take initiative. You know, reactions need to be on point. So perhaps a case of not having the correct pieces on the team.
It's also like, you know, the one, I think the massive shocker of the day is 3D Max, you know, getting knocked out of the tournament, going 1-3 as well. I mean, I think they were one of the...
Not a shock for me.
No, I think they were in contention to at least make a deep playoff run. It was just been disappointing.
I was talking about it on the pre-show day one. You know, I said I wouldn't be surprised if 3D Max and Aurora flop in this tournament, because for 3D Max it's been so much travel and so many events in a row. For Aurora, we saw them at Thunderpick, didn't look good, and how much can you change in 4 days? Yeah. You know, not much. And I you know, for Aurora, I think it's some deeper underlying
They're in their
issues
heads.
that are there, like that cannot be easily fixed.
Yeah,
the easiest ways to fix it is if they somehow start winning and get on a roll and forget about everything that's been going on. But at the moment, it's too many different things that are not going the right way for them, and it's going to be tough to snap out of it.
Well, we can take a look at tomorrow's schedule. Obviously, PGL, we usually do have 2 streams. We've only got 1 tomorrow.
What? Are we even PGL at this point?
I know. Are we even
Crazy.
PGL anymore? Because it's Judgment Day. All of those teams there have a chance to go through or go home. GamerLegion versus Gentlemate. Somehow GamerLegion, despite having some of the biggest chokes here at this event, they're still hanging in there just about. Legacy we saw there, going to be taking on FlyQuest. That game suddenly opens up and is actually very exciting, I think. And then Aurora versus Astralis.
Oh, boy.
Yikes.
That's a spicy meatball, Rich.
Astralis in the tournament too, right?
Yeah, it's worth pointing out. I mean, obviously, you know, I've had my things to say about Astralis down the years, perhaps more than others. But yeah, they've been very up and down here at this event. And
every event, really.
Well, yeah, I mean,
more
look,
down than up.
I don't know how you could ever justify replacing Stown, who is ostensibly a star player, with Magus. You know, it's great to have some old tenured player come back, but they're not a like-for-like replacement in any way, shape, or form. So they've ended up with less firepower. They're putting all their chips on Stair. It just kind of feels that might not be the bet to make.
I mean, I think Stair is the one solid piece on that team, and has been for a while now. It's just...
Is he a star, though?
Well, I think depends on the way you look at Astralis. If you think Astralis is a good team at the moment and that everyone wants to be there, and then maybe you can say, is he playing truly like a star player? But if you think they're struggling and you take into account all the changes that have been happening, I mean, I think he's doing a pretty good job over there.
Yeah, like you're plugging him into any other more structured team in the role he plays. I think is really one of the better ones we have out there. But yeah, for Astralis, I think they just need a dub at some point, man. Like
PGL events have been very good for them, so hopefully they can overcome Aurora. But it is a tough order. That is easily the game.
And we talked earlier about FlyQuest, right, and the sort of games they've had to go through. I mean, going up against Legacy, I think is going to be a great final test for them, right? It would be awesome if they could win the game and get into the playoffs, but they, regardless, even if they lose, would have had 5 good games, like a lot of tape to go back and dig into and say, all right, these are the adjustments we need to make before the major comes.
And I feel for FlyQuest, we've seen this many a time. We saw it in Shanghai, we saw it in Austin as well during the Swiss stage. The first best of ones, couple of games, I'm like, holy shit, this team's amazing. Everything's clicking, everything's going great. And then they always drop out 2-3 in a Swiss system. You know, always kind of faltering at the end. So if they're able to, I know this is not a major, but if they're able to at least break that kind of mental curse, getting out of the groups in a reasonably big event, it would be really good for them heading into the major.
All right then, gentlemen, we shall continue this down at the bar. But for all of you at home, it's time to close out the show. That's what we're going to do. Make sure you tune in tomorrow for Judgment Day. It's going to be awesome. We'll see you then.